If an army can have a team of strong enough elites to open roads in the mountains and build bridges when encountering water, then the combat effectiveness of this army can be increased by at least 30%. It is of immeasurable value for improving morale. When marching and fighting, morale comes first. Ying Kuang understands this truth deeply. That's why those top strong men are prohibited from participating in the war. Because a top strong man can definitely cause a devastating blow to the morale of an army. Okay. Ying Kuang said 3 good words in a row, which was enough to prove how excited he was. Just to train elites and equip them with weapons and armor from this store, as well as elixirs, the national treasury can still afford this money. Even if the treasury does not give face to the Ministry of War. Ying Kuang, despite his old face, had to go to the Ministry of Household Affairs to ask for an explanation and let them allocate the money. As long as there are this group of elite soldiers, the overall strength of the Huangyuan Empire will increase by at least 30%. Just as Ying Kuang was about to personally experience the 3 modes of the combat power enhancement arena, while looking for a location, a familiar face suddenly entered Ying Kuang's sight. Ding Gu. Who called me? Gu Pingchuan was finishing the dungeon when he was suddenly shouted at. His hand shook and half of his health was knocked out by the enemy's magician. Old man Ying, why are you here? Gu Pingchuan raised his head dissatisfied, then saw Ying Kuang, and suddenly said in surprise. Gu Pingchuan was just the dean of Huihuang College. He secretly came here top lay, but he left the affairs of the college to Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zuozhou. But Ying Kuang was the great general of the Huanyuan Empire. If he wasn't staying in the imperial city, why would he come to Yunwu City? Ding Gu, you really made it easy for us to find you. Ying Kuang said with a helpless smile after seeing Gu Pingchuan. Looking for me? Why are you looking for me? Gu Pingchuan looked confused. If it's a college matter, you can definitely resolve it with Meng Xiangyu or Wu Zuozhou. In order to be able to come to Qila's shop for 4 hours every day, Gu Pingchuan had delegated a lot of power to Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zuozhou. With the cooperation of the 2 vice deans of fighting spirit and magic, most matters can be handled with full authority. Ding Gu, there's really no way to deal with this matter with Dean Meng and Dean Wu. It was the Fire Emperor who said he had something to discuss with you, and I was just helping to run errands. Ying Kuang said that was not what the meant. Ling Ao came to me. It seems that there is indeed something urgent. Gu Pingchuan said something in the communication system, then exited the instance and logged out of the New World mode. Although Gu Pingchuan is addicted to the New World mode, he still knows his priorities clearly. As the king of a country, Ling Ao had to deal with many things every day. To find him in such a hurry, there must be something important to discuss. After getting up, Gu Pingchuan seemed to have remembered something and suddenly said, by the way, if you really want to find me, just ask the 2 juniors of your family to contact me. What? Ying Kuang was stunned, a little confused. Membership card. Gu Pingchuan waved his hand and walked directly out of the store without elaborating. Ding Gu, where are you going? After Ling Xiao entered the New World mode, he found that Gu Pingchuan was offline. He looked up and saw Gu Pingchuan walking to the door of the store. Go to the Imperial City. Wait for me, Ding Gu, I will go with you. Ling Xiao remembered what Mr. Ying Kuang had told him earlier about someone in the Imperial City looking for him, and he quickly said it. Ying Kuang was left to react from his daze, his eyes widened, and he yelled at Ying Feng, who was still in front of the pet card changing machine. Ying Feng, come here and explain to me what a membership card is. Ying Feng could be considered a disaster. Originally, only Ying Kuang and Ku Zhen, the highest-ranking ministers, knew that Fire Emperor Ling Ao was looking for Gu Pingchuan. It was impossible for Ying Feng to take the initiative to ask about such things. Now that I'm being asked about my membership card, I'm afraid I'll be beaten up again when I go back. Why is Ding Gu gone? He hasn't finished the copy yet. Qi Lu poked his head out of the booth and took a look and found that Guping Chuan had left. There are a few people, forget it, it's okay to have a few people. Anyway, there are only the last few minutes left and reinforcements are coming. Qi Lu glanced at the surging evil spirit warriors in front of him. Cheer up, I don't want more than 20 minutes of hard work to be in vain. Yashuiqing, Yashuiguan. After Ling Yun came to guard Yashui Pass, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force began to march as if they knew the movements of the Huanyuan Empire's western garrison. A distance of 200 miles is not too far for an army, but it can avoid enemy raids very well. The Xingyao Empire's army has begun to move. Send me the scouts. Be sure to keep track of the enemy's movements at all times. The team of magicians help me lay out the magic traps. Don't arrange them too densely. Leave a way for people from the Star Empire to come in. Let the magician troops not be stingy with magic cores. The magic arrays are fully deployed outside the customs. I want the people of the Xingyao Empire to know what it means to catch a turtle in a jar. Yashui Pass has entered the first level of alert, and soldiers are on standby at any time. After Ling Yun arrived at Yashui Pass, he began to give orders in an orderly manner. Yashuiguan has also entered a first-level alert state, waiting for the expeditionary force of the Starry Star Empire to attack. One day was not enough for the Xingyao Empire's army to reach Yashui Pass. Ling Yun was sitting in the coach's tent, sorting out the news coming from various sources. Report, Lieutenant, the scouts have sent news that the Xingyao Empire has camped 50 miles outside Yashui Pass, and the bonfire has been lit. A soldier entered the camp, got down on one knee, and said respectfully, 50 miles away, if nothing happens, they will be able to arrive outside the customs tomorrow. Ling Yun nodded, indicating that he understood, then waved his hand and dismissed the soldiers. The troops of the Xingyao Empire camped outside Yashui Pass and lit bonfires to show that they would not attack at night. Otherwise, it would be impossible to light a bonfire and tell the defenders at Yashuiguan that they had arrived. And 50 miles away, this distance was also chosen very appropriately. It stopped just outside the magic trap set outside Yashuiguan, ensuring the safety of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary camp and avoiding the possibility of the Huanyuan Empire's western garrison leaving the city for a sneak attack in the middle of the night. As Ling Yun expected, the night was peaceful. The next day, the sky just turned white, the campfire of the Xingyao Empire was extinguished, and the army set off again, approaching Yashuiguan. Ling Yun also arrived at Yashuiguan early. In such a battle, it is impossible for Ling Yun, as the coach, not to be there to take command. Hawkeye. The magician following Ling Yun released an auxiliary magic, giving Ling Yun the ability to see far away. This commonly used auxiliary magic is a low-level magic that most magicians will learn. I only heard my father mention a war of this scale back then. Now it's my turn to be the head coach. It's really exciting. Ling Yun looked into the distance, looking at the mighty Xingyao Empire expeditionary force, and he suddenly felt heroic in his chest. The auxiliary magic was released one by one, allowing Ling Yun to roughly estimate the number of enemy troops wherever he could see. The expeditionary force of nearly 500,000 people, that huge number, gathered into a huge torrent, which was daunting. Xingyao Empire is really willing to spend a lot of money. In the entire Yashuiguan, there are only less than 400,000 Western garrison troops, and the Huanyuan Empire is an empire that started as a conquest, and the number of soldiers has always been complete. But the Xingyao Empire, which was founded on faith, was actually willing to spend an expeditionary force of 500,000. It must be said that it was indeed a huge investment. The Xingyao Empire expeditionary force, like a long dragon, was slowly approaching outside Yashuiguan Pass. The small group of magicians following at the front waved their staffs and released their magic power. Magic detection. The weak magic power spreads around like ripples. Ling Yan stood at the top of Yashuiguan city, frowning slightly. It seems that this time, the expedition general sent by the Xingyao Empire is not a guy who can only pray. Magic detection is also an auxiliary low-level magic, mainly used to detect trap magic. However, because the level of magic detection is too low, many high-level trap magics cannot be detected, resulting in not many magicians learning this magic. But for the army, using magic power to conduct reconnaissance is already the first step before marching to attack the city. After all, most soldiers are not powerful practitioners, and there are also not many strong magicians in the army. A magician who can use high-level trap magic that cannot be detected by magic detection will not be willing to stay in the military. Lock the enemy's flag. I want to see who the general of this expedition is. At the same time as Ling Yun gave the order, the magician beside him released the vision magic and locked the flag of the Star Glory Empire Expeditionary Force. Under the commander's flag is a tall man with a Chinese character face, wearing heavy silver armor and riding a tall horse. The horse was also covered with heavy armor, making the big man and horse 2 times larger than the surrounding cavalry. On one side of the heavy armor, there was also a halberd nearly 3 meters long. Looking at the body of the halberd, it is as thick as an average person's forearm. It's actually this man who leads the army. The dragon generals and knights of the Star Empire are so proud of themselves. Ling Yun slowly spit out the name of this big man. Proud of his wealth, he is a famous general in the Star Empire and is known as the Dragon General Knight. A professional spear knight, the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, with natural divine power, extraordinary courage, and a brave champion in the 3 armies. It can be said that the entire military strength of the Star Glory Empire, except for the 2 heroes of the Paladin and the white-clothed High Priest, Isil, supported by this Dragon General Knight. And the horse proudly beneath Qua's body is also not simple. It is said that Rong Yuqua's horse has a trace of dragon blood and is called a dragon-blooded horse. He has extremely strong endurance and is quite spiritual. He will not be afraid of the evil spirits on the battlefield, nor will he be frightened by the pressure of ordinary strong people. This is one of the reasons why Rong Yuqua is called the Dragon General Knight. Crush the magic trap that has appeared. The entire army will spread out in a long snake shape. Pay attention to the abnormalities on both sides. Rong Yuqua's loud voice rang out. The expeditionary force of the Star Glory Empire immediately began to spread outside and behind the front. The magic traps on both sides of the army were unable to escape under the magic detection, and were smashed one after another. Rong Yuqua pulled out the huge halberd from the armor of the dragon-blooded horse and swung it sideways, making a hunting sound through the air. Who is the general guarding Yashui Pass? Does he dare to show up? The dragon-blooded horse carried Rong Yuqua to the army formation, and a rough voice rang out. It's called a formation. This is a contest between the general's momentum before the battle between the 2 armies, and it is also a very good way to improve the morale of the army. Once the general's momentum on a certain side is at a disadvantage, the morale of the soldiers led by that side's general will definitely decline. Rong Yuqua, Yashui Pass has always been guarded by me, Ling Yun. You came to call for battle outside Yashui Pass, but are you prepared to die? Ling Yun shouted loudly without showing any signs of weakness. It turns out that you are the 4th prince of the Huangyuan Empire. You are not enjoying yourself in the imperial city, but you come to such a dangerous place to lead troops. But there is no one left in the Huangyuan Empire? Rong Yuqua sneered and asked, instead of answering Ling Yun's question. Humph, our Huangyuan Empire is full of talents, how can you wait to make assumptions? Ling Yun sneered. Since there are so many talents, why do you let a young boy like you come to guard an important place like Yashuiguan? Rong Yuqua asked loudly. When Ling Yun heard this, his expression changed. After all, Rong Yuqua was still a famous general who had experienced hundreds of battles. With just a few words, Ling Yin was rendered speechless. No matter how Ling Yin responded to this last sentence, it was inappropriate. Admitting that you can't do it will definitely be a heavy blow to morale. If one were to say that he was superior in strength, compared to famous generals like Rong Yuqua, Ling Yin had no military merit and no record of success, which was not enough to convince the public. Since General Rong Yuqua is full of confidence, let me, Ling Yin, give it a try. Is your reputation as a dragon general and knight a genuine one, or is it just a false name? Ling Yin knew that he was at a disadvantage this time. So he immediately shouted loudly and ended the shouting array this time. Oh, I am so honored that I don't need to bother a young boy to acknowledge it. Rong Yuqua pointed his halberd in his hand and said loudly, magic, set up a ladder. The Earth Element Magician in the Star Glory Empire Expeditionary Force immediately waved his staff and released the magic that had already begun to condense. Countless earth walls rise from the ground, with different heights and heights put together, like stairs that can reach the sky. The soldiers who followed immediately rushed up the stairs made of earth walls and rushed towards Yashwiguan. Destroy the ladder and throw large-scale magic to the place where the enemy soldiers are most concentrated. Ling Yin also began to direct the battle. Outside Yashwiguan, magic power surged, and all kinds of magic began to explode outward crazily. Flame, hail, wind blade, thunder, ground thorn. Various magical elements are intertwined, fused, or exploded, releasing brilliant light that shines on the faces of everyone on the battlefield. And under this gorgeous light is the war song of iron and blood. The magician's temptation is just the first step. The ladder made of spliced earth walls is connected to the city wall of Yashwiguan. As long as a group of soldiers from the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force rushes to the city wall, it means that the battle of the soldiers has begun. Rong Yuqua stood under the commander's flag, his loud voice, mixed with fighting spirit, echoing on the battlefield. Every command can direct the soldier's attack direction and the magician's magic to the place where it is most needed. Ling Yin, who had no experience in fighting at all, could only cope with Idavan after hearing Rong Yuqua's command. The battle between the two armies is by no means a simple battle between strong men. The factors that need to be considered are far more important than a fight between strong players. He is worthy of being a famous general of the Xingyao Empire. Ling Yin frowned and paid attention to the ever-changing battlefield situation on the city wall. Even with the advantage of defending the city, Ling Yin could still see that the advantage of the Huangyuan Empire's army was decreasing. As far as the strength of each soldier is concerned, it is true that the Huangyuan Empire is stronger. But on the battlefield, one person's courage is useless. In terms of command and control of the battlefield situation, Ling Yin was completely inferior to Rong Yuqua, who had experienced hundreds of battles, and could only be led by Rong Yuqua. The advantage of the defenders was being lost bit by bit. Moreover, the long snake formation laid out by Rong Yuqua at the beginning minimized the role of the magician. The long and tight formation is flexible enough, and the magicians distributed throughout the formation can release magic shields at any time. This caused a large number of area-type magics to lose their original attack power. The long snake flicked its tail, and once it entangled Yashwiguan, it was enough to crush all the advantages of the Huangyuan Empire's western garrison. You're a young boy, you're far from capable of leading troops in war. Rong Yuqua rode a dragon-blooded horse and stood outside Yashwiguan. Apart from commanding, he could also find time to call out the array and ridicule. Influencing the enemy general's command is also one of the strategies on the battlefield. Damn guy, go and open all the magic circles for me. Ling Yin was not a peaceful character to begin with, and he was upset when he was suppressed in the command of the battle between the two armies. Now that he was aroused by Rong Yuqua's words, he immediately became angry. The messenger conveyed Ling Yin's order. The magicians guarding outside the magic circle immediately took the order, mobilized the magic power in their bodies, and injected it into the magic circle. Outside Yashuiguan, the magic core buried underground was instantly ignited by magic power, releasing the energy contained in the magic core. There is indeed a magic circle. Although the expression on Rong Yuqua's face changed slightly, it quickly returned to normal. This situation is obviously within the scope of his consideration. Before the magic circle is activated, it is just a bunch of magic cores buried in special directions. If the location is not known in advance, it is basically impossible to detect them. However, setting up the magic array consumes a lot of magic core, and after the energy in the magic core is exhausted, the magic array will collapse, so it is of little use. However, it is not uncommon to use it on the battlefield. A novice conductor is a novice conductor. The team enveloped by the magic array take out the magic core and set up an array with the magician in the array as the center. Rong Yuqua's reaction speed was very fast. After Ling Yun ordered the magic array to be opened, Rong Yuqua's order immediately followed. The magic arrays that Ling Yun ordered to set up outside Yashuiguan before the war were all offensive magic arrays. They would continuously release offensive magic to attack the people trapped in the magic arrays, until the energy in the magic core is exhausted. However, before Ling Yun could get happy, he suddenly discovered it. In the magic circle, people from the Star Empire quickly gathered together, and then small protective magic circles were quickly arranged. How could it be? How could it be like this? Ling Yun's eyes widened, and he was stunned in place for a moment, forgetting his command. The magic array, which Ling Yun regarded as his trump card, caused so few casualties to the Starry Star Expeditionary Force. This was really hard for Ling Yun to accept. Although the temporarily deployed protective magic circle cannot completely defend against the power of the offensive magic circle, it can also greatly weaken the power of magic. This greatly reduced the casualty rate of the Star Empire Expeditionary Force. Although the enemy's offensive was slowed down, this was not the result Ling Yun wanted most. However, Ling Yun had experienced a lot of battles, and after a brief moment of confusion, he immediately gave the order. While the magic circle is restraining most of their troops, push back all those who climbed onto the city wall. You made the right decision once, but the time I estimated has probably come. I hope you can bear the news that follows. Rong Yuqua looked at the soldiers on the city wall who were being pushed back gradually. The expression on his face did not change at all. Do famous generals sometimes have harsh words? Sure enough, their reputation is just for nothing. Ling Yun said condescendingly on the city wall. I hope you'll still be in the mood to say such things later. Rong Yuqua said hurriedly, completely ignoring Ling Yun's sarcasm. You should think about whether the Star Empire will redeem you after you are defeated by me. Report. Lieutenant. The panicked voice of a messenger interrupted Ling Yun's continued sarcasm. What's the matter, so panicked? Ling Yun asked in a low voice, suddenly having a bad feeling in his heart. Sir, 100,000 enemy troops suddenly appeared in Yashui City. Now Yashui City has been occupied by the Xingyao Empire. The news from the messenger confirmed Ling Yun's premonition. Yashuiching. Ling Yun suddenly looked at Rong Yuqua outside Yashui Pass. The sudden increase in baggage caravans was your fault. Of course it's me. I'm an important border city that prepares for war all the year round. In a period when there is no war, the food and grass baggage suddenly increases. Don't you have the slightest suspicion? Rong Yuqua sneered. It's a teleportation array. Even though Ling Yun had no war experience, he still figured out Rong Yuqua's plan. The expeditionary force on the front did not cover up the traces of their march, just to attract Ling Yun from Yashui City to Yashui Pass. The sudden increase in the number of baggage caravans, even for the purpose of infiltrating Chengsong, transported the materials for the construction of a Aone-time teleportation array into Yashui City in batches. If 100,000 troops were thrown into the Huangyuan Empire, they would be nothing more than a piece of meat thrown into the tiger's mouth. But if it is used to flank Yashwiguan, it is completely sufficient. An army of 600,000, a one-time teleportation array that can teleport an army of 100,000, you really spent a lot of money. Ling Yan said through gritted teeth. The veins on his forehead popped out. Yashwiguan is a barrier that protects the western border of the Huangyuan Empire. Once this barrier is broken, the Xingyao Empire's army can march straight in at any time and enter the interior of the Huangyuan Empire. But even this barrier is so important. Compared with the 600,000 troops mobilized by the Xingyao Empire, and the materials that are enough to deploy a one-time teleportation array to teleport 100,000 troops. The capital of Xingyao Empire still exceeds Ling Yan's imagination. Yashui Pass, our Xingyao Empire must take it. Rong Yuqua pointed the halberd in his hand at the city wall with a firm gaze. After the magic circle collapses, launch a general attack. Yan. Sheila sat on the long leather sofa and stretched hard. There aren't many things going on in the store right now. With Yu shepherding the store, Sheila has very little to do. Most of the time, it's just after closing the store at night to restock. There are only so many customers who come to the store regularly for the time being. Once we get to know each other, it's very worry-free. At least no one who dared to cause trouble in the store has appeared yet. Because of Qi Li's strength, rumors among these regular customers became more and more mysterious. Especially those who know Gu Pingchuan have made great efforts in spreading the word about Qi Li's strength. Just when Qi Lu was bored and counting the number of customers in the store. System, host, the system senses a powerful aura approaching Yunwu City rapidly. According to the system's judgment, it should be the aura of the Dragon Clan. What? Qi Lu asked subconsciously. System, the system senses that there is a powerful aura approaching Yunwu City rapidly. According to the system's judgment, it should be the aura of the Dragon Clan. Do you hear it clearly? After repeating it again, the system asked a very humane question. Although the tone is not very good. No, I heard what you were saying clearly. What I'm asking is, what's going on with the dragon's aura? Sheila decided to explain his question clearly. System, there is a strong man from the Dragon Clan approaching Cloud Mist City. Host, here is your chance to complete your mission. Qi Lu was silent for a moment, and then tentatively said in his mind, the strong man you talk about is probably not something I can deal with now. Just kidding, so far, Gu Pingchuan is the only one who can be called a strong person by the system. That's a hero-level strongman. For an opponent of this level, unless he can come to the store, it would be great if Qi Lu can escape. Do you still want to kill him? The blood of the dragon, the bone of the dragon, the soul of the dragon. Can you get these things without killing a giant dragon? System, this is a small problem. The host should solve it by himself. Hee. Qi Lu had a sneer on his face, and there were a lot of very dirty words in his stomach. Due to the image of the store manager, he was too embarrassed to curse out. For Qi Lu to deal with a hero-level dragon with his current strength, it would be better for the system to directly say that he wants to change the host. But thinking of this, Qi Lu suddenly remembered something. Why did the system take the initiative to bring up the task this time? Recently, the system has been changing in a smarter direction, and I want to swallow his rewards at every turn, wishing that he, the host, would forget the mission. Could it be that the items that need to be collected in this mission are all urgently needed by the system? It's not impossible. Qi Lu rubbed his chin, pondering this possibility in his mind. If this is the case, then the operability of this mission will be great. Qi Lu can still think of ways to gain some benefits from the system from this task. System, I figured it out. Qi Lu thought about this and shouted directly in his mind. System, the host has figured it out, so let's make preparations, quickly. Really? In the past tasks, these two systems have never urged me. After listening to the system's words, Qilu was already 80% sure. So Qilu pretended to be regretful and said, "System, I feel that my current ability is not enough to complete this task, so I decided to give up." System, host, don't you want to start the upgrade task? After pretending to think for a moment, Qilu said slowly, "It doesn't matter if you don't upgrade. I feel quite comfortable staying in the store now." System, host, don't you want a drink? Although it's a pity, but I cherish my life very much. I still don't want to do tasks that are beyond my ability. Qilu continued to return slowly. The more persuasive this two-stroke system is, the more confident Qilu becomes. System, host, I think that since you have accepted the task, you should find a way to complete it. No, I think it's better if I continue to eat and wait to die. Qilu pretended to be indifferent to both food and drink. The negotiation suddenly came to a standstill. Qilu is not in a hurry, he has nothing to lose anyway. Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, the system's voice appeared in Qilu's mind again. System, host, for the Dragon Ruins mission, the system has decided to increase the reward for you. If you can complete the mission within 3 days, the trial room will be upgraded with additional functions and can produce trial crystals. Oh, a small system still dares to fight against the great host. Although Qilu didn't know what kind of price the system would offer, it was expected that the system would bow its head for these two transactions. System, you have to know that the reason why I don't complete the task is not because of the reward, but mainly because I am not strong enough. Do you understand? Qilu said slowly. If you can bow your head once, you can bow your head a second time. As long as the conditions are not too extreme, Qilu is confident that this second stroke system, whose IQ needs to be recharged, will definitely agree. System, in this case, the extra reward will be withdrawn. Qilu yawned and then said, rewards are motivation, and words are like water thrown out. Presumably, a system with integrity will not do such unfaithful things. There was another brief moment of silence. System, you, a cunning host, will bully an honest system like me. System, host, please set the conditions. I finally waited for this sentence. Qilu finally cheered up and said with a smile, it's actually very simple. I have no requirements for rewards. Just don't take back the rewards you mentioned. If you want me to complete this mission, you must at least provide me with enough strength to match the mission goal. In fact, this was Qilu's purpose from the beginning. After all, Qilu has been coveting the opportunity to draw drinks for a long time. It has been almost half a year since I drank Feijai Happy Water, and Qilu misses the refreshing taste very much. As for the upgrade of the ancillary functions of the trial room, it was a complete surprise. But don't give up the reward that comes in vain. Qilu would not let the reward that appeared in front of him, the duck that had already been obtained, fly away. System, I agree to the host's request, but the range that can enhance the host's power is limited to the vicinity of the store, and only for this mission. Please use this power properly. No problem, the negotiation was successful. Qilu snapped his fingers. Qilu is still very satisfied with the result of this negotiation. Although if the stalemate continues, Qilu may be able to get better conditions, but for this reason, it is not a good thing to squeeze the system clean in one go. Outside the cloud forest, an overwhelming dragon's might came from the direction of the wilderness. All the monsters in the forest huddled on the ground, trembling and afraid to move. Every time the bone dragon flaps its wings, it will stir up a storm. Let the trees in the entire cloud forest continue to sway, like those monsters trembling under the power of the dragon. The caravans and mercenaries who were still in the cloud forest at this moment were also oppressed by Long Wei and found it difficult to move. The powerful pressure was like a wave coming towards them. What is this, and why is there such a strong oppression? What a terrifying momentum. Where did this strong man come from? This is dragon power. Far beyond the pressure of a master level, it is a hero-level dragon power. Why is such a terrifying long way approaching Yunwu City? Hurry, run away. After the terrifying pressure spread to Yunwu City, it immediately caused panic among countless people. The streets were full of panicked people, running in all directions, and extremely noisy shouts, curses, and cries. Some ordinary people with weaker physiques even fainted under the pressure of Long Wei. In this chaotic situation, a fire bone dragon whose body was burning with cold white color quickly appeared in the sky above Yunwu City, flapping its wings and hovering in the air. The cold and violent eyes formed by the underworld fire coldly observed Cloud Mist City. Every time the wingspan of nearly a kilometer flaps, it can set off quite a storm. The dragon's body burning with hell fire covered the sky and the sun, and the shadow cast down almost covered half of the Cloud City. This is such a huge monster. The terrifying dragon power and the icy cold evil aura were overwhelming and swept down, turning the originally noisy Yunwu City into a dead silence. No one dared to make any move under the gaze of this skull dragon. He didn't even dare to make a sound. Fear enveloped everyone's heart. Why is there a bone dragon staying in the sky above Yunwu City? After Qin Ming saw the behemoth hovering in the sky from the window of the city lord's mansion, his heart suddenly became cold. It is no exaggeration to say that if this skull dragon intends to destroy Yunwu City, it will not even take a whole day to turn the entire Yunwu City into ruins. But why does this rare species appear here? Qin Ming only has doubts, confusion, shock, fear, and panic in his heart now, and he has never thought of running away. Because, unless it is a hero level. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape from the bone dragon. I can only pray in my heart that bone dragon's target is not himself. Because of the appearance of the bone dragon, the entire Yunwu City fell into fear, even Qi Li's shop was no exception. Although it was not as serious as outside the store, the powerful dragon power and the evil spirit of the bone dragon still spread to the inside of the store. Feeling the appearance of this dragon's power, Qi Lu showed a thoughtful expression. But not everyone can be as calm as Qi Lu. Almost at the same time that the dragon's power spread into the store, those who were completing dungeons in the New World mode were all sent out of the dungeon by the enemy due to mistakes. Dragon, Long Wei, why does Long Wei appear here? Because Hu Shou had used the active skill of the dragon-marked giant axe, he was no stranger to Long Wei, and his performance was much better than others. Because the Long Wei in the store has been reduced, the people in the store can still move. There, in the sky above Yunwu City, there is a bone dragon. Someone ran to the door of the store to check the situation. After seeing the bone dragon hovering in the sky, they immediately screamed in terror. How is it possible? How could the bone dragon come here? Oh my god, is it the dragon clan that wants to destroy Yunwu City? Damn, why is this happening? After seeing the bone dragon, the situation in the store wasn't much better. Everyone also began to panic. Fear spread among everyone. Boss, what do you say now? Shui Lang swallowed his saliva and stuttered. This is the first time I have seen a real giant dragon. I didn't expect it to be so huge. Lan Yi stood in front of the store, looking up at the bone dragon in the sky, and exclaimed. What a terrifying momentum. I definitely can't beat it. Mainland Qinchi shrank into the corner of the sofa. Zier, did you remember anything? Lan Qinger noticed that something was wrong with Lan Zier's expression after Long Wei appeared, and couldn't help but ask aloud. It's nothing, sister. Lan Zier shook her head, and Lan Qinger just sighed when she saw this. Store manager, are you okay? Yu Shier looked at Qi Lu with some worry. It's okay. Qi Lu shook his head slightly, signaling Yu Shier to feel at ease. Damn it, those guys must have come to trouble me. Qi Lu, you can't hand me ver. Yu Xuanshui hid under the counter at some point, covering her pointed ears and said. As expected, he is famous for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. If I had known earlier, I should have gone back to the imperial city with Dinggu. I really shouldn't have stayed here. Although Ling Yuehua's face was pale, her expression was relatively calm. Both her slightly trembling body betrayed her mood. Xiao Diawu, are you okay? Under this situation, Ling Yuehua immediately remembered Ling Diawu, who stayed with her in Yunwu City. I'm fine, Second Emperor sister, your face looks so strange. Ling Dive stayed beside Qi Lu and was not affected by Long Wei at all. I'm fine too. Ling Yuehua shook his head and looked worriedly outside the store. Everyone, whether inside or outside the store, was looking at the bone dragon in the sky. They didn't know what the skull dragon wanted to do, but they didn't dare to make a sound and could only pray silently in their hearts. I pray that this skull dragon does not come to destroy Cloud Mist City. Huangyuan Empire, Imperial City. Palace Meeting Hall. Fire Emperor Ling Ao sat on the main seat, Prime Minister Ku Jin on the left, and General Ling Kuang sat on the left and right respectively. Dharma God Gu Pingchuan sat opposite Ling Ao. Under Ku Zhan and Ing Kuang, sat 6 ministers from the Ministry of Personnel, Ministry of Husbandry, Ministry of Rights, Ministry of War, Ministry of Punishment, and Ministry of Industry. There are 10 people in total, all of whom are the highest-ranking people in the Huangyuan Empire. Ling Ao, if you have anything to do with summoning me to the palace meeting hall, just tell me. Gu Pingchuan put his hand on the table and said. Ding Gu, it must be a big deal to summon you. Ling Ao paused for a moment and looked around the palace meeting hall before continuing. Not long ago, a hero-level trial crystal appeared on the border of our Huangyuan Empire. Oh? Gu Pingchuan raised his eyebrows. It's just that the hero-level trial crystal was taken out of the Huangyuan Empire and fell into the hands of the Goluo Empire. Ling Ao said in a deep voice. I'm worried that the Sword Emperor of the ancient Luo Empire will take advantage of their increased strength to coerce us into giving up our place in the ruins. Every time the ruins are opened, there will be a bloody storm. You don't need to worry about this, because they will not give up if they have this opportunity. Gu Pingchuan said with certainty. It is precisely because of this matter that I am eager to discuss it with Ding Gu. Ling Ao said with concern. The ancient Luo Empire, like the Huangyuan Empire, was an empire that started with conquest. The 2 heroes of the Goluo Empire are the Sword King with the Sword Warrior class and the Spear King with the Spear Warrior class. Different from the Huangyuan Empire, the 2 heroic classes in the Gu Luo Empire are both Doqi classes. Therefore, during the war, although the heroes had an agreement and were not allowed to take action, the threat of Fire Emperor Ling Ao and Dharma God Gu Pingchuan was far greater than that of the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor. However, this sudden appearance of a hero-level trial crystal turned into a variable. If a 3rd hero appears in the Gu Luo Empire, even if it is just a newly achieved hero, the strength of the Gu Luo Empire will skyrocket. By then, the threats from Fire Emperor Ling Ao and Dharma God Gu Pingchuan will no longer exist. If it's just like this, then you don't have to worry. If it's just a newcomer who has just achieved hero level, I won't take it to heart. Gu Pingchuan said very domineeringly. Even though Gu Pingchuan usually looks kind and gentle, in the final analysis, he is also a hero. And he still has half a foot on the peak of the strong hero level. Just as Gu Pingchuan said. Even if they are both at the hero level, a newcomer who has just achieved the hero level has a huge difference in strength compared to a peak hero level like Gu Pingchuan. To put it bluntly, Gu Pingchuan didn't even need half of his strength to deal with those newbie heroes. What's more, I have been hanging out in Chila's shop for so long. There are elixirs that permanently increase attributes and snacks that refine magic power to continuously strengthen one's strength. Gu Pingchuan's true strength now is also much stronger than that of ordinary peak heroes. That's why Gu Pingchuan dared to let Ling Ao relax. But Ling Ao didn't know these situations. Although Gu Pingchuan's words were there, the worry in his eyes still did not diminish. However, Ling Ao still replied in a respectful manner to Gu Pingchuan, with Ding Gu's words, "I can feel more at ease. My beloved, you still have something to do." Ling Ao turned to look at the others again. "Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the front line today," the Minister of War said immediately. "Explain." Ling Ao looked at the Minister of War. "This is the battle report from Yashuiguan. The Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force has begun to attack Yashuiguan. The front line is asking for reinforcements." The Minister of War immediately presented the memorial. Ling Ao looked at the memorial, and the more he looked at it, the more he frowned. Finally, he slapped the memorial directly on the imperial case and said angrily, "The Goryeo Empire and the Xingyao Empire actually joined forces to plot against me. Ling Ao, why are you so angry?" In the palace meeting hall, Gu Pingchuan was the only one who had the authority to call the Fire Emperor by his name. "Ding Gu, you'd better take a look for yourself." Ling Ao gritted his teeth and used a bit of magic power to send the memorial to Gu Pingchuan's desk. There are not many words on the memorial, and the content is very concise. After reading the memorial at a glance, Gu Pingchuan slowly placed the memorial on the table. After a long time, he laughed angrily. "Good, what a star empire, what a Gu Luo empire." What was reported in the memorial was exactly what caused Yashui Pass to fall into a fierce battle. After Ling Yun learned that he was being plotted by Rong Yuqua, he immediately asked for help from the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city. But this matter was presented to Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan. With their knowledge, they quickly figured out the joints inside. The military strength of the Xingyao Empire has always been inferior to that of the Huanyuan Empire. This time he dared to mobilize 600,000 expeditionary troops to attack Yashuiguan on the western border of the Huanyuan Empire, and also used materials that could lay out such a huge teleportation array. Someone must be adding fuel to the fire. Because 600,000 troops were mobilized at once, the internal strength of the Xingyao Empire must be empty. If this expedition fails, the Xingyao Empire may not even be able to maintain its status as an empire. Even the famous General Rong Yuqua of the Xingyao Empire came to attack Yashui Pass and even used such a strategy to attack from both front and back. But as soon as the reinforcements from the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city arrive, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force will definitely be defeated and flee. This gap in military strength cannot be bridged by a famous general. However, it would be different if there were other forces that could contain the other forces of the Huanyuan Empire. When the cliff water barrier is broken, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force marches straight in, and there are other forces that are restraining the main force of the Huanyuan Empire. If they lose sight of one thing and lose the other, the Huanyuan Empire will definitely fall into war. By that time, the Huanyuan Empire must have suffered a huge loss in national strength. When national power is severely damaged, many things cannot be preserved. And in this conspiracy, there is only one force around the Huanyuan Empire that is qualified to contain the military strength of the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city, and that is the Goryeo Empire. I didn't expect that even the Star Empire would be involved. Gu Pingchuan let out a long sigh. The problem of an empire's national strength is not something that one or two heroes can solve. After all, an empire is composed of a large population. Without those ordinary people and only strong people, it can only be called an organization, not an empire. If nothing else happens, as long as our imperial city's army marches out, the ancient Luo Empire's army will immediately press the border. And with 3 heroic levels as the backing, the morale of the ancient Luo Empire army will be unprecedentedly high. Ling Ao also saw clearly. But it's no use just seeing it. The reason why a conspiracy is that even if you see it, you can only intercept it and there is no way to avoid it. Your Majesty, we must find a way to defend Yashwiguan. The Minister of War said aloud. Of course I know that Yashwiguan cannot be lost, but when the Imperial City Army cannot move, who should be sent? Ling Ao suppressed his anger and asked, coldly. If Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan could take action, they could indeed save Yashwiguan. But the problem is that Gu Luo Empire and Xinyo Empire also have hero levels, which can contain them before they take action. For war, the hero level is more about deterrence than combat power. The Minister of War was also at a loss for words. Indeed, if the hero class cannot take action and only sends the Grandmaster class, it will not be of much help to the war situation. What's more, the number of Grandmasters is not as large as imagined. Jingle bell. Just when the palace meeting hall fell into silence, a crisp voice suddenly sounded. Everyone's eyes were on Gu Pingchuan. How could something happen at this time? Gu Pingchuan took out his membership card, glanced at the message, his eyes widened, and he forgot to say the rest of the words. Ding Gu, what happened? Ling Ao asked with a frown. A bone dragon appeared in Cloud Mist City. Gu Pingchuan raised his head and said solemnly. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the palace meeting hall showed a look of astonishment. Some people even shouted in astonishment because they were so surprised. But in this case, no one cares about such a small thing. Ding Gu, how did you know about this matter? Ling Ao frowned and asked with a hint of suspicion. As the king of a country, one should not feel lucky. But there are too many things related to this matter, not least because the combat power of creatures like bone dragons is too strong. You'd better see for yourself. With a serious look on his face, Gu Pingchuan used magic power to send the membership card in his hand to Ling Ao's imperial case. The picture that appears on the membership card is exactly the picture that people in Chila's store broadcast live in the guild communication system. A bone dragon with a dragon body covering the sky and the sun is flapping its wings in the sky. The dark fire burning on the body can be felt full of evil just through the picture. There are also the violent hellfire pupils in the eye sockets. Just by looking at them, you can feel the pressure contained in them. You can think of it as a high-level form of sound transmission magic and image magic. These scenes are all the real situations happening in Cloud and Mist City now. Gu Pingchuan explained. So, a bone dragon really appeared outside Yunwu City. Ling Ao was not in the mood to worry about the membership card issue now. He just put his hands on the imperial desk and looked at the minister sitting down with a sinking face. The atmosphere in the palace meeting hall suddenly became a little heavy. Gu Pingchuan, Ku Zhen, and Ing Kuang all looked at Ling Ao in silence, and Noon spoke. The other 6 ministers buried their heads and sat in silence. They did not have the status of Gu Pingchuan, nor did they have the status of Ku Zhen and Ing Kuang to accompany the late emperor in the war. In this palace meeting hall, if they say one wrong word, they may be replaced by their former subordinates. It has happened at this juncture. The Goryeo Empire will never miss this opportunity. After a long silence, Ling Ao suddenly pressed his temples and said with a headache. The appearance of the bone dragon was really unexpected. This species, which had not been heard of for hundreds of years, appeared at this critical moment. There is absolutely no doubt about the bone dragon's combat effectiveness. At the lowest level, it is all hero level strength, which is enough to make it proud of most opponents. Moreover, although the bone dragon has no flesh and blood, the dragon's natural resistance to magic has been strengthened and become even better under the protection of hellfire. Moreover, the dragon's breath of the bone dragon will also be strengthened by hellfire, making it even more violent. More importantly, bone dragons are species that were resurrected after the death of giant dragons. They are not afraid of death. Every bone dragon is a natural warrior. The only drawback is probably that most of the dragon language magic cannot be used due to being contaminated by the underworld fire. And such a powerful species happened to appear in Cloud Mist City when the ancient Luo Empire and the Xingyao Empire jointly attacked the Huangyuan Empire. It is estimated that this news will be known to the Goluo Empire in a short time. By then, I'm afraid it won't be simply about containing the military power of the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. Instead, he called directly. If this kind of God-given opportunity is not cherished, it will be a waste of the layout of the Goluo Empire for so long. Ling Ao really had a headache when he thought of this. The heroes of each race have an agreement and are not allowed to take action in large-scale wars between their respective races. Unless it is the time of life and death for this race, or when the country is ruined and the family is destroyed. Otherwise, there will definitely be heroes from other forces coming out to check and balance. After all, a hero is enough to guide a war. But the bone dragon is a species completely outside of this agreement. This species, born out of resentment and obsession, simply breaks the rules. Moreover, the most important point is that even if Fire Emperor Ling Ao takes action, he cannot guarantee that he will definitely be the opponent of this skull dragon. After all, the inherent magic resistance of dragons is not very friendly to the magician class. And in terms of magic resistance, it was a fatal blow to Gu Pingchuan. This is why Gu Pingchuan's face became solemn after hearing the news about Bone Dragon. Even though Gu Pingchuan's strength is stronger than this skull dragon, Gu Pingchuan is not a fighting spirit class, but a great magician. The great magician class relies mostly on low-level magic or enhanced low-level magic. The research on high-level magic and large-scale magic is basically all general magic, and there is almost no magic of each elemental system. However, the dragon's magic resistance is particularly effective against low-level magic. This is also the reason why Gu Pingchuan is extremely afraid of the Dragon Clan. Not to mention the Bone Dragon's combat power, which is not weak among the entire hero class, and its magic resistance is even higher than that of ordinary dragons. Even if it was a giant dragon that had just entered the hero level, Gu Pingchuan didn't want to mess with it. There is no way, this is really a restriction of class. Fighting an opponent who reduces damage by more than 80% when facing you will give everyone a headache. I don't know if store manager Qi can stop this skull dragon. Gu Pingchuan said to himself with a hint of worry in his eyes. Store manager Qi? Ding Gu, who is this manager Qi you are talking about? Ling Ao keenly caught what Gu Pingchuan was saying to himself. A hero who lives in seclusion in Cloud Mist City. Gu Pingchuan said word for word. By this time, Gu Pingchuan was no longer hiding. In Gu Pingchuan's eyes, Qi Lu was really a strong man on the same level as Shim. What are you talking about? You mean, in our Huangyuan Empire, in Cloud and Mist City, there is still a hero living in seclusion. Ling Ao's eyes widened, his face full of surprise and astonishment. Ying Kuang also looked at Gu Pingchuan with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. He returned to the imperial city right after Gu Pingchuan. After all, after seeing the products in Qila's shop, Ying Kuang had to return to the imperial city and ask people from the Ministry of Household Affairs and the Ministry of War to allocate military funds so that he could arm a group of elite soldiers. But Ying Kuang never thought that the store manager sitting on the sofa in the store, looking like he was just eating and waiting to die, was actually a powerful hero living in seclusion in Cloud Mist City. With one more hero level, the Huangyuan Empire can be saved. Ling Ao's surprise was not without reason. If there can be one more hero level to check and balance the Gu Luo Empire, then the Huangyuan Empire can get a chance to breathe. As long as Yashuiguan is not lost, the Huangyuan Empire will not fall into war so easily. In any case, Yashuiguan also has 400,000 defenders. Even if it is in trouble and is surrounded by the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force, it will not be lost so easily. Before Yashuiguan is breached, the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire will have enough time to react. There is such a strong man in Yunwu City. Ding Gu, you should have spoken out earlier. Seeing that the solemn atmosphere was broken, Kuzhan also spoke up. The 6 ministers sitting at the bottom also raised their heads. Although I still couldn't speak, at least it was much better than the depressing atmosphere before. No, this is exactly what I'm worried about, because store manager Qi doesn't seem to care about these things. In fact, from my observation, store manager Qi is a very lazy person. So it would be useless if I told you earlier. Gu Pingchuan said with a wry smile. And what I'm more worried about is that store manager Qi's rank is likely Toba magician, which will greatly reduce the threat to the bone dragon. At the end, Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but sigh. If the Huangyuan Empire could have a fighting spirit class hero, they wouldn't be so passive when facing the bone dragon. After hearing Gu Pingchuan's words, the surprise on Ling Ao's face disappeared. It is also a hero of the magician class. Under normal circumstances, Ling Ao will definitely be happy for most of the month, but when facing the bone dragon, the magician, it doesn't really work. In the palace meeting hall, the depressive atmosphere returned again. And this depression until the picture in the membership card began to show new changes. The bone dragon hovered in the sky of Yunwu City, scanning the entire Yunmist city coldly. Hellfire surges between its fangs. After an unknown amount of time, Bone Dragon's eyes suddenly locked onto each other. Everyone in Cloud Mist City felt a majestic pressure coming down from the sky. A girl with dragon blood. Bone Dragon slowly uttered a sentence, and his tone had a raw feeling after not speaking for a long time. But its words seemed to be talking about a girl. Sounds like the person it's looking for. But those people who were shrouded in fear had no idea who the girl Bone Dragon was talking about, nor did they know why Bone Dragon was looking for this girl. They could only pray harder in their hearts. But the customers of Qi Li's shop all knew who the girl Gu Long was looking for. Lan Zier. Lan Ye's team is quite famous in Qi Li's shop. Especially Lan Zier, a little lowly with sharp horns on her head and a small tail behind her, is even more impressive. In fact, most human races do not reject mixed races. The rejection and hatred of the dragon bloodline is just a hatred unique to survivors of the dragon ruins. Moreover, people with dragon bloodline are quite rare. At least in the entire Yunwu city, and even in the surrounding city-states, Lan Zier is probably the only one. Since Bone Dragon has said the word dragon bloodline, the person he is looking for must be Lan Zier. The Bone Dragon's gaze also confirmed this. That cold and violent gaze firmly locked onto the location of Qi Li's shop. Locked by Gu Long's gaze, the pressure near Qi Li's store suddenly increased, making everyone in the store feel a little breathless. The faces of Lan Yi and others instantly became extremely ugly. This skull dragon is here to find Zier. Why did it come to Zier? Someone in the store spoke up and asked everyone's doubts. Girl with dragon blood, I need your body to be my daughter's container. The doubt did not last long, and the voice of the bone dragon rang again. There was an arrogance in that tone that could not be refuted. It was the arrogance from the dragon clan. But this sentence immediately caused Qi Li's shop to explode. What? This guy actually wants to use Lan Zier's body as a container. This damn guy, even if it is a bone dragon, I will break 2 of its bones today. It actually wants to touch Zier, but it has asked us if it has. Even if we fight hard to be retrieved by the sect today, we must call the master out and let this skull dragon know how powerful it is. The customers in the store share the same hatred, and no one wants to compromise. They spent so much time together in Qi Li's shop, and even though there was some friction due to the dungeon in the New World mode, they were still familiar with each other. Now someone actually wants to touch the people in the store. Even if this guy is a bone dragon, he can't agree to it. I have to say that Qi Lu was a little surprised when he saw this scene, but thought it was natural. Store manager, that guy outside is really too much. Yu Shi'er also pouted and said viciously. Yu Xuanxue, who had been hiding under the counter, ran out at this time, showing a relieved look, and said, I thought they were coming to find me, they scared me to death. Sheila gave Yu Xuanxue a chestnut, then shrugged, and said, we seem to be a little more united than I thought. The atmosphere in the store is extremely intense. The bone dragon waiting in the sky didn't have much patience. After not waiting for a response, Bone Dragon's cold voice came again. Girl with dragon blood, if you don't take the initiative to sacrifice yourself, then I will destroy the city-state and then find you. While the bone dragon was speaking, dragon breath surged in its mouth, proving that it was not lying. It is truly ready to destroy the city-state. As soon as these words came out, the people in Yunwu City suddenly fell into boundless panic. Countless people started praying, cursing, or wailing, all asking the girl that the bone dragon was looking for to come out and then sacrifice themselves to protect the entire Cloud Mist City. To save his own life. It's so despicable and shameless. To use such despicable threats, there is no dignity left in the Dragon Clan. Damn it, I can't bear it anymore, I'm going to break 2 of his bones. Count me in. If I'm afraid of death, why would I be a mercenary? If I'm lucky enough to survive, I'll be able to brag about it for the rest of my life. It's a pity that this kind of threatening method not only failed to make the customers in the store compromise, but also made them even more angry. Several mercenaries picked up their weapons and might have rushed out if someone hadn't been holding them back. You still have 3 minutes to think about it, a girl with dragon blood. The bone dragon flapped its wings and spoke slowly. No one would doubt the authenticity of these words. As soon as the time comes, the bone dragon will definitely send down its dragon breath and turn the entire Cloud Mist City into ruins. Let me go. Just when Bone Dragon began to count down, Lan Zier stood up and spoke with determination. Her young face was full of determination. Zier. Sister, Sister Lanya, eldest brother, Sister Feishue, Sister Yojio, Sister Xiaoya, Sister Xiaoqi, Sister Shi'er, and everyone else, I don't want to hurt you because of myself. If it's just coming for me, hand me over. Lan Zier's face showed a maturity and determination that belied her age, and she looked at death as if she were at home. Okay, why is a little girl talking to adults like this? Just when everyone couldn't bear to look at Lan Zier, Qila stood up from the sofa. Children should be happy. Qila walked up to Lan Zier and rubbed the little loli's face. It feels fleshy and extremely comfortable. Big brother. Lan Zier yelled with her lips pursed. Just leave this matter to me. Why is a child thinking so much? Qila stretched, then stood up straight and walked out slowly. 3 minutes is short. If it's the last 3 minutes of your life, it will only feel shorter. In fear and despair, the people of Cloud Mist City prayed wildly, or cursed, and the sounds of crying and wailing echoed through the sky, but they could not change Bone Dragon's mind. They are a species that comes back from the dead and has no mercy at all. 3 minutes are up. It seems you have chosen to let the city-state bury you with you. So, goodbye. The bone dragon opened its bloody mouth, and the underworld fire gathered between its sharp teeth, and then poured into its belly. World-destroying dragon breath. The terrifying dragon's breath, like a sea of fire, spat out from the bone dragon's mouth, almost burning the entire sky. Nearly half of Cloud Mist City was covered by this sea of fire. This is the power of the hero level. This is a power that is completely different from the Grandmaster level. This is a power that completely surpasses the Grandmaster level. Everyone fell into despair. None of them feel that they have the ability to survive this kind of power. Under the dragon's breath, everything returns to nothingness. It is by no means an empty talk. System, load me with power. Qi looked at the overwhelming dragons breathe in the sky and said in his mind. System, the temporary power is loaded. I wish the host a happy mission. Very good. Qi clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, an unparalleled momentum burst out from Qi. The majestic pressure of the sea swept towards the sky like a reverse wave. Boom! In an instant, the dragon's power that enveloped Yunwu City was dispersed by this majestic momentum. Immediately afterwards, this majestic momentum, carrying unparalleled power, soared into the sky and bombarded the dragon's breath surging down. Boom! The two forces collided, causing a deafening roar. The sky seemed to be torn apart. Under the collision between Qi Li's momentum and the bone dragon's breath, the space was obviously distorted. But the stalemate was quickly broken. Because of Qi Li's momentum, after the test, he immediately swept forward, tearing the bone dragon's breath into pieces and scattering it, and even knocked back half a step of the bone dragon. This scene almost made their eyes pop out when they saw it in the eyes of the shop customers. Is this still the usual store manager who, although lazy and evil-hearted, can still be considered gentle and gentle? This is simply a monster. The residents of Cloud Mist City also became quiet. Shock, astonishment, disbelief, joy of surviving the disaster, etc., all kinds of emotions emerged in an instant. In the palace meeting hall, Ling Ao and others, squatting behind their membership cards, waiting to see the results, were all dumbfounded, almost speechless in shock. Am I right? This guy dispersed the breath of the bone dragon and even drove the bone dragon away with just his momentum. Yingguang swallowed hard. This is simply a monster. Kujin couldn't believe it. Ding Gu, this store manager Qi is a bit exaggerated. Ling Ao didn't know what to say. Those who can disperse the dragon's breath and repel the bone dragon with their momentum are already invincible among the heroes. I don't know the true strength of Manager Qi, but now it seems that I underestimated him before. Gu Pingchuan couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. Qi Li's sudden attack was really a bit scary. He could use his momentum to disperse the dragon's breath and even have the energy to repel the bone dragon. At least, Gu Pingchuan could guarantee that he will definitely not be able to do it himself. Even this kind of heroic level, which is only half a step away from reaching the strong level, cannot be achieved. Qi Li's strength is really worth pondering. Anyway, the fact that he can choose to live in seclusion within the Huangyuan Empire means that he has no ill intentions towards the Huangyuan Empire. At least here in Cloud Mist City, we can rest assured. Ling Ao said quite happily. Yes, it is indeed a great blessing for our Huangyuan Empire to have this person. Gu Pingchuan also nodded in recognition. And here in Yunwu City. After Qi Li dispersed the dragon's breath, he stepped directly into the sky. The hero level, whether it is a fighting spirit class or a magician class, can condense fighting spirit or magic power and go directly to the sky. This is also the biggest difference between the hero level and the grandmaster level. Who are you? Gu Long looked at Qi Li with some fear. The powerful momentum just now, although it had the meaning of being unprepared, caught him off guard. But it is undeniable that the strength of the person in front of him is not inferior to it at all. Even judging from the momentum alone, this guy's strength is much greater than his own. Although Bone Dragon can have no emotions, it does not mean that Bone Dragoni's a fool. Bone dragons are indeed brave and unafraid of death and are born warriors, but this does not mean that they like to die. When facing an enemy stronger than itself, the bone dragon will weigh it. Because the bone dragon is a species born based on resentment, unwillingness, and obsession that spans life and death. The appearance of the bone dragon is to complete the regrets of this giant dragon during its lifetime. I'm just a store manager. Qi Li shrugged. It has to be said that after arriving in front of the bone dragon, Qi Li realized how huge the bone dragon was. The wings are spread out, with a wingspan of nearly a kilometer, what is the concept? Qi Lu is now standing in front of the skull dragon, like a small ant, less than half the size of a knuckle of the skull dragon. But this does not hinder the conversation between Qi Lu and Gu Long. Strength is the key to weighing whether the two can have an equal dialogue. Why did you stop me? Bone Dragon asked. Because the person you are looking for is my customer. As a store manager, I can't just watch you make trouble for my customer. Qi Lu said lightly. Do you know that you are making an enemy of the dragon clan? The Bone Dragon warned angrily. No, I have no intention of being an enemy of the dragon clan, and besides, you can't represent the dragon clan, right? Qi Lu raised his eyebrows and said slowly. This sentence is not wrong. Not to mention that the dragon clan is now staying on Dragon Island. In the human clan's territory, there are no dragon clan members at all. Even the bone dragon itself is not recognized by the dragon clan. It's not that the dragon clan doesn't like their dead compatriots that much. In fact, if it is the remains of a dragon clan member, those proud dragons will never allow other races to defile it. However, if the remains were resurrected, that would be a different story. In the history of the dragon clan, although the appearance of bone dragons is recorded, in reality, bone dragons can only be regarded as undead creatures, not dragons. Besides, Qi Lu is not afraid that the dragon clan will cause trouble for him. So, you are determined to stand up for that girl with dragon bloodline. Bone Dragon said coldly, spitting out hellfire from its mouth. That's right, as long as I'm here, I can't let you do whatever you want here. Qi Lu said firmly. Whether it was for Lan Zier, other customers, or Yunwu City, Qi Lu couldn't just watch Bone Dragon destroy this place. Although I don't want to be your enemy, but you insist on it, then prepare to accept the dragon's wrath. Bone Dragon has a violent personality, and after saying these few words to Qi Lu, he has reached the limit of his fear because he cannot figure out Qi Lu's strength. Since persuasion is fruitless, he can only pay the price with his life. The fire of hell rises, and the power of the dragon is overwhelming. The Bone Dragon's wings flapped, and the mighty dragon power surged out, like a huge wave pouring over the sky, and slapped towards Qi Lu. The power of the dragon is like the sea, and the fire is like the abyss. The dragon power of the Bone Dragon is truly powerful pressure that can be condensed into substance. This is also the advantage of undead creatures far beyond other races. Such majestic pressure surged out. Even though it was only Qi Lu who was targeted, the dragon's power that escaped still spread to Yunwu City below. The dragon's power combined with the underworld fire is even more terrifying. If the previous Long Way only made people in Yunwu City feel fear, then the current Long Way directly made them see a purgatory. The shadow of death hung over everyone. The previous hope also turned into despair. Ordinary people without fighting spirit and magic power collapsed directly to the ground under the escaping dragon power. Even those cultivators, if their strength is too low, will be forced to kneel to the ground by this dragon's power, unable to move. At least one must be in the professional class to be able to perform difficult actions under this dragon's power. And this is just the dragon power that escapes. You can imagine the pressure Qi Lu, who is at the center of this dragon power, will suffer. This is a heroic bone dragon, the real power. Everyone below the hero level is an ant. No, I don't want to die. Why did the bone dragon come here, and why did this happen to me? That adult in the sky, please save us. Please save us. Everyone in Yunwu City focused their eyes on the sky, on Bone Dragon, and the person in front of Bone Dragon. That's their only hope. It's never a good thing to vent your anger. Qi Lu glanced at Yunwu City with his peripheral vision. The terrifying dragon power was slapping towards him, but was completely blocked by his aura, unable to get even close to him. Since you are so stubborn, I can only use my strength to crush your arrogance. Qi Lu snorted coldly, and the momentum gathered around him was like a volcanic eruption, exploding to the surroundings, carrying unparalleled power, and instantly tore apart the dragon's power, which was like a substance. The bone dragon's huge body was knocked back once again, and incredible emotions were revealed in the dark fire in its eyes. But this time, after Qi Lu decided to take action, he had no intention of reasoning with Gu Long again. The longer this battle drags on, the greater the threat to Cloud Mist City. Whoosh! Only a flash of black light was seen, and Qi Li's aura was lost in Bone Dragon's perception. Damn it, where did that guy go? Bone Dragon was horrified. It didn't expect that the speed of the guy in front of it could be so fast that it could escape its sensory lock in an instant. The mental power of undead creatures is their strength. At the same level, it is impossible for any opponent to escape their sensory lock instantly. But the person in front of him was able to break free from its sensory lock. This situation should not happen at all. Unless... Where are you still looking? A cold voice suddenly sounded behind Bone Dragon. Behind? Bone Dragon was shocked and turned around quickly. Qi Li's fists had an extra pair of gloves at some point. It was a pair of black and white gloves inlaid with a few steel pieces. It looked like a simple decoration. But Bone Dragon felt a huge threat from Qi Li's fists. This is my first time turning the Qianji ball into a glove. You may feel a little, well, honored. Qi Li narrowed his eyes, and his understatement was full of cold and piercing murderous intent. Damn guy. Do you think you can threaten me with your speed? Although the Bone Dragon is huge, its speed is also extremely fast. The moment he saw Qi Lu, the huge bone wing shot towards Qi Lu. The reason why the Dragon Clan can stand at the top of the pyramid of various races and become one of the most powerful races is inseparable from the Dragon Clan's powerful physique. The dragon's physical strength, along with dragon language magic and dragon breath, are known as the three major powers of the Dragon Clan. These are also the three powers that the Dragon Clan is famous for. The huge bone wings whipped up strong winds, tearing the air apart and letting out loud roars. The extremely fast speed even caused the bone wing to appear after images in the air. The terrifying power, if bombarded on the ground, would be enough to turn a corner of Cloud Mist City into ruins in an instant. Close. When Bone Dragon saw that Qi Lu was attacking it without hesitation, there was a hint of contempt in its eyes. It has enough confidence that as long as Qi Lu does not escape this attack, he will definitely be crushed into powder by this terrifying power. Bang! There was an expected loud noise. However, the bone wing bombarded Qi Lu, but there was no picture of Qi Li being crushed into powder instantly. On the contrary, it was the Bone Dragon's attack that made it impossible to advance even half a minute. Is this the only level of your power? Qi Li sneered, and the mocking voice came from under the bone wings. How can this be? Under Bone Dragon's frightened gaze, Qi Li placed one hand on the bone wing. An incredible force made Bone Dragon's captured bone wing completely unable to move. The dark fire burned fiercely on the Bone Dragon's body, but it could not hurt Qi Li at all. If it's only to this extent, you shouldn't come to Yunwu City. Qi Li's figure flashed and instantly appeared on the back of the Bone Dragon. Etc. Bone Dragon shouted in a panic. This power far beyond that of a dragon, and the speed at which it could instantly break free from its sensory lock, made it feel a sense of long-lost fear. This guy is not human at all. This is basically a monster in human skin. This punch was punched by me because of Zier's fright. Qi Lu ignored Bone Dragon's shouts at all, and with a fist that condensed frightening power, he hit Bone Dragon's spine hard. Crack! The underworld fire was broken open, and countless cracks appeared in the hard spine under Qi Li's fist. This is a heroic Bone Dragon, with the strongest spine. If ordinary heroes were to attack, even if their physical strength was exhausted, it might not cause cracks in the spine. But in front of Qi Lu, he seemed so vulnerable. Broken dragon. The sky collapses. The terrifying power was not exhausted when cracks appeared in the bone dragon's spine. Instead, because of the cracks in the bone dragon's spine, Qi Li's power completely exploded. Crack. A creepy cracking sound suddenly sounded. The vertebrae where Qi Li's fist struck was completely shattered. Countless dragon bone fragments scattered from the sky. Roar. The bone dragon let out a shrill roar. Because the spine was broken, even the hell fire on the bone dragon's body began to flicker. However, Qi Lu did not stop. He didn't want to turn Yunwu City into ruins, because of the bone dragon's dying counterattack. Just breaking one of the bone dragon's vertebrae will not make it lose its combat effectiveness. As long as the hell fire is still burning, the bone dragon may launch a counterattack at any time. Boom. Boom. Qi Lu punched the bone dragon one after another. The violent power burst out, like thunder exploding. Countless dragon bone fragments, like snowflakes, fall from the sky. The ghost fire attached to these dragon bone fragments will burn these fragments. Bone Dragon was attacked by Qi Lu like a storm, and was unable to fight back. It could only make a feeble roar. The people in Cloud Mist City were so shocked by this scene that they couldn't even speak. In their eyes, the dragon is an invincible existence. In the eyes of ordinary people or low-level cultivators like them, the intimidating power of the dragon clan is far higher than that of the strongmen of the human clan. The bone dragon is even more powerful than the giant dragon in terms of intimidation. However, such an invincible bone dragon was being beaten until it was unable to fight back. The dark fire on the dragon's body flickered on and off, as if it might be extinguished at any time. Oh my God, is this the God who came to save us? This is the patron saint of our human race. Thank you, my lord, for saving us. I don't know who started, but suddenly he knelt on the ground, expressed his gratitude to Qi Lu, who was fighting the bone dragon in the sky, and prayed for him. Ordinary people in Yunwu City knelt down one after another, sincerely thanked Qi Lu and prayed for him devoutly. This is a heartfelt thank you to the patron saint who saved their lives. And those practitioners also lowered their heads and paid the highest respect in their hearts. Is this really the usual boss? This is too strong. I will never dare to bargain with the boss again. I always thought the store manager was very strong, but I never thought he could be so strong. Although the customers of Qi Li's store were very shocked by the strength Qi Lu showed at this moment, they were somewhat mentally prepared. After all, Qi Li's true strength has long been revealed by them. But when it really unfolded before their eyes, the shock and astonishment in their hearts was still beyond words. Huangyuan Empire's Imperial City, Palace Meeting Hall. There has been silence here for a long time. Ding Gu, didn't you say that this store manager, Qi, is a magician? No matter how you look at it now, it doesn't look like it. Ling Ao tried hard to suppress the shock in his heart and spoke out with difficulty. I'm just guessing. Store manager Qi has never shown his strength before. This the first time. Gu Pingchuan looked at the picture on the membership card and felt a little frightened. What kind of monster is this guy Qi Lu? He can actually defeat a bone dragon with just the strength of his body. This is the pinnacle dream of every Doqi class. A body that can defeat dragons. With such talent, no matter what fighting class he is absolutely invincible at the same level. No matter who the opponent is, as long as he gets close, it's just a matter of punching him. At least among the human race, I have never heard of a strong person who Duresto say that he is more durable than a heroic dragon. And this guy Qi Lu can even smash the spine of a hero-level bone dragon with one punch. Gu Pingchuan felt a creepy feeling when he thought of this. I stayed with this kind of monster every day, and I was really worried that if something happened accidentally, I would be slapped to death by this monster. Ding Gu, is there really no way to persuade store manager Qi to take action to stop the Goryeo Empire? When Ing Kwang saw this, he suddenly asked. I can't help this monster. With his strength, as long as he gets close to me, he can kill me with just a raise of his hands. Gu Pingchuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, we don't necessarily have to invite store manager Qi. Just get the word out about it. Boom. Along with a loud noise, the earth wailed. The entire Cloud City and most of the Cloud Forest could feel the earth trembling violently. After almost half of the bones of the bone dragon were smashed by Qi Lu, it finally fell from the air and fell heavily on the plain outside Yunwu City. A huge crater was made in the ground, like a lake that has dried up. Qi Lu followed closely and landed in front of Bone Dragon. Are you here to laugh at me? Bone Dragon lay on the ground, having no strength to hold his head up anymore. No, I have no such interest. Qi Lu looked at the cold white ghost fire on the Bone Dragon's body, which was so weak that it might go out at any time, and asked aloud, I just don't understand why you are looking for Zier, and what does the container mean? Zier, is that the name of the girl with dragon blood? Bone Dragon asked in a low voice. The weak voice proved its current state. That's right, you haven't answered my question yet. Qi Lu replied coldly. Do you know about the Huang Empire and the Dragon Clan? Bone Dragon still did not answer Qi Li's question, but asked Qi Lu a question. Dragon ruins, I know. Qi Lu frowned, but still nodded. I heard Lan Qing'er tell this story not long ago. However, Gu Long didn't seem to hear Qi Li's answer, and instead focused on his own memories. The story told by Gu Long is basically the same as the story told by Lan Qing'er. Qi Lu just listened quietly without interrupting. You must be confused as to why I want to tell this story. At the end of his sentence, Bone Dragon suddenly asked. I'm really confused. Qi Lu did not refute. Because I am the prince of the Dragon Clan. Bone Dragon spoke slowly. Hearing this, Qi Lu was really surprised. Are you the Dragon Prince in the story? Qi Lu looked at the Bone Dragon up and down, completely unbelievable that such a giant could actually fall in love with a human princess. Don't look at me like that, this is just my dragon form. Bone Dragon probably guessed what Qi Lu was thinking. I have heard that giant dragons can take the form of humans, but I have never heard that giant dragons can be so huge. Qi Lu also admired that princess of the Huang Empire. You asked me before what a container means. It's very simple. Mayan Xing'er's daughter died in my arms, so my father used my remains as a formation to set up the dragon soul formation. Now my daughter's dragon soul is protected by me and my dragon soul. But if it takes too long, her dragon soul will be wiped out by mine, so I need a container to hold her dragon soul. Perhaps when a person is about to die, his words are kind, and when a bird is about to die, his song is sad. Bone Dragon said it very clearly, without any concealment. The so-called container, according to Qi Li's understanding, is to seize the body. It's just that the dragon soul has requirements for the body that will be seized. In order to accommodate a dragon soul, its body must have dragon blood. After all, even if this dragon prince comes back from the dead and becomes a bone dragon, the last thing he thinks about is his and the princess of the Huang Empire's daughter. No matter how violent he is, at least he is a competent father. However, when Qi Lu smashed the dragon's bones and fell to the ground, Bone Dragon knew that he had lost. There is nothing more we can do. I just feel that I'm sorry for Xing'er. Until the end, I couldn't save her. The Bone Dragon whispered, as if he was remembering, and the fire in his eyes began to gradually become weaker. Like a candle in the wind. I have other ways to help you. Qi Lu suddenly said. What can we do? Bone Dragon's voice was already very weak. It's not about seizing the body, it's about symbiosis. I have a way to keep your daughter's dragon soul alive. Qi said seriously. It is difficult for a single soul to survive. Even a dragon's soul as powerful as the bone dragon must be attached to the dragon bones and hellfire in order to survive. That's why Bone Dragon is eager to find a container for her daughter's dragon soul. But if the body is taken away, the original soul will definitely be rejected. It is absolutely impossible for Qi to watch Lan Zier die. But if it is symbiosis, the dragon soul will be of great benefit to Lan Zier, and the dragon soul can also attach to Lan Zier and survive. Until Qi found a suitable body for the dragon soul of the dragon prince's daughter. Really? Seeing the twists and turns of things, Bone Dragon's voice also became a little excited. Yes, but I need you to pay a little reward. Qi nodded affirmatively and then said. I can give you any reward, as long as I have it. Bone Dragon said excitedly. Don't worry, you must have it. I need your dragon bones and dragon soul. If you are willing, please believe that I can definitely let your daughter live. Qi raised 3 fingers and said solemnly, I can swear. If you swear in this world, if you fail to do it, you will really be struck by lightning. I believe you. With your strength, there is no need to lie. Bone Dragon agreed without hesitation. His obsession turned into a bone dragon and he just couldn't let go of his daughter. This is the reason why this dragon prince can transcend life and death. Okay, then give me your daughter's dragon soul. Qi paused and then said, by the way, does she have a name? Yes, Xing'er told me at the beginning that if he has a son, he will be called Xingchen, and if he has a daughter, he will be called Xinglian. I see. Qi nodded slightly. Thanks. The dark fire in the bone dragon's eyes slowly extinguished. A fist-sized, almost transparent dragon soul floated out from the bone dragon's eyes and fell into Qi hands. System, I want to submit the dragon bone and dragon soul. Qi used the energy in his body to wrap up the weak dragon soul. Prevent the dragon soul from escaping. After Qi finished speaking, in less than 10 seconds, a layer of starlight suddenly appeared on the bone dragon remains in front of him. Then there was a flash of light and the keel disappeared. System, the dragon's bone and dragon's soul were submitted successfully. I hope the host will continue to work hard. Good. I'm so tired. Go back to the store early. No one knew what happened after the bone dragon fell to the ground. But the people in Cloud Mist City knew that they survived. Without the threat of Bone Dragon, they could only express their sincere gratitude to Qi. Although they didn't know the true face of this patron saint at all, after all, Qi was too small compared to the Bone Dragon. In the palace meeting hall, Ling Ao and others only saw the Bone Dragon falling from the sky. But it doesn't matter if you watch it later or not. They know what the result will be. If this skull dragon hadn't suddenly appeared, I really wouldn't have known that there would be such a powerful person living in seclusion in our Huangyuan Empire. Ling Ao couldn't help but sigh. Honestly, I only found out today that store manager Qi, who seems harmless to humans and animals, and sometimes has a bit of a black heart, is actually a monster-level strongman. Gu Pingchuan was also amazed. It seems that this time, I won't need to step in to pay for the military expenditure. Ying Kuang said silently in his heart. For a store opened by such a strong man, even if it is just to build relationships, it is worth paying a price. What's more, the products in Qila's store are more cost-effective than the others. Even a well-informed person like Ying Kuang was greedy. Ahem, Your Majesty, I think, now that the Bone Dragon crisis has been resolved, let's discuss the issue of Yashuiguan. Kujin coughed hard twice and brought the topic back. Although the Bone Dragon fell in Yunwu City. However, the army of the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city still could not move out in large numbers. Because they knew in their hearts that Qi Li's role could only be used as a powerful deterrent, not as a fighting force. Gu Pingchuan made this very clear, they couldn't please Qi Lu. If the Goryeo Empire made a desperate move, and there was no army to defend the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city, no one here could afford the price of being beaten to the capital. If the Star Empire has no reinforcements, I have someone to recommend. Just when everyone here was at a loss again, Gu Pingchuan suddenly spoke. Ding Gu, please speak. Ling Ao turned his attention to Gu Pingchuan. To put it bluntly, the current situation at Yashuiguan cannot be restored by just a few grandmasters. And the longer it takes, the greater the gap in strength between the defenders of the Huanyuan Empire and the expeditionary force of the Xingyao Empire will become. The army was defeated like a mountain. Don't look at the 400,000 defenders at Yashui Pass, but the total number of Xingyao Empire's expeditionary forces is 600,000. The difference doesn't seem to be very big. But don't ignore it. The defenders of Yashuiguan were attacked from both sides and their morale was low. They couldn't exert much combat effectiveness at all. On the contrary, it was the expeditionary force of the Xingyao Empire. Because the famous General Rong Yukwa was leading the troops, their morale was high. If the fight continues like this, Yashui Pass will be breached sooner or later. So Ling Ao was really anxious. This person is far away in the world, but right in front of us. Gu Pingchuan said it word by word without any hurry. That's it, the third prince, Ling Xiao. Qi Lu returned to the store. He noticed that there seemed to be something wrong with the way the customers in the store looked at him. Store manager, you are so awesome. Wow, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, boss. It really shocked me. Long live the boss. With the boss here, we have nothing to fear. A true hero. The boss is indeed a true hero. After a brief silence, all the customers in the store rushed forward and burst into enthusiastic cheers. Everyone was smiling. No unnecessary fear. Because all the customers in the store know that Qi Lu is actually easy to talk to, as long as he doesn't mention discounts. After a burst of cheers, Qi Lu squeezed through the crowd, sat on the sofa, waved his hand and said, "Okay, go ahead and do what you have to do, don't block other people in the store." When Qi Lu returned to the store, the system withdrew the power loaded on him. So now, Qi Lu only feels an inexplicable emptiness. I always feel empty inside, as if something is missing. Big brother, thank you. Lan Zier ran out from the crowd, came to Qi Lu, bent down hard, bowed, and spoke seriously. You're welcome, Zier. Qi Lu leaned on the sofa and waved his hands a little tiredly. To suddenly control such a powerful force consumes a lot of Qi Li's energy and mental effort. After all, no matter how powerful the power loaded into Qi Lu by the systemies, it is not Qi Li's own power. Brother, are you okay? Lan Zier was keenly aware of the fatigue in Qi Li's eyes, and immediately ran behind the sofa, stood on tiptoes, and massaged Qi Li's shoulders. What can I do? I'm just a little tired. Qi Li yawned and suddenly remembered that he had brought back a ball of dragon soul. Because of the cheers from the customers in the store, I almost forgot about it. This is something I swore to do. If you don't finish it, you might really get struck by lightning. By the way, Zier, you came just in time. Qi Lu immediately sat up straight and carried Lan Zier from behind the sofa to the front. Lan Zier, who was massaging Qi Li's shoulders, was suddenly picked up and looked at Qi Lu blankly. System, come out, this time the matter is extremely urgent. Qi Lu shouted loudly in his mind. System, host, what's wrong? Yes, it's a big deal. Do you have a way to make this dragon soul and Lan Zier coexist together? Qi Lu asked immediately. System, host, if I guess correctly, this should be something you agreed to privately. Qi Lu was shocked. I almost forgot, these two systems like to see what I'm doing when nothing happens. Although he said that, Qi Lu would definitely not compromise so easily. After all, he did not want to be struck by lightning. System, you can't say that. I did this so that I could complete the mission as soon as possible. If the skull dragon tried to destroy itself with its dragon soul and refused to compromise, where would I go to find the dragon soul for you? Sheila said eloquently. In fact, he was thinking about the system from the beginning. System, it sounds reasonable. Hearing the hesitant tone of the system, Sheila struck while the iron was hot and said, Look, I have saved you so much time, and I didn't ask you for any more rewards. You just did me such a small favor. You've made a lot of money. System, that seems to be the case. I knew that, in this case, you will definitely not let me down, Mr. System. Chi Lu played a long tone and put a high hat on the system. There is no shame in saying soft words when asking for help from others. System, of course, it's a piece of cake. Sure enough, it's a two-stroke system. Sheila laughed secretly in his heart, and got this guy involved in a few words. However, Chi Lu still showed great admiration on the surface. Because it is indeed very difficult for two souls to coexist in the same body. There is inherent exclusivity between different souls. If two souls enter the same body, there are only two results. Or, one of the souls was squeezed out of the body. Or, the weak soul is torn into pieces by the powerful soul and then devoured. Therefore, if the system can agree in one breath, it must be able to solve the problem of soul symbiosis. Putting aside the IQ of the system, Chi Lu is really impressed by the system's ability. System, but this kind of thing will never happen again. System, here is a two-soul contract. Just let the souls who need symbiosis sign the contract. The system is so powerful. It is indeed the most impressive system in history. Chi Lu could hear the pain in the system's voice, and knew that this guy was indeed bleeding a little, so he immediately slapped him twice. System, as long as you know, remember, I won't do it again. No. Chi Lu wholeheartedly agreed. But it's just a matter of dealing with this two-stroke system for the time being. The next time I want to cheat this two-stroke system, with its IQ, it's not a matter of a few sentences. Brother, can you put Zier down first? Lan Zier's voice woke up Chi Lu, who was talking to the system. When Chi Lu came back to his senses and took a look, he found that he had been holding Lan Zier up from behind the sofa. Excuse me. It doesn't matter. If you want to hug me, big brother, you can always hold me. Lan Zier said seriously. Farewell, I don't want to eat the imperial food. Chi Lu quickly put Lan Zier down. If this spreads out, his reputation will be completely ruined. Zier, next, big brother has something very important to tell you. If you can't make a decision, you can call your sisters over. Chi Lu said solemnly. Regarding the symbiosis of two souls, Chi Lu didn't want to lie to Lan Zier, so he signed the two-soul contract without knowing what happened. Lan Zier shook her head and said, Brother, if you have anything to do, just tell Zier. Good. Chi Lu nodded, and then told Lan Zier completely about the bone dragon and dragon soul. The love story of the dragon prince and the princess of the Huang Empire, the war between the dragons and the humans. And the real purpose of Bone Dragon coming to Yunwu City. Xing Lian is really pitiful. Lan Zier's eyes were filled with tears when she heard the last part. Chi Lu raised his eyebrows and thought, something is wrong. It is undeniable that Xing Lian is indeed a bit pitiful. At least it's worthy of her name. His parents left just after he was born, and now he is still in the state of Adragon soul, and his life or death is uncertain. However, the focus of this story is not the struggle between dragons and humans, and the story of a pair of lovers who know each other but are not recognized. Zier, are you willing to sign this two-soul contract? Chi Lu took out the two-soul contract given to him by the system. It was an ancient-looking parchment scroll with completely incomprehensible words written on it. At least Chi Lu can be sure that these words are definitely not any of the ones she knows. Dual soul contract. The two souls who signed the contract will coexist in the same body, and their talents, potentials, and strengths will be superimposed. One will be prosperous, and the other will suffer. Puff. To be honest, Qilu only checked the attributes of this parchment after taking out the two-soul contract. But this look almost shocked Qilu to his heart's content. No wonder the system spoke in such a painful tone when it took out the two-soul contract. He also emphasized again and again that this would not happen again. After seeing the properties of the two-soul contract, Qilu understood why. This not only allows two souls to coexist in the same body, but more importantly, the talents, potentials, and strengths of the two will be superimposed. What a concept! If the talents, potential, and strength of two souls are top-notch, then as long as they sign this dual-soul contract, their talents, potential, and strength will instantly double. Brother, what's wrong with you? Lan Zier asked with some confusion when she saw the complicated expression on Qili's face. Nothing, if you are willing to sign this contract, you will drop your blood in it. Qilu endured his heartache and placed the two-soul contract in front of Lan Zier. After signing the two-soul contract, you and Xing Lian will become one symbiotic, one will be prosperous and one will suffer. But in return, Xing Lian's talent, potential, and strength will be integrated with yours. Qilu explained the function of the two-soul contract very carefully. Xing Lian is so pitiful. If Zier can save her by signing a two-soul contract, then Zier is willing. Lan Zier wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, bit her fingertips, and dripped her own blood on her hands. Anti-soul contract. System, the dragon's blood has been detected. It is recommended that the host find a way to collect part of it. Before Qilu could make any move, the voice of the system rang in Qilu's mind. Is Zier's blood also dragon blood? Qilu was a little surprised. System, the bloodline of the target dragon is very rich, and its blood can be considered as the blood of a giant dragon. After listening to the system's explanation, Qilu glanced at Lan Zier subconsciously. He only knew that Lan Zier had dragon blood in her body. Unexpectedly, the dragon blood in Lan Zier's body was so strong that her blood could be considered dragon blood. Big brother? Lan Zier tilted her little head, holding her bitten finger, and looked at Qilu. System, how much dragon's blood do you want? Let me see if I can think of a way. Qilu smiled at Lan Zier and then asked eagerly in his mind. Say it first. If it's too much, I'd rather delay it for a while. System, the host is worrying too much. Not every system is as greedy as you. Only one drop of the dragon's blood is enough. Zier, the blood just now was not enough, you need a little more. Qilu said, without changing his expression. Oh, okay. Lan Zier responded obediently, took out the finger from her mouth, and squeezed out 2 more drops of blood. System, submit the dragon's blood. System, blood of the dragon, submitted successfully. System, mission, the dragon's ruins, completed, rewards will be distributed later. Qilu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the reminder that the task was completed in his mind. The guilt of deceiving a little loli is really too heavy. Is it okay, big brother? Lan Zier asked. Okay, Zier, wait a moment. Qilu took out the protected dragon soul and released the shackles on the surface of the dragon soul. I know, you can hear me, and you should be very aware of what happened to your father and your mother. The dragon soul that has been nurtured by the dragon soul formation for hundreds of years is more powerful than I imagined. Now, make your choice. Qilu spread his hands and placed the two-soul contract in front of him, letting the dragon soul make his own choice. A person with a dead heart cannot be saved. Far away they are. That almost transparent dragon soul, as Qilu said, does have its own consciousness. After Qilu finished speaking, the dragon soul trembled slightly, as if a little girl was crying. The sad aura exuded by the dragon's soul moved even Qi Lu. But soon, the dragon's soul stopped crying and floated from Qi Li's palm towards the two-soul contract. The dragon's soul merges into the parchment. Lan Zier's blood dripping on the parchment was also quickly absorbed. In an instant, the parchment was split into two pieces, turning into two balls of light, and then got into Lan Zier's eyebrows, one after another. "Thanks." A childish voice suddenly sounded in Qi Li's mind. Like a cute little girl. Is the spiritual power transmitting sound? It seems that the dragon's soul is indeed alive. Qi Lu was stunned for a moment, and then thought of it. "Big brother, Xinglian asked me to say thank you to you." Lan Zier also said. "I understand." Qi Lu rubbed Lan Zier's head. "Yeah, then she also said that she is too tired now. After she rests for a while, she can thank her eldest brother in person." Lan Zier continued. "She already said it." The imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire, the central school ground. Ling Xiao was dressed in military uniform and stood on the general stage. During his movements, his armor collided with each other, making a crisp sound. Under the general's platform, there were 10,000 soldiers standing. In front of these neatly arranged soldiers, standing were 500 guards whose equipment styles were completely different from those of the soldiers. That was Ling Xiao's own bodyguard. "Colleagues, you probably don't know me yet, so let me introduce myself first." Ling Xiao glanced at the school grounds and spoke loudly. The loud voice spread to every corner of the school grounds, and the voice contained fighting spirit, which also proved Ling Xiao's strength. Grandmaster level. After receiving the inheritance of the unparalleled spear soul, Ling Xiao's strength increased rapidly. It was not until he returned to the imperial city 2 days ago that he obtained the Grandmaster level trial crystal and was successfully promoted to the Grandmaster level. After being promoted to the Grandmaster level, the power of inheritance of the Wushuang spear soul has not been exhausted. Instead, he quickly helped Ling Xiao stabilize his realm. When Ling Xiao got the order to lead troops to support Yashwiguan, he also wanted to prove himself. So on the school field, he must overwhelm these soldiers. And strength is the best means. "I am the third prince of the royal family of the Huangyuan Empire, Ling Xiao, and I am also the commander of your expedition this time. The expeditionary force of the Xingyao Empire is invading our land and capturing our city-state. As soon as the cliff water barrier is broken, they will march straight in." Having said this, Ling Xiao was shocked, and his Grandmaster level aura was released. "Can we let them do this?" A shout echoed in the school grounds. "Cannot. Cannot." On the school grounds, Ling Xiao's personal guards answered in unison. After the first shout of the guards, 10,000 soldiers also shouted in unison. The sky-shaking roar resounded throughout the entire school grounds. "That's right, we can't tolerate them doing this. The Huangyuan Empire was founded through war, and it is definitely not something that the mere Starry Empire can covet." Ling Xiao pressed his hand, and the roaring on the school grounds immediately stopped. "In this battle, we will go to Yashwiguan to drive out those who dare to invade the Huangyuan Empire from our country. Anyone who offends our Huangyuan Empire will be punished no matter how far away they are." Ling Xiao raised the spear in his hand and shouted loudly. "Anyone who offends our Huangyuan Empire will be punished no matter how far away they are." The soldiers on the school grounds also shouted in unison, and for a moment, their morale was skyrocketing. This is the result Ling Xiao wants. When marching and fighting, morale is the most important thing. When morale is high, you can get twice the result with half the effort. If morale is low, you will be defeated like a mountain. "Get your weapons." The spear in Ling Xiao's hand was pointed directly in the direction of Yashwiguan. "Set off." The ancient Luo Empire, within the palace. The news about Cloud Mist City reached the Sword Emperor in the shortest possible time. A heroic bone dragon was broken in the small cloud city. How is this possible? The Sword Emperor looked at the secret letter in his hand, and it was hard to imagine that the news on it was true. Bone dragon, what a powerful creature it is. At least in terms of fighting alone, the Sword Emperor is not confident that it can take down a bone dragon by himself. You look very bad. What happened? The Spear King, carrying a long spear on his back, walked through the hall, came to the Sword King's imperial case, and asked aloud. See for yourself. The Sword Emperor placed the secret letter on the imperial case. A bone dragon appeared in Yunwu City, but was killed by a strong man I had never seen before. This joke is not funny. The Spear King frowned and said. This is no joke. If you are interested, you can go outside Yunwu City and see the big crater made by the bone dragon, and then you will know whether it is true or false. Now, let me ask you, if you were fighting the bone dragon, how confident would you be that you could kill the bone dragon? The Sword Emperor asked in a solemn tone. A bone dragon? The physical strength of the dragon clan is beyond imagination. I am only 10% sure that I can kill the bone dragon. The Spear King thought for a long time before giving an answer. 10% sure. It can be said that a 10% certainty can only save your life. I am only 10% sure. But this unknown strong man from Yunwu City killed the bone dragon in a very short time, and even Yunwu City was not damaged at all. The Sword Emperor rubbed his brows, feeling quite a headache. When did such a powerful hero appear in the Huangyuan Empire? The Spear King also frowned. It's still unclear whether he belongs to the Huangyuan Empire or just lives in seclusion in Yunwu City. In short, we should try to avoid the direction of Yunwu City in the future. The Sword Emperor shook his head and stopped talking. That's fine. The Spear King nodded, acknowledging the decision. The Orc tribe, the palace of the Beast King. The Beast King and the High Priest gathered in the main hall again. What do you think about this matter? The Beast King looked at the image in the magic orb in front of him and asked the High Priest beside him. Unbelievable. The High Priest uttered 4 words. This is a bone dragon, and it was killed like this. The Beast King held his forehead and sighed. We need to re-evaluate the danger level of Cloud Mist City. Before, wet-hot that Cloud Mist City only had one hero. I'm afraid we were wrong. The High Priest was silent for a long time before he said this. What do you mean? The Beast King said in disbelief. Yes, it is very likely that there are 2 heroes in Cloud Mist City, and there may be a close connection between the 2, the High Priest guessed. Fighting spirit and magic power cannot coexist in the same body. It is still unclear whether the Ice King, who was previously speculated, exists or not. But now, the heroic level that appears in front of them and fights the bone dragon is actually living in seclusion in Cloud Mist City. Then this time, because there was a crisis of destruction in Cloud Mist City, we had no choice but to take action. As soon as the result was taken, countless people were shocked. That is a strong man who can defeat the bone dragon. No matter what, the current Orc tribe cannot afford to offend a strong man off this level. Then what should we do now? The Beast King asked. In the Orc tribe, the Beast King is only the most powerful hero, while the High Priest is the strategist-type hero. Judging from the current situation, it seems that the 2 heroes, no matter which one they are, will interfere in the struggle of the juniors. In other words, as long as Cloud Mist City does not face the crisis of destruction, they will not take action. So, we just need to avoid Cloud Mist City. Having said this, the High Priest paused and then continued, however, during this period of time, it is better to be more stable. The Beast King stared at the magic orb in front of him for a long time before letting out a long sigh. I understand. Until the Goryeo Empire takes any action, members of the Orc tribe are strictly prohibited from entering the Yunwu City. As usual, Chila kept the mission rewards until the evening. There was a need to open a store during the day, and even though Qilu didn't have much to do, Qilu was too lazy to run to the warehouse. Unless you just woke up. System, I want to receive the reward. System, rewards will be distributed soon, host please be prepared. System, the additional functions of the trial room have been upgraded. The trial room can now produce trial crystals. System, the production capacity of the third-level trial room, 5 brave-level trial crystals are produced every day, 1 professional-level trial crystal is produced every 2 days, and 1 grandmaster-level trial crystal is produced every 15 days. Wait a minute, system, why is there a production capacity limit for trial crystals? Qilu almost jumped up when he heard this. I originally thought I had made a big profit, but I didn't expect that I was tricked by the system. System, please host to work hard to improve the store manager level. Very formulaic answer. But Qilu was so blocked that he didn't know how to refute. However, you can probably guess from the system's answer that as long as the level of the trial room is improved, the production capacity of trial crystals will naturally increase. Forget it, next reward. It was a reward for nothing anyway, and Qilu was too lazy to argue with this stroke system. System, new pet card, Gale Flying Dragon, it has been updated. Please check it carefully, host. Qilu was very interested in new pets, with dragon bloodline, from the beginning. Now after seeing the system update, he immediately entered the store manager's backend to check. Gale Flying Dragon, Quality, R, Wind Pet, Dragon Bloodline, Main Attributes, Constitution, Agility. The pattern on the pet card is of a flying dragon with a triangular pointed beak, a slender body, and facial flesh wings under the armpits of its forelimbs. Unlike those giant dragons that look like big-bellied lizards with wings, these flying dragons look a bit like pterosaurs. It doesn't look like a dragon at all. It feels worse than those big-bellied lizards. Qilu expressed a little disappointment. In appearance, the Gale Flying Dragon is completely different from the domineering dragon, but appears to be somewhat ferocious and violent. Reluctantly, Qilu clicked on the details of the Gale Flying Dragon. Pet card, Arc Gale Flying Dragon. Main attributes, Constitution, Agility. Number of awakenings, 0. Skills, none. Positioning, flying, rating, mounting, dragon power. Oh? The pet location actually says mount. Qilu raised his eyebrows and suddenly became interested. The status of the Dragon Knight class is quite high. Likewise, the Dragon Knight class is also extremely rare. After all, it is basically impossible to find a real dragon as a mount. The giant dragon has an arrogant character, strong strength, and has the support of the extremely powerful dragon clan. It is basically impossible for him to deign to become a mount. Therefore, most of the dragon knights who appeared in history used other monsters with dragon blood as mounts. The number of dragon knights who can truly leave their names in history and have real dragon mounts can be counted with one slap. However, it would be nice to have a flying dragon as a mount. System, can you let me see what this wind dragon looks like in detail? Qilu thought in his mind that if the wind dragon was too small, it might not be suitable for use as a mount. After all, the pet positioning also contains the positioning of raid. You know, those pets that can be used for raids do not take advantage of their size. After all, generally speaking, as long as you are fast, you will suffer some disadvantages in terms of body shape. System, okay. After receiving a positive answer, Qilu closed his eyes, and the specific size of the Gale Flying Dragon immediately came to mind. The results were somewhat unexpected. Although it is completely unable to reach the shocking size of a giant dragon with a wingspan of hundreds of meters when it spreads its wings, the wingspan of this wind-flying dragon is also tens of meters. When facing the giant dragon, the Gale-flying dragon is really just a little guy. But in front of ordinary people, the Gale-flying dragon is still considered a behemoth. Why is such a behemoth positioned for a surprise attack? Chi Lu held his forehead, feeling a little headache. It seems I have to tell them that the Gale Dragon cannot be summoned in the store. But this is okay. The standing card next to the pet card machine can finally be changed. The Thundering Tiger is replaced by the Flying Dragon. It just happens to form 2 R-level pet cards with the Death Knight, so we can promote them together. Okay, the next item is the opportunity to draw a drink that I'm most looking forward to. System, let's start. Chi Lu rubbed his hands excitedly. System, please prepare the host. Following the system prompt, a small box for lottery appeared in front of Chi Lu. This is a small box that looks very familiar to Chi Lu. I remember that there were several lottery draws before, and they were all drawn from here. Come out, my fat house happy water. There is no need to bathe and burn incense. Chi Lu is confident that his love for the fat house happy water and potato chips will definitely draw out the fat house happy water. System, congratulations to the host for pumping pure milk. Pure milk with a rich and delicious taste is a must-have for physical fitness and calcium supplementation. After taking it, it can slightly improve physical attributes. Long-term drinking may have special effects. Price, 20 spiritual crystals per bottle. Chi Lu looked at the small ball in his hand and almost couldn't help but crush it. There is a huge difference between pure milk and Fei happy water. They are not the same type of drink at all. I don't believe it anymore. Chi Lu threw away the small ball in his hand, then reached out again and took out a small ball. System, congratulations to the host for drawing Sprite. Sprite, it cools the heart and makes the heart soar. After drinking it, you will be completely immune to fire damage for a short period of time and improve your resistance to temperature for a long time. Price, 1 bottle of 10 spiritual crystals. Crack. The small ball was crushed directly by Chi Lu. But there is no way to change the rewards that have been drawn out. It's okay, it's the same with the transparent Fei happy water. Chi Lu covered his chest and silently comforted himself in his heart. Anyway, summer is here. As soon as I saw the introduction of this Sprite, I knew it must be a summer drink. Moreover, it is completely immune to the effects of fire damage for a short period of time. This is a fatal blow to the fire element magician. It can also work wonders when used to deal with some fire attribute monsters. Anyway, Sprite is a nice drink. Except Chi Lu doesn't like it. System, put the beverage vending machine next to the snack vending machine, and then put pure milk and Sprite on the shelves for sale. Chi Lu said blearily while lying on the bed. System, the request has been completed. System, the last reward is now distributed, and the upgrade task begins. System, upgrade mission, please pass the master level trial as soon as possible. The rewards for this upgrade mission will be determined based on the host's performance. What did you say? After Chi Lu heard what the system said, he jumped up from the bed. This time, the upgrade task has started to test the speed of passing the level. This is really the first time. This is really difficult for a lazy person like Chi Lu. But as long as there are rewards, Chi Lu can still be motivated. Isn't it just the speed of passing the test? System, open the trial room for me. Chi Lu took 3 steps at a time and ran to the first floor. The magic circle, which had not been activated since Chi Lu passed the test last time, immediately began to flicker with a faint light. Then in the center of the magic circle, a dark black hole appeared. I wonder what kind of strange trial this time is. Chi Lu took a deep breath and stepped into the black hole. It has to be said that the land fairy the first time and the magic bullets and magic shields the second time did bring a lot of psychological shadow to Chi Lu. So much so that Chi Lu feels a little uncomfortable when he mentions the trial room. The trial room is opened, and the Grandmaster level trial space is being generated. In the darkness, a white light suddenly appeared in front of Chi Lu, and then quickly illuminated the trial space. System, welcome to the trial room. This trial tests reaction speed and control. Reaction speed? Isn't that something that was tested last time? Qi Li's memory of the last time that the entire space was filled with magic bullets was very profound. That kind of scene of wandering on the edge of life and death, and if there is the slightest slack or mistake, you will be sent to rebirth by those countless magic bullets. Until half a month later, Qi Lu was still having nightmares. Fortunately, it has eased now. The trial begins. The system was not in the mood to argue with Qi Lu and directly announced the start of the trial. When the prompt sounded, a boxing strength testing machine immediately appeared in front of Qi Lu, with a number displayed on the small screen. 100 pounds. Please hit the punch test machine with the same force as the number on the small screen. Just when Qi Lu was still confused, the system prompt came. I see, then this is quite simple. Qi Lu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. Compared to fighting an opponent who is completely invincible and testing back and forth on the edge of life and death, the boxing test machine is already a very gentle option. It seems that this ERB system is indeed a lot more user-friendly. Now they have actually learned to take care of him as a host. Qi Lu admired the system in his heart, then used a little strength and punched the punch strength testing machine. The number on the boxing strength test machine is not big. For Qi Lu, this level of punching strength is too much even if he exerts even half of his strength. Boom! The boxing target on the boxing strength testing machine fell backwards due to force. Below the numbers that appeared on the small screen, the power of Qi Lu's punch also began to show. 233 pounds. Is it so far behind? I've tried my best to restrain my strength. Qi didn't expect that he could hit such a high figure with just one punch. Then, what should I do next? To be honest, if it was just a matter of hitting the boxing strength test machine, then this trial would be too simple. However, just when Qi Lu was a little confused, the boxing strength testing machine emitted a strange electronic synthesized sound. Wrong strength, failed trial. Then I saw a flash of lightning. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, and Qi Lu was blown back to the rebirth point. Why did it explode suddenly? After being reborn, Qi Lu patted his heart in shock, looking at the reappearance of the boxing strength testing machine, and suddenly understood the purpose of this trial. What you are exercising this time is the control of your own strength. A truly strong man also has top-notch control over his own power. But in the process of contributing, it is not easy to make no mistakes at all. After Qi Lu finally passed the test of this boxing strength testing machine after more than 10 attempts, the second boxing strength testing machine instantly appeared next to the first boxing strength testing machine. Then two different numbers appeared on the two boxing strength testing machines. The test taker is asked to correctly use the force required on the punching force test machine within 10 seconds. What? It's not over yet? Qi Lu wailed, as if he had seen himself reborn over and over again. Sure enough, none of the trials in the trial room were easy. I actually naively thought that this ERB system would become more humane and learn to take care of him as the host. It turns out everything was fake. Qi Lu looked at the two boxing strength testing machines in front of him. This time, a time limit was added. In a short period of time, the correct use of two completely different strengths requires extremely high control over one's own strength. It can be said that this difficulty is completely comparable to the second trial. There can be no mistakes at all. And seeing this, Qi Lu is sure that after passing two boxing strength testing machines, there will definitely be 3 or 4 more. As for how many there will be in the end, Qi Lu can't guess. Anyway, it will definitely be no less. After there are more boxing strength testing machines, each boxing strength testing machine requires different strength. Once a mistake is made, the boxing strength testing machine will explode. Then it's time to start from scratch. And after there is a time limit, when the time is up, the boxing strength testing machine will also explode. This not only requires Qi Lu to have extremely high control over his own power, but also requires Qi Lu to have extremely high reaction speed and shot speed. So don't look at how simple this trial looks. In fact, the difficulty of passing is still higher than the first trial and the second trial. It is indeed a Grandmaster level trial. No wonder the stingy Irby system dares to settle mission rewards based on the time it takes to pass the trial. I seem to have been tricked again. Thinking of this, Qi Lu punched out angrily. Wrong strength, failed trial. Boom. Huangyuan Empire, Yashuiguan. Looking at the army surrounding Yashui Pass, Ling Yan had an angry look on his face, but he had to suppress his anger. After being plotted by Rong Yuqua, the defenders of Yashui Pass were attacked from both sides and unable to take care of both ends, so they had to retriato the pass. After being besieged, the defenders of Yashui Pass have been in a state of low morale. This is also where Rong Yuqua's wisdom lies. Yashuiguan is not like Yashuicheng. Yashuiguan is just a checkpoint on the front line, and supplies still come from Yashuicheng behind. As long as Yashui City's supply is cut off and Yashui Pass is surrounded, Yashui Pass will collapse without food and grass supplies. How much food and grass does our army have? When Ling Yan was counting the troops, he asked the baggage officer beside him. My lord, if there is no supply, there will only be enough for 2 days. The baggage officer replied respectfully, but could not hide the anxiety in his tone. I understand. You can go down first. The sergeant cannot have less food. Ling Yan waved his hand and dismissed the baggage officer. Yes. Why haven't the reinforcements from the imperial city arrived yet? Ling Yan himself was anxious, but no matter how anxious he was, he could never show it in front of his subordinates. If the coach is in chaos, the morale of the army will surely be weakened. After today's testing and breakout, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force has completely surrounded Yashuiguan. Without reinforcements, it would be impossible to break out. Moreover, during the past few days of fighting, the gap in strength between the two armies has become wider and wider. The Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force still has more than 400,000 troops, but the garrison at Yashuiguan is already less than 200,000. This is a gap of more than twice. Outside Yashui Pass, I don't know how many corpses were left behind. There were really corpses everywhere and rivers of blood. There were countless soldiers buried by magic, and not even their complete corpses could be left behind. There are only 2 days left. If the reinforcements don't come tomorrow, then I will have no choice but to make a desperate move. Even if you die on the battlefield, you can't stay in this cliff. Ling Yan finished writing the last word with the quill in his hand, then folded the letter and placed it close to his body in his inner pocket. If he can't bring back the news of his triumph alive, then this letter will be Ling Yan's suicide note. Outside Yashui Pass. A scout quickly walked into Rong Yuqua's camp. Report to the commander, news came from the direction of Yashui City, and enemy reinforcements were discovered. Oh? The Huangyuan Empire can still spare manpower to support Yashuiguan. It seems that I still underestimated the military power of the Huangyuan Empire. Rong Yuqua narrowed his eyes, seeming to be talking to himself. Let me guess, the number of reinforcements should not exceed 50,000. The commander is wise. According to our observation and estimation, the number of reinforcements seems to be only 10,000. The scout calmly flattered him. 10,000? They underestimate me too much. What effect can 10,000 reinforcements have? Rong Yuqua couldn't help but mocked. However, due to his cautious character, Rong Yuqua would not underestimate any opponent. Deploy 30,000 troops to intercept this so-called reinforcements. Yes. Ling Xiao has been traveling day and night since he set off from the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire with reinforcements. Yashuiguan is already in danger. Arriving a day early can save countless troubles. The speed of the white horse riding on the wind is far higher than that of ordinary war horses. This is a pet specially cultivated by Ling Xiao after accepting the inheritance of the Wushuang spear soul. After awakening, he also successfully activated several good skills. One of the skills is called Windwalking Domain. Windwalking Field. When the windwalking white horse is running, a windwalking field will be formed around it, which increases the movement speed of all allies. The extent of the increase depends on the speed of the windwalking white horse. This skill was also the reason why Ling Xiao dared to lead these 10,000 soldiers on a journey day and night. Your Highness, there is an ambush ahead. A guard following Ling Xiao suddenly spoke up. It seems that Rong Yuqua has also deployed scouts on this road. He is indeed a famous general in the Xingyao Empire. He has a really keen sense of smell. Ling Xiao was not surprised at all. Because Ling Xiao had no intention of making a sneak attack. Instead, he planned to open up the siege of the Star Empire from the front in an upright manner. Notify the soldiers, let the soldiers prepare for battle. Ling Xiao pulled out his spear from the saddle, slapped the white horse riding on the wind, and rushed forward at the lead. Wind-breaking dash. Ling Xiao did not hesitate to activate the second skill of Windwalker White Horse. Wind-breaking sprint. The speed of the windwalking white horse is greatly increased in a short period of time, and a straight-line sprint is performed during the wind-breaking sprint. The windwalking white horse is in an uncontrollable state. Since there is an ambush, let's show them our strength. Ling Xiao leaned down and pressed his body on the back of the windwalking white horse. The effects of breaking wind sprint and the effects of windwalking domain can be superimposed. In other words, after windbreaker sprint is turned on, the speed at which the windwalker domain increases friendly forces will also be greatly increased. This is used for rapid marching. At the moment when breaking wind sprint started, the speed of the army led by Ling Xiao suddenly doubled. What is that concept? The soldiers sent by Rong Yuqua to intercept Ling Xiao didn't react at all, and Ling Xiao led the army to them. Kill. Leave no one behind. Ling Xiao swept the spear in his hand, and with the help of the sprint of Thuan riding white horse, he knocked away nearly 100 soldiers with just one blow. And the 10,000 soldiers following Ling Xiao were all cavalry. This was Ling Xiao's request after receiving the order. 10,000 cavalry. When the cavalry charges into battle, they rely on the power of collision. With the assistance of the two skills of Windwalker White Horse, the force off this collision can be doubled directly. Perhaps cavalry is of little use against powerful monsters. Because these war horses will stop moving forward because of the ferocious aura of the monsters, and even turn pale in panic. But on the battlefield where the two armies are fighting, cavalry is definitely a powerful weapon. This is something that these soldiers of the Xingyao Empire did not expect, and it is also something that Rong Yuqua did not want to fight. Originally, Rong Yuqua had paid enough attention to this support force. He thought that having 10,000 reinforcements and asking him to send 30,000 soldiers to stop them was already a great honor. However, Rong Yuqua would never have imagined that 30,000 infantrymen would not be able to make any trouble in front of 10,000 cavalrymen with the skills of the wind-walking white horse. Ling Xiao brandished his spear and charged into the enemy's formation. The wind-walking white horse's wind-breaking sprint state is still continuing. Among the 30,000 infantrymen ambushing this road, no one could stop the steps-off white horse. Even for half a second. Kill. The soldier following Ling Xiao raised the spear in his hand. With the help of the charging power of the war horses, it doesn't take much effort to break through the obstruction of these infantry. Suddenly, wherever the cavalry went, all the infantry fell to the ground. The fur on the war horse was also splashed with a lot of blood. Just as Ling Xiao said, no one was left behind wherever the broken wind sprint past. This is the terrible thing about cavalry charging into battle. As long as the charge is not interrupted, no one can stop the iron hoof wherever it goes. 10,000 cavalry roared past, leaving behind the corpses of 30,000 infantrymen on the road. The gurgling blood dyed the ground dark red. Confirm casualties. Ling Xiao brought the army behind him to a relatively safe location, then stopped and wiped the blood spattered on his face. Glancing at the horses under the cavalry, almost all of them were stained red with blood. Even the bright silver saddle was dyed light red. But Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Letting the war horse see its vitality can make the war horse calmer when facing the enemy. Those 30,000 infantry were just the advance troops sent out by Rong Yukwa to stop them. I am afraid that the Dragon General Knight did not expect that the 30,000 troops would be so easily destroyed by him. However, Ling Xiao was not complacent because of this kind of thing. Because these 30,000 soldiers are not even a fraction of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force surrounding Yashui Pass. Reporting to Your Highness, a total of 127 people were injured, and no one died. After confirming the casualties, the guards immediately came forward toward port. Okay, no one died, okay. Ling Xiao didn't expect that there would be only injuries, but no damage. Many of them were credited with catching the enemy off guard. But with less and more attacks, the enemy's entire army can be annihilated without any damage. This kind of achievement is enough to be written into a book. It's all because His Highness led the army well. The guard said respectfully. There's no need to flatter me. I know how much I weigh more than anyone else. Ling Xiao patted the white horse riding on the wind, and sighed, if it weren't for the white horse riding on the wind, it can only cover 10,000 friendly troops at most. Why would I only bring 10,000 cavalry? The army in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city can allocate up to 50,000 troops to Ling Xiao. If there are more, it will not be able to deter the army of the Guluo Empire. Although these 50,000 troops are still not enough in front of the 200,000 extra troops of the Starry Empire Expeditionary Force, they can still provide more strength. But Ling Zhao's request for only 10,000 cavalry surprised Ling Ao and the ministers above the palace. Although nothing was said in the palace. But behind his back, he must be laughing at Ling Xiao for not knowing what had San do. However, only Ling Xiao knew that the so-called military power is valuable and quick. If he really brings 50,000 troops to support Yashuiguan, I am afraid that Yashuiguan will be broken before the reinforcements arrive. Okay, no need to say anything more. Ling Xiao glanced around a few times as if unintentionally, waved his hand and said, Go down with the order and rest where you are. I want to give this Dragon Knight a big surprise. After Ling Xiao gave the order, he jumped off the wind-riding white horse and walked out alone. The news that 30,000 infantry soldiers were killed in the battle quickly spread back to Rong Yukwa's camp. 30,000 infantry, the entire army was wiped out? Looking at the battle report in front of him, Rong Yukwa couldn't believe his eyes. The Huangyuan Empire only came with 10,000 reinforcements, and 30,000 infantry went to stop it, but the result was that the entire army was wiped out, and not a single member of the opponent was harmed? Are you kidding me? Or is it that the Huangyuan Empire sent 10,000 grandmasters? Rong Yukwa tapped the battle report on the desk with his fingers, and looked directly at the scout who came in to report the battle situation with his sharp eyes like an eagle. Sir, this is the battle situation coming from the front line. Beads of sweat formed on the scout's forehead. But under Rong Yukwa's gaze, he didn't dare to reach out and wipe it. That's it? Then where are the reinforcements from the Huangyuan Empire now? Tell me. Rong Yukwa frowned slightly, slammed the table, and asked sternly. This. The scout hesitated for a long time, but did not say a complete sentence. Rong Yukwa picked up the battle report on the desk and smashed it directly on the scout's head. Papers were scattered on the floor, and the scouts did not dare to make any move. I'm asking you, where are the Huangyuan Empire's reinforcements now? Rong Yukwa narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again in a deep voice. Reporting to your lord, the enemy troops lost their trace after entering the forest. We are working hard to search. The scout gritted his teeth and said bravely. Okay, great. With so many scouts scattered, we can't even find the enemy's location. That's an entire army of 10,000 people, not just 1 or 2 people, let alone an assassination squad. You can miss such a big target, so what's the use of you? Rong Yukwa shouted and scolded. In the battle report submitted by the scouts, they were the only ones to find out that all 30,000 soldiers were killed in the battle, and there were no corpses of enemy soldiers at the scene of the battle. In other words, none of the enemy troops was lost. Judging from the battle traces, it can be known that the reinforcements of the Huangyuan Empire should all be cavalry. But other than that, there's no other useful news. Even now, these scouts have lost the location of the Huangyuan Empire's reinforcements. The enemy is in the dark, and our own side is in the light. Even if there were only 10,000 reinforcements, Rong Yukwa would feel like a lump in his throat. Get out now and intensify the search. I don't allow anything I can't control outside the frontal battlefield. Rong Yukwa waved his hand. Yes. As if he had been granted amnesty, the scout immediately responded and ran out of the camp. Rong Yukwa sat in the tent and rubbed his eyebrows. With only 10,000 cavalry, you dare to come to reinforce Yashwiquan. When did the Huangyuan Empire produce such a famous general? And he was able to detect the surrounding scouts in a short period of time and successfully get rid of their detection. I have to say that this commander is really powerful. After much deliberation, Rong Yukwa couldn't find an acquaintance in his mind to correspond with him. Only one messenger could be summoned to enter the camp. The 3 armies are ordered to enter a state of first-level alert from no one. There must be no opportunity for enemy reinforcements to take advantage of. Time flies. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. Standing on the city wall and looking into the distance, Ling Yin sighed again. There is not much food and grass in Yashwiquan. If we wait any longer, we will be trapped in the pass. The reinforcements haven't arrived yet, so it seems we can only gamble once. If they continue to wait, they will run out of food and grass, and there will be no chance of survival. It would be better to burn the boat and make a desperate attempt to break through. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. Ling Yin knew this very well. The honor of a warrior should be to die in battle, not to hide in the city and starve to death. Give me the order to get everyone ready for battle. This time, we can only advance, not retreat. Ling Yin said solemnly after coming down from the city wall. When the soldiers in Yashui Pass were having breakfast, they found that today's breakfast had become particularly rich. The last meal before war is like this. The soldiers knew this, so they silently put rice into their mouths and ate large pieces of meat. Because no one can guarantee that after this meal, they will have the opportunity to eat such a delicious meal again. After all the soldiers have finished eating, the assembly is completed. Ling Yin stood in front of the formation with a straight face, doing the final mobilization before the war. Now, it's a life and death moment at Yashwiquan. We must break out. After this battle begins, we can only move forward, not retreat. While Ling Yin spoke, his eyes swept over all the soldiers. Every soldier who made eye contact with Ling Yin unconsciously raised his head and raised his chest, showing determination. If anyone dares to retreat, the rear army has the right to directly kill the front army. If the rear army dares to retreat, the supervising team can directly kill him. If I take a step back, all of you have the right to kill me. Ling Yun shouted loudly, his tone extremely firm. Mobilization before war must boost the morale of the soldiers. The so-called sad soldiers will win. The power of breaking the cauldron is far greater than other means. Because they have no retreat. Ling Yan looked at the tall city gate in front of him, got on his horse, raised the guandao in his hand, and took a deep breath. The Huangyuan Empire will last forever. The loud voice resounded throughout Yashui Pass. The Huangyuan Empire will last forever. The Huangyuan Empire will last forever. The soldiers also shouted in unison, and the voices embodying the determination to die rose into the sky and resounded throughout the sky. Morale reached its peak at this moment. Get ready to open the city gate. The guandao in Ling Yan's hand pointed directly at the outside of Yashuiguan. Boom! The heavy city gate whined under the pull of the noose, and the tall city gate was slowly opened. Attack! Ling Yan took the lead and rushed outside Yashui Pass. Leading the way is the most morale-boosting move. It is also a very dangerous move. But at this moment, it doesn't matter anymore. Ling Yan's actions instantly aroused the fighting spirit in the hearts of the soldiers, and the army began to surge outside Yashui Pass. Armor and weapons collided like a torrent of steel. It has to be said that Rong Yuqua did not expect Ling Yan's desperate move. According to his estimation, there should be some leftover food and grass in Yashui Pass. However, just such a small mistake caught the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force guarding outside Yashui Pass by surprise. It also opened a gap in the encirclement for the defenders of Yashui Pass to break through. It's interesting. As the fourth prince of the Huanyuan Empire, he doesn't care about his life at all. After all, Rong Yuqua was still a famous general who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Although he did not expect Ling Yun's actions, his control over the battlefield was far inferior to that of Ling Yun. The Starry Star Empire Expeditionary Force, which was guarding in other directions, was quickly mobilized to the battlefield. In Rong Yuqua's tent, there is a large sand table. The scene on it is exactly the miniature version of Yashui Pass. On the sand table, there are also a large number of small flags placed to indicate the distribution of troops between the two armies. If you want to break out of my encirclement, it depends on whether you have the ability. Rong Yuqua looked at the sand table, holding a slender baton in his hand, and lightly drew a small flag representing the Starry Empire Expeditionary Force in the sand table. Transfer 10,000 spare troops here. Before he finished speaking, the ordering soldier standing nearby took the order and immediately ran out of the camp. The remaining messengers were still guarding the camp, waiting for Rong Yuqua's next order. You can tell just by looking at the sand table. Although the army led by Ling Yun initially rushed out of the city gate and attacked the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force, they gained an advantage and even opened a small gap. However, under Rong Yuqua's repeated mobilizations, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force was slowly re-encircling the army led by Ling Yun. Let me see what you are capable of, the fourth prince of the Huangyuan Empire. Rong Yuqua narrowed his eyes slightly, seeming to enjoy this feeling of strategizing. Report. At this moment, a scout ran into the camp. What's the matter? Rong Yuqua glanced at the scout and asked expressionlessly. Reporting to my lord, outside the encirclement in the direction of the enemy's breakthrough, a cavalry army of about 10,000 people suddenly appeared. They should be the reinforcements that disappeared yesterday. The scout resisted the urge to gasp and told the situation in one breath. They arrived just in time. They actually appeared at this time. If we let them cooperate inside and outside, it is really possible for the defenders of the Huangyuan Empire to break out. But can it really be done with just 10,000 cavalry? Rong Yuqua took a deep look at the sand table, and then used his baton to draw heavily outside Jiu Pass. If anyone else takes a look at the sand table, they will find that all the small flags representing the defenders of the Huangyuan Empire have come out of Jiu. This means that they have no way out. There is a turtle shell here. If you don't stay well, you have to come out. Then I will accept this Jiu Pass without any courtesy. Rong Yukwa made several strokes on the sand table and mobilized all his idle troops. Then he put the baton on the table. Bring me my dragon-blooded horse. And outside the encirclement, Ling Xiao was leading 10,000 cavalrymen, galloping towards the direction where the Jiu Pass defenders were breaking out. How come this guy Ling Yun started to break out of the encirclement so quietly, completely disrupting my plan? Ling Xiao said helplessly while sitting on the white horse riding the wind. Your Highness, the fourth prince is just trying to break out of the encirclement. Maybe there is no food and grass in Jiu Pass. A guard following Ling Xiao spoke up. You don't need to comfort me, I'm just a little depressed. Ling Xiao waved his hand. Ling Xiao went out alone last night to avoid the scouts sent by the Starry Empire Expeditionary Force, and then summoned the Death Knight. Although Ling Xiao was not very lucky, with the support of Ling Diawu, he was able to draw the Death Knight to awaken. And successfully activated a strategic skill, Dark Sky. Dark Sky, active skill, when activated, will condense a sky of death aura, forming an area that cannot be explored. Exclusive skills for undead pets. Although it can't enhance the combat effectiveness of the Death Knight, it doesn't matter. Unless you are a hero, one person's courage cannot influence the situation of the war. But the skill of Dark Sky is different. If used properly, this skill can influence the war situation. Originally, Ling Xiao was planning to hide and look for opportunities. But he didn't expect that, because he didn't send anyone to contact Ling Yun, Ling Xiao's plan was in vain. But now, there's nothing wrong with it. Plans never keep up with changes. Originally, Ling Xiao was preparing to attack the encirclement of the Xingyo Empire's expeditionary force head-on, looking for opportunities for the defenders of Jiu. As long as the army breaks out and retreats to Jiu City, the western border will not be completely breached. When the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city regains its breath, they can send a large army to support them. But what Ling Xiao didn't expect was that he just delayed one night to rest and reorganize his troops, and Ling Yun started to break out of the encirclement on his own. But that's fine too. In this way, Ling Xiao's task was simplified to respond to the defenders of Jiu Pass leaving. Pass the order and get everyone ready. The mission this time is not to fight to the death, but to open a gap so that the defenders of Jiu can leave. After Ling Xiao gave the order, he leaned over and lay on the back of the wind-walking white horse. He had a rest last night, which naturally had a reason for him to regain his strength. After all, no matter how powerful a pet's skills are, they are not without consumption. After the power is exhausted, you will no longer be able to use skills. Your Highness, the order has been conveyed. A guard caught up from behind and reported to Ling Xiao. Okay, let's get started. Wind-breaking dash. The speed of the wind-riding white horse increased instantly. The growth rate of the wind-walking domain also increased accordingly. Ling Xiao lay on the back of the white horse riding the wind and rushed towards the encirclement of the Xingyo Empire's expeditionary force. 10,000 cavalry followed closely behind. This speed was unexpected by everyone. The 10,000 cavalry led by Ling Xiao were like sharp knives, piercing the encirclement of the Xingyo Empire's expeditionary force. Wherever the cavalry went, corpses lay everywhere. Because the Xingyo Empire's expeditionary force was guarding Jiu, there were no spearmen or heavy shields deployed behind the army that could stop the cavalry. With all the infantry, there was no way to stop the cavalry charge. And because in the previous battle, Ling Xiao used 10,000 cavalry to wipe out 30,000 infantry, Rong Yukwa didn't know the details of the battle, so hadn't expected it. The cavalry army led by Ling Xiao turned out to be so terrifying. This is a situation that no one expected. 10,000 cavalrymen were blessed with the Windwalker realm and rampaged through the Star Glory Empire Expeditionary Force, causing this encirclement that was still changing formations to fall into chaos for a while. Ling Yun, who was fighting with the enemy, also noticed the situation here. Could it be that the imperial city is coming to reinforce? They are all cavalry. They are really here to break through the encirclement. Ling Yun slashed down several enemy soldiers beside him, and then shouted loudly, "Our reinforcements are here, everyone, use up your last strength and rush out." Encouraged by the news of the arrival of reinforcements, the morale of the defenders at Yashuiguan soared. No one wants to die. Even those who are not afraid of death are just not afraid of death. It does not mean that they are willing to die. If there is a chance to survive, even if it is just a tiny bit, they will hold on to it tightly. The arrival of reinforcements is this glimmer of hope for survival. Kill. Get out of this encirclement. Rush out. The soldiers burst out with unparalleled strength as if they had been beaten to death. The desire for life allows them to unleash their potential. The glory of the Huanyuan Empire made them fearless of pain. At this moment, even though the number of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force far exceeded that of the defenders at Yashuiguan, they were intimidated by the aura erupted by this group of soldiers. This is as ferocious as a wolf and as fearless as a tiger. It is truly a force of wolves and tigers. Blessed with auxiliary effects, it's time to start charging. Ling Xiao killed several enemy soldiers who rushed towards him, and then said to the guards beside him. The personal guards who followed Ling Xiao were all trained in Qi Li's shop, and the wind-walking white horse was naturally not unique to Ling Xiao. It's just that the skills activated by Ling Xiao's wind-riding white horse are the most suitable for war. Yes. The guards following Ling Xiao nodded. A small hurricane suddenly appeared on the four hooves of the wind-riding white horse under Ling Xiao. Song of Wind, bless the target with the power of wind, greatly strengthening the target's speed, and while the Song of Wind lasts, part of the target's speed will be converted into destructive power. This is a single-target auxiliary skill. Although it can't compare with the war-type skills activated by Ling Xiao's wind-riding white horse, it is still a very powerful auxiliary skill for a single target. Not only can it greatly increase the speed, it can even convert some of its speed into destructive power. This alone makes this skill one of the first-class auxiliary skills. Then it begins. Ling Xiao roared loudly, and the wind-riding white horse beneath him looked like a white shadow under the blessing of the Song of Wind. The Windwalker domain is a passive skill. As long as the Windwalker white horse is running, it can always bless the allies. The speed blessed by the Song of Wind can also be fed back to the Windwalking domain. This is also the reason why the Windwalking domain is a war-type magical skill. If the speed of the cavalry does not slow down, then the cavalry will be the most terrifying war machine. Countless soldiers in the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force fell under the iron hooves of this sudden cavalry force. Although the cavalry army led by Ling Xiao also began to suffer casualties, compared with the number of enemy troops they killed, these casualties were completely worth it. Each of the cavalry men was stained with the blood of at least 5 enemy soldiers. And it's still increasing. As long as Ling Xiao does not fall, the effects of the Windwalking domain will not stop. Gradually, blood dyed the earth red, and the encirclement of the Starry Star Empire Expeditionary Force was slowly opened. Ling Yun, who was fighting hard, also saw the commander leading this cavalry army. Third brother? It has to be said that when Ling Yun saw Ling Xiao for the first time, his emotion was definitely one of shock. Ling Yun knew very well what kind of strength Ling Xiao had and what position held in the imperial city. But why would such a sinecure be sent to the front line to reinforce Yashuiguan at this time? Ling Yun, you seem to be surprised to see me. Ling Xiao naturally saw the expression on Ling Yun's face. Third brother, you, why are you here? Ling Yun had not yet recovered, he was so shocked that he could hardly speak. Let's wait until we break out of the encirclement to discuss this matter. Ling Xiao knew in his heart that it was not time to explain so many things. Because if I really want to explain it, it is because the products in Chila store are good. You know, in order to develop this top-notch skill for Windwalker Baiju, Ling Xiao spent hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals. Now he still owes Gu Pingchuan a lot of spiritual crystals. War-type magical skills are not so easy to master. The activated white horses with poor skills were either used as dog food or became the mounts of the personal guards around Ling Xiao. If the white wind-riding horse under Ling Xiao were put up for sale, the starting price would be at least 100,000 spiritual crystals. Okay, let's break out first. Ling Yin also knew that now was not the time for small talk. If you have anything to say or ask, you can wait until you leave here. Everyone, in units of 1,000 households, cover the friendly forces breakout. Ling Xiao turned his horse's head and gave orders to the surrounding cavalry. After being torn apart, the encirclement of the Star Glory Empire Expeditionary Force began to gradually close again. The cavalry must be used as the sharp knife to open the gaps in the encirclement again, so that the defenders of Yashuiguan can leave safely. 1,000 households among these 10,000 cavalrymen were all the personal guards around Ling Xiao. This is also the arrangement Ling Xiao made in order to allow this cavalry army to use its arms and fingers like an arm. Real war is not a war on paper. Without long-term training on the battlefield, it is difficult to completely implement orders and prohibitions. But Ling Xiao was different from the guards around him. In the New World Modaf Chila shop, in the battlefield dungeon, they had experienced countless wars together. This greatly improved Ling Xiao's control over the war situation. At the same time, it also allows Ling Xiao's personal guards to execute Ling Xiao's instructions to the extreme. The most important thing is that countless battles in the battlefield dungeon have given many guards a good understanding of the battlefield situation and command capabilities. Ling Xiao's order was issued, and the 10,000 households immediately led their 1,000 cavalry to spread around like 10 sharp knives piercing the enemy's body. The 10 teams of cavalry are even more able to cooperate with each other. As long as one team is in danger, there will be 2 other teams around to rescue them. And every 2 teams will form a battle formation, easily strangling the enemies in the battle formation. In an extremely tacit understanding, these 10 sharp knives quickly reopened the encirclement that was about to close. I have already explored Yashui City. The Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force only left 10,000 troops to guard it. As long as we go there, we can recapture Yashuiguan. Ling Xiao protected Ling Yun and said while charging. Cavalry is good at charging into formations, but not good at attacking cities. It is almost impossible to use 10,000 cavalry to attack Yashui City, guarded by 10,000 troops. Ling Xiao is not that stupid. With 10,000 troops, Rong Yuqua looks down on our Huanyuan Empire's reinforcements. Ling Yan said with a frown. No, it's not that we look down on our reinforcements. Do you know how many troops the Huanyuan Empire can mobilize now? Ling Xiao asked aloud. At least 200,000. Ling Yun replied. More, only 50,000 at most. This is not a temporary expedition by the Star Empire, but a joint expedition with the Gu Luo Empire. Ling Xiao came from the imperial city and knew much more than Ling Yun. What? Ling Yun's eyes widened and he looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Don't make it public. You are the coach, so you must know this kind of thing in order to give better command. But if the people below know about this, it will affect morale. You don't need me to teach you about this kind of thing. Ling Xiao quickly stopped Ling Yun's actions. No wonder no reinforcements have come. It turns out that they were held back by the Goryeo Empire. Ling Yun just thought about it and figured it out. Then how many people did you bring here this time? Ling Yun suddenly asked after thinking about it. 10,000. 10,000? Ling Yun thought he heard wrongly. Yes, that's 10,000 people and 10,000 cavalry. Ling Xiao said lightly, as if was talking about an insignificant thing. Ling Yun subconsciously checked the number of cavalry around him. In comparison, the number of cavalry is indeed much smaller. Unbelievably, they only used 10,000 cavalry to break through the encirclement of the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force and successfully reunited with the defenders of Yashwiguan. How brave must these 10,000 cavalry be? When did the Huangyuan Empire cultivate such a powerful cavalry army? Ling Yun couldn't help but reveal a look of longing in his eyes as he looked at the cavalry. A good general's desire for elite soldiers comes from his heart. No matter which general he is, he hopes that his subordinates can have such a powerful and invincible wolf and tiger division that can gallop freely on the battlefield. However, Ling Yun couldn't think of it anyway. Perhaps these cavalry could indeed be considered elites, but without Ling Xiao's white horse riding the wind, they would only be considered elites. There is no way it can be as powerful as it is now. It's unimaginable that our Huangyuan Empire actually has such a wolf-tiger master. Ling Yun couldn't help but admired. Okay, let's talk about the rest after we break out. After Ling Xiao said this, he stopped talking. Because at this time it has reached the last moment. Just rush forward and kill. Within a quarter of an hour, they will definitely be able to break through the encirclement. However, at this moment, a sense of crisis suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's shirt. There's danger, get out of the way. Ling Xiao directly tugged on the reins, and the white horse immediately turned to one side without any need for buffering. This is an action that is impossible for an ordinary war horse to perform. Boom! Just as Ling Xiao dodged, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and stomped heavily on the ground. The huge impact shook the ground with circles of cracks. Ling Yun, who was following Ling Xiao, was knocked away by the impact because it couldn't dodge in time. I have to praise this cavalry. They are indeed the best among the best. Both the battle formation and the coordination are breathtaking. I have to praise this cavalry. They are indeed the best among the best, whether it is the battle formation or the coordination, they are amazing. The smoke cleared, and a tall man with a Chinese character, holding a nearly 3-meter-long halberd, wearing silver-white heavy armor, and riding a dragon-blooded horse that was 2 times larger than an ordinary war horse, appeared in front of Ling Xiao. There is only one person in the Star Empire who can have such a figure and appear on the battlefield. Dragon generals and knights are proud of their wealth. Excellent, a famous general of the Star Empire. Dragon generals and knights are proud of their great leadership. Ling Xiao tightly held the spear in his hand and looked directly at the person in front of him without fear. The dragon-blooded horse, also wearing heavy armor, looks 2 heads taller than the white horse riding on the wind. The confrontation between Rong Yuqua and Ling Xiao looked like an adult bullying a child. I don't remember that there is a person like you in the Huangyuan Empire. Rong Yuqua stared at Ling Xiao closely and said slowly, at this time, leading such a cavalry to come for reinforcements almost succeeded in rescuing the defenders of Yashwiguan. You shouldn't be a nobody. Haha, Commander Rong Yuqua has won the award, but I'm really just a nobody. Ling Xiao said with a sneer. If it weren't for Qi Li's shop that changed him and made Gu Pingchuan commend him, Ling Xiao might still be hanging around in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city, waiting to die. But now, Ling Xiao can lead an army to rescue Yashwiguan. This almost handed the fate of the Huangyuan Empire into his hands. Even so, after this battle, your reputation will spread throughout both countries. So, tell me your name. Rong Yuqua swung his halberd, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. The tip of the spear, which shone with cold light, was pointed directly at Ling Xiao. The dragon-blooded BMW also let out a long hiss as if it was cooperating with Rong Yuqua. While neighing, the dragon-blooded BMW burst out with a weak pressure. This is the pressure from the dragon bloodline. The Huangyuan Empire, the third prince, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao responded loudly. The Windwalker white horse also neighed. The aura of dragon's blood that could make ordinary war horses feel intimidated came out, but Windwalker Baiju didn't react at all. Even Windwalker Baiju glared back, seemingly very dissatisfied with Dragonblood BMW's provocation. This point made Rong Yuqua take another look at Ta Feng Baiju. Okay, I remember your name. But I won't let you leave here. Rong Yuqua's combat prowess is as famous as his reputation. As a famous general, if he only has the ability to command, he can only be regarded as a strategist at best. The fact that Rong Yuqua can be called the Dragon General Knight is inseparable from his powerful force. The pinnacle of Grandmaster level, and natural divine power. These 2 points can make Rong Yuqua's strength far beyond the average Grandmaster level. It was even more unmatched by someone like Ling Xiao, who had just been promoted to the Grandmaster level. It seems it's impossible for me not to accept it. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and looked at Rong Yuqua with a solemn face. Ling Xiao knew very well what kind of strength he had. Compared with Rong Yuqua, he definitely couldn't compare. However, there is no way to refuse the battle between the generals. Once the general falls, the army he leads will surely lose all morale and then collapse. But on the other hand, if Ling Xiao can defeat Rong Yuqua, then the Xingyo Empire's expeditionary forces offensive will definitely collapse. Let me see how strong you are. Rong Yuqua swung his halberd and hit Ling Xiao directly. When the cavalry is hedging, there are not so many bells and whistles. The huge impact is a vivid interpretation of one force reducing 10 skills. Clang! Ling Xiao immediately responded to Rong Yuqua's blow with the barrel of his gun, and violent force instantly acted on Ling Xiao's arms. What a terrifying power! Ling Xiao let out a muffled groan, and his mouth was almost shattered. In a competition of strength alone, Ling Xiao could not be Rong Yuqua's opponent. You're pretty capable if you can take one of my moves. Rong Yuqua let out a long roar, and the crescent knife on the side of the halberd hooked the spear in Ling Xiao's hand, and then slashed towards Ling Xiao. With this move, Rong Yuqua wanted to force Ling Xiao to abandon his gun. If it were an ordinary person, he would probably let go of one hand in order to avoid being slashed by the crescent knife. Then the spear must be taken away by Rong Yuqua. But Ling Xiao's fighting consciousness was no longer at the level of ordinary people. Faced with this slashing move, Ling Xiao twisted his spear and immediately blocked the movement of the crescent knife, and he was also able to stab Rong Yuqua's heart with the spear. Interesting. Rong Yuqua had so much combat experience that when faced with Ling Xiao's satic, he just pushed and pulled to break free from the grip of the spear and retract the halberd. After this brief confrontation, Rong Yuqua already understood. The person in front of him was completely different from those previous opponents. Ling Xiao's fighting consciousness is not inferior to Rong Yuqua's at all, and in many cases, he is even better. In this case, there is no point in competing in skills. Rong Yuqua knew in his heart that if he lost based on skills, he could just use his strength to crush him. As long as you have enough strength, all skills are irrelevant. The previous attack was just a test. After confirming Ling Xiao's strength, Rong Yuqua also became serious. Ling Xiao, you should feel honored, because no one has been able to let me use my full strength for a long time. In an instant, Rong Yuqua's peak master-level aura suddenly burst out. Wherever the momentum spread, the surrounding soldiers gave in, because this was not a battle they could participate in. A battle between masters, even if there is only a little aftermath, can leave them dead or injured. It's a little better than I thought. Ling Xiao was also slightly surprised. Because Rong Yuqua's explosive momentum has surpassed the average Grandmaster level peak. However, this cannot be the reason for Ling Xiao to retreat. Evil spirit body. The fighting spirit was ignited in an instant, causing Ling Xiao's momentum to soar steadily. A majestic force appeared in Ling Xiao's body as the fighting spirit burned. This is Ling Xiao's unparalleled martial skill. Evil spirit body, a continuously amplifying martial skill. Once activated, you will temporarily gain the evil spirit body, burn fighting energy, greatly enhance your own attributes, and greatly enhance other martial arts. This is a martial art that consumes extremely much fighting energy. Ling Xiao never used this martial skill in his previous charges. Because even if Ling Xiao is now promoted to the Grandmaster level, the fighting energy in his body can only support the activation of the evil spirit body for 5 minutes at most. Therefore, this battle must end within 5 minutes. Boom! Ling Xiao no longer suppressed his momentum and completely released the power-off, burning fighting spirit. Ling Xiao no longer suppressed his momentum and completely released the power-off, burning fighting spirit. At this moment, even Rong Yuqua's momentum was suppressed. How is this possible? Rong Yuqua's face showed an uncontrollable look of shock. During the fight just now, Rong Yuqua clearly knew that Ling Xiao had definitely only been promoted to the Grandmaster level not long ago. But the momentum that broke out at this time could even overwhelm him, the peak of his master level. This kind of thing is simply incredible. Is it a secret martial skill? But Ling Xiao's abnormal state reminded Rong Yuqua of the martial arts and magic that were forbidden to be taught. Secret art, also known as forbidden art. Whether it is martial arts or magic, as long as it is classified as a forbidden art, there are only 2 reasons. One is that after using it, it will cause great damage to oneself, so it is forbidden to teach it. The other type will cause irreversible damage and is therefore prohibited from use. However, among the forbidden arts, there is a type of martial arts and magic that can overdraw one's body's potential or vitality and temporarily enhance one's strength. Although these forbidden techniques are forbidden to be taught, they are allowed to be used. Ling Xiao's current appearance is very similar to that of someone who used a forbidden technique. You can actually do this, but even if you use secret martial arts, you can't be my opponent. Rong Yuqua sneered. No matter how powerful the secret martial arts are, they can only last for a short period of time. Moreover, after the secret martial arts is over, it will cause great harm to the body, causing the user to lose combat effectiveness. Ling Xiao was undoubtedly making a desperate move by doing this. Just when Rong Yuqua wanted to understand this, Ling Xiao had already rushed up. The Windwalker White Horse may not have much combat power, but in terms of bursting speed, it will definitely not be weaker than the speed-type Grandmaster. Clang! Rong Yuqua and Ling Xiao exchanged blows. This time, it was Rong Yuqua's turn to take a step back. The dragon-blooded BMW almost failed to stand firm under this impact. The higher the skill level, the stronger the increase. I didn't expect that my power could directly reach the peak of the Grandmaster level. Ling Xiao felt the power flowing in his body. Even if it was only a temporary increase, he could truly feel how powerful this power was. This is impossible. Rong Yuqua's eyes widened and he looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. What a powerful secret martial skill this is. It can actually make a person who has just been promoted to the Grandmaster level directly challenge the master at the peak of the Grandmaster level. And Rong Yuqua is one of the best even among the top master level experts. This powerful secret martial skill is definitely a life-saving skill. It really works. Let's fight quickly. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that his fighting spirit was burning rapidly. If the battle is not resolved within 5 minutes, Ling Xiao will fall down without the need for Rong Yuqua to take action. Ling Xiao pulled the reins, and the white horse rushed out like a bolt of white lightning. The dragon-blooded horse may be so powerful that it can even release weak dragon pressure to intimidate the war horse. However, when it comes to speed, 2 dragon-blooded horses may not be as good as a group of white horses riding on the wind. After Ling Xiao started attacking, it was impossible for Rong Yuqua to avoid the battle. Bang! Bang! The sound of the battle between the 2 Grand Masters was like thunder. The white horse riding on the wind and the horse with dragon blood ran like 2 lightning bolts, one white and one black, constantly colliding. A large open space had long been left around the 2 of them. There is no such blind soldier who dares to enter this range. The ground was also cracked inch by inch due to the battle between the 2. Ling Yun, who had been knocked away by Rong Yuqua before, was even more stunned after he recovered. Is this really my unlearned and idle third brother? Ling Yun rubbed his eyes, completely unbelievable that this was the Ling Xiao from before. Grandmaster level. A grandmaster who can compete with others. When did Ling Xiao become so strong? Countless questions were swirling in Ling Yun's mind, but he couldn't get the answer. The battle between Ling Xiao and Rong Yuqua continues. And since Ling Xiao's martial arts would also increase while the evil spirit body lasted, Rong Yuqua slowly began to feel the pressure. And this pressure is still increasing. Damn it, how can this guy be so strong? Even though Rong Yuqua was born with divine power, he still couldn't withstand Ling Xiao's violent storm attack. When the strength levels of the 2 are at the same level, combat skills become particularly important. There is absolutely no doubt about Ling Xiao's fighting skills. Because Rong Yuqua's fighting skills were acquired through life and death fights. But Ling Xiao's fighting skills were learned from countless deaths in the arena. Moreover, there are also combat skills that are directly imprinted in Ling Xiao's mind from the inheritance of the unparalleled spear soul. If Ling Xiao couldn't overpower Rong Yuqua, despite being at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level, then his inherited power would have been in vain. When he saw Rong Yuqua being defeated by Ling Xiao, Ling Yun felt that he might be dreaming. Who is Rong Yuqua? The famous general of the Xingyao Empire, the Dragon General Knight. In countless battles, a title forged with the blood of countless enemy generals. But what happens now? Why was he being suppressed and beaten by Ling Xiao, his third brother, who had always been unknown and idle? And this scene was also seen by the surrounding soldiers. Suddenly, the morale of the soldiers of Huanyuan Empire increased greatly, and they howled and killed the enemies in front of them. When the soldiers of the Xingyao Empire saw Rong Yuqua being suppressed and beaten, their morale immediately became low, and their combat effectiveness was instantly reduced by more than 1/3. On the battlefield, the general is the backbone. If the leader falls, the backbone is gone. Then what this army will face will definitely be a crushing defeat. With morale so low, the soldiers had no intention of fighting. This is inevitable. However, just as the defenders at Yashuiguan were about to break out with the cavalry reinforcements opening the way, a sudden change occurred. Boom! Puff! 2 bolts of lightning, one white and one black, suddenly made a loud noise, and for some reason, Ling Xiao flew backwards. A stream of blood spat out from Ling Xiao's mouth. Then it hit the ground hard. Damn, it's only a little bit close. Why is the fighting spirit exhausted at this time? Ling Xiao held on to his spear and reluctantly stood up from the ground. During the last fight, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit suddenly ran out. The evil spirit body also disappeared. Without the increase in strength, Ling Xiao would not be able to defeat Rong Yuqua no matter what. A side sect is a side sect, even if you know secret martial arts, so what? After Rong Yuqua defeated Ling Xiao, he pulled the reins and the dragon-blooded horse immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. It was definitely a shame for Rong Yukwa to be pressed down and beaten by Somion, who had just entered the Grandmaster level. So after Ling Zhao's surge of fighting spirit disappeared, Rong Yukwa had decided to kill him as quickly as possible. As long as Ling Zhao dies, the morale of the soldiers of the Huanyuan Empire will instantly fall to the bottom. Moreover, with Rong Yukwa, a peak master-level powerhouse, no one from the Huanyuan Empire could even think of escaping. Bang! The sound of the dragon-blooded horse's footsteps on the ground was like a beating drum, and like a black light, it arrived in front of Ling Zhao in an instant. Rong Yukwa raised his halberd and pointed the tip of the blade directly at Ling Zhao's throat. Die to me. The cold light flashing on the sharp blade was like a bolt of lightning piercing the sky. Ling Zhao held on to his spear and barely stood there, watching helplessly as the cold light approached him. Third brother. Your Highness. Grown-ups. Everyone who saw this scene was panicked. Ling Yin only regretted why he was so weak and couldn't delay Rong Yukwa at this time, even if it was only for a second. The cavalrymen who were fighting in the expeditionary force of the Star Glory Empire spurred their horses directly towards Ling Zhao. But with their speed, no matter what, it was too late. At this critical moment, Ling Zhao suddenly raised his spear and stabbed directly, and the tip of the spear collided with the tip of the blade that was stabbing him. Violent power burst out. The spear in Ling Zhao's hand had a crack starting from the tip, and then spread rapidly downwards. Durability returns to 0. Excellent level weapons are already beyond their capabilities in a Grandmaster level battle. It's just a pity that there are no rare level long guns for sale yet. Boom! Ling Zhao was once again sent flying by this terrifying impact. I underestimated your survival instinct. Seeing that his attack failed, Rong Yukwa did not hesitate to mount his horse again and pursue Ling Zhao, vowing to kill Ling Zhao in one fell swoop. This time, Rong Yukwa didn't believe that Ling Zhao still had the strength to resist. In fact, the counterattack just now had exhausted the last bit of Ling Zhao's strength. Even his weapons were irreversibly damaged. Goodbye, third prince of the Huanyuan Empire. Rong Yukwa slashed his halberd down hard, and his crescent knife struck Ling Zhao's neck. A circle of rank seals appeared on Rong Yukwa's wrist. Professional skill, giant slash. It can explode all the power in an instant and concentrate it on the next slash. This is a skill that perfectly matches Rong Yukwa's natural divine power. Rumor has it that Rong Yukwa used this move to crush a peak master level monster with one blow. Now used to deal with Ling Zhao, a junior master who has almost no power to fight back, it can be seen that Rong Yukwa is determined to kill. Even if Ling Zhao still had the strength to resist, he was determined not to be able to block this huge strike. Ling Zhao looked at the attack coming towards him. The loud roar that broke through the air was like a trumpet calling for death. If I can't even solve this small problem, how will I go on in the future? However, Ling Zhao didn't panic at all, he just watched the incoming attack quietly. A wisp of blood-colored flames emerged from Ling Zhao's body without any warning. Enhanced evil spirit body. Burn my blood and protect my glory. The Huanyuan Empire will last forever. A terrifying momentum suddenly broke out. Bloody flames shot up into the sky, and the pressure mixed with the smell of blood made Ling Zhao look like an evil ghost walking out of hell. Boom! Ling Zhao waved his gun to meet Rong Yukwa's giant slash. The loud noise that erupted instantly spread across the entire battlefield. The blood-colored flames around Ling Zhao shook for a while, but he managed to catch Rong Yukwa's attack. Even though there was a crack under his feet, Ling Zhao did not take a step back. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Rong Yukwa's eyes widened, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly due to shock. There is no doubt about the impact of the cavalry. In particular, this cavalryman is still at the pinnacle of Grandmaster level like Rong Yukwa, and he rides a dragon-blooded horse that is famous for its strength. When these two are added together, the effect is definitely not as simple as Song plus 1 equals 2. It can be said that under the hero level, as long as the opponent does neutrally on the impact of charge like Rong Yukwa, it is absolutely impossible to receive Rong Yukwa's attack. However, this impossible thing happened. Moreover, Ling Xiao also took over Rong Yukwa's career-level skills. Laugh. The blood-colored flames burned blazingly, and many cracks appeared on Ling Xiao's body, with blood constantly spilling out. Then it was ignited by this bloody flame and transformed into an even more violent force. Enhanced Evil Spirit Body, burns blood, greatly strengthening one's own attributes and all moves. During the duration of the Enhanced Evil Spirit Body, the user is completely immune to death. However, the moment the blood is burned out, the user dies. However, before death, the power that explodes will definitely shock everyone. This time, it's only 3 minutes. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the blood in his body was draining rapidly. This kind of fear of approaching pain and death can definitely make an ordinary person collapse directly. But Ling Xiao had already thought clearly before deciding to activate the Enhanced Evil Spirit Body. White Horse on the Wind. After defeating Rong Yukwa, Ling Xiao also summoned the wind-walking White Horse again. If you want to rely on a sudden burst of power to catch Rong Yukwa off guard, you can. But it is almost impossible to kill Rong Yukwa in this way. So Ling Xiao was not disappointed. 2 lightning bolts, one white and one black, once again fought together. This time, Rong Yukwa was completely suppressed by Ling Xiao from the very beginning. The Enhanced Evil Spirit Body is by no means comparable to the Evil Spirit Body. Burning blood comes at the cost of life. This was Ling Xiao's final swan song after making up his mind. No matter what, Rong Yukwa must be killed. The blood is burning bit by bit, and time is getting increasingly urgent. Due to a large amount of blood loss, the scene in front of Ling Xiao began to become blurry. Not even close. Ling Xiao's hand holding the spear tightly began to tremble. The evil spirit body state can only guarantee immunity to death, but it does not guarantee that the combat effectiveness will not be weakened while the evil spirit body lasts. When a person loses a lot of blood, many negative states are inevitable. And the pain of losing a lot of blood is unimaginable. But Ling Xiao has never, even for a moment, regretted activating the enhanced evil spirit body. The land is sacred and inviolable. Protect our country, promote our country's prestige, and even though I died 9 times, I still have no regrets. At this moment, the bloody flames burst out with unprecedented light. Call. The spear was like a swimming dragon, roaring angrily and biting its master's enemies. Ling Xiao's blow shattered the spear in his hand, and also knocked back Rong Yukwa. Puff. Rong Yukwa's shoulder socket was pierced by a spear, and blood flowed out. The thick armor, with this gun hole as the center, spread to the surroundings with countless cracks. Damn it, how could he have such terrible willpower? Rong Yukwa covered his shoulders. Ling Xiao's attack also shattered his bones when it penetrated his shoulder socket. Now he can no longer use even half of his strength with this hand. But within this short period of time, Rong Yukwa also saw it. If the secret martial arts that Ling Xiao used before were consuming his fighting energy, then now, Ling Xiao is consuming his life force. It takes such a strong willpower to be able to bear this kind of pain. Already, hold on, can't you hold on anymore? Ling Yun was breathing heavily, his throat was extremely thirsty, and the scene in front of him had long become blurry, and could be replaced by darkness at any time. Within the body, there were waves of pain that could almost drive people crazy. Immune to death, but amplifies pain. Do you regret it? At this moment, a domineering and bleak voice suddenly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. I never regret, I just regret that I couldn't kill Rong Yukwa. Yashui Pass, you can't make any mistakes. Protect our land and promote our country's prestige. I, the third prince of the Huanyuan Empire, Ling Shao, have never regretted it even though I have died 9 times. Although Ling Shao didn't know who the voice in his mind was, the answer in his heart never changed. If not, Ling Shao would not have dared to come to reinforce Yashuiguan with only 10,000 cavalry. Even if he goes alone, Ling Shao will not be afraid. I have received your will. Now, I recognize your status as the inheritor. You are qualified to pass on this power. The domineering and bleak voice fell, and a majestic power suddenly appeared in Ling Zhao's body. It also made Ling Shao understand who this voice was. The previous inheritor of the peerless gun soul. Countless stars appeared next to Ling Shao, and then condensed into a silver-white spear, which fell into Ling Zhao's hand. The only weapon of the Wushuang gun soul, the Wushuang spirit gun. If the unparalleled spirit gun were classified into different levels, its quality would have exceeded the rare level. It has reached the level of treasure that has never been sold in Chila's store. The majestic power of inheritance ended Ling Zhao's evil spirit state and repaired the damage to his body. At this moment, all the information about Wushuang Spear Soul's martial arts, combat skills, use of pressure and momentum, etc., poured into Ling Shao's mind like a tide. With the help of the power of inheritance, it was quickly absorbed and digested by Ling Shao. It turns out that this is the Wushuang gun soul. Ling Shao slowly opened his eyes, and a cold light as sharp as a knife flashed in his eyes. Humph, bluff. Humph, bluff. The anger in Rong Yuqua's heart had already reached its extreme, and Thedragon-blooded BMW whipped up a storm and flew towards Ling Shao. The nearly 3-meter-long halberd swept directly towards Ling Shao. The speed is too slow, and there are too many flaws. At this time, Ling Shao was no longer what he used to be. Having received the complete inheritance of the unparalleled spear soul, he no longer looked down upon Rong Yuqua's level of fighting skills. The spear is like a swimming dragon, and the body is like thunder. In just one move, the sweeping halberd was blown away by Ling Shao, and another blood hole appeared on Rong Yuqua's body. With the riding skills inherited from the unparalleled spear soul, Ling Shao has been able to connect with the wind-walking white horse. During the fight, I didn't feel stagnant at all. Rong Yuqua became more and more frightened as he fought. The guy in front of me seemed to be a different person. The combat skills are as strong as a monster, and the attributes are not idle like a master-level beginner. Just by an oversight, Ling Shao swung his spear and hit Rong Yuqua on the chest, directly shattering Rong Yuqua's thick armor. Debris flew. Rong Yuqua also spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible, why did you suddenly become so strong? Rong Yuqua looked at Ling Shao in disbelief. He couldn't understand at all. At beginning, he was just a guy who was suppressed and beaten by him and had to use secret martial arts to fight for his life. Why did it suddenly become so powerful? You can completely neutralize his moves in an understatement. He can also defeat him step by step. You don't need to understand that you can't stay in the Huanyuan Empire. Yashui Pass, you can't hold it either. Ling Shao curled up the spear in his hand, then stood up with the spear in hand, looking at Rong Yuqua, coldly, domineering and fierce. This is the unparalleled gun soul. White horse and silver spear, unparalleled in the world. Ling Shao was alone, and no one from the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force dared to come close. No way, is this really my third brother? Ling Yun was shocked to the point of numbness during this series of reversals. But Ling Zhao's domineering figure standing with a gun still made Ling Yun feel amazing. His aura was unparalleled in the world, like a god of war on the battlefield. In the battle between generals, Rong Yuqua was completely at a disadvantage. The morale of the Star Glory Empire Expeditionary Force has also become unprecedentedly low. The siege had long been breached. The defenders at Yashuiguan were also evacuating quickly. Ling Shao was alone, intimidating in front of the formation and covering the evacuation of others. Because Ling Shao knew that now was not the time to counterattack Yashwiguan, he had to wait until the affairs of the Goryeo Empire were resolved before he could mobilize excess troops. Now, all we need to do is defend Yashui City safely. Rong Yuqua could only watch helplessly as all the soldiers of the Huangyuan Empire evacuated, but there was nothing he could do. With his armor shattered, he could no longer step forward to fight. There may be other grandmasters in the Star Glory Empire expeditionary force. But even Rong Yuqua was defeated in Ling Zhao's hands, and the others may not be Ling Zhao's enemies. What's more, it is not that there are no grandmasters in the army of the Huangyuan Empire. Rong Yuqua, Commander-in-Chief, we will meet again. Ling Shao waited for the last soldiers of the Huangyuan Empire to withdraw, then left these words and rode away. The speed of the wind-riding white horse was beyond the reach of these ordinary war horses. Not even a dragon-blooded BMW. I'm looking forward to that day. When the time comes, I will recover today's step from you. Rong Yuqua looked at Ling Zhao's leaving figure, gritted his teeth, and said in a solemn tone. But Rong Yuqua knew in his heart that this breakout was a defeat for the Xingyao Empire. If they hadn't had the advantage in strength, I'm afraid Ling Shao would have counterattacked. Retreat to Yashui Pass. No one is allowed to approach Yashui City without orders. The imperial city of Huangyuan Empire. Above the palace hall, the atmosphere was solemn. The matter at Yashwiguan is like a huge boulder, weighing on everyone's mind. Ling Ao sat on the imperial chair, threw the memorial in his hand onto the aisle of the court, and scanned the faces of every minister in the court. This time, who was leading the joint remonstrance? Ling Ao asked calmly, and a coercive voice sounded throughout the court. All the ministers lowered their heads and remained silent. You should be aware of the battle at Yashwiguan. Since you think Ling Shao isn't good enough, how about you select a general? Seeing that the ministers were silent, Ling Ao continued. Many ministers were very dissatisfied with the fact that Ling Shao only brought 10,000 cavalry to reinforce Yashwiguan. You know, the Xingyao Empire sent a total of 600,000 troops. What effect can a mere 10,000 cavalry have? Just speaking in front of Fire Emperor Ling Ao about his son, these ministers would not do such a hateful thing unless they had brain congestion on the spot. That's why there was this scene of joint remonstration. Don't speak? Why don't you speak? Ling Ao leaned on the imperial chair, and the Fire Emperor's aura was naturally released. The ministers in the court were so overwhelmed that they could hardly breathe. Your Majesty, I believe that a mere 10,000 cavalry cannot solve the urgent problem at Yashwiguan. I would like to ask Your Majesty to send more troops. One of the ministers standing at the front said bravely, despite this momentum. Oh? Does I Ching recommend a suitable candidate? Ling Ao narrowed his eyes slightly and said calmly. This kind of struggle for power is a common thing in the court. On the occasion of such a war, it is the best time to compete for military glory. Naturally, these ministers also want to train some people and gain some military honors, so that they can be qualified as marquises and prime ministers. I recommend someone, this person. Your Majesty, there is good news. Just when the minister's face lit up and he was about to talk, a sharp shout from outside the palace interrupted his words. Although the minister was unhappy. But victory cannot be stopped. Just like on the street, if you block the horse of a soldier reporting victory, you will be trampled to death. Read it out. Ling Ao was a little surprised when he heard the good news. In this period of time, there has been no happy event of victory for a long time. Yes, Your Majesty. The chamberlain, who ran into the hall, saluted and unfolded the letter in his hand. The Fire Emperor personally, my son Ling Shao, finally fulfilled his mission and successfully helped the Yashui Pass defenders to break out and recapture Yashui City. Now that the western garrison is guarding Yashui City, It will definitely prevent the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force from advancing even half a step. The western border of the Huangyuan Empire is now safe, there is no need to worry. The content of the good news is simple. But when the ministers in the palace heard it, they were shocked. Extreme shock emerged in their hearts. The third prince, whom they were not optimistic about at all, actually succeeded in regaining Yashui City and shut out the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force. And with only 10,000 cavalry. You know, what Yashuiguan is facing is an army of 600,000 led by the famous general of the Xingyao Empire, Dragon General Knight Rong Yuqua. This is simply impossible. But such an incredible thing happened before their eyes. Good news cannot be faked. So they don't have to doubt whether the news is true or false. The ministers who had jointly remonstrated lowered their heads and stood there shivering. It's indeed good news, good, good. Ling Ao was overjoyed, and most of the gloom he had been feeling was cleared away. As expected of Dean Gu's recommendation, why didn't I realize that Shao had such a talent before? Even though Ling Ao has been keeping Ling Shao idle, it doesn't mean that Ling Ao doesn't want Ling Shao to become a talented person. Now hearing this news, Ling Ao was really happy for a while. My dear friends, do you have anything else to say now? Ling Ao asked lazily, leaning on the imperial chair. Above the court hall, there was silence. Fire Emperor Ling Ao is obviously in a good mood now and has no intention of pursuing those ministers who are fighting for fame and fortune. Talking at this time is tantamount to asking for death. Since there's nothing wrong, let's retreat. Ah! A cry of pain, helplessness, and anger, accompanied by a cry of despair, rang out in the trial space. Qi looked at the dozens of boxing strength testing machines surrounding him, and his mentality was about to explode. In this master-level trial, later on, the numbers no longer appeared on the boxing strength test machine, but were read out directly. And it will only be read once. Qi must listen carefully and remember the numbers read out by each boxing strength testing machine, and then use the required strength on the corresponding boxing strength testing machine in order. And there is a time limit. This is a comprehensive training of reaction ability, control, and concentration. Don't look at it. The rules are simple. But the number of times Qi has been reborn in this trial space is more than the total number of rebirths in the previous two trials combined. 58, 967, 116, 35, 728, 22. Repeated countless times, Qi became a little numb. Extreme concentration and extreme control seemed to have become instincts engraved in the bones. The incredible reaction ability and speed made Qi seem to turn into a phantom, running back and forth between dozens of boxing strength testing machines. The numbers were read out one after another, and then completed by Qi. At this time, a boxing strength testing machine will not just read out one number, but will continue to read out the numbers. Qi must run to the boxing strength testing machine as soon as possible and hit the boxing target with the force required by the boxing strength testing machine. 2726. Bang! Qi punched out and knocked down the target. System, congratulations to the host, you passed the master-level trial space. To Qi, this emotionless electronic synthesized sound was as beautiful as the sound of nature. I finally passed. Qi couldn't help but scream up to the sky, as if he wanted to shout out all the shadows in his heart. At the same time, a warm current also appeared in Qi body, helping him clear away the fatigue caused by being in the trial space. Subsequently, this warm current caused Qi strength to rise steadily, breaking through the master-level bottleneck of level 60 without any hindrance, and then stayed at level 70. This is the consistent style of the system. Qi quietly felt the power in his body and let out a long breath. This is the power I gained after enduring countless hardships in the trial space. I don't know how long it will take for the nightmare to be completely cleared from the psychological shadow this time. Qilu is unknown. He only knew that after passing the trial for the first time, he would always dream that the land god came to chop him with a sword again, and he was relieved for nearly half a month. After passing the trial for the second time, he shouted, "Don't hit me with magic bullets," for another half-month. This time, I'm afraid I'll dream about those punching strength testing machines, or maybe, an explosion. System: congratulations to the host, you have completed the upgrade task. Don't talk nonsense, give me the reward quickly. The system's congratulations did not improve Qi Li's mood at all. This impersonal mission only needs the mission reward and a little warmth. System: please wait a moment, the task reward is being calculated. System: according to calculations, the task rewards are as follows. System: the Grandmaster's seal has been issued, and the Grandmaster level skill, God's perspective, has been loaded. God's perspective: the perception and perception range are greatly enhanced, and after entering the battle, the perception and perception range will be further strengthened, and the perception can cover the entire battlefield without consumption until the end of the battle. Another passive skill. But there is no doubt that although the skill of God's perspective looks simple, in battle, it is no worse than the previous martial arts proficiency and magic proficiency. The real function of the God's perspective skill is to control the battle situation. With no consumption of perception, you can take in every detail of the battle and completely control the battle. Just like the name of this master-level skill, God's perspective. It is indeed a master-level skill, and it is not in vain that I have practiced power control for so long. Qilu felt relaxed both physically and mentally. Complete control of one's own power, coupled with complete control of the battle situation, is by no means as simple as 1 + 1. It can be said that the skill of God's perspective has more than doubled Qilu's combat effectiveness. System: the store manager level has been improved by 1 level, the trial room level has been improved by 1 level, and the hero level trial space can now be opened. System: the additional functions of the trial room have been upgraded. The production capacity of the 4th level trial room is 10 brave level trial crystals are produced every day, 1 professional level trial crystal is produced, and 1 grandmaster level trial crystal is produced every week, 1 hero level trial crystal is produced every 2 months. Hearing this, Qilu became even happier. Unexpectedly, the auxiliary functions that had just been upgraded in the trial room would be upgraded again. And this time, the trial room can actually produce hero-level trial crystals. You must know that the value of the hero-level trial crystal is not comparable that of the master-level trial crystal. No matter which force you are in, you can find at least a few master-level experts. But for heroic heroes, this may not necessarily be the case. It can be said that as long as you are willing, the master level is easy to find, but the hero level is hard to find. I didn't have time to ask the system before, whether you set the price for this trial crystal or I set the price. Qilu suddenly thought of this question. Things like trial crystals have always been a good thing with a price, but no market. The first 3 trial crystals are relatively easy to say. Even if it is a Grandmaster level trial crystal, even if it is basically invisible on the market, it is still not difficult for some big forces to obtain it. But for the hero level trial crystals, even those powerful sects and empires would put down their bodies and come to fight for them. It's not an exaggeration to even fight over it. After all, every additional hero level will increase the overall strength of a force immeasurably. System: the host asked this question very well. Since the host store manager level is insufficient, the pricing is still handled by the system. Brave level trial crystal, 500 spiritual crystals. Professional class trial crystal, 5,000 spiritual crystals. Grandmaster level trial crystal, 50,000 spiritual crystals. Hero level trial crystal, 500,000 spiritual crystals. Very regular pricing. But it can be seen from this point that although the system is evil, it will never engage in the tricks of those businessmen who want to live in rare goods. If those businessmen possess a hero-level trial crystal, it is not impossible to use it to seek power and gain, or even to become a prince or prime minister. Considering the production capacity issue, we actually can't earn much spiritual crystal. Forget it, the system, the rewards should be more than this. After Qi Lu thought about the production capacity problem, he didn't feel as excited as he did at the beginning, so he asked in half-interest. System, the combat power improvement training room has been upgraded to 1 level, and the number of combat power improvement training room locations has been increased by 1,700. System, the elixir egg pool, weapon egg pool, armor egg pool, and accessories egg pool have been expanded. Now more products can be extracted. It's been too long since I complained about you. The strong smell of junk mobile games has come out again. Originally, Qi Lu was quite happy that the purchasing channels had been expanded, but when he heard the last words of the system, his face immediately showed a dumbfounded expression. However, the system ignored Qi Li's complaints and continued to issue task rewards. System, the store manager suit's hollow boots have been distributed, please pay attention to the host to check. Hollow boots, the shoes in the store manager's suit, are forged from a large number of rare materials. It can greatly enhance the speed, comes with passive skills, and has a 50% dodge rate for non-locking attacks. Moreover, it can break open space at any time and travel through the void. This is also the origin of the name of the empty boots. Although it does not greatly improve combat effectiveness, it is undoubtedly an artifact-level piece of equipment used for pursuit and escape. And the 50% evasion rate is simply stronger than ordinary artifacts. Compared to dragon bone armor, it is not inferior in any way. Another store manager suit. Sure enough, the rewards from the upgrade mission will never disappoint me. Qi Lu looked at the skills attached to the empty boots and laughed involuntarily. According to past practice, the store manager suit should be the last reward. But Qi Lu is already satisfied. The only regret is probably that when I drew the drinks, I didn't get the Fat House Happy Water. However, there is Sprite, a transparent version of Feijai Happy Water, which can be forced to replace it. System, new purchase channel, black market for special items, opened. New purchase channel. Qi Lu originally thought that the store manager's suit would be the last reward, but he didn't expect that the system would give him a big surprise at the end. For Qi Lu, what is the most important thing about a store? It's the purchasing channel. With the quality of the products produced by the system, Qi Lu is not worried at all that no one will buy them. However, considering the current situation of the store, the types and levels of products are indeed a bit unsatisfactory. The purchase channel for the inheritance scrolls of the previous class is limited to only 1 draw per month. There is really no way to solve the problem of scarcity of product types. However, the name of this new purchase channel seems a bit strange. System, what kind of purchase channel is this black market for special items? Qi Lu asked the system, adhering to the good virtue of asking if you didn't understand. System, the black market for special items, as the name suggests, the products that appear in this purchase channel are all special items and cannot be purchased in large quantities. System, the black market for special items can be refreshed once a day. The host can choose the goods he wants to purchase, and the goods in this purchase channel can be priced by the host. After a detailed explanation of the system, Qi Lu also roughly understood what kind of purchase channel this black market for special items was. Just like the name of this purchase channel. Black market. The products that appear inside are a mixed bag, and whether you can find something good depends on Qi Li's luck. However, compared to egg pool, the black market for special items has one advantage. That is, the properties of the goods in the black market are first displayed, and then Qi Lu can judge whether the product is worth the price. Use this to decide whether to purchase goods. However, the bad thing is that the products in the black market for special items cannot be purchased in bulk like the products in the egg pool. Sometimes artifacts emerge from the black market of special items. Even if Qilu covets them, there is only this one. Wanting the second one is almost impossible. I understand, each has its own pros and cons. Qilu nodded, and suddenly remembered the level restrictions of the products in the egg pool, and then asked aloud, "System, is there a maximum level limit for the products that appear in the black market of this special item?" System, host, you are finally a little smarter. Thanks for the compliment, you'd better tell me what the highest level restriction is first. Qilu heard the system's tone and knew that this new purchase channel must have the highest level restriction. System, for special items that appear on the black market, the lowest level is ordinary level, and the highest level is epic level. Epic. When Qilu heard this word, he was first surprised, and then overjoyed. According to previous speculation, the ordinary level corresponds to the brave level. The excellent level corresponds to the professional level. Rare level corresponds to grandmaster level. Then, the treasure level corresponds to the hero level. And this epic level, which is higher than the treasure level, corresponds to one that is not known to exist in this era, the strong level. I have to say that this upgrade mission, the rewards given, and the surprise it brought to Qilu were really great. However, given the stingy nature of the system, the chances of this epic product being refreshed would probably be as low as outrageously low. But it doesn't matter. At least in this special item black market, there is at least a chance of creating epic level products. In the previous 4 egg pools, the highest level of products was the rare level. Even treasure level products don't exist. System, are there any rewards for this upgrade mission? Qilu asked with expectation. System, don't worry, host, it's really gone this time. Okay, actually I'm not looking forward to it that much. Qilu mainly saw that the system had given him too many surprises this time, so he subconsciously asked. In fact, even without this new purchase channel, Qilu wouldn't find anything strange. After all, the time Qilu spent in the master level trial space, if not for the passage of time in the trial room, would have been in a locked state for him as the store manager. Maybe when Qilu comes out of the trial room, it's almost autumn outside. If the mission rewards were settled based on the speed at which Qilu passed the Grandmaster level trial, then so many mission rewards would be considered excessive settlement. Open the Personal Properties panel. Host, Qilu. Store Manager level, level 5. Number of stores owned, 1. Purchase channels, Elixir Egg Pool, Ordinary, Excellent, Weapon Egg Pool, Ordinary, Excellent, Armor Egg Pool, Ordinary, Excellent, Jewelry Egg Pool, Excellent, Class Inheritance Scroll, Special Item Black Market. Own Shop Buildings, Trial Room, Level 4, Combat Power Improvement Training Room, Level 3. Own Store Machines, Snack Vending Machines, Beverage Vending Machines, Pet Card Changers. Store Share increased to 30%. Evaluation, Junior Store Manager, a store manager who has just started his career. Although he has broken away from the category of novice, he is still a long way from being able to stand alone. The store's share is 30%, which is great, and it's improved again. Although Qilu has no shortage of spiritual crystals now, who would think it's too much money? Even if he just left it there, Qilu felt very happy watching the number of spiritual crystals continue to increase. Okay, now that the rewards have been collected, let me see what is in the black market for this special item. Qilu rubbed his hands, and then opened the black market for special items. What appeared in Qilu's mind was a not very big screen, neatly divided into 5 pieces. Each screen displays a pattern of an item, and below the pattern is a brief introduction to the item and the purchase price. Tooth whitening toothpaste, an ordinary daily necessities, brush your teeth after waking up and eating, protect your teeth, freshen your breath, and make your teeth white again. Purchase price, 1 gold coin. When Qilu saw the first item, he felt a little uneasy. Why does toothpaste appear in the black market for special items? Is toothpaste considered a special item? And what's the use of toothpaste alone? Do you want me to brush my teeth with me fingers? Qilu, whose eyes were twitching slightly, skipped the first item and looked at the second item. Teeth whitening toothbrush set, ordinary level daily necessities, soft bristles, oval brush head, non-slip handle, multi-angle cleaning, combined with teeth whitening toothpaste, to make your teeth white again. Purchase price, 1 gold coin. When Qilu saw the second item, he was stunned. This special black market not only sells toothpaste, but why does it also sell toothbrushes? Could it be that the system heard my voice and refreshed the toothbrush as well? Thinking of this, Qilu really felt a toothache. Forget it, you can just buy it and use it yourself. Qilu endured the toothache and bought Yabai toothpaste and Yabai toothbrush. Then he looked at the third item, and at the same time prayed in his heart that he must never bring out things like towels, bath towels, teacups, and wash basins. Random teleportation talisman, excellent grade talisman. After use, the user will be randomly teleported to any location within a radius of 100 kilometers. Purchase price, 1 spiritual crystal. Invisibility talisman, excellent grade talisman paper. After use, the user's figure and breath will be hidden for 10 minutes. During the period of invisibility, no attacks can be made. Purchase price, 1 spiritual crystal. These two items are quite satisfactory. Although they are disposable items, they are still useful. And it's not too expensive either. So Qilu bought it without hesitation. This is the last item. This is my first time entering the black market for special items. I hope you won't be disappointed. Qilu took a deep breath, prayed silently in his heart, and then looked at the last part of the screen. What appeared on the screen was a blue fruit with spiral patterns on its surface. It looks quite familiar. Frozen fruit, system improved version, a treasure level special item, an item from an alien plane. After eating it, you will gain the power of the ice element, which perfectly matches the ice element and can elementalize your body. Purchase price, 20,000 spiritual crystals. The last item came into view, and Qilu was stunned again. Even for a moment, Qilu wondered if he had traveled to the wrong world. Bing, frozen fruit, are you sure there is nothing wrong with the system? Qilu asked in disbelief. Why do things that don't belong to this world appear in products? This black market for special items is indeed a black market, and its methods are very wild. System, the host does not need to worry. All products that appear in the system are items that have been improved by the system and comply with the rules of this plane. It would be great if it were like this. Of course Qilu believed what the system said. However, in the black market for special items, something that seems like it should appear in a plane where pirates are rampant suddenly appears, which is really a bit surprising. Qilu knows the power of frozen fruit very well. And after the improvement of the system, the flaw of fear of sea water seems to have been eliminated. Although the frozen fruit conforms to the rules of this plane as the system says, in fact, it is still a power independent of fighting spirit and magic power. In other words, it is a power very close to ice element magic. But being able to elementalize the body is definitely not something that magic can do. I have to say that when the system took action, people were really shocked. The only good thing is that only Qilu knows the origin of the frozen fruit, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. It is just a simple explanation of the effect of frozen fruit. For people in his plane, as long as it is a brand new ice element magic, it can be well accepted. 20,000 spiritual crystals, buying the frozen fruit is a good deal. Qilu didn't think about it for long before he decided to buy this treasure level item. Even if you can't sell it in the end and keep it for yourself, it won't be a loss. And the most important thing is that for special items in the black market, the system will only charge the purchase price. As for how many spiritual crystals can be sold, the system does not care. Whether you lose or make money depends on Qi Li's own ability. The purchase price of treasure-level products only costs 20,000 spiritual crystals. I really don't know how high the purchase price of epic-level products will be. After Qi Lu bought the frozen fruit, he couldn't help but sigh. The black market for special items can only be refreshed once a day. If you want to see new products, you have to wait until tomorrow. Qi Lu didn't linger much. Because Qi Lu discovered one thing, that is, even if there are epic-level products on the special items black market, he may not be able to afford them. Drink some milk and go to bed. Qi Lu took out the frozen fruit and observed it carefully. He stopped thinking about it and walked towards the newly installed beverage vending machine in the store. Although Sprite is good, it is not suitable for drinking in the middle of the night. What's more, pure milk also has the effect of promoting sleep. The pure milk in the beverage vending machine is packaged in very delicate glass bottles with metal lids. A bottle with a capacity of 500 milliliters actually costs 20 spirit crystals. It has to be said that the system is quite shady when it comes to the price of drinks. Click. With a soft sound, Qi Lu unscrewed the bottle cap. A strong and mellow milk fragrance wafted out from the glass bottle. I have to say that although the price is very bad, the mellow fragrance is almost worth the price. The aroma is mellow, but not cloying. The flavor is rich and yet has distinct layers. A bottle of 20 spiritual crystals is really not a loss. After Qi Lu took a sip of pure milk, he could clearly feel the strong milk fragrance reverberating in his mouth. Although pure milk does not have the sweetness of ordinary milk, its extremely rich and mellow aroma has a unique and wonderful flavor. Comfortable. While Qi Lu was sighing, a childish voice suddenly came from behind. Qi Lu, whatever you are drinking, I want to drink too. Yu Xuanxue ran over from the sofa in the booth at some point, squatted on the counter, and meowed at Qi Lu. Ever since Qi Lu opened Yu Xuanxue's store clerk privileges, allowing her to play freely in the New World mode, staying up late has become a common thing for Yu Xuanxue. The mellow aroma of pure milk and the energy contained in the fragrance are hugely attractive to foodies like Civet Cat. No. Qi Lu glanced at Yu Xuanxue and refused, without hesitation. Why? You got up in the middle of the night to eat and didn't give me anything to eat. You bullied my poor little kitten again. Yu Xuanxue was furious when she heard Qi Lu reject it without hesitation. Just because you are a kitten, I can't give you a drink. Qi Lu drank the last sip of pure milk, burped, and then threw the glass bottle into the trash can next to the beverage vending machine. What did you say? Yu Xuanxue stared, looking particularly cute on its face. Before Qi Lu came to this world, he especially hoped that he could have a cat. Naturally, I am very clear about these little bits of knowledge. Milk contains lactose, and cats lack the lactose-breaking enzyme found in humans. As a result, cats cannot fully digest lactose after drinking milk, causing lactose intolerance and diarrhea. At the same time, milk is not conducive to cat gastrointestinal absorption because milk protein is a large molecule. Although Qi Lu doesn't know whether this kind of scientific knowledge is effective in this world of fighting spirit and magic, this does not prevent Qi Lu from saving a bottle of pure milk. Cats can't drink milk, just accept your fate. Qi Lu patted Yu Xuanxue's head, and then walked to the second floor, without looking back. Damn Qi Lu, you bullied a cute little kitten again. Yu Xuanxue shouted angrily. A night of silence. The next day, Qi Lu got up early and opened up a new area in the shelf area, which was specially used to store products from the black market for special items. The system will not participate in sharing the products in this area. Therefore, the price given by Qi Lu is also very casual. And there is a note on the shelves in this area: the products on this shelf are out of stock, first come first served. The talisman bought with 1 spiritual crystal is sold as 2 spiritual crystals. As for the strange-looking frozen fruit, Chila put it on the shelf and marked it with 50,000 spiritual crystals. A treasure-level product worth this price. And if there are no accidents, it should be impossible for a second frozen fruit to appear, so even if the price is a little higher, Chila thinks there will be no problem. Then there is the stand in front of the pet card machine. What should be publicized should still be publicized. This time, Chila asked the system to replace the standing card with a scene of a confrontation between the Death Knight and the Gale Flying Dragon. The Death Knight, who was riding a bone horse and filled with black energy, held the reins tightly with one hand and the knight's gun with the other hand. He looked up at the sky. The scarlet eyes, exposed from under the visor, were particularly penetrating. The flying dragon in the sky spread its wings and soared, but its ferocious beast eyes stared closely at the Death Knight below. The composition of the stand is not complicated. But the sense of oppression displayed by the Death Knight and the Gale Dragon was particularly strong. Undead pets, and pets with dragon bloodline, are good at releasing pressure and capturing people's hearts. After being specially designed and set off, this coercion becomes even greater. Okay, that's it. Chila looked at the promotional sign produced by the system after his guidance and nodded with satisfaction. Store manager, wow, what is that? Yu Shi'er came out of the stairs and was immediately startled by the newly placed sign. New pet card, Gale Flying Dragon, R-level pet card, with dragon bloodline. If someone asks you, just say so, no need to introduce too much. Chila knew thought as long as there is enough attraction, there will be a lot of them. People come and smoke. A pet with dragon bloodline is something that everyone wants to have. Okay, store manager. Yu Shi'er nodded and looked at the flying dragon on the standing sign with longing. By the way, there's that one, it's also a new product. Chila pointed at the drink vending machine again. Are they new snacks? Yu Shi'er looked at the beverage vending machine that looked almost exactly like a snack vending machine. In addition to the icon outside, and the price under the icon. No, this time it's a drink. Chila told Yu Shi'er about the effects of pure milk and Sprite, and then gave her a bottle of pure milk and a bacon sandwich. Pure milk and bacon sandwich are standard breakfast items. Tempering your physique and body together will get twice the result with half the effort. It has such a mellow taste and tastes great. Yu Shi'er opened the glass bottle and took a small sip of pure milk. It has such a mellow taste and tastes great. Yu Shi'er opened the glass bottle and took a small sip of pure milk. Immediately, I felt an extreme mellowness. Even if I swallowed the pure milk, the fragrance lingered on my lips and teeth. Well, this mellow and sweet fragrance, just smelling it, makes people want to eat. Manager, do you have any new delicacies here? The mellow fragrance of pure milk filled the store. Han Ming's eyes lit up when he smelled it when he pushed the door open. Hello, welcome. Yu Shi'er quickly wiped the pure milk on her lips and greeted her. Good morning, Shi'er, you should know what this smell is, tell me quickly. Han Ming followed the scent of milk to the counter and asked excitedly. The snacks in Chila's shop are really delicious. It can even be said that you will never get tired of it no matter how much you eat. However, no matter how delicious and never boring, there are only 4 kinds of snacks in the snack vending machine. If you keep eating these snacks, you will inevitably want to change the taste. It's a new product. There are only 2 drinks in the beverage vending machine over there, pure milk and Sprite. Yu Shi'er introduced with a smile. Drinks? When Han Ming heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then walked over immediately. It is not uncommon for drinks to be popular in the world, but they are basically divided into alcohol, juice, and various milks. Soda drinks don't exist here. After all, you can't expect a world of fighting spirit and magic to understand something like carbon dioxide. Although Han Ming didn't know why good milk had to be preceded by the word pure, the essence of this thing was still milk. So Han Ming decided to try a drink like Sprite that he had never seen before. It's a little cold. Taking out the glass bottle of Sprite from the outlet of the beverage vending machine, Han Ming could feel the coolness of the water-like liquid inside through the glass bottle. Han Ming opened the bottle cap, then poured a sip of Sprite into his mouth, in the mood of tasting. The excitement of the soda drink immediately exploded in Han Ming's mouth. There was an indescribable sweetness and coolness that flowed down Han Ming's throat, into his stomach, and then began to spread throughout his body. Cool. After taking a sip of Sprite, Han Ming couldn't help shouting. It tastes much better than rum. Moreover, after drinking it, the whole body feels relaxed and there is no feeling of drunkenness after drinking. Manager Chi, you are a genius when it comes to making delicious food. I didn't expect that you were also a genius when it comes to brewing drinks. Han Ming exhaled a long breath. That feeling of chilling your heart and your heart flying is so refreshing. Excuse me. Chila said politely with no expression on his face. These snacks and drinks are not made by myself, they are all made by the system. That's why Chi Lu didn't bother to recognize this honor. However, Han Ming didn't know about the system, so in his opinion, this was not the case at all. Even though the store manager has achieved such high achievements, he still doesn't feel like there is anything to be proud of. He is indeed a master. Han Ming is ashamed of himself. After Han Ming finished sighing, he took another big sip of Sprite. It's really delicious, store manager. I wonder if I can take this drink back to Zuyunlu and let my father have a taste. Han Ming asked very politely. The rules of the store. System, Sprite can be taken out of the store. Chi Lu, who was interrupted by the system mid-sentence, smacked his lips twice, and then continued, the rules of the store are that you can only buy one bottle a day, but you can take Sprite out. Thank you, store manager. Han Ming thanked him happily. At the same time, I sighed in my heart, store manager Chi is really too generous, and he doesn't hide anything like a secret recipe at all. To be fair, if Zuyunla gets the secret recipe for food or drinks, it is absolutely impossible for his business rivals to find out even half of it. Chi Lu curled his lips, knowing exactly what Han Ming wanted to do. I just want to take Sprite back to Zuyun Tower and study, to see if I can keep myself. To be honest, if Zuyunla really has this ability, and can research the things produced by the system, then it can be considered that they have the ability. System, why can only Sprite be taken out of the store? Chi Lu ignored Han Ming and asked in his mind with some confusion. System, if you don't take it out of the store, what's the use of being immunito fire damage? Chi Lu was speechless after being asked a question by the system. Also, if Sprite cannot be taken out of the store, then the effect of being completely immune to fire damage for a short period of time is just a decoration. Boss, what is that? Hu Shou, who pushed open the door and entered the store, was immediately attracted by the sign showing the Death Knight confronting the Gale Flying Dragon. Wind Flying Dragon, a new R-level pet card with dragon bloodline. Yu Shi introduced it to Hu Shou before Chi Lu could. Also, after drawing the Gale Flying Dragon, you are not allowed to summon it in the store. Chi Lu added after him. If the flying dragon with a wingspan of tens of meters were summoned in the store, it would knock over many things. Dragon bloodline. When Hu Shou heard this word, he subconsciously touched his money bag. How difficult it is to draw R-level pet cards can be seen from the previous time when the Death Knight was drawn. At least Hu Shou hasn't drawn a Death Knight yet. But at that time, Hu Shou was not very enthusiastic about Death Knights. After all, the Death Knight is an undead pet, which does not match well with the Berserker class of Tiger Hunter. But the Gale Flying Dragon is different. He looks fierce and violent, and he also has dragon blood. He is very compatible with the Berserker class. No matter how much I spend on the spirit crystals, I will keep one. In the end, Hu Shou didn't control his hands and poured all the spirit crystals in his wallet into the pet card changing machine. I also think that no matter how many spiritual crystals you spend, you should keep one. Hu Shou suddenly heard a very agreeable voice coming from behind him. He turned around and saw that it was Shui Lang holding a money bag with an excited look on his face. When did you come? Just now, when the boss talked about dragon bloodline. Shui Lang held the money bag tightly and said with bright eyes, hurry up, I also plan to raise one. This is a flying dragon. Even if it is not awakened, it is just the initial attributes. As an R-level pet card, the Gale Flying Dragon is not weak at all. After all, the dragon bloodline and body type are there. The trend of raising a flying dragon soon spread among the students of Brilliant Academy and the city guards led by Qin Shi. Especially after Hu Shou, who was the first to draw the wind flying dragon, summoned the wind flying dragon in the cloud forest. Especially after Hu Shou, who was the first to draw the wind flying dragon, summoned the wind flying dragon in the cloud forest. The huge and swift figure and the vague dragon power exuded made other people who had not yet drawn the Gale Flying Dragon go crazy. This is a flying dragon. Then on the next day, Hu Shou brought 2 new customers to the store. Are you hiding from us on purpose? If it hadn't been for the huge commotion in the cloud forest yesterday, we wouldn't have been able to find you. Huaruoyu followed and complained. Ruoyu, stop talking. Brother Hu Shou definitely didn't mean it. Hua Menka had to come out to smooth things over. It's really my fault this time. I originally promised to bring you here, but after I came back, there were so many good things in the store that I forgot about it all of a sudden. Hu Shou waved his hand and didn't mind Huaruoyu's complaints. The Qiuyu mercenary team was the same mercenary team that participated in the escort mission with Hu Shou last time. After the escort mission arrived at Yantan City, they parted ways. Hu Shou did not expect that the Qiuyu mercenary team would return to Yunwu City so quickly. And when he summoned the Gale Flying Dragon yesterday, he was attracted by the huge movement. After Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu learned that Hu Shou had successfully been promoted to the Grandmaster level, the relationship between the 3 of them became much harmonious. After all, only when we are on the same level can we have the right to have equal dialogue. Is this the small store you mentioned? It's so big. After Hua Ruoyu entered the store, she kept looking around and taking in the environment of the store. Hua Manqiu also had an astonished look on her face. After such a long period of expansion, Qila's current store can only be described as luxurious. Although the appearance of the store looks unchanged outside, as soon as you enter the store, no one is not amazed. This one is the owner of this store, and this one is the clerk Yu Shi'er. Hu Shou introduced Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu. Hello, just call me Shi'er. Yu Shi'er greeted with a smile. Hello everyone, you can see what you need. If you are not sure, you can ask me or Shi'er. Qila said hello lightly, without any intention of getting up to entertain. Don't mind, the boss has always been like this. In fact, he is very good. Hu Shou said with a smile. Hu Shou, the furnishings and space folding magic of this store are indeed breathtaking. But did the person you introduced make a mistake? Hua Manqiu pulled Hu Shou aside and asked in a low voice. How do you say this? Hu Shou was a little confused. The boss is an ordinary person, and the clerk is just a peak warrior. Can Here I hold on to this store? Hua Ruoyu also asked. Ordinary people? Hu Shou looked back at Qi Lu. Indeed, the way Qi Lu is leaning on the sofa now shows no trace of aura. He looks like an ordinary person. This is why customers who come to the store respect Qi Lu, but are not afraid of Qi Lu. I really don't blame you for this. The boss has always been like this. However, you should know that a bone dragon came to Yunwu City not long ago. Hu Shou scratched the back of his head and suddenly changed the topic. Although Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu didn't know why Hu Shou changed the topic, they still nodded. I know, and I heard that the bone dragon seemed to be killed outside Yunwu City by an unknown strong man. Hua Ruoyu added. What, an unknown strong man? That's what the boss did. Hu Shou spread his hands and said seriously. What did you say? Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu looked at Hu Shou in shock, their eyes perfectly expressing the emotion of "Are you still awake?" I know you may not believe it, but just don't mess with the boss. Hu Shou patted the two of them on the shoulders. Don't worry, we are not people who like to cause trouble. Hua Manqiu nodded. After all, he can guard such a large store alone. Even if he has no strength, the power behind him cannot be underestimated. Hu Shou, you said before that your flying dragon was sold to you by this store, but I didn't see where the flying dragon is. Hua Ruoyu nodded and asked, pointing to the promotional sign of the pet card machine. Pet card. Ding dong, ding dong. The Safong Guild is requesting communication. Do you want to join? Just as Hu Shou was about to introduce it, the membership card in his pocket started to ring. Wait a minute, someone is looking for me. Hu Shou took out the membership card, and then shouted to Yu Shi'er while answering the call, Shi'er, please help introduce the pet card, and the membership card. Seeing the looks in Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu's eyes, Hu Shou added another sentence at the end. Membership card connected. It was Ling Zhao's communication request. Ling Zhao, haven't you returned to the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire? How come you have time to come see me? Hu Shou looked at the image on the membership card and teased with a smile. I'm not in the imperial city now, I'm in Yashui City. Ling Zhao said with some helplessness. Yashui City? What are you doing there? Going sightseeing? Of course Hu Shou knew where Yashui City was. The western boundary of the Huangyuan Empire, and Yunwu City is the eastern boundary of the Huangyuan Empire. It's just that there is Yashuiguan outside Yashui City, but there is only Yunwu Forest outside Yunwu City. Why are you sightseeing? I'm here to fight. Ling Zhao waved his hand, and then briefly talked about the Yashui Pass. So, you are planning to counterattack Yashuiguan and take Yashuiguan back? Hu Shou heard what Ling Zhao meant. Yes, although I have already told my fourth brother, I still lack a lot of weapons, armor and elixirs. If possible, I would like to ask you to help transport a batch. Ling Zhao nodded, say what you mean. Wouldn't it be better for you to ask the Blood Wolf for this matter? I can't have much luck on my own. Hu Shou did not refuse, but it was not easy to agree directly. Because he didn't want to miss Ling Zhao's matter. I'm opening the guild channel, and the Blood Wolf should be there too, Ling Zhao said. Yes, I'm here. As soon as he finished speaking, a smaller window appeared in the upper right corner of the membership card, and the appearance of a Blood Wolf appeared in it. This is the overall communication between Safong Guild and Blood Wolf Guild. How about it, Shui Lang, Hu Shou, and Ling Jing, please help to cushion them first, and I'll give them to you when we get here. Ling Zhao looked quite tired. I have no problem. Hu Shou agreed happily. After all, Hu Shou is a lone ranger and only needs to make decisions for himself. I don't have a problem, but since I have so many brothers here, Ling Zhao, you should give me some appearance fees. Shui Lang said later and decided to give some benefits to the brothers. If you don't become a householder, you don't know that firewood, rice, oil and salt are expensive. As the captain, Shui Lang still needs to think about the other members of the mercenary team. As long as you can come, the appearance fee will definitely be high. Anyway, it will be included in the military expenses. Ling Zhao's mood improved a lot this time, and he also started to joke. Okay, give me the order. It should be delivered within 3 days. At the end of the sentence, Shui Lang seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly said mysteriously, when the time comes, we can give you a surprise. Then I'll keep looking forward to it. Ling Xiao sent the order to the communication system and then hung up the communication. There's really a lot needed. Do we have enough bronze storage rings? Xueling asked while clicking on the order. It should be no problem. This guy Ling Xiao demanded equipment and elixirs for 30,000 people in one go. I think what we should consider now is whether we have enough spiritual crystals. Hu Shou touched his money bag. In order to draw the swift wind dragon, the amount of spiritual crystals they spent these days was really the same as splashing water. Indeed, it's a real headache. Xueling scratched his head, and then shouted to Qi Lu, "Boss. Don't shout, no discounts, no credit, no returns once sold." Qi Lu sat in the booth and answered very skillfully without even looking back. Tisk. Xueling grinned and said, "Boss, I'm good at everything, but I'm not good at this." Yashui City. Ling Xiao ended the communication, stood up, walked out of his tent, and Kamido Ling Yun's tent. Fourth brother. Third brother. Ling Yun raised his head and glanced at Ling Xiao, then stood up and welcomed Ling Xiao in. Fourth brother, how many people are there with you? Ling Xiao asked, straight to the point. More than 100,000 yuan, not much less. Ling Yun also told Ling Zia straightforwardly. At this point, if the two coaches still dare to hide information from each other, they are definitely not dying fast enough. More than 100,000. I only have more than 8,000 people here, so let's call it 110,000. Ling Xiao nodded and totaled it up in his mind. Previously in the breakout battle. Because Ling Xiao was entangled by Rong Yuqua, his skills in the Windwalker field temporarily lost their effect. Even though there were 500 personal guards around Ling Xiao personally leading them, the 10,000 cavalrymen had not been trained in Qila's shop, so casualties were inevitable. Fortunately, in the end, Ling Xiao was recognized by the Wushuang spear soul and received the complete power of inheritance. Otherwise, after the enhanced evil spirit body burned all the blood in Ling Xiao's body, none of the Yashuiguan defenders and the 10,000 cavalrymen surrounded by the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force would be able to escape. The defenders of Yashuiguan suffered even more serious casualties in the breakout battle. There were originally nearly 200,000 troops, but now there are just over 100,000 left. Have you heard any news about the scouts' return? How many troops are there in the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force at Yashuiguan? Ling Xiao asked next. Probably around 250,000, just a lot more. The scouts said that some of the troops are too hidden, so it is difficult to detect. Ling Yun replied. 250,000? Ling Xiao rubbed his chin. Speaking of scouts, those from the western garrison who are stationed at Yashui City and Yashui Pass all year round and are familiar with the terrain are even better. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not ask his personal guards to investigate the situation. However, the troop strength detected by the scouts is generally an approximate number. Because no one would put all their troops under the enemy's nose, otherwise they would be seeking death. However, even if it was just an approximate number, it was still more than double the remaining troops on their side. Third brother, do you really want to counterattack Yashuiguan? Ling Yin asked with a solemn expression. This is a very serious issue. If they choose to garrison Yashui City, they will never dare to attack with the current strength of the Xingyao Empire Expeditionary Force. Because Yashuiqing is not Yashuiguan, even if the city is besieged, they will still have enough supplies of food and grass until the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire sends troops for reinforcements. But after all, this is a choice that does not seek merit, but seeks no faults. Because Ling Yun really lost Yashui Pass. Ling Xiao regained Yashuiguan, and what he had to make up for the most was Ling Yun's fault, not Ling Zhao's own fault. Don't you want to regain what you lost? Ling Xiao raised his head and glanced at Ling Yun. Of course I want to, but I'm more afraid of throwing away the remaining things. Ling Yin sighed and looked in the direction of Yashweguan. With their current military strength, it is not easy to retake Yashweguan. In a siege battle, the siege party always has to have several times the strength of the defenders before they are qualified to forcefully siege the city. Otherwise, the defenders can only be trapped in the city. Now Ling Xiao wants to use 110,000 troops to capture Yashui Pass, which is guarded by 250,000 troops. This is no longer a matter of self-confidence or arrogance. This is simply a daydream. What if the remaining troops were lost at Yashui Pass? Even Yashui City will be surrendered to the expeditionary force of the Star Empire. I know what you are worried about, and I agree with your thoughts. Ling Xiao naturally understood what Ling Yun was worried about. This is also something that a coach must consider. But Ling Xiao didn't think so. When it comes to the border issues of the Huanyuan Empire, no inch of ground should be given away, no matter how much money is spent. But Yashui Pass should not be let out. Ling Xiao changed the topic. Of course I know, but what's the point of talking about this now? When I return to the imperial city in the future, it will be me who my father wants to punish. Why do you still do such a thankless thing? Ling Yun persuaded. This is not because Ling Yun lacks courage. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is a war that is bound to be lost, and there is no need to fight it at all. Let's do this. You give me 20,000 troops, plus the cavalry I lead as the advance force. If nothing can be done, I believe that the remaining troops you lead will be enough to defend Yashui City. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and then made a suggestion. Third brother, there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices at this time. Ling Yun said angrily. Going to attack Yashui Pass with 110,000 troops is already a daydream. Then using 30,000 troops as an advance force to attack Yashui Pass is something I wouldn't even dare to dream about. Whether it is an unnecessary sacrifice or not is not up to you. Do you want to give me the 20,000 troops or not? Ling Xiao looked directly into Ling Yun's eyes and asked with a serious face. Ling Yun also looked straight back without evading. But in the end he was defeated. I give. After Ling Yun said these words, he fell down on the chair as if his strength had been drained. Judging from the fact that Ling Xiao responded to his breakout, there was no problem in allocating the 20,000 troops to Ling Xiao due to circumstances and reasons. However, it was really unbearable for Ling Yun to watch Ling Xiao die. Okay, I hope that the 20,000 troops can be deployed to my camp tomorrow morning. Ling Xiao's face was obviously much more relaxed. Don't worry, I'll be there tomorrow morning at the latest. But, third brother, I advise you for the last time, this kind of behavior that you know is to commit suicide is meaningless. Ling Yun said slowly. She was still not optimistic about Ling Xiao's actions. You just need to send the person over. The rest of the matter, whether to fight or defend, is up to you. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said goodbye after seeing that the purpose of the trip was achieved. And in Yunwu City, Chila's shop, Shualong and Hu Shou worked hard, moved around, and even borrowed a lot of spiritual crystals from Han Ming to get together 30,000 sets of equipment. After all, they are just mercenaries, and compared with Han Ming, the young master of Zuiyun Tower, their financial resources are still much lower. Brother Han Ming, don't worry, we will return this spiritual crystal to you as soon as we come back. Before Shualong left the city, he patted Han Ming on the shoulder and assured him. As long as you can pay it back, don't worry. Han Ming waved his hand, indicating that he was not in a hurry to spend money recently. I asked why they bought so many weapons and armors in one go. Did something happen to Ling Xiao? Qi Lu occasionally goes to the guild's communication system to take a look. After knowing what happened at Yashweguan, I could only sigh that war is indeed a waste of money, and these hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals were spent as easily as possible. I guess Ling Xiao also knew about the tight military budget. The military expenditure allocated every year at Yashui Pass is an astronomical figure. If every soldier in the western garrison was equipped with a set of ordinary level equipment, plus the necessary elixirs to save his life, millions of spiritual crystals would be easily spent. If you still want to equip some elites with high-quality equipment, tens of millions of spiritual crystals will be gone. And this is an unlimited cost. After all, there is a rare level above the excellent level. What's more, the equipment that is not provided to soldiers does not include accessories. It is simply a dream to even out millions, or even tens of millions of spiritual crystals from military expenditures that are not generous in the first place. Even if they kill the Minister of Household Affairs and the Minister of War in the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city, they still won't be able to produce so many spiritual crystals. Therefore, Ling Xiao had fully calculated and only needed 30,000 sets of equipment, plus matching elixirs. It is estimated that after Ling Xiao returns to the imperial city, he will have to find people from the Ministry of Household Affairs for a long time to get these spiritual crystals. Qi Lu guessed with some malice in his heart. He glanced at the two brothers Hua Manqiu and Hua Ruoyu, who were happily spending their time in front of the pet card machine, and there was also a queue of people waiting behind them. Qi Lu shrugged and went to get a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of Sprite. The store is still as lively as ever. Not long ago, Wang Yu, the first genius of Pinnacle College, really surprised many people after he returned from Qila's shop to take the college assessment. Especially the instructors who assessed Wang Yu. Everyone was stunned by Wang Yu's fighting skills. It also made Wang Yu's reputation as the #1 genius shine brightly again. Even in the limelight, it vaguely overshadowed Wang Yu's previous loss in the college competition. Because of this incident, many wealthy and free students in Pinnacle Academy traveled thousands of miles to Yunwu City, just to see where Wang Yu trained himself. After all, Peak Academy is not within the Huanyuan Empire. Compared with students from Brilliant Academy, students from Pinnacle Academy would never think of coming to Cloud Mist City if they had no money or time. Now, the group of students at Peak Academy spend most of their time in front of the pet card machine. And they spend all day long in the trading system of the New World mode, looking for suitable skill books for their favorite pets. After all, these students are the group of people who are not short of spiritual crystals. It actually made Qi Li's daily income much higher. Especially after the completion of this upgrade mission, the number of locations in the Combat Power Improvement Training Room has been expanded to 2,000. This allows those who usually have to wait hard for a spot, or even cannot get a spot because they arrive a little late, to have the opportunity to hang out in the New World mode all day long. Qi Lu was eating instant noodles and drinking Sprite. Looking at the prosperous scene in the store, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Sprite is really delicious. Big brother, big brother." Just as Qi Lu was savoring the long-lasting sweetness of Sprite and preparing to take another sip, Lan Zier opened the store door and rushed towards him. "Be careful." Qi Lu immediately raised the bucket of instant noodles in his hand and hugged Lan Zier with his other hand. "It's not a good thing if you spill the noodle soup." "Zier, what's wrong? Why are you so happy?" Qi Lu put Lan Zier on the sofa next to him and asked, slowly. "Big brother, look." Lan Zier looked at Qi Lu and said excitedly. Before she finished speaking, a little fluorescent light came out from between Lan Zier's eyebrows, and instantly transformed into a cute little giant dragon. This little giant dragon looked like a miniature version of the previous skull dragon when it was alive. It was flying swaying in the air and seemed to be no bigger than Qi Li's head. The slender figure is cute and elegant at the same time. Is this Xing Lian?" Qi Lu asked in astonishment as he looked at the small dragon that seemed to be formed by the convergence of starlight. "Yeah." Lan Zier nodded vigorously. "I'm just like Zier. I'll call you big brother. Thank you for saving me." Xing Lian bowed his head to Qi Lu in the air and expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome, you should thank your father," Qi Lu said politely. Xing Lian's current state is obviously still in Dragon Soul state. But relying on the two-soul contract, he can move around at will like Lanzier. "I know very well what happened to my father and my mother, but big brother, you are also my savior." Xing Lian's mood obviously dropped when he mentioned the matter of the princess of the Huang Empire and the prince of the Dragon Clan. "Okay, let's not mention these unhappy things. How are you recovering now?" Qi Lu asked with concern. "Thanks to Big Brother, Xing Lian has recovered very well and is no longer weak at all." Xing Lian answered appropriately. "Probably because her mother is a princess." "You don't need to be so polite with me, but I still want to ask, do you usually need food?" Qi Lu asked, curiously. Dragons also need food. Cultivation is not about becoming an immortal, and fighting spirit and magic cannot be used as food. Eating wind and drinking dew is just a thing in legend. Even those powerful people or monsters are at best capable of starving. When the energy in the body is exhausted, those who should starve to death will still starve to death. The only difference is probably that the stronger the strength, the more powerful the fighting spirit or magic power in the body, and the longer it can last. However, Qi Lu didn't know whether this was also applicable to Xing Lian in the Dragon Soul state. "Brother, Lianer can't eat. She can only eat magic cores and the like." Lanzier answered Qi Li's question before Xing Lian could. This also confirmed Qi Li's conjecture. Sure enough, in the soul state, it can only absorb energy polymers as food. In fact, this energy polymer not only has a magic core, but also spiritual crystals, trial crystals, alchemy potions, and the elixirs in Qi Li's shop are actually energy polymers. It's just that the energy extraction rate of spiritual crystals is too low. After all, not everyone has such an incredibly powerful method as the system, which can use the energy in the spiritual crystal without loss. So relatively speaking, something as common as magic core has become the best choice. And similarly, after absorbing a large number of magic cores, Xing Lian's strength will also be improved. So there is no such thing as waste. So that's it. Originally, I wanted to treat Xing Lian to drink a bottle of pure milk to celebrate Xing Lian's recovery, Qi Lu said, pretending to beppity. "Anyway, it doesn't cost money to talk." "Brother, what is this? It seems to taste delicious." Xing Lian didn't pay attention to Qi Li's words, but flew to the mouth of the glass bottle containing Sprite, with a look of great interest on his face. "Sprite, soda drink, do you want to try it?" Qi Lu shook the glass bottle, and there wasn't much liquid left in it. "Is that really okay?" "Thank you, Big Brother." Xing Lian nodded, and then took the glass bottle from Qi Li's hand. When the soul body is solidified, it can also touch physical objects. It's just that a soul body that is strong enough to solidify will also weaken quickly if it does not find a body to attach to in time. Until it dissipates. It just takes a little longer to dissipate. Tons, tons, tons. Xing Lian put the bottle mouth into his mouth without hesitation, and drank the liquid inside in one gulp. Qi Lu could clearly see through the almost transparent dragon soul that after Xing Lian drank the Sprite, it was quickly decomposed into streams of energy, and then poured into the soul body. "It tastes very good, thank you, Big Brother." Xing Lian thanked Qi Lu unfinishedly, and his eyes occasionally drifted to the glass bottle in his little paws. Qi Lu was suddenly confused. "When can I have a sense of taste even in the soul state? System, do you understand? Can you explain it to me?" Qi Lu asked in his mind. System, stupid host, the drinks produced by the system are pure energy, and the delicious taste can be felt by the soul, which is a matter of course. The system is indeed a system. Although the tone is not very good, it is really powerful. I really didn't expect that the drink would be pure energy. Qi Lu finally understood. Why are drinks so much more expensive than snacks? According to the system, drinks are considered pure energy, and snacks should be considered pure energy mixed with impurities. What a pity, Xing Lian can indeed drink drinks, but it seems that he cannot eat snacks. Store manager, did you give Xing Lian to Zier? Lan Yi, who followed him into the store, asked about this matter as his first sentence. Strictly speaking, this is not a gift from me, but Xing Lian's own choice. Qi Lu said seriously. Sorry, manager, that's not what I meant. In fact, Xing Lian is one of us now, and we all like her very much. Lan Yi knew that her tone might be wrong, so said quickly apologize. It doesn't matter, I also like Xing Lian very much. Qi Lu waved his hand. With his nature, he naturally wouldn't care about such a trivial matter. He just doesn't like people treating Xing Lian like an object. By the way, store manager, when we came here before, we saw Blood Wolf and the others riding the wind-flying dragon out of the city. Did something happen? Lan Yi and Shui Lang also had a good relationship, so they asked, curiously. It's nothing, I just accepted a mission to deliver something. Qi Lu said lightly. Right now. System, New World Mode players have reached level 25 and the number of players exceeds 2,000. The third large map has been updated. Do you want to enable it? Qi Lu was stunned. Store manager, what's wrong? Lan Yi noticed Qi Li's expression was different and asked quickly. It's okay, it's just that the third big map of the New World Mode will appear soon. Qi Lu answered Lan Yi's question truthfully. In the New World Mode, map updates are not difficult. Just make an announcement. And now that 2,000 people have reached the level limit of Evil Warrior Frontline, it's time to open a new map. The third big map is about to appear. This is really great. We can't continue Edo upgrade in the Frontline city now. Lan Yi also said with some surprise. Qi Lu feels this deeply. The system does a great job of suppressing experience after level restrictions. In the New World Mode, the one with the highest level currently is Yueshuanxue. Level 29. It's just that Yueshuanxue didn't do it to level up, but to level up skill books and equipment day and night, just to level up. In that case, let's not disturb the store manager. After Lan Yi finished speaking, he walked towards the store. Internet-addicted girl, no, it seems that she can no longer be considered a girl. Qi Lu looked at Lan Yi's back and muttered in his mouth. Fei Xue and others followed closely behind, and after greeting Qi Lu, they also walked to the combat power improvement training room area. Forget it, let me go and see what the third big map is. Qi Lu stood up, took a bottle of Sprite from the drink vending machine and gave it to Xing Lian, as a way of taking responsibility for his previous oral pleasure. Then he said to the system in his mind, System, confirm the opening of the third large map. System, opening, please wait. In less than 3 minutes, a world announcement rang in the New World Mode. The third large map, Dull Maze, has been updated. All players who have reached level 25 can go to the main palace of Frontline City to receive the teleportation array pass. The third large map, Dull Maze, has been updated. All players who have reached level 25 can go to the main palace of Frontline City to receive the teleportation array pass. The third large map, Dull Maze. The world announcement rang 3 times in a row. It is guaranteed that every player online in New World Mode can hear this announcement. Every player who has reached level 25 in New World Mode has a happy face. Although the New World Mode is indeed fun, it is so fun that they can't stop playing it. However, the first big map, Goblin Mountains, is a beginner's map, and basically no one is still there. And the second big map, Evil Warriors Frontline. There are 4 dungeons in total: Renewal of War, Battlefield, Secrets of the Enemy Camp, and Evil Spirit Warriors. This makes those players who have been in the New World mode all year round almost vomit. And because the level of the Evil Spirit Warrior frontline is so high, the skill books and equipment that appear are not very good. The best skill book is just the Evil Spirit body in the Evil Spirit Warrior copy. And it's extremely difficult to brush. As a result, many level 25 players started chatting in the public communication system after going online. After all, there are many people coming to Chila's store. Students from Brilliant Academy, students from Pinnacle Academy, as well as city guards and mercenaries from Cloud Mist City. I come from all over the world. Especially the students from Pinnacle Academy and the students from Brilliant Academy, in the public communication system, they started to have tit-for-tat and verbal exchanges whenever they had free time. But now, as soon as the third large map was opened, everyone ran towards the City Lord's mansion in Frontline City. Suddenly, the outside of the City Lord's mansion was packed to the brim. The first person to enter the City Lord's mansion was, naturally, Qi Lu, who had already known the content of the announcement. After all, it is normal for a store manager to have some privileges. To be honest, this was also the first time Qi Lu met the City Lord of Frontline City. It was an old man with gray hair, but good energy. When Qi Lu opened the door and walked in, the old man was still working at the desk. You must be the warrior who assists my Frontline City guards in defending the enemy. After the City Lord of Frontline City noticed that Qi Lu had entered, he put down the pen and paper in his hand and looked at him with a smile. The City Lord has given you too much praise. I think this is what I should do. Qi Lu knew that this was a plot to go to the third big map, so he also followed suit. Okay, you are worthy of being a warrior with great righteousness. Now that the crisis in Frontline City has been resolved, it is time to express our gratitude. The smile on the face of the city owner of Frontline City became even bigger. The City Lord is polite to me. I am not helping Frontline City just for this gift of thanks. Qi Lu continued to be polite. You're welcome, respected warrior. The Lord of Frontline City fumbled under the desk for a while, then took out a parchment tied with a ribbon, and then continued. It's just that the Frontline City has been fighting for years, and there is nothing precious left to give you. This is a maze map I discovered in my early years. There are countless treasures buried in it. It's a pity that there are powerful puppets blocking the way in the maze. Sato's treasures have always remained in the maze. I think with the strength of a warrior, I should be able to defeat those dolls and get the treasure. With that said, the Lord of Frontline City handed the parchment to Qi Lu. This is the pass to the third large map, Doll Labyrinth. Just open the parchment and use it, and the player will be transported to the third large map. Thank you, City Lord. Qi Lu happily accepted the parchment and then said goodbye. You're welcome, respected warrior, you deserve this. The Lord of Frontline City smiled, stopped talking, and continued to work. After Qi Lu goes out, the next player can enter. Then the City Lord of Frontline City will repeat the plot just now, and then take out a new pass for the doll maze. The system really takes time. Qi Lu glanced at the crowd of people blocked by guards outside the City Lord's mansion. Then open the parchment roll and click Use. Are you sure you want to go to the doll maze? Note, this pass is a one-way pass. You will not be able to return to Frontline City until you find the Frontline City teleportation array. What appeared in front of Qi Lu were two sentences. Sure enough, after leaving Novice Village, all other maps are interoperable. It's just that the way back and forth is more troublesome. Confirm the puppet maze ahead. Qi Lu reached out and clicked on the confirmation option. The parchment in his hand immediately turned into a flame, and then distorted the surrounding scene. In the end, everything went dark, and the place where he appeared again was no longer the Frontline City. The first thing that comes into view is a huge maze. Outside the maze door, there are several huge stone sculptures placed, which look like lions, but are somewhat different. Behind Qilu, there is a very deserted town. After the introduction of information that came to mind, this town was an adventurer town built on this maze. As Qilu read through the background information of the puppet maze, bit by bit, he discovered that the system's malice was really everywhere. The doll maze is indeed a place where treasures are buried. However, the doll maze is not a very secret place. On the contrary, the doll maze is a very famous treasure house. In the background story, the doll maze was at its most glorious, with an endless stream of adventurers coming here every day, in order to get the treasure in the doll maze. However, as the leader of Frontline City said, the terrain in the doll maze is complicated and there are dead ends everywhere. Moreover, the dolls guarding the maze are all extremely powerful. Countless well-known adventurers entered the doll maze, but could not help but gain nothing. Instead, they lost all their money, and even got themselves involved in it. So this puppet maze gradually declined. Because no one likes a treasure house with no treasure at all. The adventurer town outside the doll maze was built by those eager adventurers. But after the doll maze fell, the endless stream of adventurers also left. The people who are still staying in the adventurer town are those who plan to leave here forever. This is the main part of the backstory. It also introduces the positioning of the adventurer town, which is the third large map, the safe zone of the doll maze. In the adventurer town, there are a pharmacy, an armor shop, a weapon shop, an accessory shop, a miscellaneous store, and a resurrection point, and a series of configurations that should be found in a safe area. And within the safe zone, no damage can be caused. As expected, I was tricked by that old man. What kind of reward is this? Qilu felt quite depressed. Although Qilu said that this was what he should do when he was polite to the old man in the city lord's mansion in Frontline City, it was just polite. Or just say there is no reward. It was said that there was a reward before, but then it turned out to be Ali. This is really annoying. But no matter how depressed I am, I can't change the fact that the system is stingy. And the facts have also proved that if you want to take advantage of the system, except for Qilu's occasional extraordinary performance, other customers should not even think about it. Qilu did not choose to enter the doll maze directly, but went to the adventurer town first. It is important to first understand the level positioning of this third large map. Generally speaking, you can find out by going around each store and looking at highest level restrictions of the items inside. Level 45 is the highest restrictive level for the doll maze. If you fight monsters after level 45, you will basically have no experience. The armor, weapons, and accessories are all nothing outstanding. The ones sold in the store are just blank goods. Qilu had no hope at all for what was in the New World model store, so naturally, there was no disappointment at all. The things in the store, at the same level, are probably only half as good as the crappiest equipment that can be found in dungeons. However, the potions in the store are indispensable. Whether it is blood medicine or blue medicine, they are all things that must be prepared before entering the dungeon or killing wild monsters. But why don't we see wild monsters wandering outside the adventurer town? Qilu is a little confused about this issue now. However, the system would not answer Qilu's question, and naturally no one from the Aborigines in the adventurer town would answer Qilu's question. With doubts and confusion, Qilu walked into the door of the puppet maze. What appeared in front of Qilu was not boundless darkness, but a very bright and spacious empty hall. On the wall, facing the door of the doll maze, there are 5 dark passages. At the entrance of the passage, there was a faint sound of crisp collision. But it doesn't sound noisy, instead it sounds a bit like the rotation of mechanical gears. The doll maze, that's it. Qilu looked at the 5 dark passages on the wall of the hall, pondered for a moment, and showed an expression of sudden realization. No wonder there are no wild monsters wandering outside the adventurer town. Because the name of this large map is called Doll Maze. Then the enemies on this large map must all be puppets in the maze. It seems that after entering the maze, you not only have to find the Wei Tove treasure, but you also have to be on guard against attacks by the puppets at all times. Qi Lu finally understood the difficulty of this third large map, the puppet maze. As for the hall outside the passage, judging from Qi Li's many years of experience in online games, this must be the place where players gather to set up stalls. The trading system is convenient, but there is no way to form a team. In the New World mode, in addition to members of the same guild being unable to cause damage to each other, people who form a temporary team through the communication system are also unable to cause damage to each other during the team formation period. However, if you want to form a team through the communication system, you must confirm face-to-face in the New World mode. Then let me go in and take a look first. Qi Lu didn't think much, so he chose the middle one among the 5 passageways and walked in. Welcome to the first level of the doll maze. Only death or treasure can allow you to escape from this maze. Electronic synthesized sound sounded in Qi Li's mind. Qi Lu was slightly surprised. System. You, Irby, are plotting against me again. Qi Lu gritted his teeth and finally couldn't help but cursed in his mind. Qi Lu never expected that the map of this puppet maze would have such an unexpected setting. After entering the passage from the hall, there is no other way out unless you find the buried treasure on the first floor of the puppet maze or are killed by the puppet. This is definitely a setting that traps people without paying for their lives. Because being killed in the wild is not like being killed in a dungeon. If you are killed in the dungeon, it just means that the dungeon failed and you can just start a new round. But if you are killed in the wild, you will lose experience. The first level of this puppet maze is obviously a wild map, not a dungeon map. I have to say that the system settings are really vicious. While it perfectly slows down the leveling speed of all players, it also greatly extends the game life of this third large map, doll maze. However, after entering this pit, Qi Lu could only continue to move forward. The large map of the doll maze is indeed excellent in terms of maze design. Not only are there many forks, but there are also often dead ends. Crack! Just when Qi Lu took the wrong path again and was about to turn back to the previous fork in the road, a statue in front of him suddenly made a clear cracking sound. Immediately afterwards, pieces of stone skin fell from the statue. With the sound of gears turning, the statue shook violently and stepped down from the base. Bang, bang. The loud noise made by stepping on the ground proves the weight of the statue and also represents the power of the statue. Damn thieves, the treasure buried here is not something you can covet. After the statue stepped off the base, it completely came to life and turned into a battle doll guarding the maze of dolls. Dance of the Wind. Without saying a word, Qi Lu immediately blessed himself with wind element magic to ensure that he would not be approached by this doll. He didn't want to use his own weak blood volume to test the attack power off this doll. At least judging from the sturdy figure of this doll and the huge stone hammer in its hand, Qi Lu did not think that the fragile body of the great magician class he chose could withstand 2 hammers from it. Boom boom. After the puppet said the first sentence, it never spoke a second sentence. Instead, he dragged a huge stone hammer and rushed towards Qi Lu. The violent movements were like a mad bull, menacing, and the huge weight stepped on the ground, making the earth begin to tremble. The path of the puppet maze is sometimes wide and sometimes narrow. The road where Qi Lu is now happens to be a narrow road. Facing the charge of the doll, there is no place to hide. This doll maze is indeed not a map that can be played by one person. Qi Lu finally saw that if there was not a heavy shield knight or heavy shield warrior standing in front of him at this time, those fragile classes would basically be killed instantly. But the heavy shield class is definitely not enough in terms of output. However, it was impossible for Qi Lu to give up resistance and sit back and wait for death. The buff effect of wind dance is still there. There is no room to grab it from the side, but there is room above. The puppet's charging speed was very fast. Almost the moment it reached Qi Lu turned over and took off, making a fish leap and flying over the puppet's head. Then a burst of magic was thrown at the doll. Although the operation of jumping over the puppet is very simple, you must know that the time of jumping is very short. If the timing is wrong, the puppet will be dragged down from midair and beaten violently. With the HP and defense of a squishy class, how many hits can it take? However, it is a pity that this puppet encountered Qi Lu. When fighting an enemy with such a single fighting method, it is impossible to make mistakes. From beginning to end, the puppet never touched Qi Lu. He was killed by Qi Li's kite-flying style and all kinds of magic. The attack power is high, the HP is high, and the defense is not low. The only shortcoming is probably that the attack method is single. Qi Lu summarized the advantages and disadvantages of the doll. I have to say that the panel attributes of the doll are indeed excellent. But in terms of offensive methods, probably because the doll is a doll after all, there are only a few types of back and forth. It's okay, not too difficult. Qi Lu drank a bottle of mana potion to replenish the consumed mana, and then continued to look for a way out of the maze. Although the setting of the puppet maze is indeed deceiving, the ultimate goal is definitely not to trap all players in it. The carrier of the New World mode is the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. Then the ultimate goal must be to improve the player's combat effectiveness. The setting of the puppet maze, where you either find treasures or are killed by the puppets, is designed to stimulate players' potential. As Qi Lu continued to move forward and find the right path from wrong paths, players from Frontline City also gradually came to Adventurer Town. Although the old city lord unfolded the plot not very quickly, he couldn't hold it for a long time. As the number of players increased, many people gathered in the hall outside the first floor of the doll maze. Why are there no wild monsters outside this big map? Did you enter the dungeon directly? I'm not sure. How about we go in first and give it a try? Okay, let's form a team. It would be nice if the number of people is limited and we can increase or decrease it. That's okay, you will be the captain or I will be the captain. The bustling crowd began to communicate, and friends began to invite groups to form a team, ready to explore the puppet maze. However, the reality is cruel. Players who were unprepared to be tricked by the setting of the puppet maze had basically no power to fight back in front of these wolf-like puppets. Because the puppet maze has a hidden setting. That is, although the doll maze does not limit the number of people in a team. However, the more people in a team, the more dolls will appear at once. So, while the subsequent players came to the Adventurer Town one after another, people kept coming out of the resurrection point in the Adventurer Town. Is this big map so dangerous? Hey, brother, tell me what's in the puppet maze. Brother, is there anything I need to pay attention to in the puppet maze? So, these people who had just arrived on this big map began to ask about this group of people who came out of the resurrection point. After all, the strategy is very important for things like brushing dungeons. If you know some precautions in advance, you can at least avoid several failures and save a lot of time. However, the group of people who came out of the resurrection point seemed to understand each other's meaning after looking at each other. Facing these newcomers and these reborn old players, they all smiled and patted their shoulders. Nothing to note, very simple. We just accidentally stepped on the trap and were sent out. You just need to be more careful. Remember, the more people in the team, the easier it will be to fight. It's best to have more friends. This is a tacit white lie among veteran players. As long as everyone is a rookie, it won't appear that we are talented. The people outside the resurrection point had false gentle smiles on their faces, but they were sneering in their hearts. These players who came to the doll maze for the first time also thanked them one after another after receiving the advice. They had no idea that they would not only be plotted by the setting of the doll maze, but also by these veteran players. Qi Lu didn't know about the intrigues happening outside. All he knew was that after his persistence in eliminating wrong paths, Heffinelli found the exit of the maze. If we didn't draw the map and had to find the way every time, we would be completely crushed. Qi Lu couldn't help but sigh after walking out of the puppet maze and entering another hall. This hall is not the hall where you enter the doll maze. Here is a place called the treasure hall. In the direction of the hall facing the exit of the maze, there is a large treasure chest half as tall as a man. On one side of the treasure chest, there stood a statue standing upright with a spear in hand. There will only be one statue in the treasure hall. The difference is that the more people enter the treasure hall, the stronger the statue will become and the higher its attributes will be after it wakes up. This is also a hidden setting designed to trick players. I have to say that the system is really willing to use its limited IQ in this aspect. However, this hidden setting cannot trick Qi Lu. It's the turn of the single-player combat operation. At this stage, Qi Lu is ranked second, and no one dares to be ranked first. The puppet guarding the treasure chest fell to the ground due to the resentment of being unable to touch the enemy, and turned into fragments all over the ground. Well, the equipment exploded? Qi Li's sharp eyes immediately saw two items with a faint light on the ground. Doll fragment number 1, one of the fragments of the stand-in doll. Collect the fragments to synthesize the stand-in doll. Pass for the second level of the doll maze, a one-time item that can transport the user and the user's team to the second level of the doll maze. What exploded was not the equipment. Qi Lu was not surprised. He even said that when he saw the pass for the second level of the doll maze, Qi Lu felt that it was logical. Moreover, Qi Lu is sure that in the second level of the puppet maze, there will definitely be a pass for the third level. As for how many layers this puppet maze has, Qi Lu doesn't know. But the pass is a one-time item. In the future, the price of this thing in the trading system will definitely remain high. Look at the figure fragment number 1. This is the first time that something that needs to be synthesized from fragments appears, and it is also marked with a number, indicating that there must be other locations. According to the personality of the system, something that requires such a complicated method will definitely not have poor functionality. The Evil Body Skill book is the best proof. It's okay, I just hope you don't give me an empty treasure chest. Qi Lu did not put the hope of exploding the equipment on the last doll, but on the treasure chest. Because if you look at the background story of the doll maze, you will know that all the good things in the maze are in the treasure chests. Unboxing. Qi Lu broke open the copper lock and opened the lid of the treasure chest with force. What was placed inside was a pile of game gold coins, a few pieces of equipment with not very good attributes, and a few popular skill books. I shouldn't have any expectations. Qi Lu rubbed his eyebrows and thought to himself, it is indeed so. Congratulations, dear adventurer, you have successfully found the treasure. Now you have 1 minute to rest. You can choose to leave directly or leave automatically after 1 minute. At the same time as the treasure chest was opened, the system prompts also sounded. Just leave. Qi Lu, who had found out the first level of the doll maze, didn't have much nostalgia. However, Qi Lu, who walked out of the passage calmly, was a huge shock to the players who were still wandering around the hall. The first person to walk out directly from the passage. Could it be that he successfully found the treasure? Boss, why did you come out of here? As a die-hard player of the New World mode, Ying Feng naturally came to the puppet maze as soon as possible, but he was also cleared out of the maze by puppets several times. Now seeing Qi Lu walking out of the maze, the expression on his face was extremely surprised. You can come out when you find the treasure. It's very simple. Qi Lu said nonchalantly. This sentence, like a sharp sword, was pierced into the hearts of all the players in the hall who had been cleared out of the maze at least once. Very simple? It's so simple that we can be cleared out again and again by puppets? Let's not talk about how depressed I am. Just losing experience can make people collapse. Fortunately, there is no level drop setting in New World mode. Otherwise, most of the people in the hall would basically fall down to level 25. However, even so, these people basically have no experience bar at level 25. Boss, please take me through this once. Please, take me through this once. Yingfeng rushed forward, without hesitation, and hugged Qi Li's thigh without letting go. Among all the players, he has the thickest thighs. There is no doubt that it must be Qi Lu. You? Qi Lu glanced at Yingfeng, then shook his head and said, "You're not very good. If we want to cross the maze, we need at least a heavy shield class. For an ordinary team, this is how the maze is configured. Unless everyone can be like Qi Lu, he knows the timing of the battle just right and makes no mistakes." Okay, boss, wait a moment, I'll call someone right away. Yingfeng immediately turned on the communication system. Call Lanya Guild, is Zier here? Is Zier here? Although there is peace in Yunwu City. But that was also because Qi Lu was deliberately avoided by the surrounding forces after he showed great power. But in Yashui City, there was solemnity at this moment. Ling Xiao gathered the 8,000 cavalry he brought with him and the 20,000 infantry assigned to him by Ling Yun. Above the school grounds, the cold wind was biting. But among the soldiers gathered on the school field, no one moved. They all raised their heads and stood straight. Ling Xiao also spoke slowly on the general stage. "I know you must be wondering why I took you to counterattack Yashuiguan. I also know that you must have some resentment in your heart. Why should it take you to die?" Ling Xiao's eyes scanned the people below, and the words in his mouth revealed everything that the soldiers were thinking. It is inevitable to have such thoughts. 30,000 troops went to attack Yashui Pass, which was guarded by 250,000 troops. Isn't that a clear decision to commit suicide? But, next, I will tell you why I made this decision. Ling Xiao did not give the soldiers on the school field a chance to question. Instead, he opened his arms and looked up at the sky. "Now, please raise your heads." Ling Xiao spoke loudly, his voice filled with unquestionable momentum. Under the leadership of Ling Xiao, the soldiers raised their heads one after another. Chirp! Chirp! A sharp roar came from the horizon, like a sharp knife. This scream contained a breathtaking pressure. What is that? Oh my God, what kind of monster is that? Why is it so big? It's a flying monster. It's a huge flying monster. In the horrified eyes of all the soldiers, an array of flying dragons slowly appeared on the horizon. From the small black dot at the beginning, it quickly turned into a flying dragon with a slender body and a ferocious appearance, approaching quickly at an extremely fast speed. The school grounds suddenly became extremely noisy. The soldiers' panicked looks and shocked shouts were intertwined. The war horses on the school field were trembling with fear from the pressure released by the flying dragon. No matter how hard the cavalry around them pulled, they did not dare to move. This comes from the suppression of racial hierarchy. What is this? Why does such a powerful monster appear in Yashui City at this time? Ling Yun, who was also paying attention to the situation on the school grounds, also felt huge waves in his heart. The intimidating pressure coming from the horizon cannot be faked. Such a powerful flying monster would definitely be a disaster for Yashui City. The flying dragon hovered above the school grounds, its huge wings whipping up strong winds and hitting the soldiers' faces. That huge body blocked the sky, casting a shadow that covered the sky and the sun, almost covering the entire school grounds. Everyone obeyed the order, divided into two square formations, spread out to both sides, and let the flying dragon fall down. Ling Xiao looked up at the flying dragon hovering in the sky and gave a loud order. The voice mixed with fighting spirit spread to every corner of the school grounds. It also reached Ling Yun's ears. Does third brother know the purpose of these flying monsters? Ling Yan's eyes widened when he heard Ling Zhao's shout. It could be heard from Ling Zhao's voice that not only was he not panicked at all, but he was actually feeling happy inside. Impossible. Ling Yan looked at the sky. The flying dragon hovering over the school grounds made a sharp roar from time to time, which was breathtaking. If it were just one end and two ends, that would be understandable. After all, no one has a trump card or anything. But when such a large group came, Ling Yan couldn't believe that this was Ling Xiao's handiwork. If Ling Xiao had such a powerful trump card from the beginning, how could he be sitting idle in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city? While Ling Yan kept guessing, a large open space had been given up on the school grounds. The flying dragons hovering in the sky immediately swooped down uniformly and landed in the open space of the school grounds. The Gale flying dragon with a wingspan of tens of meters, even with its wings folded in half lying on the ground, is still 7 or 8 meters high, and its huge body is like a small hill. Just lying down on the school field is a huge deterrent to the surrounding soldiers. Those sharp and violent vertical pupils can make people feel chilled in their hearts just by glancing at them. What shocked these soldiers even more was that there were people sitting on the backs of these behemoths. And there were several people sitting on each head. Where did these people come from? This question arose in the minds of everyone present. If nothing else, just the means to tame these giant beasts are enough to make people admire and awe. Facing these giant beasts, those with weaker strength might have their legs become weak and their legs tremble even while standing, let alone taming them. However, these people sitting on the back of the giant beast did it, and the most terrifying thing is that these people did not tame one giant beast with 2 heads, but directly tamed an array. There are dozens of them. It's incredible. However, Ling Xiao spoke up at this time. You are finally here. Is this the surprise you said you gave me? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. Did you invite these giant beasts here? Oh my God, Your Excellency was able to find such a terrifying beast. No wonder you dare to lead us to counterattack Yashwiquan. Great, great. After the soldiers were shocked, they all looked at Ling Xiao with burning eyes. At this moment, all the resentment in the hearts of these soldiers disappeared, replaced by respect and admiration for Ling Xiao. If you can even invite such a powerful behemoth, what else can't you do? At this moment, Ling Xiao's figure magnified infinitely in the hearts of the soldiers. Ling Yun, who was paying close attention to the situation in the school grounds, was dumbfounded at the moment, looking at Ling Xiao, who was having an intimate conversation with the person on the back of the giant beast, muttering to himself. No, this can't be true. If there is such a powerful aid, Ling Xiao's prestige in the hearts of the soldiers will soon surpass Ling Yun. The status in the army depends on those who win the hearts of the army and command the troops. Ling Yun didn't want to believe that these giant beasts that suddenly appeared were really brought by Ling Xiao. The eldest prince, Ling Chongkong, is in politics, and the fourth prince, Ling Yun, is in the army. This was the pattern set from the beginning. But at this moment, this pattern was about to be broken by the third prince who had been doing nothing and doing nothing. Ling Yun was really unwilling to give in. So, are you satisfied with this surprise? Shui Lang jumped off the back of the Gale flying dragon and gave Ling Xiao a bear hug. Satisfied, so satisfied. Ling Xiao patted Shualong's back hard and said excitedly. Just this morning, Ling Xiao received the news about the membership card. Shualong told him that they would arrive at Yashui City soon and asked Ling Xiao to wait for him at the school ground. The shocking scene just now was something Shui Lang told Ling Xiao and asked him to arrange on the school grounds. However, the sudden appearance of the flying dragon still gave Ling Xiao a huge surprise. Because after having this amazing army in the sky, it will be much easier to take down Yashwiquan. Why were those soldiers so frightened when they saw flying monsters? Because as long as you are not at the hero level, the sky will never be the territory of the human race. Especially when facing powerful flying monsters, the human race is always lacking in power. That's why the dragon clan is so scary. Not only is the dragon itself powerful, but more importantly, the dragon represents the sky. Great, with these helpers, it will be very convenient for me to get back to Yashwiguan. Ling Xiao looked at the gale flying dragon lying on the school ground and clicked his tongue. I already knew you would say that. This is an extra gift from me without any charge. Shui Lang smiled, then took out a pet card from his pocket and threw it to Ling Xiao. Wind flying dragon. Ling Xiao hurriedly caught the pet card that was suddenly thrown by the blood wolf, and a piece of information was transmitted into his mind. That's right, the new pet card from the boss's shop. The blood wolf raised his eyebrows, and then pointed at the giant beast lying in the school field. I know that store manager Qi has never let me down. Ling Xiao showed a look of realization, then put the pet card away, and then asked, have you brought the things? 30,000 sets, not a lot. Shui Lang took out an animal skin bag and handed it to Ling Xiao. It's filled with bronze storage rings. Remember to give me the spirit crystal as soon as possible. I'm still waiting to pay you back. When the blood wolf let go of the animal skin bag, he warned again. There is no way, if all the spirit crystals produced by the blood wolf team are slower, it will be slower. But the problem is that most of the spiritual crystals used to buy this batch of equipment were borrowed. At least the blood wolf didn't like the feeling of being in debt. No problem. As long as we get Yashui Pass back, those guys from the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War still dare not to allocate military funds? Ling Xiao assured, patting his chest. That's all I said. Shui Lang waved his hand and said, you can arrange the next thing. I will also give you an extra mission. Brothers, I will let you handle it first. Don't worry, the reward will definitely not be small. Ling Xiao said seriously. Anyway, it's all deducted from military expenditures. Ling Xiao was very generous when it came to borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha. Understood. Of course Shui Lang knew what Ling Xiao was referring to. The two looked at each other and showed a tacit smile at the same time. Brothers, get on the flying dragon. The blood wolf raised his arms and shouted, and the members of the blood wolf team who had been staying next to the gale flying dragon immediately climbed up behind the gale flying dragon. Member card contact. Learn. Ling Xiao nodded, and the blood wolf immediately turned over and climbed onto the gale flying dragon. Call. The gale flying dragon flapped its wings, and a gust of wind suddenly surged above the school grounds. The blown sand made it difficult to even open one's eyes. Soon, an array of flying dragons flew into the sky again, hovering over the school grounds. Assemble and form an array. Ling Xiao's face returned to a serious expression as the gale flying dragon took off. After being frightened by the flying dragon, the soldiers' movement sped up a lot. However, in less than 2 minutes, all 30,000 soldiers were assembled and arrayed neatly, with more energy than before. If you feel carefully, you will find it. This energy is called morale. Change equipment. Ling Xiao took out all the equipment from the bronze storage ring. Although this method of forcibly removing items will damage the bronze storage ring, it doesn't matter anymore. Otherwise, it would be too disrespectful to call the members of the Blood Wolf team down from the sky. No one questioned Ling Xiao's words. No one asked how these equipment appeared. Only Ling Yun, who was watching this scene outside the school grounds, let out a long sigh. The storage ring is actually a storage ring. It goes without saying how precious storage rings are. And Ling Xiao's ability to take out so many storage rings in one breath has proven his strength, or in other words, how powerful the forces behind him are. However, Ling Yun could never have imagined that somewhere, there was a storage ring containing 300 spiritual crystals. This battle is a battle to protect the territory of our Huanyuan Empire, And it is also a battle to promote the national prestige of our Huanyuan Empire. In this battle, we can only win, not lose. After all the soldiers changed their equipment, Ling Xiao raised his unparalleled spirit spear and shouted loudly. Boost morale. Only victory. No defeat. The soldiers on the school field roared, and the sound of roaring in unison echoed throughout the sky. The flying dragon hovering in the sky was so startled that it also roared loudly, as if in agreement. Mount the cavalry. After Ling Xiao shouted, he stepped on the stirrup and rode on the back of the white horse riding the wind. The 8,000 cavalrymen at the front of the array also got on their horses, and their movements were as uniform as replicas. Get your weapons and let's go. Ling Xiao roared loudly, shook the reins, and the white horse immediately took steps and ran towards the city gate. Kill. The soldiers on the school field also started to move. Yashuaching and Yashuiguan guarded and helped each other, and they were only 100 miles apart. With the blessing of the Windwalker realm, it would only take half a day for the cavalry to march past. But for the flying dragon that can fly, it only takes 100 miles to burn a stick of incense. As for the infantry following behind, they are only used as the second echelon. Blood Wolf, please be the first to attack. Ling Xiao half-leaned over the wind-walking white horse and used his membership card to contact the Blood Wolf on the back of the gale-flying dragon. No problem, brothers, please turn on the guild communication mode for me. It's the first appearance of the gale-flying dragon. If you don't play beautifully, you will be sorry for our spiritual crystal. After Shui Lang responded to Ling Xiao's words, he shouted directly on the public screen of the Blood Wolf Guild. Copy that, Captain. Copy that, Captain, let's get started. I can't wait any longer. The public screen of the Blood Wolf Guild immediately became lively. Using the gale-flying dragon to attack a Yashuiguan pass that has almost no long-range attack capability is really a bit of a bully. But that's what war is. If you can use long strikes to weaken, then you must do so. How to use the least loss of troops to cause the maximum loss of the enemy's troops is what a coach should consider. The so-called gentleman's way is not suitable for use in such a cruel place. Let the gale-flying dragon, who has learned magic, attack first, and the others will cover at any time. Pay attention to the opponent's magician. The Blood Wolf commanded in an orderly manner in the public screen of the Blood Wolf Guild. The gale-flying dragon is a relatively special pet. Because of its dragon bloodline, the gale-flying dragon can learn martial arts and an additional amount of magic to strengthen its combat effectiveness. Moreover, because of this dragon bloodline, the gale-flying dragon also has a small amount of magic resistance. However, although the gale wyvern has many advantages, its shipment rate is relatively lower than that of the Death Knight. Therefore, don't look at the fact that the Blood Wolf team has so many flying dragons. In fact, no one has ever awakened. Moreover, the levels of these gale-flying dragons are all above level 50. This shows how many other pet cards they drew in order to draw the gale-flying dragon. In the end, they were all fed to the gale-flying dragon. However, even if the gale-flying dragon has not awakened, it is not something that these soldiers can deal with. 3 rows of flying dragons appeared on the horizon. The Xingyao Empire soldiers guarding Yashui Pass naturally saw the appearance of these giant beasts. With such a huge body, it is difficult not to see it. What kind of monster is that? Flying monsters, and there are so many more. Bang the drum, bang the drum. After the shock and fear passed, the soldiers on the sentry immediately grabbed the drumsticks around them. Dong dong dong. The drum beat of the enemy attack immediately spread throughout Yashui Pass. After hearing the drumbeat of the enemy attack, the soldiers in the camp quickly put on their armor, picked up their weapons, and rushed out to assemble. However, after seeing the huge shadow on the ground and looking up to see the flying dragon in the sky, fear suddenly filled their hearts. No. Unfortunately, the frightened screams did not come out. The wind blades that filled the sky flew down overwhelmingly, covering most of Shui Pass in an instant. Storm Blade. This is the most basic magic equipped by the Blood Wolf team for the Swiftwind Dragon. It is also the most suitable skill book for the Swiftwind Dragon and the trading system for the time being. Storm Blade is not a high-level magic. At best, it can only be regarded as an advanced version of Wind Blade. When a normal magician releases it, there are just a few more wind blades. Even if it is used by a wind element magician, it will only be a dozen wind blades. However, the Storm Blade magic is a wind magic, but it is very suitable for the attributes of the wind flying dragon. Coupled with the majestic energy in the body of the gale flying dragon, such a not-so-high-level magic evolved into such a terrifying rain of wind blades. It may be difficult for the overwhelming wind blades to harm a master-level expert. But when faced with these weak Star Empire expeditionary forces, these wind blades were like the scythes of death, harvesting lives crazily. However, the Star Glory Empire expeditionary force was helpless when faced with the flying dragon flying in the sky. Whenever a magician wants to use magic to deal with the flying dragons that release this storm blade, there will be another attack to scatter the magic. This is the advantage of the sky. Because this situation has never happened before, no one thought that such a day would come. The flying dragon hovering in the sky left more than 200,000 soldiers helpless. The wind blades filled the sky like a downpour. In a short period of time, more than 30,000 people had fallen. The blood flowed out and merged into trickles, flowing on the ground of Yashwiguan. Where did these flying monsters come from? Why are they attacking us? Rong Yuqua almost went crazy when he saw this scene. If you don't reach the hero level, you won't be able to ascend to the sky. Maybe the magician can temporarily stay in the sky with some magic. But for a fighting spirit class like Rong Yuqua, the sky will always be an untouchable realm until the hero level. Therefore, no matter how angry Rong Yuqua was, there was nothing he could do against this group of flying dragons. Report. Sir, we found another group of enemy troops approaching outside Yashui Pass. The leader is Ling Xiao, the third prince of the Huanyuan Empire. A scout hurriedly ran to Rong Yuqua and reported urgently. Ling Xiao. Rong Yuqua's eyes widened instantly. He glanced at the flying dragon in the sky, which was still releasing its wind blades, and he already thought of Fiki to this matter. Damn, the third prince of the Huanyuan Empire, where did he find these monsters? These giant beasts cannot be the trump cards of the Huanyuan Empire. Rong Yuqua knew this very well. Because if these giant beasts were really the trump card of the Huanyuan Empire, Fire Emperor Ling Ao should have taken them out long ago to intimidate the surrounding forces. Although these wind blades cannot harm the Grandmaster level. But within a large force, how many are there at the Grandmaster level, and how many are at the Brave level and the Professional level? The Hero level is the foundation of a country. The Grandmaster level is the top level of combat power. The Professional class is the backbone of a big force. Brave level and those cultivators who are not yet Brave level are the foundation of an empire's military strength. However, the Brave level has no way to resist these wind blades. Even if you are a Professional class, it is very difficult to resist. If you are not careful, you will be seriously injured. As long as these giant beasts are around, countless forces, big and small, can be afraid of them. However, Rong Yuqua had never heard about this group of giant beasts. It was not until today that he saw them for the first time. Well, no doubt about it. These giant beasts were not the Huanyuan Empire's trump card at all, but Ling Xiao's trump card. Okay, that's great. A mere third prince of the Huanyuan Empire can actually make me, Rong Yuqua, helpless. Rong Yuqua's teeth creaked, almost breaking them. Understanding this will not be of any help to the current situation. Withdraw troops and abandon Yashui Pass. Rong Yuqua is indeed a famous general, able to take up and put down. When faced with a battle that has absolutely no chance of winning, there is none to fight. As long as they withdraw from the Star Empire, if these giant beasts still dare to pursue them, the Holy Knights will naturally take action to punish them. Grown-ups, I say withdraw troops. Needless sacrifice is a taboo on the battlefield. Rong Yuqua said firmly. If there was even a slight chance of victory, how could Rong Yuqua be willing to withdraw his troops and vomit back the meat he had already eaten? But as long as this group of flying dragons survive, the Starry Star Empire Expeditionary Force will definitely lose this battle. Yes. The scout responded and quickly retreated. The army was defeated like a mountain. The expeditionary force of the Star Glory Empire evacuated Yashwiguan Pass in a very unpleasant manner. Before the 30,000 troops led by Ling Shao arrived, only an empty gate was left behind. The Blood Wolf also walked out of Yashwiguan. You guys are moving too fast. Ling Shao couldn't help but say. Although I thought from the beginning, using the Gale Flying Dragon as a forward would have a huge advantage. But Ling Shao never expected that this advantage would be too great. They immediately pushed back the Star Glory Empire Expeditionary Force. However, it would be a bit unrealistic to continue the pursuit. Because once the Gale Flying Dragon enters the border of the Star Empire, the two heroes of the Star Empire will have an excuse to take action. Don't look at the fact that the Gale Flying Dragon is invincible against the Grandmaster level. But when facing a hero, they will definitely be killed like vegetables and melons. It's not all our fault, you were the last straw. The Blood Wolf can see clearly in the sky. If Ling Shao didn't come, Rong Yuqua would definitely not give up Yashui Pass. Because he didn't know where the Gale Flying Dragon came from. When the time comes to invite the paladins of the Star Glory Empire to take action, the unlucky ones are still the Blood Wolves. You don't need to be so humble, your contribution is the greatest. Ling Shao patted Shualong on the shoulder and said loudly. After saying that, he winked at the Blood Wolf. You're welcome. Shualong immediately understood what Ling Shao meant, and if he gave him the credit, the military funds would be allocated faster. After all, someone kindly helped you snatch Yashwiguan back, so you couldn't possibly say nothing at all. It's just a pity about those 30,000 sets of equipment. Shualong thought off this matter again. It's not a loss. It's a pity to use the national treasury to support Apravate army. Ling Shao narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly. It can be predicted that Ling Shao will surely gain a place in the army by taking back Yashwiguan during his trip. Whether the 30,000 sets of equipment were consumed in the war or attained and passed on to the troops led by Ling Shao, it would not be a loss. Ling Shao had already thought about this kind of thing clearly. The coach's prestige and reputation in the military are very important matters. And the scene where the Gale Flying Dragon appeared could steadily elevate Ling Zhao's prestige to surpass that of Ling Yun. When the time comes, in the Western garrison, even if Ling Shao can't get the position of lieutenant, he may not be able to escape the position of a general. The commander-in-chief status in the border garrison is second only to that of the lieutenant. It's just that the lieutenants are responsible for strategizing, while the generals are responsible for marching and fighting. In the Western garrison, the position of commander has always been vacant. It was this location that Ling Shao had made his mind up. Compared to the eldest Prince Ling Chongkong and the fourth Prince Ling Yun, Ling Shao had no support from the court and no assistance from the army. He was just an idler. But as long as this time Ling Shao can be appointed as the commander-in-chief of the border garrison, Ling Shao can get help from the army. In the imperial court, most of the ministers were divided into two queues. One team focuses on ability. No matter which prince these ministers can succeed Fire Emperor Ling Ao, as long as they can lead the Huanyuan Empire to prosperity, they will support it. The other branch is the nobles and nobles in the imperial court. This group of people, relying on the legacy of their ancestors, mostly put their own interests first. As long as the succeeding prince can guarantee their interests, they will support him no matter who he is. And among the few remaining ministers, except for those who can ignore the prince and have high positions of power, they are just wallflowers who support whoever has the biggest fist. Among these ministers, there are only a few high-ranking and powerful people who can ignore the prince. Left Prime Minister, Ku Jin. The general who governs the country should be crazy. And several old ministers who followed the late emperor in the war. They were all ministers who followed the late emperor and stayed to assist Fire Emperor Ling Ao. Even if Fire Emperor Ling Ao really wants to appoint an auxiliary minister, it will definitely not be chosen from among them. Even if Fire Emperor Ling Ao really wants to appoint an auxiliary minister, it will definitely not be chosen from among them. Above the imperial court, the eldest prince, Ling Chongkong, has been running the business for a long time. Therefore, the support of the military is a force that Ling Xiao must strive for. You do things thoughtfully. Shui Lang admired Ling Xiao's meticulous style. This is nothing. Rather than strategizing, what I want more is absolute power. Ling Xiao tightly clenched the unparalleled spirit gun in his hand. It was the power of this inheritance that reawakened Ling Xiao's long-dormant ambition. The news of the Huangyuan Empire's army's victory at Yashuiguan quickly spread to the surrounding forces. Among them, the one who got the news the fastest was naturally the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire. When the victory horses rushed onto the road to the imperial city and the victory soldiers shouted the news of the victory at Yashuiguan, Ling Ao was going to court. The good news soon spread to the palace. What did you say? Yashuiguan was recaptured? Ling Ao looked at the victory soldiers, with an incredible look on his majestic face. Not only Ling Ao knew what was going on at Yashuiguan, it could be said that everyone above the court knew it. After the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force captured Yashui Pass, the western garrison, supported by the cavalry led by Ling Xiao, managed to break out of Yashui Pass and retreated to Yashui City. In this situation, the gap in military strength between the two can be said to be quite disparate. It can be said that as long as the remaining troops can defend Yashui City and prevent the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force from penetrating even half a step deeper into the Huangyuan Empire, it can be regarded as a great achievement. After all, the biggest fault in the attack on Yashuiguan this time was not the ineffective defense of the western garrison. It was because Rong Yuqua, a famous general of the Xingyao Empire, and the staff of the Gulyuo Empire, plotted against the defenders of Yashui Pass. As long as Yashui City is defended, Ling Yun, as the coach, can say that his merits and demerits are equal to each other. However, what people never expected was that they actually took back Yashuiguan. This is simply a fantasy. What's going on? Show your confidence in victory. Ling Ao asked eagerly. Yes. The victory soldier got down on one knee and saluted Fire Emperor Ling Ao, then took out the victory letter and read it out loud. My father personally announced my victory, and my son Ling Xiao reported victory. Yashui Pass was occupied, and I was heartbroken. Therefore, I gathered 30,000 troops to fight to the death with the enemy, vowing to recapture Yashui Pass and protect the territory of our Huangyuan Empire. Fortunately, Minister lived up to his mission, hereby report the victory. As the soldiers read out the contents of the letter, the ministers in the court became more and more shocked and unbelievable. Only use 30,000 troops to attack Yashui Pass? Is the third prince dreaming, or are we dreaming? Well, he is worthy of being my son, Ling Ao. He should be so capable. After hearing the victory message, Ling Ao immediately shouted hello and then smiled while stroking his hands. You can see the joy in Ling Ao's heart. It can be said that Ling Ao admires Ling Zhao's style very much. The Huangyuan Empire should have such tiger generals to protect the Huangyuan Empire's eternal existence. The ministers in the court didn't know what to say at this moment. They had been laughing at Ling Xiao for not knowing what he could do, for daring to support Yashwiguan with 10,000 cavalry, and even jointly remonstrated. In the blink of an eye, the good news came. With the help of Ling Xiao, the Yashui Pass defenders successfully broke through and retreated to Yashui City. This group of ministers were immediately slapped in the face by the facts. And now, the second piece of good news has come. This time, the western garrison not only retreated to Yashui City, but even captured Yashui Pass. The faces of the ministers who had jointly remonstrated earlier became even more ugly. Regardless of Fire Emperor Ling Ao's happy expression at this time, I am afraid that in Ling Ao's heart, these ministers who dared to jointly remonstrate have long been classified as being in the Cold Palace. From then on, it would be difficult for them to make a difference in the court. Damn it, I actually listened to that guy's slander. My lies are misleading the public. My lies are misleading the public. The third prince is a fierce general of our Huangyuan Empire, and I actually want to remonstrate with him and replace him. The ministers who looked embarrassed all lowered their heads. While feeling remorseful, I also cursed the person who initiated the joint remonstration in my heart. Shower has such great achievements. When he returns to the imperial city, he will be rewarded greatly. Your Majesty is wise. Fire Emperor Ling Ao spoke slowly and in a tone that did not allow for refutation, so that all the ministers in the palace did not dare to say a word. They could only agree with Ling Ao and shout that His Majesty is wise. Besides, does the third prince have any other matters that need to be reported? Ling Ao looked at the echoes in the court, nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to look at the victory soldiers. The soldiers who report victory on the front line are usually soldiers who rush back from the front line. And if the frontline coach has any requests, he will sometimes let the soldiers report the success together with the news. As for whether the soldiers who report victory will lie, if you dare to lie in front of the frontline commander and the Fire Emperor, I'm afraid even the 9 lives of the victorious soldiers will not be enough to kill you. Your Majesty also said that the war is tense, consumption is too much, and food and grass supplies are in short supply. I hope that the imperial court can allocate a military expenditure to the front line as soon as possible. The soldier who reported victory respectfully replied, almost following Ling Xiao's original words. Oh? Ling Xiao, this kid hasn't even finished the battle yet, and he's just thinking about asking for money. He's really a bit of a general. Ling Ao laughed when he heard this. With Ling Ao's wisdom, how could he not know what Ling Xiao was thinking? However, as for the struggle for power between princes, as long as they don't go too far, Ling Ao will usually turn a blind eye and the matter will be over. After all, they are all his biological sons, so it is really hard to do things that favor one over the other. Therefore, Ling Ao's phrase, the style of a tiger general, means that Ling Xiao even wants to scheme against the current Fire Emperor's money. He is indeed very courageous and deserves praise. However, the victory at Yashwiguan does require grace to reward the frontline soldiers for their contributions. Draw up a decree and ask the Ministry of Revenue to allocate 1 million spiritual crystals to reward the western garrison. I accept the decree. The minister of Hubu immediately stood up and bowed. Knife Emperor, why are you calling me here at this time? The Gun Emperor walked into the inner hall of the Guluo Empire Palace at a fast pace, and saw the Sword Emperor frowning at a secret letter on the imperial case, his 2 brows almost knitted together. You are here. Please read this secret letter. The Sword Emperor seemed to feel someone entering the inner hall. Without raising his head, he rubbed his brow with one hand and threw the secret message on the imperial case to the Spear Emperor with the other hand. The thin letter paper was thrown out by the Sword Emperor, like a flying knife, making a sound of hunting through the air. Then, the force on the letter paper was buffered by the Spear King's 2 fingers. The thin letter paper was thrown out by the Sword Emperor, like a flying knife, making a sound of hunting through the air. Then, the force on the letter paper was buffered by the Spear King's 2 fingers. Why are you so angry? What happened? The Gun King frowned slightly, then turned his attention to the secret message. Yashui Pass, the defenders of the Huangyuan Empire counterattack, the huge flying monsters, withdraw their troops. Withdraw troops? The Gun King suddenly raised his head and looked at the Sword King. That's right, the Xingyao Empire has withdrawn its troops. They said that if they continue to stay at Yashui Pass, all the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force will be destroyed there. They cannot bear this loss. The Sword Emperor said coldly, and at the end, he even let out a sneering laugh. But after saying that, the Sword Emperor also knew that once the Xingyao Empire withdrew its troops, it would be difficult to attack again. Without the constraints of the Xingyao Empire, the Huangyuan Empire's military strength would not be afraid of us at all. The Spear King also realized this. Yes, that's exactly it. This is exactly what the Sword Emperor is worried about. In that case, let's make it clear to them. In 2 days, that guy Yufeng should come out. The Gun King suddenly said. Yufeng is the 3rd hero to be promoted to the Gulyuo Empire. A professional wind elemental magician, he was previously the most outstanding member of the Grandmaster level among the royal family of the ancient Luo Empire, so he was qualified to use the hero-level trial crystal. As of now, this is the only way. The Sword Emperor nodded. The ruins will be opened soon. No one wants to miss this century-old event. Yunwu City, Chila Shop. Here, no matter what big things happen outside, it is as lively as ever. Especially after the opening of the 3rd large map, Doll Labyrinth, a large number of players poured into the adventurer town and began their journey to explore the treasures of the labyrinth. Although the danger of the puppet maze is several times higher than the previous copy. But similarly, what is returned to players is several times more than the previous copy. Among them, the pass to the 2nd level of the doll maze and the doll fragments are the things that will definitely drop after killing the guardian doll in the treasure hall. As far as Chila knows, although all the doll fragments have not been collected yet, the largest number that has appeared so far is number 16. In other words, if you want to make a stand-in doll, you need at least 16 doll fragments. In the treasure chests in the treasure hall, generally speaking, there will be a small amount of game gold coins, some equipment with varying attributes, and high-end skill books that will appear from time to time. Skill books have been in short supply since pet cards became popular. There is no way, it's all to help the pet load skills. You want as many skill books as you want to upgrade these martial arts and magic, too. It can be said that pets are absolutely ruthless spiritual crystal devourers. Boss. I successfully assembled the stand-in doll. Just as Qi Lu was leisurely flipping through the anecdotes in the guild communication system, Ying Feng's voice suddenly rang in Qi Li's ears. Turning around, he saw Ying Feng controlling the character and running to Chila's side in the New World mode. But no matter how you look at the expression on his face, it doesn't look like he is happy. On the contrary, it seems a little depressed. Have you made a stand-in doll? What are its attributes? Have you made a stand-in doll? What are its attributes? Chila asked, curiously. See for yourself. He should have traded the stand-in doll to Qi Lu. Stand-in doll, a disposable item, bound with drops of blood. When the bound person encounters fatal injury, the stand-in doll will bear the fatal injury in behalf of the bound person and fully restore the bound person's injuries. Note that the stand-in doll has a 24-hour cooldown time. Note that the same person can only bind one stand-in at the same time. It took so much effort to produce such a prop? Qi Lu was also a little shocked. To be honest, props with this attribute have almost no other role in the New World mode except to prevent players who are unfortunate enough to be killed by puppets from losing experience. Being killed in a dungeon is worse than failing the dungeon and starting over. No wonder Ying Feng looked so depressed. It's like a candy that looks very sweet, but after finally taking it into your mouth, the taste that emerges is so bitter that your heart trembles. No one can accept it. It shouldn't be. Logically speaking, how could the system produce such a worthless prop? Qilu was also a little confused. But even if I can't figure it out now, I can't tell these people. Otherwise, it would be too demotivating for these customers. So Qilu patted Ying Feng's shoulder very solemnly and said sincerely, every prop has its value. Even if it cannot be reflected now, it is just that the time has not come yet. Trust me, leave the stand-in in the package, you won't be disappointed in the future. When he said these words, Ying Feng was immediately stunned. Qilu then took the opportunity to put the stand-in doll into Hui Feng's hand and prepared to sneak away quietly. After all, if Ying Feng continued to ask questions, Qilu wouldn't know how to continue deceiving him. However, just when Ying Feng came to his senses and wanted to continue asking, a man who hadn't been to the store for a long time suddenly called Qilu away. Gu Pingchuan, Manager Qi, I have something important to see you for. Ding Gu, long time no see, what have you been doing lately? Qi Li immediately said hello, in order to get rid of Ying Feng. Seeing this scene, Ying Feng had to swallow his doubts. Manager Qi, I have been in the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire before, this time I came here to discuss important matters. Gu Pingchuan sat in the booth, next to Qi Lu, and entered the New World mode. Please tell me if you have anything to say. Qi Lu opened the two-person communication mode. Actually, the reason I came here this time is to discuss with you, Store Manager Qi, and to use your store as a venue to discuss the distribution offering tokens among the Huangyuan Empire, the Gu Luo Empire, and the Star Empire. Gu Pingchuan briefly explained his purpose. I will not close the store, and naturally, I will not rent the store. Qi Lu said without hesitation. There is no need to discuss the matter of renting a store. Mr. Qi is overly worried. We are not renting the store, we are just borrowing the store lobby for use. I am just asking Manager Qi to be a notary. Gu Pingchuan quickly explained. In fact, the cause of this matter still has to do with the letter sent by the ancient Roman Empire. On top of the letter, the third hero of the Goluo Empire, Yu Feng's aura proved his strength, and also gave Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan an extra sense of crisis. The content of the letter has also been stated clearly. On top of the letter, the third hero of the Goluo Empire, Yu Feng's aura proved his strength, and also gave Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan an extra sense of crisis. The content of the letter has been clearly stated. The heroes of the three empires should gather together and make things clear with clear swords and guns. The Huangyuan Empire is the place where the ruins will be opened this time, so they are willing to leave the selection of the hero gathering place to the Huangyuan Empire. So Gu Pingchuan immediately thought of Qilu's store. It was also because of this that Gu Pingchuan came to discuss this matter with Qi Lu. Facing Qi Lu at this time, Gu Pingchuan would inevitably think of the scene he saw on the membership card before. Kill the bone dragon with your own strength. This illustrious achievement is simply appalling. This also made Gu Pingchuan's originally polite tone become even more polite. After all, in terms of combat power, a monster like Qi Lu is already considered the ultimate hero. This is also the reason why Gu Pingchuan thought of this. The so-called notary must have the ability to convince all parties before he's qualified to serve. Want me to be a notary public? Qi Lu pondered for a moment, then wanted to refuse. After all, it's not easy to be a notary. Don't worry, Manager Qi, this notary will not let you do it in vain. After discussing with the Fire Emperor, I am willing to give up a piece of relic token as reward. Gu Pingchuan said with a smile. Relic token? Qi Lu thought to himself, what is this? I have never heard of it. Then he was ready to continue rejecting Gu Pingchuan's proposal. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the voice in his head suddenly rang. System, ask the host to find a way to obtain a ruin token. As a reward, the system will open the redemption channel for the stand-in doll in advance. System, please tell me clearly, what is the redemption channel for the stand-in doll? Qi Lu asked immediately after being shocked. System, as the name suggests, it is a channel that can exchange the stand-in doll to the outside world. This time, Qi Lu was even more shocked. What are the attributes of a stand-in doll? Disposable item, blood binding. When the bound person encounters fatal injury, the stand-in doll will bear the fatal injury on behalf of the bound person and fully restore the bound person's injuries. This attribute is really useless in the New World mode. After all, the New World mode has its own resurrection point. However, if you put it to the outside world, what is the concept? An absolute life-saving weapon. When your opponent has gone through all kinds of hardships and finally defeated you, and is preparing to take your life with a series of emotions such as excitement, the stand-in doll suddenly came out and blocked the damage for you. Moreover, it will also restore all your injuries. So how will your opponent react? Surprise or not? No surprise. Didn't expect it. But the premise is that you don't go looking for death and provoke enemies that you can't afford to offend at all. Otherwise, if a hero wants to kill a grandmaster, killing him once or killing him 10 times would be done casually, without any hardship. Therefore, even though the stand-in doll has various limitations, with a 24-hour cooling time, the same person can only bind one stand-in at the same time. And it's so hard to clear the shards. That's not a problem. Qi Lu is sure that as long as the redemption channel for this stand-in doll comes out, the current situation where the trading system is full of doll fragments and no one cares about it will immediately become priceless and unmarketable. Doll fragments will definitely be one of the most sought-after items. Manager Qi, have you agreed? Gu Pingchuan's words awakened Qi Li's beautiful fantasy. Qi Lu didn't have time to worry about the system's indiscriminate release-off tasks. After pretending to think for a moment, he nodded and said, okay, but didn't disturb other customers. You don't have to worry about this matter, Manager Qi. I'll take care of it myself. Gu Pingchuan nodded. That's no problem. Qi Lu has no other opinions. After all, when Gu Pingchuan came this time, he couldn't help but give him a ruin token for free, and also triggered a mission inexplicably. As a notary, you just watch them discuss. No need to waste much effort. What's more, Qi Lu is not afraid of anyone daring to act wild in the store. If anyone dared to do that, Qi Lu would also let them know that the strength of the human race was not comparable to the bone dragons of the same level. In that case, I would like to thank store manager Qi. After Gu Pingchuan thanked him, he left the store. Gu Pingchuan came here in a hurry this time just to discuss this matter with Qi Lu. There were other matters that had not been dealt with in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. Ying Feng, who had been hiding aside, took Gu Pingchuan away and immediately ran to Qi Li's side. Boss, will the stand-in doll really be useful? It will be useful soon. By then, I'm afraid you won't be able to grab it. Qi Lu smiled mysteriously and didn't say much. Only a confused Ying Feng was left on the spot, not knowing what he was thinking. After discussing with Qi Lu, the invitations discussed together were quickly sent to every hero who was qualified to participate in this event. However, when they saw that the meeting place was in Yunwu City, their expressions changed slightly. Cloud Mist City is not a very famous city-state. In other words, it was not a very famous city-state in the past. After all, an economically prosperous city-state is nothing in the eyes of a hero. However, this almost ignored situation completely disappeared after the incident when the Bone Dragon appeared in Cloud Mist City. The bone dragon was beheaded outside Yunwu City, making those heroes who thought highly of themselves realize that there was such a strong man hidden in Yunwu City. A strong man who could easily defeat them and even prevent them from escaping. Palace of the Ancient Roman Empire. The Sword Emperor turned over the invitation several times before saying, "Our ally didn't expect that the Fire Emperor would set the venue for the discussion in Yunwu City. Does the Fire Emperor want to use the help of this powerful man to put pressure on us?" The Gun King naturally also got the invitation. No, if this strong man is affiliated with the Huanyuan Empire, then the location of this discussion should be in the imperial city of the Huanyuan Empire, not Yunwu City. The Sword Emperor saw this matter very clearly. And this is indeed the case. If Qi Lu is really from the Huanyuan Empire, then Fire Emperor Ling Ao will definitely summon Qi Lu directly into the imperial city. However, Qi Lu was not a member of the Huanyuan Empire. And the most important thing is that Ling Ao can't dispatch Qi Lu, even if heads Gu Pingchuan. That's true, but why did they introduce us to Cloud Mist City? The Gun King still didn't understand. 4 checks and balances. The Sword Emperor spit out 4 words. In the final analysis, this matter was because the Goryeo Empire had a third hero, which gave the Huanyuan Empire a sense of crisis. That's why Fire Emperor Ling Ao set the location of this discussion in Yunwu City, just to tell the heroes of other forces. There is also a third heroic level in the Huanyuan Empire. And he is also a hero who can tear apart a bone dragon with his own strength. In the absence of Qi Lu taking the initiative to express his position, the heroes of other forces would definitely not risk offending such a strong man and act recklessly in the discussion meeting. In this way, the Huanyuan Empire took the natural initiative during the discussion. I see. The Gun King only heard the word checks and balances and understood what the Sword King meant. However, understanding it does not mean there is a way. In the face of absolute strength, no matter what conspiracies and tricks are, they are all fake. Senior Sword King, Senior Gun King, have you urgently called me here this time? Is there something wrong? While the two were discussing, a man with a delicate face, thin figure, and a white robe walked into the hall, bowed slightly, and asked the two of them. This man is none other than Yu Feng, the third hero of the ancient Luo Empire. You have received the invitation, too. The Sword Emperor raised his head and said seriously. Got it. Yu Feng nodded slightly. This discussion will take place in Cloud and Mist City. Although you have successfully been promoted to the hero level, don't get too carried away. The Sword Emperor warned. Yes, I understand. Yu Feng responded humbly. But in my heart, I didn't think so. I hope you really know. The Gun King stood nearby and suddenly said. The Spear King knew Yu Feng's character very well. I just hope that nothing will really happen by then. Okay, I think Yu Feng knows what's appropriate. The Sword Emperor pressed his hand to stop the topic from continuing. No matter what, strength is the hard condition that determines attitude. The Goryeo Empire has 3 heroes, so the strong man who can kill the bone dragon must also have some concerns. The Orc tribe, the palace of the Beast King. The Beast King and the High Priest were really surprised when they learned that the meeting place was Cloud Mist City. The Huanyuan Empire is quite smart. It didn't take long for the Beast King to understand the purpose of this move. But even if you understand it, it won't help. Not to mention the strength of the Orc tribe, which itself is half weaker than the Huanyuan Empire, and with the heroes living in seclusion in Cloud Mist City, they are not qualified to raise conditions at all. This time, we may have to continue to reduce the qualifications for entering the ruins. The High Priest had more things on his mind. The number of heroes participating in the meeting this time is more or less. But most of them are heroes of the human race. The Orc tribe is naturally at a disadvantage in this area. Because no matter how the human race internally distributes the qualifications to enter the ruins, when it comes to racial issues, they must be united in dealing with the outside world. It's just a pity that this hero doesn't live in seclusion within the confines of my orc tribe. The Beast King was helpless about this. If the orc tribe can have this help, the qualifications to enter the ruins will definitely increase a lot. It's useless to talk about this now. We can only try our best to fight for it during the discussion. The high priest sighed, and his mood became much calmer. There are many heroes who are worried. But no matter how worried I was, the date for the discussion meeting came. Relics are small spaces left over from ancient times for various reasons. Among the ruins, there may be inheritance of some lost skills, or they may be treasures left behind by forces that disappeared in the long river of history. It may also be the cave of some extremely powerful people, or the laboratory of a master alchemist. It is precisely because there are various treasures and inheritances in the ruins that all forces flock to them. However, due to the instability of the small space, the ruins will only be opened once every 100 years. Moreover, the location where the ruins appear is not fixed. But fortunately, there will be warnings before the ruins appear, and proof of qualifications for entering the ruins will be left outside the place where they appear. Relic token. Only with a ruin token can you enter the ruins. And after the ruins are closed, the people who entered the ruins will be sent out, and the ruins tokens will also be destroyed. As for the ruins that appear once every 100 years, there are exactly 100 ruin tokens left behind. Because the location where the ruins appeared this time was within the territory of the Huanyuan Empire, all of the 100 ruin tokens were in the hands of the Huanyuan Empire. This discussion meeting is precisely to decide on the distribution of ruin tokens. And this day was also a frightening day for everyone in Yunwu City. The majestic pressure that appears in Yunwu City from time to time, although disappears quickly, still makes the residents of Yunwu City panic. The heroes who came to Cloud Mist City one after another, guided by the ore emanating from Guping Chuan, also came to Chila's shop one after another. You are worthy of being a hermit in the world. Store Manager Chi, I have admired your name for a long time. I have often heard Dean Gu mention you. When I saw you today, I realized that Store Manager Chi is really different from ordinary people. After Ling Ao arrived at Chila's store, the first thing he saw was the Combat Power Improvement Training Room. The use of space folding magic immediately shocked Ling Ao. After Ling Ao introduced himself, Qi stood up from the sofa and said, "So you are the Fire Emperor of the Huanyuan Empire. Nice to meet you." "You're welcome, Manager Qi, I'll trouble you to be the notary today," Ling Ao said very politely. If possible, it would be better for such a strong man to be tied to the Huanyuan Empire. Even if you can't win over him, you must never become his enemy. No trouble, just don't disturb my business. Qi waved his hand and sat back on the sofa nonchalantly. The corners of Ling Ao's mouth twitched, but he didn't speak anymore. I heard Gu Pingchuan say before that this store manager, Qi, has an interesting character. When I saw it today, it was indeed extraordinary. However, no matter what, Ling Ao is still the current Fire Emperor of the Huanyuan Empire. Even if he intends to win over Qi Lu, he will not beg for nothing. Since you don't want to speak, then don't speak. Ling Ao knew the purpose of this trip. Although he was very interested in the things in Chila's store, it was not too late to wait until the discussion meeting was over to discuss the products in the store. So Ling Ao sat down on the sofa first. Huh? This sofa is really comfortable to sit on. Ling Ao glanced at Qi Lu and immediately understood why Qi Lu had been sitting in the sofa. This soft feeling is really hard to bear to leave. In addition to Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao being the organizers of this discussion meeting, the first hero to come to Chila's shop was still an acquaintance. The person who came was none other than the Dean of Pinnacle College, Ren Xiao. Dean Ren, I haven't seen you for a long time. I hope you are well. Gu Pingchuan was out guiding the heroes in finding their way, and the one who came out to receive him was naturally Ling Ao. Unless the difference in strength between heroes is too great, they are almost at the same level in terms of status. So Ling Ao didn't deliberately put on any airs. "Thank you, Fire Emperor, for your concern. I am deeply honored to receive the invitation." Mr. Ren also responded very politely. The sedan chair was carried by everyone. There is no difference between the imaginary and the submissive between heroes. "Dean Ren, you're so polite. Why don't you get your share of this kind of thing?" Ling Ao welcomed Ren Gongxiu into the store. For this discussion meeting, Gu Pingchuan asked Qi Lu to move a lot of single sofas out. The person who came to the store after Ren Gongxiu was the dean of Dadi College. "Ban Jing. Old Ren, I'd better let you take the first step." As soon as Ban Jing entered the door, he greeted the two of them. Most heroes know each other well, and regardless of their relationship, they all know a thing or two about their respective strengths. "That's because your legs are not strong enough, probably because your legs are short. No wonder I'm one step ahead of you." Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing had a good relationship, so they naturally teased him back at this time. While the two were chatting, two orcs walked into the store. At this time, except for the two people attending the meeting, there will be no other orcs who came to the store undisguised. The Beast King and the High Priest. Although there is no deep hatred between the human race and the orc tribe. But there is really nothing to communicate between different races. So after the Beast King and the High Priest said hello and proved that they were here, they sat on the sofa and were speechless. Following closely behind were the three heroes of the Gu Luo Empire. The King of Swords, the King of Spears, and Yu Feng. After the three people came to the store, they looked around the store and after confirming the heroes who came to the store, they sat on the sofa. The Goluo Empire and the Huangyuan Empire were at odds. In addition, with 3 heroic levels, their strength exceeds that of other forces, so naturally they don't want to talk to others at this time. "It seems that you all came early. I'm really sorry that the two of us came so late." The atmosphere in the store was about to remain silent until a solemn voice came from outside the store, breaking the dull atmosphere. The person who walked into the store was a middle-aged man wearing a white robe with a look of compassion on his face. Behind this middle-aged man, there was a tall man wearing exquisite knight armor and a cross sword hanging on his waist. Just by looking at their attire, you can tell who these two people are. The white-clothed high priest and paladin of the Star Empire. "It's not too late, let's sit down first," the Sword King said. It was not to take the words of the great priest in white, but to seize the leadership of this meeting. "Then it's better for me to be respectful than obey your orders," the great priest in white said calmly. The paladin followed closely, took off the cross sword hanging from his waist, placed it next to the sofa, and then sat down. "Fire Emperor, aren't everyone here yet?" Seeing the two of them sitting down, the Sword Emperor looked at Ling Ao and asked aloud. "There is still one last person, so why should you be anxious?" How could Ling Ao not know the purpose of the Sword Emperor? However, Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan had already decided to hand over the leadership of this meeting to Qi Lu. As long as Qi Lu is within the territory of the Huangyuan Empire, Qi Lu can be regarded as a person on the side of the Huangyuan Empire. It is better to give the leadership to Qi Lu than to people from other forces. "Knife Emperor, why are you in a hurry? Look, the last person has already arrived," the Beast King suddenly said. At the entrance of the store, a woman wearing a bamboo hat, a green-gray outfit, and a thin sword hanging on her waist strolled in. Then she took off the hat and put it on the counter, revealing her beautiful face and soft black hair. Elder of the Sword Control Sect, Lu Jingya. The woman told herself where she lived and her name. This immediately surprised the heroes sitting on the sofa, and they quickly stood up and returned the favor. The sect, like the academy, is a force that is independent from the empire and transcends the mundane world. But the difference from the academy is that the academy cultivates strong people for others, while the sect cultivates strong people for itself. Therefore, although the empire respects the major colleges, it cannot be said to be in awe. After all, in comparison, among the three major colleges, each college has only one hero. Within the three major empires, there are at least two heroes. The difference between one heroic level and two heroic levels is not even a tiny bit. However, it is precisely because the academy cultivates strong men for other forces, so other forces will not want to deal with a certain academy as a last resort. Especially something like Brilliant Academy, which is in the same vein as the Wasteland Empire. But the sect is different. The sect that controls a large amount of resources will do whatever it takes to cultivate strong people. Therefore, the strength of each major sect far exceeds that of major colleges, and is not far behind even the three major empires. And the sword control sect is the best among the sects. It can even be said that the strength of the sword control sect is not even comparable to that of the three major empires. This is also the reason why Fire Emperor Ling Ao invited the sword-controlling sect. Regarding the sword-controlling sect, all the heroes present have naturally heard of it. They also heard about Lu Jingya, the elder of the sword-control sect, who came this time. There are 3 elders of the sword-controlling sect, plus the leader of the sword-controlling sect, a total of 4 people, all of whom are hero level. And this elder Lu Jingya is the strongest among the 3 elders of the sword control sect. Rumor has it that Lu Jingya once killed 3 heroic level monsters by herself and with only one sword in order to protect her direct disciples, and she became famous ever since. This kind of strength can be said to be extremely terrifying. This time, the sword control sect sent Lu Jingya here, which could be said to have given him enough face. However, it is also because the sects are only doing it for their own reasons, so many sects cannot get invitations, and those sects that are relatively weak are not qualified to say anything. This is true even in the face of the 3 great empires. If those sects that are not strong enough dare to clamor against the sword-controlling sect, they may disappear the next day. "You're welcome, please take a seat." Lu Jingya's voice was very cold, without the ferocious look at all as rumored. After saying hello, she sat down minding her own business. Others followed suit and sat down. Gu Pingchuan, who followed Lu Jingya into the store, also found a seat and sat down. All the people attending the discussion meeting have arrived. The number of forces involved is also quite large. There are 3 major empires, Huangyuan Empire, Goryeo Empire, and Xingyao Empire. There are 3 major colleges, Brilliant Academy, Pinnacle Academy, and Earth Academy, as well as the Orc tribe and the sword control sect. It can be said that the 8 most powerful forces in the Eastern Wasteland have all arrived at this moment. With all the major forces present, the discussion meeting will naturally begin. Fire Emperor Ling Ao, as the organizer, stood up alone and then pulled Qi Lup from the sofa. This person is the store manager, Qi, who I invited as the notary for this meeting. He is also the store manager of the store where the meeting is held. Ling Ao followed the plan and introduced Qi Lu first. Because in this discussion meeting, it depends on Qi Lu whether he can leave a few more relic tokens for the Huangyuan Empire. After hearing what Ling Ao said, all the heroes present frowned. Because they never expected that Ling Ao would find someone else to be the notary for this meeting. Moreover, not just anyone who attends a meeting of this level is qualified to be a notary. "Hello, my name is Qi Lu, and I am the manager of this store. I will lend the venue to you to hold a meeting this time. I hope you will not disturb my business." Qi Lu came to the crowd and spoke slowly. The tone was nonchalant, as if he was not facing the leaders of major forces or a group of heroes, but just a group of ordinary people. This kind of tone is definitely a slight for a hero. Yu Feng was already unhappy with this meeting. Moreover, when the bone dragon incident occurred, Yu Feng happened to be in the hero-level trial space, so it was unclear why this meeting was held in Cloud Mist City. Now there is a so-called notary public. Yu Feng's dissatisfaction immediately broke out. Fire Emperor, we only gave you face to choose the place where the meeting will be held because your Huangyuan Empire is the place where the ruins appeared. But is this how you use it to show us your sincerity? After hearing Yu Feng's words, the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor immediately frowned. But once the words have been said, they will naturally not refute them. After all, Yu Feng is also a member of their Guluo Empire. Even if he says something wrong, the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor must support him here. Otherwise, it would be a slap in the face. Yes, Fire Emperor, I need an explanation for this matter. The paladin also echoed, his face very serious. Previously, when the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force attacked Yashui Pass, the Xingyao Empire joined forces with the Guluo Empire. At this moment, they were naturally united. As long as they can put pressure on Ling Ao, they will naturally be able to get more relic tokens. And, more importantly, the Xingyao Empire's expeditionary force returned with a huge defeat. The Holy Knights, who were in charge of all the forces of the Xingyao Empire, would naturally be unhappy with the Huangyuan Empire. While the paladin was speaking, the Sword King gave the Beast King a vague look. The Orc tribe also participated in the attack on the Huangyuan Empire. It's just that the Orc tribe attacked Yunwu City, but they stopped their attack very early and made it clear to the Guluo Empire. That's why the Guluo Empire and the Xingyao Empire later joined forces. However, the two major forces have joined forces before. Now that they are putting pressure on Ling Ao, they can also join forces again. However, just as the Beast King was about to speak, the High Priest sitting next to him touched him. How? The Beast King glanced at the High Priest. The High Priest did not speak, but took a deep look at Qi Lu, who was standing in the field, and then shook his head. Out of trust in the High Priest, the Beast King opened his mouth, but did not say anything in the end. As for Ren Gongxiu and Ban Zheng, the relationship between these two deans, Gu Pingchuan and Ling Ao, is much better than others, so naturally they will not undermine their own people at this time. What's more, Gu Pingchuan also contributed a lot to the fact that Ren Gongxiu and Ban Zheng were able to get the invitations. Otherwise, why didn't those sects, with only one hero level, get the invitations? Because the Huangyuan Empire doesn't care. Among the sects present, only the Sword Control sect was the only one. As for the Sword Controlling sect, they have 4 heroes. As for Lu Jingya, she was just sitting on the sofa, with no change in the expression on her face. Among the people present, although they were all heroes, in terms of strength, Lu Jingya and Gu Pingchuan were the strongest. Lu Jingya can kill 3 heroic monsters by herself with one sword, and her strength is definitely true. As for Gu Pingchuan, who is half a strong man, except when facing the Dragon Clan, he is not strong enough. In terms of overall strength, he is even half a step stronger than Lu Jingya. Among those present, the only one who could see this clearly was Lu Jingya, besides Ling Ao, Ren Gongxiu, and Ban Zheng. The first 3 were informed by Gu Pingchuan on his own initiative. As for Lu Jingya, she relied solely on her amazing perception. That's why Lu Jingya didn't bother to denounce this kind of thing. Although in Lu Jingya's perception, Qi Lu seems to be an ordinary person. But how could the person who Gu Pingchuan didn't have any objections to be an ordinary person? The noise in the store lobby made other people in the store look over. Curiosity is something everyone has. Although they will not know all the people sitting in the hall. But it's normal to know 1 or 2 of them. For example, it is impossible for the students of Brilliant Academy not to know Gu Pingchuan. For another example, it is impossible for the students of Pinnacle Academy not to know Ren Gongxiu. And as long as they knew 1 or 2 of them, they would be able to guess that absolutely every one of those people sitting in a circle in the hall was a hero. Because the Grandmaster level is absolutely not qualified to sit with these people and have an equal dialogue. So when I thought of this, the customers in the store immediately retracted their heads. The gathering of these dozen heroes here is definitely a force that can shake the entire eastern wasteland. At this moment, because Yu Feng and the paladin put pressure on Ling Ao, the atmosphere in the store became extremely tense, and even the customers in the store became silent. I was afraid that I might offend these heroes by accident. That's really something I can't think about. I'd like to reiterate again that I'm lending the venue to you for a discussion meeting, so I hope you won't disturb my customers. Qi said lightly. Although Qi doesn't care about the tit-for-tat between them. However, if this kind of thing disturbs other people in the store, then Qi will have to take care of it. Who are you, dare to speak at this time? Yu Feng was already very dissatisfied, but when Qi Li's words aroused him, he became even more angry. Moreover, in Yu Feng's perception, Qi Lu is just an ordinary person with no fighting spirit or magic power at all. Fire Emperor Ling Ao's behavior of asking Qi Lu to be a notary was simply a mockery in Yu Feng's view. It seems that from the perspective of the Huangyuan Empire, just having an ordinary person as a notary is enough to have an absolute advantage in the discussion meeting. Don't think that because the Fire Emperor asked you to be this notary, you are really qualified. A meeting of this level is not something that someone like you can get involved in. Yu Feng sneered unceremoniously. That's right, now is not the time for you to speak. The paladin also spoke up. Now that we have decided to join forces to exert pressure, there is no reason to give up halfway. Although the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor did not speak, their faces looked like they were watching a joke. The High Priest in white also lowered his head slightly and had no intention of stopping the paladin. If Yu Feng and the Holy Knight could lose Qi Li's face, Fire Emperor Ling Ao's voice in the discussion meeting would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. Because Qi Lu is the notary introduced by Ling Ao. Qi Lu was humiliated, and Ling Ao's face also didn't look good. It seems that you are planning to break the rules. Qi Lu frowned slightly, although his tone was still calm, it was still a little more troubled than before. If you don't follow the rules, so what? Yu Feng didn't take Qi Li's words seriously, glanced sideways at Qi Lu, and then said, "It's just you, so what can you do?" Yu Feng, what you said is too much. Ling Ao knew that he had to speak. As mentioned before, Qi Lu is the notary appointed by Ling Ao, and has a close relationship with Ling Ao. If he wants to take the initiative in the discussion meeting and obtain more relic tokens, Ling Ao must maintain Qi Li's status as a notary. Fire Emperor, I respect you as a senior, but if you ask an ordinary person to the notary public, don't you look down on us too much? Yu Feng was not afraid of Ling Ao's warning, looked directly at Ling Ao and spoke out. By clarifying this point, although it will offend Ling Ao, it can also draw other heroes to his camp. How ironic it is for an ordinary person to be the notary of a heroic discussion meeting. Oh? Is this why you are in my store and influence other customers like this? This time, Qi Lu spoke first before Ling Ao could say anything. Qi Lu looked at the less powerful customers in the store, and his face was already a little pale because of the aura unleashed by Yu Feng Ryuruo. So what? Yu Feng said nonchalantly. Even if he offends Ling Ao, Yu Feng will not be afraid, let alone this little store manager. In that case, get out of here. People like you are not welcome in my store. Qi Lu frowned slightly and said coldly. How dare you speak to me like this? When Yu Feng heard this, he just wanted to teach this store manager who knew nothing about the world. But at this moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared, oppressing Yu Feng. Suddenly, a chill appeared on Yu Feng's back, like the feeling of being targeted by an ancient ferocious beast that wanted to choose people and devour them. Wandering on the edge of life and death. At that moment, Yu Feng seemed to see the abyss, right in front of him. And around him were raging flames and bubbling magma. Cold sweat instantly soaked Yu Feng's clothes. No, it's impossible. Yu Feng's forehead was beaded with beads of sweat, and he looked at Qi Lu in horror, his eyes full of disbelief. This young man, who was harmless 1 second, looked like a ferocious beast from ancient times in the next second. His cold eyes were like an ice prison in the abyss. This young man, who was harmless 1 second, looked like a ferocious beast from ancient times in the next second. His cold eyes were like an ice prison in the abyss. Yu Feng is not the only one who feels this way. In other words, all the heroes present felt this terrible pressure. This majestic pressure makes people's hair stand on end and chills their hearts. They could clearly feel that when faced with this majestic pressure, they were like a small boat facing the huge waves. They can only pray that this huge wave will not swallow them up, and they are unable to resist at all. It's just that Yu Feng, who was targeted, suffered even more pressure. Could it be that this manager Qi is the strong man who single-handedly killed the bone dragon before? The Beast King's eyes widened and he seemed quite happy at the moment. Fortunately, the high priest stopped him before and did not let him say anything against Qi Lu. No wonder Lao Gu and the Fire Emperor asked store manager Qi to be the notary for this meeting. With such coercion, store manager Qi must have no rival among the heroes in terms of strength. Ren Gongxiu and Ban Jing also breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Fortunately, they, Ling Ao, and Gu Pingchuan were on their own. If they were to offend such a powerful person, even if they were also heroes, they would have trouble sleeping and eating. Although Lu Jingyao was already prepared. But after seeing the majestic power of this pressure, she was still shocked. This pressure is 3 points stronger than that of the leader of the sword control sect, who is known as the #1 hero. If it weren't for the fact that this pressure had only reached a terrifying level and had not yet undergone a real qualitative change, Lu Jingyao would have doubted that this store manager Qi was not a hero at all. But he is a powerful person. But after feeling this majestic pressure, the faces of the Sword Emperor and Spear Emperor, as well as the white-clothed High Priest and Paladin, instantly became extremely ugly. The strength of this store manager, Qi, has completely exceeded their expectations. It turns out that before they couldn't feel the momentum of store manager Qi, it was because they were too different from each other. The difference is so great that the other party can easily block their perception. And they are still complacent. Now that the other party has found an opportunity to use this opportunity toe tack, they are already inferior to the other party in terms of strength, and now they are still at a disadvantage. However, now that the matter has come to this, they can only bow their heads and admit defeat. It's really one wrong step, every step is wrong. One wrong move and the whole game is lost. People who don't follow the rules are not welcome in my store. Qi narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Yu Feng, and said slowly. The tone was calm, but there was an extremely dangerous aura hidden inside. Yu Feng gritted his teeth and tried his best to barely be able to withstand this majestic pressure. After hearing Qi Li's words, Yu Feng immediately looked at the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor. Yu Feng is just a hero who has been promoted recently, and his strength is only at the bottom among the heroes. But the Sword King and the Gun King are veteran heroes. The three of them joining forces might not necessarily be afraid of store manager Qi. However, when Yu Feng looked over, the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor had already noticed his gaze and just shook their heads slightly at him. The Sword King and the Gun King are not stupid people. In Cloud Mist City, he could be invited by Ling Ao as a notary, and he had such terrifying strength. It is not difficult to guess that this store manager, Qi, is the strong man who tore the bone dragon apart with his own hands before. In Cloud Mist City, he could be invited by Ling Ao as a notary, and he had such terrifying strength. It is not difficult to guess that this store manager, Qi, is the strong man who tore apart the bone dragon with his own hands before. He was a truly ruthless person who could tear apart a bone dragon with his own physical strength. The Sword King and the Gun King don't want to provoke this kind of monster yet. I'm sorry, Senior, I'm leaving now. After Yu Feng lost the support of the Sword Emperor and the Spear Emperor, he could only surrender. What's the difference between letting him face such a powerful monster alone and seeking death on his own? After Yu Feng left angrily, Qi Lu looked at the paladin again. Manager Qi, although you are powerful, don't go too far. The Holy Knight saw Qi Li's eyes and immediately warned him. Excessive? I have said the rules from the beginning. You think I am going too far? Qi Lu raised his brows slightly, and with the two rhetorical questions that suddenly became heavier, the pressure on the paladin also suddenly increased. It was like a huge wave hitting the boat hard. The paladin's face turned pale in an instant, his teeth clenched, and he almost vomited out the blood that surged up from his throat. But in the end I held back. My skills are inferior to those of others. I admit it. Store manager Qi, please take your leave. The paladin stood up suddenly, picked up the cross sword, and walked out of the store with a gloomy expression. Snort. Qi Lu looked at the paladin's back and snorted coldly. He did this, of course, not against Yu Feng or the paladin, but simply to establish his authority. Just as these powerful heroes don't cause trouble, it's okay, Qi Lu, as Anatary, is also happy to be free. But if anyone dares to jump out, no matter who it is, Qi Lu will kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Only by letting them see their own strength will they admit their position. Qi Lu saw this very clearly, and Ling Yao and Gu Pingchuan were also very happy to see this scene. Because only heroes in the discussion meeting are eligible to allocate ruin tokens. Qi Lu invites Yu Feng and the paladin out of the discussion meeting. In fact, it is a disguised form of weakening the voice of the Gu Luo Empire and the Star Empire in the discussion meeting. Since the unruly people have left, let's officially start the discussion meeting. Qi Lu restrained his pressure and spoke slowly. As for whether other people were dissatisfied with him, Qi Lu didn't care at all. You know, as long as he is in the store, Qi Li's strength is truly tyrannical. Don't talk about a wind rider and a paladin. As long as he stood in the store, even if all the heroes participating in the discussion meeting joined forces this time, it would be easy for Qi Lu to crush them. If everyone has no objections, let this discussion meeting begin. Ling Yao also nodded and said. After Qi Lu established his power, others also knew that this time the Huangyuan Empire was indeed powerful. Although I felt aggrieved, I could only nod. Qi Li's role is to watch from the sidelines. As a notary, it is more about recognizing the validity of the meeting than participating in it. After participating in the discussion meeting to determine the final number of heroes, although there was some bickering, the final result was quickly decided. The Huangyuan Empire appeared as a ruin, and in the discussion meeting, because of the presence of Qi Lu, he completely took the lead. The Huangyuan Empire appeared as a ruin, and in the discussion meeting, because of the presence of Qi Lu, he completely took the lead. After final distribution, 25 ruins tokens were obtained. Of course, if we add one from Qi Lu, there should be 26. The Goryeo Empire, although Yu Feng was invited away by Qi Lu, was not weak in real strength, so it got the second largest number. 3 heroic levels, a total of 18. As for the Xingyao Empire, the last of the 3 empires, the main battle paladin was invited away by Qi Lu. In addition, the Xingyao Empire was not an empire that started from war, so the number of relic tokens obtained was quite limited. In the end, it was decided that the Star Empire would consist of 10 ruin tokens. The strength of the 3 major colleges is not far from each other. If I have to say it, Gu Pingchuan is probably far more powerful than Rengongxiu and Banzhong. So it was finally decided that each of the 3 major colleges would have 7 ruin tokens. However, there is actually another problem in this. That is, Gu Pingchuan is both affiliated with the Huangyuan Empire and the Dean of Brilliant Academy, so there is a considerable overlap in the distribution of ruin tokens. But after Gu Pingchuan released his momentum, the others stopped talking. Admittedly, it was unfair for Gu Pingchuan to occupy 2 allocation quotas. However, even though the existence of a half-step strong man is not as powerful as the pressure Qi Lu released before, it is so majestic that it is terrifying. But for most heroes, it is also an existence that is best not to offend. This is the privilege of the strong. Speaking of this, Gu Pingchuan actually has to thank Qi Lu. With such a look, Qi Lu directly and indirectly helped Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan twice in the distribution of ruin tokens. As for Qi Lu, in the hearts of the Sword Emperor and others, he has been classified as someone who must not be offended. If you were to face an enemy of this level, you would probably be sweating from behind even if you had to eat or sleep. As for the Orc tribe, although there are still 2 heroes in the discussion meeting. However, it was just as the High Priest had guessed before. Facing most of the heroes from the human race, the Orc tribe really couldn't get any favors. After a heated argument and arguments, the Orc tribe was finally allocated only 13 ruin tokens. As for the last sword-controlling sect, only 1 elder came. But there is absolutely no doubt about Lu Xingyao's strength. In addition, there are really 4 heroes in the sword-controlling sect, and one of them is the leader of the sword-controlling sect, who is known as the number 1 hero. So it was finally decided to give all the remaining 12 ruin tokens to Lu Xingyao. Compared to the Star Empire, there are 2 more. At this point, the discussion meeting ended. After all, the most difficult thing about the discussion meeting is not the process of allocating ruin tokens, but how to use strength to overwhelm other forces before the distribution. And find excuses to make yourself the reasonable party. Coincidentally, Yu Feng and Paladin are indeed very generous. Otherwise, Qi Lu would not have found an opportunity to establish his authority so easily, and this discussion meeting would not have ended so quickly. Manager Qi, thank you for coming as a notary this time. This is your reward. After Ling Ao distributed the relic tokens, he directly handed the remaining relic token to Qi Lu. You're welcome. Of course, Qi Lu happily accepted the items needed for the mission. When the ruins are opened, the location of the ruins and the conditions for entering the ruins will appear on the ruins token. Because the conditions for entering the ruins are different every time, I am not sure that you, Manager Qi, can definitely use it. After Ling Ao handed the ruin token to Qi Lu, he said one more thing. What's the meaning? Qi Lu asked with some confusion. Because according to records, the conditions for entering the ruins sometimes limit the strength of the token holder. In other words, if the strength is too high, you will not be able to enter the ruins. Ling Ao answered in great detail. Because before, Ling Ao had only seen Qi Li's bone-tearing dragon on his membership card, so although he paid attention to it, he didn't admire him that much. But this time, Ling Ao made up his mind after seeing Qi Li show his strength with his own eyes. If there is a chance, Qi Li must be drawn into the camp of the Huangyuan Empire. I see, but it doesn't matter. It's not too late to look at it then. Qi Li smiled and didn't care. Because Qi Li didn't want the ruin token for the ruins in the first place. It was only after the system released the task that Qi Li would accept Ling Ao's invitation. Moreover, although the ruins are opened once every 100 years. But there is more than one ruin. Although there are not many relics left over from ancient times, they are not so scarce that there are only 1 or 2. It's just that the ruins will not be opened twice in the same place within 100 years. Otherwise, there would not be so many records about the ruins. Moreover, every time the ruins are opened, the number of 100 ruins tokens is fixed, and they must be distributed by the forces near the ruins themselves. It is impossible for other forces to take their turn to share this pie. This time, the lucky ruins were opened in the Huangyuan Empire. This made Goluo Empire and Xingyao Empire red-eyed. It's a pity that in the end, the chicken was stolen, but the rice was lost. He lost his wife and lost the army. However, this time the ruins were opened in the Huanyuan Empire, so it should be impossible to see a second ruins open in the entire eastern wasteland in the next few decades. Store manager Qi's free and easy attitude is something I admire. Ling Ao could only say accept to Qi Li's attitude. After all, every time a ruins is opened, those who compete for the ruins tokens can be described as Crucian carp crossing the river. Countless forces are trying to get a share of the pie even if their heads are broken. But when I arrived at Qi Lu, after I got the ruins token, I acted like a normal person, with no mood swings at all. As expected of a man who could fight against a bone dragon, Ling Ao felt inferior. The discussion meeting is over. There are still many matters to be dealt with in the imperial city of Huanyuan Empire. Manager Qi, we will see you next time. With the most important goal accomplished, Ling Ao also needs to return to the imperial city of the Huanyuan Empire to prepare for the opening of the ruins. After all, Ling Ao alone couldn't use so many tokens. Moreover, if the conditions for entering the ruins this time limit the strength of token holders, then Ling Ao needs to select suitable candidates as soon as possible and send them to the ruins. After all, the ruins can only be opened for a limited time. Once the ruins are closed, everyone in the ruins will be sent out. Although entering the ruins first, the harvest may not be greater. But there will definitely be more opportunities to gain something. Okay, then I won't stay any longer. Qi Li nodded. Let's go too. After the Sword Emperor got the ruins token, he still had a sullen face, and left together with the Gun Emperor without looking back. After all, if Qi Li hadn't intervened, the most powerful Goluo Empire would definitely not have only 18 relic tokens distributed this time. Naturally, the Beast King and High Priest of the Orc tribe will not stay long. After all, this is also the territory of the human race. However, the white-clothed high priest had a good temper and even said hello to Qi Lu before opening the door and leaving. The city is very deep. Qi Lu looked at the back of the great priest in white and narrowed his eyes. The paladin of the Star Glory Empire was embarrassed by him, but the white-clothed high priest could still greet him with a smile. If it's not that the two of them don't get along, it's that the white-clothed high priest is extremely deep-rooted. But whether it's the former or the latter, let's leave it to Ling Ao to worry about. If the paladin dared to come to his door, Qi Lu would dare to add an ice sculpture outside his shop. The other 3 deans also left the store after greeting Qi Lu. Each of the 3 major colleges has 7 relic tokens. Even if the relics do not limit their strength, they need to select 6 suitable candidates as soon as possible. Suddenly, the only hero class who came to the store to participate in the discussion meeting was Lu Jingya from the Sword Control sect. This time the matter is over, and I will stay soon. Store Manager, Qi. If we have a chance to meet again next time, I hope we can give him face and learn from each other. Lu Jingya was known as a martial arts idiot in the Sword Control sect. Lu Jingya's ranking as the youngest among the 3 elders is inseparable from Lu Jingya's extremely high talent and her obsession with martial arts. It's just that martial arts idiots are martial arts idiots. Lu Jingya also knew in her heart that if she was competing with Qi Lu now, she would probably end up being killed instantly. It would be better to go back to the Sword Control sect and practice hard, and it would not be too late to challenge again. And just when Lu Jingya said goodbye to Qi Lu, an exclamation suddenly came from outside the store door. Master! Lu Jingya paused mid-sentence. She felt that the voice was very familiar when she looked back, her delicate eyebrows were slightly raised. Fei Xue. Why are you here? The people who came to the door of the store were a few people from Lanyi Steam. At this time, Fei Xue was walking beside Lanyi, looking at Lu Jingya in the hall, with a surprised look on her face. She couldn't believe how her master, who had been staying at the sword control sect all year round, suddenly appeared in the store. Master? The other members of Lan Ye's team also looked at Fei Shue with surprise on their faces. Fei Shue, I've never heard of you talking about this. Lan Ye looked at Fengshu next to him in surprise. Sister Fei Shue, it turns out you still have a master. Shao Ya also said in surprise. She has such a powerful aura. Yojio was a little surprised at the aura escaping from Lu Xingya's body. Even if it was released inadvertently, it was like a sharp blade. Sister Fei Shue, your master is so young. Mainland Qingqi also said aloud. It's true, Sister Fei Shue, master, she is so beautiful. Lan Zier also echoed from the side. The two little Lolita's focus is a bit strange. My master just looks young, but actually counting the time, she has already. Hearing this, Fei Shue wanted to introduce Mainland Qingqi. Flying snow. Lu Xingya immediately interrupted Fei Shue's words. Although Lu Xingya is a martial arts fanatic, as a woman, she is also very concerned about her age. Sorry, master. Being interrupted by Lu Xingya, Fei Shue smiled awkwardly, but did not continue talking. The interest of the others was aroused. Although they were very curious, they were too embarrassed to continue asking. However, because of Lu Xingya's sudden appearance, Fei Shue briefly explained his identity. One of the direct disciples of Yu Jianzong, Elder Lu Xingya. Sword-controlling sect. As soon as Fei Shue finished speaking, everyone else in Lan Ye's team looked at her in horror. Maybe not everyone has seen someone from the sword control sect, but as long as they are practitioners in the eastern wasteland, they have basically heard of this thunderous name. For heroic level Zongzong, this is completely beyond the conventional configuration. It is simply not comparable to those little-known small sects. Fei Shue had mentioned that she was a disciple of the sect before, but at that time she just laughed it off. So much so that Lan Yi and others had never thought that Fei Shue would be a member of the sword control sect and a direct disciple of the elder. Senior, hello, my name is Lan Yi, I am the captain of Lan Ye's team, and I am also Fei Shue's friend. Lan Yi was stunned for a long time before she remembered to say hello to Lu Xingya. In fact, the atmosphere of friends or sisters in the entire Lan Ye team is far better than that of the mercenary team. Fei Shue told me before that I wanted to go down the mountain for training. Booty went there for 3 years, and I didn't expect that I was working as a mercenary. Lu Xingya didn't expect to meet Fei Shue here, and her tone was quite surprising. Fei Shue is not the only one who is Lu Xingya's direct disciple. The direct disciple who made Lu Xingya famous was naturally not Fei Shue, because that guy had already fallen under the fangs and claws of the heroic monster. Otherwise, Lu Xingya would not have been so furious that he entered the World of Warcraft forest and killed 3 heroic monsters with just 1 sword. Master, being a mercenary is also a good way to gain experience. Sister Lanei is very good to me. Fei Shue defended. Moreover, there are Qing'er, Zier, Xiaoya, Xiaoqi, and Yojio here. We have experienced a lot of things together, and the bond between us is unbreakable. I'm not preaching to you. Lu Xingya raised her eyebrows. In the sword control sect, Lu Xingya's teaching style is unique. It is precisely because of her martial arts fanatic character that most of the time, Lu Xingya will not care about her disciples, nor will she care about the red tape. The free-range approach to teaching disciples can be regarded as Lu Xingya style. That's why Fei Shue proposed to go down the mountain for training 3 years ago, and Lu Xingya agreed without thinking. As a result, if the two of them had not met today, in a few years, Lu Xingya might have forgotten that she still had a direct disciple like Fei Shue. I just want to ask why you are here. Lu Xingya continued. Master, don't you know what the manager's store does? This time it was Fei Shue's turn to be surprised. If you don't even know what Qila's shop does, then why is your master here? In Manager Qi's store. Lu Xingya glanced around the store before saying, it should be a store that sells weapons, armor, and some alchemy products. The crystal ball in the combat power improvement training room area was regarded as an image crystal by Lu Jingya. Of course not, master, let me introduce it to you. Fei Shihua showed an expression that said as expected. It turns out that my master really doesn't know what Qi Li's shop does. Fei Shihua showed an expression of sure enough. It turns out that my master really doesn't know what Qi Li's shop does. Because if he knew, he would definitely not ask Fei Shihua why he came to the store. Oh? Is there anything magical about the things in Manager Qi's store? Lu Jingya looked confused. In Lu Jingya's view, the weapons and armor on the shelves are nothing more than forged and polished to be more refined. In the sword control sect, there are also dedicated forging masters responsible for this. What's more, there are very few people in the sword control sect who use other weapons. After all, the name of the sect is Sword Controlling Sect, and the weapons used are naturally various sword weapons. As for the small porcelain bottles on the shelves, they are at best some alchemical potions. This is not unusual in the sword control sect. It is impossible for a sect as big as the sword control sect not to have its own alchemists, and not only do they have alchemists, there are many. And the other side of the store. Lu Jingya admitted that the space folding magic over there was indeed shockingly powerful. But the image crystal placed on the table over there is not as shocking as the space folding magic. So from the beginning to the end, Lu Jingya showed no interest in the products in Qi Li's store. After all, Fei Shihua was also Lu Jingya's personal disciple, so she naturally knew what Lu Jingya was thinking, so she pulled Lu Jingya to the accessories section of the shelf area from the beginning. There are such exquisite accessories in this store. When Lu Jingya saw the jewelry, the nonchalant look on her face immediately disappeared and turned into an expression of surprise. Even though Lu Jingya is a martial arts fanatic, the love of beauty is something that all women have in common. The jewelry produced by the system, even without looking at the function, is enough to kill all the jewelry in the world just in appearance. After all, in a world where fighting spirit and magic are prevalent, there is really no market for superficial decorations. Therefore, there are really not many craftsmen who specialize in these jewelry. Master, these accessories are more than just beautiful. Fei Shihua followed and introduced the functions of these accessories. This introduction immediately surprised Lu Jingya even more. Although the accessories are beautiful, Lu Jingya also understands that too many accessories are a big hindrance in battle. Therefore, even though Lu Jingya would buy some jewelry back home, most of the time, she could only put them away and admire them for herself instead of wearing them to enhance her own beauty. However, when these accessories have these powerful incidental skills, it is completely different. For example, the wind bracelet can increase the wearer's shooting speed, and when attacking, there is a small probability of triggering the wind/effect. Or the lens headband, which can improve the wearer's physical skills. When being attacked, there is a small probability of directly dodging the attack. Or it's the fire earring. After entering the battle, every attack of the wearer will be accompanied by an equal amount of fire damage. These passive skills are very useful regardless of whether they are at the professional level, master level, or even hero level. Moreover, in many battles between evenly matched strong men, only a small advantage can be continuously expanded. Even though the durability of these high-quality jewelry will be greatly increased when it withstands hero-level power, it does not prevent Lu Jingya from changing one set after 1 or 2 battles. Anyway, for Lu Jingya, an elder of the sword control sect, she has no shortage of spiritual crystals. If the durability can't stand it, just use quantity to make up for it. At worst, buy a dozen or 20 sets, and just swap out 2 sets for a battle. What's more, for a hero level, strong men of the same level will not fight so easily. So, Lu Jingya looked like she had a lot of money, and directly took 10 sets off jewelry, saying that she would buy so many first, and if it was not enough, she could buy them later. And Lu Jingya is indeed worthy of the word rich and powerful. The shot is a hero-level magic core. One hero-level magic core can be used to deduct 100,000 spiritual crystals. I don't know if it was one of the 3 heroic monsters that Lu Xingya killed in order to avenge his direct disciple. However, compared to the 500,000 hero-level trial crystals priced by the system, the hero-level magic core is much inferior. However, there is no way to compare these two things. Because a hero-level magic core can at most be used to enchant, make a staff, or be used to refine fighting spirit or magic power. But a hero-level trial crystal has a high probability of becoming a hero. Not to mention 500,000 spirit crystals. Even if it were 1 million spirit crystals, there would still be a lot of people trying to buy them. It's a pity that the first hero-level trial crystal produced in the trial room will be gone in 2 months. Except for accessories, Lu Xingya is not very interested in weapons and armors. After all, weapons and armors that are too low level will have too little effect against the heroic level. Not even Gu Pingchuan is interested in the weapons, armor, and accessories currently sold in Qila's shop. What attracted Gu Pingchuan over was the elixir that permanently increased attributes. However, this type of elixir has a limit on the number of times it can be used. And the other one is the snacks in the store. Even though the effects of these snacks are very weak compared to elixirs, every bit of improvement can be greatly amplified through the blessing of fighting spirit or magic power. What's more, now there are drinks. The last thing that attracted Gu Pingchuan was undoubtedly the New World mode off the combat power enhancement arena. This is also the place where Gu Pingchuan would rather put aside his affairs at Brilliant College during normal times and come here to stay for 4 hours every day. For the hero level, the meaning of these things is probably the same. When Fei Shui introduced the elixir to Lu Xingya and mentioned that there was another type of elixir that could permanently increase attributes, Lu Xingya's expression suddenly became very exciting. What's the name of that elixir? Is it available here? Lu Xingya pointed to the elixirs on the shelf and asked hurriedly. Master, how can such a popular elixir be kept until now? I can only be the first to come to the store every day to take a look, and it depends on whether the store manager has it when he restocks. Fei Shui explained in a dumbfounded way. For regular customers like them, the elixir, which has a limited number of offices, is naturally full. Unless Qi Le can come up with a new elixir that can permanently increase attributes, there is no need for them to come here early every morning. The first thing they do is to visit the elixir area. But just because they don't need it doesn't mean that others don't need it. Qila's shop is no longer the shop that no one cared about back then, and that lack of access has long since disappeared. Qila's shop is no longer the shop that no one cared about back then, and that lack of access has long since disappeared. Nowadays, there are a lot of people who come to guard the elixir every morning. And it's not necessarily possible to keep it. It's such a shame. Lu Xingya couldn't help but look annoyed. Glancing at Qi Lu, Lu Xingya had a strange look in his eyes. I can't tell whether it's admiration, surprise, or disbelief. Not only is this guy incredibly powerful, he didn't expect to open a store, and the products in the store are also so amazing. With the blessing of these elixirs and a bunch of accessories, Lu Xingya is confident that his strength can be increased by another 30%. The premise is that you can eat up those elixirs that permanently increase attributes. What are you looking at me for? Did I forget to wash my face when I got up in the morning? Qi Lu caught a glimpse of Lu Xingya's gaze and felt a little strange. He couldn't help but reach out and wipe it on his face. However, Lu Xingya's eyes didn't stay on Qi Lu for long before he was attracted back by Fei Shui's introduction. The pet card changer is skipped directly. Unless it is an SR level pet card, or a pet that interests these heroic level pets, the bonus to the heroic level pet that has not been cultivated is really not high. However, snack vending machines and beverage vending machines once again attracted Lu Xingya. Within the sword control sect, practicing fighting spirit is the mainstream. After all, among the magician classes, there is no class that uses swords. Maybe it existed in ancient times, but at least it doesn't exist now. Those who practice magic are mostly alchemists supported by the sword control sect, or magicians used to set up the sect's protective formations. Lu Xingya's rank is the same as Fei Xue, that is, a light swordsman. At present, the snacks and drinks available in Chila's shop are quite friendly to the fighting class. Potato chips that purify vindictiveness. A bacon sandwich to strengthen your body. Pure milk that slightly strengthens the body. This is good news for the fighting class. And the most important thing is that there are no restrictions on the use of snacks and drinks like elixirs. One meal a day is already a must for qualified customers. And regardless of the effect, the taste of these snacks and drinks is completely worth the price. Didn't you see? All the students who came from the Peak Academy were eating pure milk and bacon sandwiches for breakfast. Then we sat in front of the crystal ball for 4 hours, with potato chips and jelly as snacks after entertainment. Then at noon, it's Sprite and bucket instant noodles. I don't care if it works or not, as long as it tastes good, that's it. This point is also applicable to Lu Xingya. What Wu Qi is obsessed with is the pursuit of martial arts and the improvement of his own strength. Not to mention it's so delicious. Fei Xue, is there anything else you want to introduce? Lu Xingya asked while eating a bacon sandwich in one hand, pure milk in the other, and a handful of potato chips in his arm. Of course. Fei Xue smiled. Because Fei Xue is very sure that for her martial arts crazy master, the combat power enhancing arena is definitely the most attractive product. So, when Qila washed his face again and came down from the second floor, he saw that Lu Xingya had already put the torn potato chips on the table of the booth, and then entered the novice village of Goblin Mountains. While drinking milk, he asked Fei Xue some precautions. So, when Qila washed his face again and came down from the second floor, he saw that Lu Xingya had already put the torn potato chips on the table of the booth, and then entered the novice village of Goblin Mountains. While drinking milk, he asked Fei Xue some precautions. That? Qila leaned against the counter and pointed at Lu Xingya with some confusion. Store manager, Sister Fei Xue brought me here to apply for the membership card, and she added more than 80,000 spiritual crystals to the membership card at once. Yu Shi'er answered unnaturally. After working as a clerk in Qila's store for so long, Yu Shi'er has become more and more able to face these heroic-level warriors calmly. After all, if you really want to say it, Qi Lu is the most terrifying person in this store. But it is indeed rare for people to add more than 80,000 spiritual crystals to their membership cards at one time. All right. Qi Lu scratched the back of his head, knowing that Lu Xingya probably added all the remaining spiritual crystals after deducting the hero-level magic core. So after thinking about it, Qi Lu finally had no intention of reminding Lu Xingya whether the relic token should be sent back to the sword control sect first. Fortunately, when Qi Li's store was about to close, Lu Xingya finally remembered her mission. After giving some instructions to Fei Xue, he took a bottle of Sprite and returned to the sword control sect alone. Sister Fei Xue, what did your master say to you? Yu Shi'er asked, curiously. It seems that cats are quite curious. Master said that she will go down the mountain in 2 days, and then come over to teach me personally. Fei Xue had a rare look of despair on her face. Ah? Yu Shi'er wasn't surprised yet, but the rest of Lanya's team started to exclaim. In fact, considering Lu Xingya's out-of-the-box character in the sword control sect, Fei Xue was not surprised at all to be able to make such a decision. But it was because of this that Fei Xue felt that she had no love in life. After all, with Lu Xingya's character, if Fei Xue has such a master by his side, to be honest, one can only imagine the life Fei Xue will have in the future. At night, Yu Shi'er was sitting in the booth, looking for a way out of the puppet maze with Yu Xuanxue. Under Yu Xuangshua's deception, Yu Shi'er also successfully joined the Little Kitty Guild. Hey, you have collected a lot of doll fragments. Qi Le walked outside Yu Xuangshua's booth and took a look, and saw that Yu Xuangshua's backpack was full of doll fragments. Of course, there are also things like the second pass of the doll maze and the third level pass of the doll maze. The higher the level of the doll maze pass, the more expensive it is. Passes for floors 4 and above are being sold at sky-high prices. Because the higher the level of the doll maze, the more things can be found in the treasure chest in the final treasure hall. The better the equipment attributes inside are, the more precious the skill books are. Although they are generally high-end goods, there are also some more precious high-end goods. Moreover, due to those players' tireless exploration, the puppet maze has been explored to the 5th level, and it is not yet clear whether higher levels exist. Because on the 5th floor, the doll guarding the treasure chest is simply a monster. I don't know how many teams of players have fallen into the hands of the guardian dolls on the 5th floor. No one can defeat this guardian doll yet. Of course, Qi Lu, a stand-in doll, requires 16 doll fragments to put together, and you need to have all the pieces from positions 1 to 16 missing. Then why don't I save some doll fragments, and then I will sell the fragments for the number of pieces that others are short of. Yu Xuangxue said it naturally. After Qi Li's simple guidance, Yu Xuangxue has completely embarked on the path of a profiteer. As a civet-eating cat, its keen sense of smell for treasures seems to have miraculous effects in business. No wonder you don't have a complete stand-in in your backpack. Qi Lu was stunned by Yu Xuangshua's answer. To be honest, if the stand-in doll cannot be exchanged to the outside world, Yu Xuangxue will definitely lose blood in this wave. The doll fragments stored in the backpack are worthless. But now it seems that Yu Xuangxue seems to be very prescient. But this time, you are considered powerful and it will be your turn to get rich. Qi Lu didn't say much. The spiritual crystals Yu Xuangxue earned were actually given to Qi Lu in the end. After all, when Yu Xuangxue stayed up late every night to clear dungeons, she ate a lot of high-quality equipment and rare-level equipment, as well as a lot of pills. Yu Xuangxue bought these products with the spiritual crystals she earned in the New World mode. So much so that Yu Xuangshue's work and rest pattern in the recent period has been to stay up during the day and go out at night, which perfectly explains what it means to be a night owl. But it happened to be that he avoided today's hero-level discussion meeting. Otherwise, Yu Xuangxue would definitely be frightened and hide under the counter. After all, the spirit-eating cat's personality of bullying the weak and fearing the strong is engraved in its bones. Otherwise, this unique species in the world would not be able to grow to such a powerful level. He will definitely be killed in his infancy by countless strong men. I said, you go back to play, don't stay up all night with Shi'er, you can't sleep during the day, Shi'er has to guard the store. Qi Le specially warned Yu Xuangxue before leaving the booth. I know, after finishing this maze, I will do it by myself. Yu Xuangxue shook her little paw nonchalantly. Qi Le knew that Yu Xuangxue had a sense of discretion in her heart, so she didn't say much. Instead, he came outside Yu Shi'er's booth. Store manager, what's the matter? Yu Shi'er soon noticed Qi Le standing behind her and asked with some confusion. Shi'er, it's been a while since you've been in the store. Qi Lu said something out of nowhere. It's been almost 3 months. Yu Shi'er nodded and said. Although I said before that you live in the store, so you don't get a salary, but you have worked hard for so long, so I still have some rewards for you. As Qi Le spoke, he took out a crystal-clear crystal and placed it next to Yu Shi'er's hand. Store manager, this is. It is the crystallization of the trials of the professional class. Qi Le said the next words for Yu Shi'er. To be precise, this is the professional class trial crystal produced by the trial room today. When Yu Shi'er came to the store, she was already at the peak of the brave level. It's a pity that at that time, the trial room did not have additional functions, and could not produce trial crystals, so it was delayed. Qilu has been thinking about this before. So after the first professional level trial crystal was produced in the trial room, Qilu decided to give it to Yu Shi'er as a reward. And in the future, there will be master level trial crystals, and even hero level trial crystals. Qilu will leave one for Yu Shi'er. This is the perk of being a store clerk. Store manager, this is too expensive, I can't accept it. Yu Shi'er looked at the professional class trial crystal at hand for a long time, and finally decided to refuse. For Yu Shi'er, Qilu is not only her savior. It is also a shelter that can protect her from wind and rain. Yu Shi'er always felt that she had received a lot of favors from Qilu, and all she had to pay was simple things like visiting the store every day. Not only does he not have to work overtime, but if anyone dares to make things difficult for him, Qilu will be the first to stand up. More importantly, Yu Shi'er can clearly see the prices of the breakfast and lunch she eats every day. Beverage vending machines and snack vending machines are clearly marked. And now, Qilu took out a trial crystal. Although the trial crystals of the professional class are not particularly cherished items, the price is not something that ordinary people can afford. Moreover, trial crystals are very scarce on the market. Most of them are in the hands of various large and small forces. For example, the Mercenary Guild. As long as you become a mercenary, complete many tasks, and have enough mercenary points, you can exchange the points for trial crystals in the Mercenary Guild. Of course, they are basically brave level trial crystals and professional level trial crystals. As for the Grandmaster level trial crystals, they are very rare even among these big forces. That's why Yu Shi'er decided to reject Qi Li's kindness. Because she was afraid that she would not be able to pay it back. I said, this is your reward. If you don't want it, just take it and throw it away, or sell it, it doesn't matter. Qilu shrugged and ignored Yu Shi'er's words. He placed the career class trial crystal on the table and left. Ruogwa Qilu knew what Yu Shi'er was thinking or worrying about. Then Qilu would just spread his hands and say helplessly, "You think too much." After all, for Qilu, Yu Shi'er felt that valuable things were not worth mentioning in front of the system. Although one career-level trial crystal cost the system 5,000 spiritual crystals, which made Qilu feel quite distressed. But it does not matter. Qi Li's current store share is already 30%. As long as he sells 3 professional-level trial crystals, this loss will be made up for. Yu Shi'er looked at Qi Li's leaving figure, and then slowly looked back until it disappeared into the corridor. Thank you, store manager. Without thinking much, Yu Shi'er put away the trial crystal at hand. Since I don't know when I will be able to repay this kindness, let me use my life to repay the kindness of the store manager. The next day, Qi Li finished washing up on the 2nd floor and yawned when he came to the lobby on the 1st floor. I saw Yu Shi'er standing behind the counter in high spirits. It's very fast. Qi Li glanced at Yu Shi'er and found that Yu Shi'er had already crossed that hurdle and was successfully promoted to a professional level. What do you want for breakfast? Real milk and bacon sandwich. Yu Shi'er replied with a smile. Oh, you seem to have changed a little bit. After Qilu responded, he looked at Yu Shi'er again. I always felt that there was something different about Yu Shi'er, but for a while I couldn't tell what was different. No, store manager. Yu Shi'er tilted her head and said with a sweet smile. Really? That's probably because I'm overthinking it. Qilu didn't pay too much attention. He put the pure milk and bacon sandwiches in the counter and walked towards the combat power improvement training room area with the bucket of instant noodles. Sitting in the booth, Qilu took a sip of noodle soup and then shouted in his mind. System, come out, where is the exchange channel for the stand-in doll? Qi Li seemed to have suddenly woken up and suddenly remembered this. System, host, there is no need to shout anymore, the rewards were distributed last night. System, the stand-in doll is a small prop, and the redemption channel is to directly withdraw the membership card. Just confirm it in advance in the New World mode. Is there such a thing? Chi-Lu quickly took out his membership card and looked over it several times, but couldn't see any changes. System, if you don't say anything about this, how could anyone know about it? Remember to send a world announcement in the New World mode. Chi-Lu quickly understood the meaning of the system and said it with some laughter and tears. This time the system did not reply, probably acquiescing to Chi-Li's words. After the store door opened, customers began to come in one after another. After all, the stickiness of the New World model is quite strong. If you don't have to worry about any dangers or even injuries, and the process is not boring at all, you can improve your strength. Where else can I find such good things, besides New World mode? And there are many food lovers who have to go to the store once a day, even just for snacks and drinks. Store manager Chi, what happened yesterday is really thanks to you. Gu Pingchuan took a bacon sandwich and sat in the booth next to Chi-Lu. This is Gu Pingchuan's habit. If he can find Chi-Lu in the combat power improvement training room area, he will usually sit next to Chi-Lu. Then I took the opportunity to hug my thighs and go to brush the copy. That's very polite. I also got the reward I deserve. It's just mutual benefit. Chi-Lu said that he didn't need to pay too much attention, then paused for a moment and asked again, but, Ding Gu, the discussion meeting was just completed yesterday, why are you free to come here today? Chi-Lu knew that after these hero-level experts took back the ruin tokens, they would definitely have a lot to do. For example, selecting people who are about to enter the ruins. Or perhaps the candidates have already been selected and explained to them the precautions for entering the ruins, etc. You know, Gu Pingchuan has entered the ruins before. It's just that the ruins of that time were opened at the border of the eastern wasteland. It's far away from the Huangyuan Empire. Just let Meng Xiangyu and Wu Zhuozhou do these things. If you really need top repair, come to the store to prepare a set of equipment. It is more practical than anything else. Gu Pingchuan was open-minded. Originally, the relic tokens from the 3 major colleges were obtained for free. If it weren't for Chi-Li's aggressive move yesterday, Ling Ao and Gu Pingchuan would never have been able to get so many relic tokens. Right. Chi-Lu just casually expressed concern. Since Gu Pingchuan didn't care, Chi-Lu wouldn't ask any more questions. Just when the combat power improvement training room was almost full, a world announcement suddenly sounded in the New World mode. World announcement, the Doll Maze limited time event is open. From now on, if you find a former adventurer in the adventurer town and pay 50 spiritual crystals, you can exchange a stand-in doll to the outside world through your membership card. World announcement, the Doll Maze limited time event is open. From now on, if you find a former adventurer in the adventurer town and pay 50 spiritual crystals, you can exchange a stand-in doll to the outside world through your membership card. World announcement, Doll Maze limited time event opens. The customary 3 world announcements. Chi-Lu was dumbfounded after hearing this. This stingy and money-grubbing Irby system actually planned a puppet maze activity. The price was clearly marked, and 50 spiritual crystals for the stand-in were sold each, and it was also called a handling fee. Who did you learn this profiteer stuff from? However, although Chi-Lu was stunned by the system's decision. However, this will not prevent other players who heard this world announcement from being shocked from the bottom of their hearts. Did I hear you correctly? Can the stand-in doll be exchanged to the outside world? Are you kidding? It would be awesome to exchange the stand-in doll for the outside world. We must first find the former adventurers. Those of you who are still in the doll maze, slowly be hammered out by the dolls. This is a limited time event. It's a limited time event. Don't be stunned. Go find the former adventurers. After being shocked, people all over the map rushed to tell him. Although the stand-in doll requires 16 doll fragments to put together, don't underestimate the power of so many players. You know, in Chi Li's store, the combat power improvement training room area is full almost all day long. That's 2,000 decks. The complete attributes of the stand-in doll have long been thrown into the guild communication system and spread. In the New World mode, it basically has no useful effect. It was directly selected by the players as the first place in the list of useless items, and it still reached the top in one day. Nowadays, the doll fragments are basically all over the screen in the trading system, and the price is so low that it explodes. The settlement currency for the doll fragments thrown into the trading system is gain gold coins. You can imagine how much the players dislike this thing. You should know that equipment with better attributes or equipment with high rarity will be settled with spiritual crystals in the trading system. The skill books are 100% filled with spiritual crystals. There is nothing good that can be settled with game gold coins. As a result, this world announcement was made. Those who had not yet had time to come to the store were immediately dumbfounded. Damn it, all my doll fragments are lost in the trading system. Is it too late to take them off the shelves now? Wow. I sold several stand-in dolls before. Now I just want to break my own hands. Why wasn't the world announcement sent out earlier? Don't think about it. Now the doll fragments in the trading system that have no time to be taken off the shelves have been sold out. Ha 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 ha, I grabbed 3 stand-in dolls for 500 gold coins. Which kind person put them in the trading system? The guild communication system was almost overwhelmed. Countless people were ecstatic and elated. Countless people beat their chests and regretted it. The stand-in doll is indeed an extremely useless prop in the New World mode. But when exchanged to the outside world, it would undoubtedly be an artifact. Although it is only a one-time prop, and although it has many limitations, it cannot cover up the essence of the stand-in doll that is comparable to that of a divine weapon. Not to mention 50 spiritual crystals. Even if you pay 500 spiritual crystals or 5,000 spiritual crystals, there will be people rushing to exchange them. Although the stand-in doll is only a one-time prop and has many restrictions, it cannot conceal the essence of the stand-in doll that is comparable to a divine weapon. Not to mention 50 spiritual crystals. Even if you pay 500 spiritual crystals or 5,000 spiritual crystals, there will be people rushing to exchange them. This is definitely not a joke. After all, not everyone has the halo of the protagonist and can turn danger into disaster. No matter what happens, he can turn danger into safety. Even Gu Pingchuan glanced at Qi Lu in surprise, and then asked, hesitantly. Manager Qi, this world announcement is not a lie, right? From these words, you can hear how shocked Gu Pingchuan was. Of course it's true. How could the world announcement be a lie? Qi Lu leaned in the sofa and said lightly. SS. Gu Pingchuan really took a breath at this time. As long as the stand-in doll is bound, it will really give you an extra life. Qi Lu caught a glimpse of Gu Pingchuan's expression and naturally knew what he was thinking. He couldn't help but curled his lips and thought to himself. Cats have 9 lives before they die. There once was a guy with 12 trials. He had 12 lives, and he wasn't dead in the end. What's the use of this extra life? However, the most terrifying thing about the stand-in doll is that if you unfortunately suffer fatal injuries and use the stand-in doll, as long as you can survive the one-day cooldown time, you can add another life. It can be said that the stand-in doll is infinite rebirth with a cooling time. However, if the life force is exhausted, that is, natural death, the stand-in doll is powerless. This is clearly reflected in the attribute description of the stand-in doll. Disposable items, blood binding. When the bound person encounters fatal injury, the stand-in doll will bear the fatal injury on behalf of the bound person and fully restore the bound person's injuries. That's right, it means completely restoring the bound person's injuries. It can only heal. It cannot replenish depleted vitality. Manager Qi, let's stop chatting now. I'm going to find the former adventurer. After Gu Pingchuan and Qi Lu said hello, they hurried to the adventurer town. If you go late, you won't have a chance. This is where the system is smart. The nature of profiteers makes the system deeply understand what is the principle of rare things being valuable. Even if the redemption channel for stand-in dolls is kindly opened, there will definitely not be many stand-in dolls that can actually be redeemed. Regarding this point, Qi Lu clicked on the event word in the world announcement very experiencedly. Sure enough, detailed activity content appeared. Doll Maze Limited Time Event. During the event, adventurers who once came to the doll maze to hunt for treasure but left without finding anything will return to the adventurer town again. In their hands, they have the qualifications to redeem the stand-in doll. If you find them and obtain the redemption qualification, you can exchange the stand-in dolls to the outside world. After the event ends, all redemption qualifications will be recovered, so players must make sure to use up all the redemption qualifications during the event. Although the activity content does not indicate how many redemption qualifications are available. But according to Qi Li's estimation, it shouldn't be much more. It's okay, it's not a good thing if this kind of thing is rampant in the outside world. Qi Li rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then decisively entered the puppet maze. He didn't want to join in the fun. But that's okay. It's not a good thing if this kind of thing spreads in the outside world. Qi Li rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then decisively entered the puppet maze. He didn't want to join in the fun. After all, stand-in dolls are basically useless props for Qi Lu, whether in the New World mode or in the outside world. Qi Lu didn't believe that this RB system would really refuse to save his host. In a mountain range far away from the Huangyuan Empire, there is a majestic mountain that towers into the clouds, like a sharp sword. On the top of the mountain shrouded in mist, there is a complex of buildings consisting of dozens of halls. And above the most majestic hall, there is a plaque hanging. On it, 3 large characters seem to be carved with a sword. Sword controlling sect. These 3 big characters have sharp edges and corners, and there is an unstoppable sword aura between the lines. It was as if just taking a glance at it made me worry whether I would be stabbed by the sharp sword energy. In this hall, a middle-aged man and an old man were sitting opposite each other. There is a table between the two of them. On the table, there is a chessboard. On one side of the chessboard, there is also a pot of fragrant tea. Nana's mist rises from the spout, filling the entire hall with the fragrance of tea. On the chessboard, most of the black stones and white stones have been filled. If you look closely, you can see that the black stones are like sharp swords and the white stones are like broken dragons. Bai Zi is exhausted. The master's chess skills are still as high as before. I am ashamed of myself. The old man held the chess piece for a long time, and the white piece in his hand swayed several times. In the end, it did not fall on the chessboard, so could only put the white piece in his hand back into the chess cup. Elder Yuchi, I accept the offer. The middle-aged man smiled and said calmly. This middle-aged man is the current leader of the sword control sect, Bailey Fenghua. A very elegant name, just like the face of this middle-aged man, elegant and bookish, like a bachelor who has read poetry and books. But if you underestimate the master of the sword control sect, because of his bookishness, that would definitely be the stupidest thing. Bailey Fenghua can be called the #1 hero, and it's definitely not for nothing. Until today, there are countless dead souls under Bailey Fenghua's sword. Sect Master, how about another round? After the old man put all the white pieces back into the chess cup, he said something with some unfinished meaning. This old man is one of the 3 elders of the sword control sect, Yu Qifeng. His strength ranks second among the 3 elders. But in terms of seniority, they are the oldest generation in the current sword control sect. Since Elder Yuchi wants to fight again, there's no harm in playing another game. Bailey Fenghua still had a warm smile on his face and put the black stones on the chessboard into the chess cup. Yuchifeng also picked up the teapot and filled the teacups next to the chess cups for the two of them with a cup of fragrant tea. Play chess and drink tea. Cultivation of temperament. A few chess pieces fell, and a shout suddenly came from outside the hall. Sect Master, I'm back. Following the shouting, a blue-gray figure quickly walked into the hall and came to the table where the two of them were sitting. But Bailey Fenghua and Yuchifeng seemed to have not heard the shout, and were still drinking tea and playing chess. Sect Master, Elder Yuchi, why don't you speak? Lu Jingya stared at the two of them for a long time, then suddenly asked. Elder Yu Jing, you are a true gentleman who watches the chess game without speaking, don't you know? Yu Chifeng was interrupted by Lu Jingya's shout, and he couldn't help but said helplessly. Elder Lu Jing, you are a true gentleman who watches chess without speaking, don't you know? Yu Chifeng couldn't help but said helplessly when Lu Jingya's shout directly interrupted the rest of the chess game. What kind of gentleman? I am a woman, and I don't understand what you are playing. Lu Jingya said confidently. Well. When Yu Chifeng was retorted by Lu Jingya, he suddenly didn't know what to say. Bailey Fenghua also had a wry smile on his face. The entire sword-controlling sect, if it comes to talent. The highest one is actually not the sect leader, Bailey Fenghua, but the elder Lu Jingya. It's just that Lu Jingya has an out-of-touch personality and is obsessed with martial arts, so he only becomes an elder of the sword-controlling sect, and he can only be an elder of the sword-controlling sect. Therefore, facing Shangyue Jingya, almost no one in the entire sword control sect could do anything. Elder Lijing, tell me, what happened this time? Bailey Fenghua asked aloud. I brought back the relic tokens, there are 12 in total. Lu Zhengya placed the 12 relic tokens on the chessboard, not caring whether the chess pieces on them were disrupted. Bailey Fenghua and Yuchifeng looked at each other. Then Bailey Fenghua spoke first and said, Elder Yuchi, this sentence should be regarded as a draw. Okay, let's consider it a draw. Yuchifeng also knew that once Lu Jingya came, the game would no longer be played. And even if it counts as a draw, Yuchifeng still takes advantage. Why are you still talking about playing chess? Lu Jingya raised her eyebrows, seeming quite dissatisfied. Elder Lijing, please continue talking, we are listening. Bailey Fenghua said helplessly with a wry smile on his face. By the way, I almost forgot, I want 3 ruin tokens. Lu Zhenjian ceremoniously took 3 more ruin tokens from the chessboard that he just put down. Bailey Fenghua didn't care about this matter. In fact, for the sword control sect, if they really felt that the ruins were particularly important, they would not send just one elder to attend the meeting. As one of the most powerful sects in the Eastern Wasteland, the Sword Control sect has resources that are not weaker than a ruin. Furthermore, the location where the ruins are opened this time is indeed far away from the mountain range where the Sword Controller sect is located. Being able to obtain 12 ruin tokens can already show the power of the Sword Controller sect. You must know that the Sword Control sect is not a force surrounding the Huangyuan Empire. Is there anything else? Bailey Fenghua continued to ask. As long as Lu Jingya didn't say goodbye, she must have something else. Bailey Fenghua was very familiar with this straightforward elder Lijing. Of course. I decided to go down the mountain to practice for a while, so if you have anything to do recently, don't come to me. For Lu Jingya, there is no such thing as hypocrisy. Now that Bailey Fenghua had taken the initiative to ask, Lu Jingya said it bluntly. Good. Regarding this matter, Bailey Fenghua and Yuchifeng almost spoke together and agreed without thinking. Then the two looked at each other again. Sect Master, please tell me. Yuchifeng smiled sarcastically, and then stopped making any sound. Bailey Fenghua nodded, and then asked aloud, however, Elder Lijing, if you go down the mountain this time, what will happen to the disciples you left on the mountain? Disciple? Oh, yes, I still have disciples. Lu Jingyao was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted and said, then let them stay on the mountain to practice on their own until I come back. In fact, what Lu Jingyao was thinking was that he also had his own direct disciples at the foot of the mountain. Teaching who is not teaching? Besides, teaching disciples is not as fun as improving their combat power in the arena. Each of the opponents in the arena is very strong, and each of the dungeons in the New World mode is particularly novel and fun. Moreover, it can also improve one's own strength, so why should one stay on the mountain? That's okay. Bailey Fenghua was also stunned, then covered his forehead and waved his hand with a headache. Anyway, Lu Jingyao stayed in this sect and didn't teach her disciples much. This unique free-range teaching was well known to everyone. Sect Master, you agreed so quickly this time. Just in time, I brought you some specialties. As if she remembered something, Lu Jingyao took out a glass bottle from her body, which contained a transparent liquid that was still bubbling. What is this? Bailey Fenghua was a little surprised. He was not surprised at what Lu Jingyao brought out, but was surprised that Lu Jingyao would bring him specialties. However, Bailey Fenghua also knew that if he hadn't agreed quickly, I'm afraid Lu Jingyao wouldn't have remembered that he bought specialties. I heard from the store manager that this is called Sprite, and it's a drink, but I haven't drunk it yet. Lu Jingyao said honestly. Drinks, please put them here first. When Bailey Fenghua heard it was a drink, he immediately lost interest. After all, compared to fragrant tea, this kind of drink of unknown origin really couldn't arouse their interest. Then I'll leave first. Lu Jingyao put down the Sprite and left with 3 relic tokens. He was so furious that he didn't want to waste even a minute. Elder Lijing is still so resolute. After Les Henjia left, Yu Chifeng sighed. At least she can bring something back this time. Bailey Fenghua looked at the glass bottle for a long time, feeling that even if drink didn't taste very good, it couldn't live up to Lu Jingyao's intentions. So he opened the bottle cap and glanced at Yu Chifeng. Elder Yuchi, do you want a drink? No need, I finally came to Sect Master to have a cup of good tea, so I can't waste it. Yu Chifeng waved his hand, then picked up the teacup and took a sip happily. Things like tea have always been divided into 3 grades. Bailey Fenghua's tea is the only one in the entire sword control sect. Even if they, the elders, wanted to drink, they would have to drink from a pot while they were playing chess. Then let me try what Elder Lijing brought back and see what it tastes like. Bailey Fenghua didn't try to persuade him. Instead, he took a new teacup and poured a cup of Sprite into it. Then he brought it to his mouth and took a small sip. In an instant, a refreshing and delicious sweetness spread in Bailey Fenghua's mouth, mixed with the unique slight irritation of soda drinks. Swallowing it into your belly will make your whole body immersed in a cool and refreshing feeling. The pent-up anger in people's hearts is swept away. Bailey Fenghua's eyes were bright, and he felt that the shackles he had encountered in his cultivation in the past few days had loosened a little. Sect Master, aren't you going to drink tea? Yu Chifeng couldn't help but ask when he saw Bailey Fenghua holding a new teacup and drinking from a glass bottle containing Sprite. Elder Yuchi, don't worry about me. Bailey Fenghua waved her hand very generously. He signaled to Yu Chifeng that he could drink as much tea as he wanted and take the teapot away. Elder Yuchi, don't worry about me. Bailey Fenghua waved her hand very generously. He signaled to Yu Chifeng that he could drink as much tea as he wanted and take the teapot away. Well. Yu Chifeng's face was full of confusion and astonishment. When I came to drink tea in the past, I could only get half a pot at most, and he had to pour the tea myself diligently. Why didn't the sect leader even want a teapot today? The Doll Maze limited time event is still in full swing. However, not many people have obtained the redemption qualification. However, this kind of thing was completely within Chi Li's expectation. If you want to be eligible for redemption, finding former adventurers is only the first step. After you find them, you have to fulfill the regrets of these adventurers. This is explained in the activity. The adventurers in the past chose to leave because they found nothing in the doll maze. So after finding these former adventurers, they will express their regrets and ask the person who found him to help him pass the puppet maze. Ever since, in this limited time event of the doll maze, the price of the doll maze pass was even higher than the price of the doll fragments. Because of the regret of these former adventurers, none of them reached the first level of the doll maze. Usually on the second floor upwards. You know, after the entire army is wiped out and forced out of the puppet maze, the pass will still be counted as consumed. And at the same time, the former adventurers will be disappointed with this new team of adventurers and choose to leave again. This greatly increases the difficulty of obtaining redemption qualifications. But players who come to the doll maze map are still eager to find former adventurers, and then buy doll maze passes on the trading system. You know, this is a life-saving artifact. As long as there is some hope, they will work hard for it. For those who have money and leisure, this kind of artifact must be obtained no matter how high the price is. What's more, the price needed now is not big. It's just a bit of a tormenting mentality. This event also allowed Yu Xuanxue, an increasingly experienced second-level dealer, to make a lot of money. Why? Because these smart players discovered the wonderful use of stand-in dolls in the New World mode. That is to ensure that your team will not be completely wiped out in the doll maze, thereby ensuring that you can complete the regrets of the previous adventurers. After all, this is not like clearing the maze before. If you fail, just try again. Take a former adventurer into the doll maze. If you are hammered out by the doll, you will have to look for the former adventurer again. Hey, how can these guys be as smart as me? Yu Xuanxue was lying on the crystal ball, counting the number of spiritual crystals on her account with a money-obsessed look on her face. In the New World mode, the only one who can truly be regarded as a game merchant is Yu Xuanxue. Although other people can also buy and sell equipment and other items, they will never stock up on large quantities of goods like Yu Xuanxue and then make a fortune based on market trends. First, they don't have as much time as Yu Xuanxue. The second is that they don't have as much funds as Yu Xuanxue. Third, they have not thought about this at all. Okay, don't count. There is someone here who needs to be taken care of. Come or not. Qi Lu stood on the street of the adventurer town and shouted. After the event comes out, it is no longer possible to purchase goods from the trading system. Ever since the Doll Maze limited time event came out, it has become impossible to buy goods from the trading system. At this time, the prices of the doll fragments and doll maze passes that appear on the trading system have already gone up. After all, not everyone who comes to the store is a kid from a wealthy family. At this time, since I know that I can't get the qualification to redeem Thestendin doll, I might as well take the opportunity to earn some spiritual crystals. It would be a good idea to buy yourself another set of equipment when the time comes. Come on, wait a minute, what's the price? Yu Xuanxue's current work and rest schedule is quite irregular. It's normal to stay up all day and go out at night. It's not uncommon for her to not rest for a day or two occasionally. After all, the civet cat's physique can still withstand the torture. 200 spiritual crystals per person, they will give you a pass. They don't want the things from the maze, they just need to redeem the qualifications. Qi Lu simply stated the request. Then these guys are quite rich. Yu Xuanxue said. People from Peak Academy. Qi Lu added. No wonder. Yu Xuanxue understood. The students from Pinnacle Academy who can come to the store now are too embarrassed to speak loudly if they don't have money. In order to cultivate a good pet in the store, you can spend a lot of money without hesitation. In order to develop good skills and learn good martial arts and magic, countless spiritual crystals were thrown. But now, they can also spend a lot of money in order to obtain the redemption qualification for the stand-in doll. Are you coming or not? Come on, there are a lot of people this time. Qi Lu urged. In fact, leading people through the maze is one of Qi Li's side jobs. After all, there is no point in sitting in the store all day. You can also make some extra money, so why not do it? Come on, don't rush me. Yu Xuanxue jogged and arrived at the entrance hall of the doll maze. This way. Qi Lu saw a little kitten running into the hall and immediately shouted. 10 people? Which floor is it on? Yu Xuanxue stared at the crowd following Qi Lu, and a bad premonition suddenly emerged in her heart. With this number of people, the guardian dolls in the treasure hall can be beaten to make them suspicious of cats. The 3rd floor, if it's the 4th floor, I have to call Dingu up too. Qi Lu smiled easily. Damn it, bring 10 burdensome people to the 3rd level. Only a lunatic like you can do such a thing. Yu Xuanxue couldn't help but cursed. Completing the regrets of former adventurers, the number of team members isn't random. It's about how many redemption qualifications this former adventurer has in his hand, so the number of people in the team will be the same. Make sure that one person can only get one redemption qualification. So what Yu Xuanxue said is actually not entirely correct. The 10 people behind Qi Lu, to be precise, should be 9 players and a former adventurer. Okay, you can also sell a lot of spiritual crystals when the time comes to redeem your qualifications. Qi Lu said with a smile. The redemption qualification for the stand-in doll can be purchased in the trading system for more than 50,000 spiritual crystals each. After all, no one is willing to give up their redemption qualifications. Teases something with a price, but no market. What if it fails? Yu Xuanxue asked worriedly. You have so many stand-in dolls in your backpack, just give me one. You are really trying to figure out what's in my backpack. The hair on Yu Xuanxue's back suddenly stood up, and she glared at Qi angrily. Okay, no more joking, get ready to enter the maze. As long as nothing happens, there will be no problem. Qi Lu just teased Yu Xuanxue. Okay, no more joking, get ready to enter the maze. As long as nothing happens, there will be no problem. Qi Lu just teased Yu Xuanxue. If he was really hammered out of the maze, Qi Li's reputation would be gone. And not to mention how powerful Qi Li's fighting skills and fighting consciousness are, let's talk about Qi Li's purpose of finding Yu Xuanxue. Mainly to let Yu Xuanxue lead the way. The civet cat's sense of smell for treasures is no joke. Otherwise, Yu Xuanxue would not have been able to store so many doll fragments and passes in her backpack. As long as you don't run into those weird dolls on the road. It's just a guardian doll in the treasure hall, so it's not difficult to solve it. So, while the whole store was looking at the monsters, Qi Lu single-handedly killed the guardian doll on the 3rd floor of the doll maze in the 12-person team mode. Oh my god, you just want me to show you the way? Yu Xuanxue licked her paws for a long time, and also cleaned the fur on her body. Then he saw Qi Lu picking out the exploded items from the fragments of the guardian doll. If not? Qi Lu returned lightly. On the live broadcast screen in the store, Qi Li's relaxed face and unfinished expression were simply the biggest mockery to the players who were really going on a regrettable mission. What's the point of the store manager broadcasting this kind of battle live? What I lack is level and equipment. What I lack is the fighting skills like a monster like the boss. Stop talking, I can see it. The boss is just showing off how strong he is. Brain, I think I can. Body, no, you can't. Go away, the store manager is just wasting the time of a novice like me by launching this kind of live broadcast. In just a short time, the guild communication system has become a quarrel. Qi Li's miraculous fighting process stung the hearts of countless rookies. However, this video has been preserved and is regarded as a classic tutorial in how to protect the doll alone. You even started a live broadcast? Yu Xuanxue only discovered this after taking out her membership card. Although there are only a few members in the Kitten Guild, there are quite a few friendly guilds. After all, the name Little Kitten is extremely famous in the trading system. Messages between friendly guilds can be set to share status. Yu Xuanxue knew about this from the news shared. If I don't make teaching videos, why should I ask you to lead the way? Qi Le shrugged and said matter-of-factly. Moreover, this is not the first time that Qi Lu has made a teaching video. As early as when the Combat Power Improvement Training Room only had a single-player mode, there were live broadcasts of teaching. This time, I went through the Guardian Doll tutorial alone, mainly because Qi Lu couldn't stand the miserable situation of these novice players, so had decided to do it. Then you didn't record me? Yu Xuanxue asked nervously. Its performance in the treasure hall was not very good. The story of licking its paws and fur must not be spread out. You guess. Qi Lu showed an enigmatic smile. I guess your size. The ruins are about to be opened. Enter the highest level of the ruins, which must not exceed the master level. Just when Qi Lu was still preparing to live a leisurely life, such a message suddenly came from the ruins token. Everyone who holds the ruins token also received this message at the same time. The maximum limit is Grandmaster level. It seems that the ruins this time are not the caves of those powerful people. Ling Ao put down the memorial in his hand. Normally, the caves of the strong have the most relaxed restrictions on the strength of those who enter. Next are those ancient sects. The relics with the strictest restrictions on strength are heritage relics. Basically, the highest limit is professional level, or even brave level. Because the higher the realm, the lower the possibility of accepting inheritance. It is almost impossible to reverse a hero's cultivation path. Unless this inheritance happens to be an enhanced version of this hero's cultivation path, in this case, the integration will be more harmonious. But this possibility is extremely low. It just so happens that since this time, the ruins are inaccessible to heroes, let Shower go in and experience it. Ling Ao took a piece of thin silk from the side of the imperial case and wrote a name on it. There are still a few days until the ruins are opened. The list of people who can enter the ruins is on this piece of silk. Lu Jingya, who was sitting in Qi Li's shop, suddenly took out a relic token from his body and shouted to him. Flying snow. Master, what's wrong? Fei Xue looked at Lu Jingya, wondering what new ideas his master had this time. Do you want to go to the ruins? Lu Jingya shook the relic token in his hand. What? Fei Xue thought she heard wrongly and asked, in shock. I'm just asking you if you want to go to the ruins. I brought 3 ruin tokens with me when I went down the mountain this time, but I can't use them now, so I'm asking you if you want to go. Lu Jingya explained. But, Master. Fei Xue originally wanted to say that she didn't want to go if she was alone. But before the words came out, Lan Yi interrupted Fei Xue's words. Fei Xue, don't worry about us. It's your chance to go to the ruins. We will all be happy for you. Lan Yi is not a selfish person. He is happy from the bottom of his heart that his friends, even sisters, can become stronger. Yes, Sister Fei Xue, this is a ruins. You must go. Others in Lan Yi's team also echoed. Actually, there are 3 tokens here. 3 of you can go. Lu Jingya had no intention of hiding them and took out all the relic tokens she was carrying. For Lu Jingya, as long as he is not an enemy, it is the same for anyone. What's more, these people are all close friends of his direct disciples. Master. Fei Xue glanced at Lu Jingya movedly. However, Lu Jingya didn't seem to see Fei Xue's eyes and directly handed over the relic token and said, Take it, it's a waste if you don't use it anyway. If only other forces knew how casually Lu Jingya treated the ruined tokens. I wonder if he will be so angry that he will come to fight with her. System, host, a temporary task has been triggered. Do you need to accept it? Just when Qi Lu was about to ignore the message from the ruins token and continue to eat and wait for death, the system's voice rang. What mission? Qi Lu yawned and asked in his mind. System, exploring the ruins, ask the host to enter the ruins, search for the treasures in the ruins, and submit them to the system. System, exploring the ruins, ask the host to enter the ruins, search for the treasures in the ruins, and submit them to the system. System, since the difficulty of this mission is uncertain, the mission rewards will be comprehensively evaluated based on the quality and quantity of the treasures submitted by the host. Exploring the ruins? Qi Lu thought of the relic token that he didn't know where to put after he got it. But, system, if I go to the ruins, who will open the store? Qi Lu then thought of this very serious question. Even if Qi Lu is in the store now, he is doing nothing. But in fact, as long as Qi Lu is in the store, he is the backbone. After entering the ruins, unless the ruins are closed, the people in the ruins will not be able to come out. System, host, have you forgotten the hollow boots in the store manager suit? Hollow boots, the shoes in the store manager suit, are forged from a large number of rare materials. It can greatly enhance the speed, comes with passive skills, and has a 50% dodge rate for non-locking attacks. Moreover, it can break open space at any time and travel through the void. This is a description of the hollow boots. You mean, the broken hollow boots can come out of the ruins directly? Qi Lu said in astonishment. At this moment, he realized how powerful the ripped boots in the store manager's suit were. The ruins, that is a different space. This is much more difficult than traveling through the void in the same plane. System, please do not ask the host knowingly, because this behavior is very stupid. You Irby system, scolded me again. Qi Lu retorted, dissatisfied. System, I am just stating a fact. In addition, the host is asked to make a decision as soon as possible whether to accept this task or not. Take it, why don't you pick it up? Since he can leave at any time with his empty boots, why doesn't Qi Lu accept this kind of mission that is equivalent to a free gift? It's just a little bit harder. You have to stay in the store during the day and go to the ruins at night. But it doesn't matter. For the sake of reward, Qi Lu feels that it's just a matter of not sleeping for a few days. Besides, there was no need for Qi Lu to look after the store himself. The worst thing is, just sleep during the day. The imperial city and palace of the Huangyuan Empire. Above the court. The ministers stood in 2 rows, bowing their heads slightly. Because of the news that the ruins were about to be opened, the large and small forces around the Huangyuan Empire all stopped in unison. After all, these large and small forces don't want to be shut out of the Huangyuan Empire because of some trivial matters. As a result, there is no ruin token, and there is no way to enter the ruins. Therefore, the war at Yashuiguan was over, and Ling Xiao was recalled to the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. Ling Yin still serves as the lieutenant of the Western garrison. In the war with the Star Glory Empire Expeditionary Force, the troops lost were replenished by troops from other places. After all, there is no room for failure in this checkpoint city-state. And while the ruins are open, the Huangyuan Empire will also recruit troops from various city-states to replenish the Huangyuan Empire's overall military strength. Ling Ao sat on the imperial chair and looked at His Highness and everyone. Ling Xiao, wearing armor, stood in the court hall. The dusty appearance showed that Ling Xiao rushed back from the front line and arrived at the palace before he had time to shower and change clothes. But Ling Ao is not someone who cares about minutiae. Ling Xiao is a man of great merit and the third prince, so he doesn't need to be so polite. Ling Xiao, when he was in danger at Yashuiguan in the Huangyuan Empire, he was ordered to do so in the face of danger. He was able to fulfill his mission and achieve such great achievements. A bounty of 1,000,000 coins, a box of magic cores, and 1,000 pieces often silk will be awarded to the commander-in-chief of the Western garrison. Feng Xiaofeng Tiger General can recruit 20,000 soldiers and horses as his own army. He will not kneel before the emperor. The chamberlain standing in front of the palace read out the Fire Emperor's decree. Thank you, Fire Emperor, for your kindness. Ling Xiao knelt down on one knee, thanking him and accepting the order. It has to be said that Ling Ao's generosity is still a little higher than Ling Xiao expected. I won't talk about the rewards for now. Except for a box of magic cores that are somewhat useful, the rest is just like that. But the position of commander of the Western garrison was Ling Xiao's goldest time and his highest expectation. After all, in the Western garrison, Ling Yin had been holding the position of lieutenant for a long time, and he could not just pick it up. But Ling Xiao didn't expect that the Tiger General Shao Feng, who was finally awarded the title, was something Ling Xiao didn't expect. Shao Feng Tiger General is just a false position. It's probably equivalent to an honorary position. But being able to recruit 20,000 soldiers and horses as a personal army is a huge benefit. Within the Huangyuan Empire, things like pro-military warfare are strictly prohibited. Except for the city lord of each city-state, who can recruit the city-state city guards on his own, other positions are not allowed to recruit pro-army troops. And even the city guards are not pro-military. Ling Zhao's Howling Tiger General is a special case. As for this special case, no one among the ministers in the court dared to speak out a word of rebuttal or persuasion. First, it was because of Ling Zhao's special status. As for the identity of the third prince, except for a few old ministers who followed the late emperor in the war, if anyone else wants to remonstrate, they will have to look at the face of the Fire Emperor. The person who jointly remonstrated last time must dare to jump out again this time. I'm afraid I won't be qualified to come to court next time. Secondly, it was also because of Ling Zhao's great contribution this time that it really saved the Huangyuan Empire. If the Xingyao Empire had not withdrawn its troops, this discussion meeting would definitely not be held. The Goryeo Empire was waiting for the Huangyuan Empire to be defeated, and the country was broken. They even entered the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city and directly forced Fire Emperor Ling Ao to hand over the relic token. This is a conspiracy. The competition is about military strength. So this time the Huangyuan Empire was able to leave so many relic tokens at discussion meeting. It can be said that Ling Xiao was indispensable. After receiving the order, Ling Xiao retreated to one side. The chamberlain, beside Fire Emperor Ling Ao, also began to read out the second decree. Today, the ruins are about to be opened. The list of people who are qualified to enter the ruins is as follows: Ling Xiao, Su Yuan. 25 names were read out from the mouth of the chamberlain. The people above the court are both happy and worried. Being able to enter the ruins is a great opportunity. Those whose names were not read all had sad faces. And those whose names were read came out to express gratitude. Whether the ruins are opened or not will not affect the business of Qi Lu store at all. After all, the maximum number of people who can enter the ruins is 100. And most of these 100 people have nothing to do with the customers of Qi Lu store. During this time, the Blood Wolf team also returned to Yunwu City from Yashuiguan. At this time, the Puppet Maze limited time event has also come to an end. Boss, why did so many things happen in the New World mode when I was not in Cloud Mist City? Shui Lang pointed at the limited time event in the Puppet Maze and couldn't help but cry to Qi Lu. Boss, why did so many things happen in the New World mode when I was not in Cloud Mist City? Shui Lang pointed at the limited time event in the Puppet Maze and couldn't help but cry to Qi Lu. This is not the first time that an event has been opened in the New World mode. The only difference is that this event is limited time. That's why Shui Lang feels that he has simply missed out on 100 million. A stand-in doll. Lost levels can be gained through training, unfinished copies can be gained back, and spent spiritual crystals can be earned back. But this limited time event will be gone once it is closed. It's okay. You came back early and you can still make it to the last round. Qile patted Shualong's shoulder and comforted him. What's the use of just catching up with the last round? Why don't you, boss, take us through it twice? Shualang knew that no matter how much he cried, he wouldn't be able to extend the activity time. It would be better to find a big partner to stop the loss. No need, let me introduce you to another thigh. Qile shrugged and left this matter to Yu Shuangxue decisively. Since Qi Li's last live broadcast with Yu Shuangxue's fighting instinct has allowed Yu Shuangxue to quickly learn how to single-player the guardian doll. So much so that the name Little Kitten is not only popular in the trading system. It also started to become popular in the circle of people who were responsible for completing dungeons and completing tasks. On the other side, Lan Ye's team also decided who would enter the ruins this time after drawing lots and guessing games. Orchid leaves, flying snow, and secluded leaves. In this seemingly peaceful, but stormy atmosphere, time passed slowly. The ruins also opened at this moment. Boom! The sky was covered with dark clouds and thunder was rolling. The space became distorted due to the appearance of the ruins, and then torn apart, releasing traces of terrifying energy. The earth also began to crumble. Fortunately, the place where the ruins appeared was not surrounded by city-states, but in a desert within the Huanyuan Empire. Otherwise, this level of space collapse can disintegrate a city-state in a very short time, causing huge casualties and losses. The opening of the ruins did not waste much time. The thunderclouds in the sky quickly dispersed. The torn space quickly returned to normal with the appearance of the ruins. Except for the shattered ground and the ruins suspended in the sky like a city in the sky, it was as quiet as if nothing had happened. Such a big movement naturally attracted the prying eyes of powerful people from all walks of life. The forces that possess the tokens of the ruins have also sent strong men to escort those they selected to enter the ruins. Although this time, the relics have the highest limit of strength, the Grandmaster level. But these selected candidates are not necessarily all at the Grandmaster level. The ruins are a place with such great opportunities. The most basic conditions for the selected people must be the core of the major forces. No one wants to give this kind of opportunity to others. Loyalty is a prerequisite. And the second thing is qualifications. People without qualifications will not be able to be effective even if they are given the opportunity. The candidates who entered the ruins were ranked behind these two in terms of strength. After the ruins appeared, a large number of people quickly gathered below the city in the sky. Among them, the heroic aura soared straight into the sky. If you want to enter the ruins in the sky, you will definitely need a hero to escort you. Those who are at most Grandmaster level, if they want to enter the ruins in the sky, they will definitely need hero-level escorts. What's more, even if the relic tokens have been distributed, there is no way to identify the owner of the relic tokens with blood. Under the attraction of such a great opportunity, it is difficult to guarantee that people from other forces will not play dirty tricks. Those who possess the ruins token are immediately sent into the ruins. Each of the major forces also left a hero waiting outside the ruins. There was no greeting or ridicule among the 8 heroes. After confirming that all their own people had entered the ruins, they sat cross-legged outside the ruins and closed their eyes to meditate. Although the time and place to enter the ruins are the same. However, after entering the ruins, everyone will randomly drop anywhere in the ruins. Among the ruins, there are safe places and dangerous places. Just the random drops when entering the ruins may prevent many people from ever getting out of the ruins. All in all, after entering the ruins, unless the place where you fell is particularly good, the first thing you should do is never look for opportunities, but to join up with people from your own force. Of course, if you are confident, there is no need to merge. For example, Ling Xiao. The unparalleled Spear Soul class is powerful enough to make Ling Xiao known as one of the strongest combat powers among the Grandmaster classes. After all, this kind of ancient class that has been systematically improved isn't comparable to the current class. Ahem, where is this place? Why is there so much dust? Ling Xiao stood up from the ground, dusted himself off, and coughed twice, duetto the dust that filled the sky. No one has been here for an unknown amount of time. The accumulated dust is 3 feet thick. If you move casually, the dust raised makes it almost difficult to see the road clearly. Wait until the dust clears. What appeared in front of Ling Xiao was a high wall that could not be seen from end to end. But it is very dilapidated, with extremely serious damage in several places. On the high wall, there are cracks everywhere as far as the eye can see, and the traces left by the battle on it are extremely conspicuous even under the erosion of time. But even so, Ling Xiao could see how majestic this high wall was in the past. Where did I fall? Ling Xiao couldn't tell what type of ruins were based on just a high wall. Ling Xiao looked around and saw that everything in the distance was gray. Relics are small spaces and naturally have boundaries. In the border area of the ruins, everything is turbulent in space. The destructive power of space turbulence, let alone a small master level, even a heroic level space magician must be carefully weighed. Since there were no roads around, Ling Xiao could only walk forward along the high wall. Not 20 miles away, a towering gate appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. Outside the gate, there are 2 stone sculptures placed on the left and right. However, most of the 2 stone sculptures were destroyed, leaving only the base and a small half of the unknown sculpture. But judging from the remaining 4 legs of the stone sculpture, they should be 2 different monsters. One of the tall doors was also smashed, and the other door was left full of cracks. The gems embedded in the door were also smashed, and powder was scattered on the ground. Wait a minute, the gem on this door is a magic core. Ling Xiao looked at it for a long time and suddenly noticed something was wrong. After he stepped forward and took a closer look, he found something different. The powder on the ground was not fragments of gems at all. It is the powder left behind when the energy of the magic core is exhausted and naturally shatters. The nearly 10-meter-high gate is actually covered with magic cores. Even with Ling Xiao's knowledge, he was stunned at this time. How much financial resources do you need to dare to do this? At least as far as Ling Xiao knew, there was no force that would inlay a magic core on the door of his house. Not even the royal family of the Huangyuan Empire had the financial resources to do such a thing. It's a pity that the energy of these magic cores is almost exhausted. Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and knocked on one of the magic cores. There was a faint flash of light, and the magic core instantly turned into a puddle of powder and fell to the ground. Looking up again, there is a plaque hanging above the gate. But the plaque was cut off in half, leaving only the word zone and the lower half of the previous one. Mouth. A relic inherited from the sect. Seeing this, Ling Xiao almost knew what was in this ruins. Sect-type ruins can be said to be one of the richest types of ruins. Of course, this also depends on what kind of sect this sect is. Some sects focus on having numerous treasures, while some sects just want wholly their own inheritance. However, judging from the high wall that cannot be seen from end to end, no matter how good this sect is, it is not that small. Ling Xiao felt confident and immediately stepped into the door. As far as the eye can see, it is a huge square. The square was full of traces of battle, broken weapons could be seen everywhere, and mountains of bones were piled up. It can be seen that a tragic war once took place on this square. Looking further inside, what comes into view is a mountain as tall as a cloud. The majestic and steep mountains are daunting. At the innermost side of the square, there is an endless climbing ladder that stretches endlessly into the clouds and mist with no end in sight. It's just that the long climbing ladder is full of cracks, as if it will break at any time if you step on it. On both sides of the long climbing ladder, there are guardrails composed of stone pillars and iron chains. But most of them were broken into pieces. Broken iron chains were scattered on the damaged climbing ladder, making this towering mountain look particularly desolate. The damaged mountain gate seems to be the reason why this sect disappeared from history. Ling Shao climbed over the bones and stepped onto the long mountain climbing ladder. Surrounding the long ladder is an airtight mountain forest. Time cannot help but make this mountain forest become more lush instead of becoming barren. Through the trees, Ling Shao could vaguely see that there were many buildings in the forest. Probably the various halls of this sect before. There are many things to look for in sect-type ruins. For example, the treasures left behind by this sect, or the inheritance left behind, or various potions, and the like. After all, the heritage of this ancient sect is very exaggerated. The reason why Ling Shao did not enter the mountain forest was because he knew that the really important hall must be on the top of the mountain. Rather than making a fuss here, Ling Shao would rather go directly to the top of the mountain. Roar. However, halfway through Ling Xiao's journey, an extremely dull beast roar came from the forest, forcing Ling Shao to stop. What an amazing momentum! Is there anything alive in this sect? Ling Shao was startled by the momentum of this beast's roar. Things that can survive in the ruins, whether they are humans, monsters, or creatures of other races. They are not guys to be trifled with. Although the passage of time in the ruins is different from the outside world. But there is a saying that goes well, if you can live for 1,000 years, even if you are a pig, you will become a sperm. What's more, can a creature with such a longevity element be a simple thing? The answer is negative. However, this is also the opportunity within the ruins. With such a strong momentum, fight once. Ling Shao made a prompt decision, summoned the peerless spirit spear, climbed over the guardrail of the long climbing ladder, and ran towards the direction where the beast's roar came from. Although the forest was dense, Ling Shao quickly carved out a passage. The closer he got to where the beast's roar came from, the faster Ling Shao felt his heart beat. Soon, the entrance to an underground passage appeared in front of Ling Shao. It seems that the harvest this time should be quite big. Ling Shao looked at the entrance, which was dozens of people long and wide, and knew that he had come to the right place. Such a huge entrance is definitely not a secret room. But if such a huge underground passage can be built, it will definitely not store large-scale goods. Walking into the entrance, not only is the passage not dark, but it is brightly illuminated by the night pearls embedded on both sides of the wall. Continuing to walk forward, not far away, a huge room appeared. Dozens of magic lamps hung on the walls of the room, illuminating the entire room like daylight. And in the center of this room, there is a pool. At the four corners of the pool, there are 4 stone pillars engraved with magic arrays and inlaid with countless magic cores. This stone pillar steps from the bottom of the pool to the ceiling of the room. The pillar is so big that it is at least as thick as 10 people surrounding it. 4 iron chains, which are 2 circles thicker than a normal person's waist, extend from the stone pillars to the pool. They are also engraved with magic array patterns, which are extremely mysterious. And in this pool, there lay a turtle as big as a mountain. 4 chains were tied to the turtle's limbs. On the shell of this turtle, there are also countless inscriptions engraved on it, which emit a faint light under the illumination of the magic lamp. Could it be that that huge beast roar was made by this turtle? Ling Zhao's eyes widened and he stared at the turtle in the pond. After observing carefully for a while, Ling Shao suddenly found some traces on the wall of the pool. When he looked closer, it looked like some writing. 10,000 years black turtle. Ling Shao looked at the marks on the wall of the pool. Before he could read the words, another voice came from the underground passage. Ling Xiao was not the only one attracted by the roar of the beast. But this sound also reminded Ling Xiao of what the creature in the pool was. 1,000-year-old mysterious turtle, a strange beast. The longevity is extremely long, hence the name of the 10,000 years black tortoise. Likes to be quiet, lethargic, and move slowly. The defensive power is astonishing, comparable to that of a giant dragon. No, it should be said that at the same level, the 10,000-year black turtle's defensive power is even stronger than that of a giant dragon. The tortoise shell of a strange beast like the 10,000 years black turtle is one of the top materials used to forge armor. Its turtle blood is one of the top materials used to temper the physical body. The tortoise shell of a strange beast like the 10,000 years black turtle is one of the top materials used to forge armor. Its turtle blood is one of the top materials used to temper the physical body. Its turtle meat is one of the top ingredients used to nourish blood. Its turtle bones are one of the top materials used to make weapons. And because the 10,000 years black turtle is a strange beast, the trial crystals in its body are also a type of treasure. This strange beast is covered in treasures. Apart from its amazing defense and terrifying power, it has almost no offensive capabilities. This has aroused the covetousness of countless strong men. It can be said that as long as you can kill a 10,000-year black turtle, it is equivalent to gaining a treasure mountain. The so-called ordinary man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. The Wanyan Xiangui Kong has a body as big as a mountain of treasure, but he has no power to protect himself. Being hunted and killed by strong men from all walks of life, the records in the history books can be said to be short-lived and soon disappeared. Now that he has met one here, as long as he can bring this 10,000-year-old mysterious turtle back intact, Ling Xiao's trip to the ruins will be considered worthwhile. It is not an exaggeration to even say that he made a lot of money. When I was a child, I was in the royal study room and saw these long-lost exotic beasts recorded in the history books, and I wanted one very much. Unexpectedly, this wish was actually fulfilled in the ruins. Ling Xiao slowly stood up from the ground, then turned and looked towards the direction of the underground passage entering this room. If you want to take down the 10,000 years black turtle, you must clear out the others. Ling Xiao emerged from the pool wall, and when he saw the face of the visitor, he couldn't help but exclaimed. The people at the door of the room did not expect that there was another person hiding here under the cover of the pool wall. Proud of wealth. Ling Xiao. When the two saw each other's face, they shouted each other's name in unison. The second person attracted by the roar of the 10,000 years black tortoise beast was none other than the dragon general and knight of the Starry Star Empire, Rong Yuqua. The two met each other under such circumstances. It could be said that they were enemies meeting each other, and they were extremely jealous. The hatred between the Huangyuan Empire and the Xingyao Empire will not bannered for the time being. But the expeditionary force led by Rong Yuqua attacked Yashui Pass, but it was actually Ling Xiao who stopped it. I never expected that I would meet you again in a place like this. Rong Yuqua took off the halberd on his back with his backhand, swung it forward, and made a hunting sound. I didn't expect that the Star Empire would choose you. The unparalleled spirit spear in Ling Xiao's hand was curled up, and his body seemed to be standing casually. In fact, he had already seen the possible attack directions of Rong Yuqua and was fully prepared to counterattack. The Wushuang Gun Soul has no defense, only offense and counterattack. One wrong move does not mean that you have made a wrong move every step. Having a large number of ruin tokens does not mean that you will gain more. Rong Yuqua grinned and sneered. It is precisely because of the nature of random drops after entering the ruins. So when you come to the ruins and want to gain something, you rely more on your own luck rather than the number of people. But when there are more people, they also take a lot of initiative. Therefore, when the Xingyao Empire is already at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, the candidates selected to enter the ruins will definitely choose to overwhelm other forces in terms of strength. Therefore, it is natural for Rong Yuqua to enter the ruins. In terms of individual strength, Rong Yuqua can definitely be ranked among the top in the Grandmaster level. If the Star Glory Empire could obtain a hero-level trial crystal, the first person to consider it would definitely be Honorable Qua. There is no doubt about his strength and loyalty to the Star Empire. You're right. If you meet someone else here, this 10,000-year black turtle may really belong to you. Ling Xiao naturally understood the meaning of Rong Yuqua's words. Ling Xiao also praised Rong Yuqua himself. Whether it is personal ability or ability to lead troops, Rong Yuqua is undoubtedly strong. It's a pity that he met Ling Xiao, who inherited the power of the unparalleled Spear Soul and the original Gale Force Flying Dragon Army. Only then ended up with a defeat. Don't worry, even if I meet you, this 10,000-year-old black turtle will not leave others alone, and you might also be an addition. Rong Yuqua was extremely confident in himself. In the last battle, Rong Yuqua knew that he had underestimated the enemy. But this time I won't make the same mistake as last time. Then you have to work hard. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and said something nonchalantly. While Rong Yuqua wanted to kill him, the third prince of the Huanyuan Empire, Ling Xiao didn't want the Xingyao Empire to lose a dragon general and knight. Without this famous general, even if the Xingyao Empire's troops remain intact, its overall strength will drop by 20%. When the time comes, Ling Xiao will naturally be able to overcome Yashwiguan and open up territory for the Huanyuan Empire. The two of them had been chatting by now, and it was already impossible for them to negotiate peace. Ling Xiao was determined to win the 10,000 years black turtle. The same is true for Rong Yuqua. Not enough words to speculate. After Ling Xiao said the last sentence, he took the lead and raised his Wushuang spiritual spear, thrusting forward. A little cold light flickered, like a dragon swimming out of the water. The unparalleled spiritual spear was wrapped with fighting spirit and roared towards him. Rong Yuqua didn't hesitate at all. The moment Ling Xiao took action, he immediately raised his halberd to block it. Stabbing is the most effective and terrifying means of attack with spear weapons. Rong Yuqua didn't want the spear in Ling Xiao's hand to make a hole in his body, for a strong man of his level. As long as there is a chance to injure the opponent, fighting energy will be left on the opponent's wound to slow down the opponent's recovery speed. Clang! The two men's weapons collided, making a crisp sound of gold and iron. But Ling Xiao's stab was more than just a stab. There are many variations of thrusting, but Ling Xiao just flipped his wrist, and the Wushuang spiritual spear suddenly turned with force and hit the halberd body. Fighting energy circulated and exploded. The evil spirit body is activated. Boom! The huge force that suddenly burst out was something Rong Yuqua didn't expect. The violent force instantly knocked Rong Yuqua out and hit the wall of the room. The already somewhat decayed stone wall had numerous cracks broken out by Rong Yuqua, and small stones scattered from the stone wall. How could your power suddenly become so strong? This is impossible. Rong Yuqua looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. Although he used his halberd to protect his body, his mouth was still numb from the huge force. There are many things you can't think of. Ling Xiao put the Wushuang spiritual spear on his shoulder, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Rong Yuqua. Although he didn't show it on his face, he was analyzing the pros and cons of Ofi's attack just now in his heart. The fighting skills of the unparalleled Spear Soul are indeed powerful, but they are only based on the situation that their strength is not much different, so that they can be crushed by their fighting skills. The fighting skills of the unparalleled Spear Soul are indeed powerful, but they are only based on the situation that their strength is not much different, so that they can be crushed by their fighting skills. Therefore, Ling Xiao also used another technique in the attack just now. Turn on and off the evil spirit body in seconds. Only at the moment of attack, the body of the evil spirit is open to increase one's own attributes. Then after the attack, immediately close the body of the evil spirit to reduce the consumption of fighting spirit. This is a method of use that Qi Lu proposed not long after the evil spirit body skill book came out. The evil spirit body's consumption of fighting energy is definitely at the forefront of martial arts of the same level. But in comparison, the power of the evil spirit body is definitely among the top among martial arts of the same level. Therefore, turning on and off the evil spirit body in seconds is definitely an extremely important skill. This technique can minimize the fighting energy consumed by the evil spirit body and maximize the usefulness of the evil spirit body. The only difficulty lies in controlling the timing. If you want to perfectly control the timing of turning on and off the evil spirit body, you must be extremely talented and have unparalleled fighting instincts. Otherwise, you can only be distracted and controlled during the battle. However, being distracted during battle is definitely a taboo. When Ling Xiao and Rong Yuqua were fighting at Yashuiguan, they did not be distracted at all and could only activate the evil spirit body throughout the process. If it hadn't been for the inheritance of the Wushuang spear soul being completed at the last moment, Ling Xiao might have had no choice but to hate Yashuiguan. However, Ling Xiao is no longer what he used to be. When facing Rong Yuqua, he can also calmly practice the skills opening and closing the evil spirit body in seconds. Because in terms of overall strength, Ling Xiao had already surpassed Rong Yuqua. No, I know you know a secret martial arts, you are just bluffing. Rong Yuqua seemed to have thought of something, and his face showed an expression of I see. Whether it's a bluff or not, you'll know if you try it. Ling Xiao said with a sneer on his lips and raised his eyebrows. It is no exaggeration to say that Ling Xiao's current strength is enough to be called the first person below the hero level. If there is a fierce person like Ling Xiao who can be called the first person below the hero level, it is someone who came from Qi Li's shop. If those two people have met, not confidants, they can at least be friends. Don't worry, I will shatter your bluff mask right away and expose your true identity as a weakling. Rong Yuqua slapped the stone wall behind him, waved his halberd, and rushed towards Ling Xiao like a bolt of lightning. The nearly 3-meter-long halberd, under Rong Yuqua's huge power, caused a whistling wind, and afterimages followed behind it, exerting a terrifying oppressive force. It can be seen from this that Rong Yuqua's strength is definitely extremely strong. To be called a famous general, dragon general and knight, Rong Yuqua relied on his own strength and countless achievements. It is by no means a mere name. However, it was just a pity that he met Ling Xiao. Facing Rong Yuqua, who took action in anger, Ling Xiao didn't dare to make excuses. When a lion fights a rabbit, he must use all his strength. What's more, the gap between Ling Xiao and Rong Yuqua is not as big as that of a lion and a rabbit. Evil spirit body. Fighting energy surged crazily and instantly burned within Ling Xiao's body. The sound of the fighting spirit roaring in the body is like an endless stream, rushing incessantly. Come on, let's use this move to determine the winner. Come on, let's use this move to determine the winner. The unparalleled spirit gun in Ling Xiao's hand rotated, and the silver-white gun body was like a thunder that wrapped around Ling Xiao. Die! Rong Yuqua roared and swung out his halberd, like a mountain coming from the top, and like a ferocious beast charging forward. The surrounding air was oppressed by this terrifying force and buzzed. It has to be said that Rong Yuqua's charging and killing power is indeed top-notch. This is the fighting method that Rong Yuqua has learned in countless wars. He's trapped in a formation and kills the enemy without retreating. The momentum is like a rainbow and unstoppable. With your famous general, the Xingyao Empire's military strength is enough to increase by more than 30%. It's a pity that the biggest mistake made by the paladin and the white priest was to let you enter the ruins. Ling Xiao faced Rong Yuqua's charge and did not dodge. Because in the fighting style of Wushuang Gun Soul, there is no way to dodge at all. Unparalleled gun soul, unparalleled in the world. There is no retreat, I am invincible. Wind and thunder break. Ling Shao stepped forward, and the unparalleled spiritual spear struck out like thunder, carrying unparalleled power and facing Rong Yuqua. The wind will be torn apart. Lei was also cut off. The wind and thunder broke through, like a flash of light that cut off everything. In this room that was illuminated by the magic lamp as if it were daytime, a dazzling white light also flashed. Like lightning tearing apart the sky. Shua. Ling Shao and Rong Yuqua passed by each other. The air waves aroused by the two attacks hit the stone wall of the room, cutting cracks into the decaying stone wall. Nearly half of the ever-brightening magic lamps were destroyed into powder in his duel. Laugh. A small tearing sound rang out in the silent room. Ahem, ah. Rong Yuqua coughed violently and spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. A crack was cut into the armor on the chest, almost completely splitting the entire thick armor in half. Under the crack in the armor, there was a very deep wound. Gurgling blood overflowed from the wound, soon staining Rong Yuqua's clothes red, and then dripped down the corners of his clothes to the ground. No. Impossible, how could I lose? Rong Yuqua was in a trance, and the weakness under his feet made him slam one knee to the ground. If it weren't for the halberd in hand, he could still barely hold on to his body. After this fall, Rong Yuqua might never get up again. Ling Zhao's fighting spirit has invaded Rong Yuqua's wound. If the bleeding isn't stopped in time, Rong Yuqua may not be able to hold on for long. The sequelae caused by the burning fighting spirit also made Ling Zhao stagger at his feet. It's true that the body of the evil spirit is an extremely powerful martial skill. However, as the user's level and realm increase, after the evil spirit body is activated, the burning fighting spirit will also increase. After all, the amount of fighting spirit required to increase a career level is not the same as increasing a grandmaster level. The skills the store manager said need to be practiced more. Otherwise, if you keep driving the evil spirit body like this, you can kill yourself if you are not careful. Ling Shao panted slightly and thought in his heart. But luckily now, Ling Shao still has time to practice. It's such a pity, Commander-in-Chief Rong Yuqua, that you can't get rid of the third prince of the Huangyuan Empire, for the sake of the Xingyao Empire. Ling Shao shook his head, regained his breath a little, and then came to Rong Yuqua. Oh, I am defeated by you. I just lament that my skills are not as good as others. I am willing to kill or behead you as you wish. It was impossible for Rong Yuqua to beg for mercy. As a famous general, Rong Yuqua has his own integrity. After leading troops for more than 10 years and fighting on the battlefield, Rong Yuqua had already put life and death aside. It's just a pity that the Star Empire has not returned to its former glory. Rong Yuqua knew in his heart that as a warrior, he would not regret his death, but the demise of the title of Dragon General Knight was definitely a heavy blow to the overall strength of the Xingyao Empire. Don't worry, I have no habit of humiliating defeated generals. Ling Shao switched the Wushuang spiritual spear to his left hand, and with his right hand took out a long knife with the royal seal of the Huangyuan Empire engraved on the handle from the bronze storage ring. Death on the battlefield is not humiliating. This is respect for the enemy general. Farewell forever, glory to the great commander. Ling Shao half-crouched in front of Rong Yuqua, looking directly into Rong Yuqua's eyes. Come on, the third prince of the Huangyuan Empire, Ling Shao. Rong Yuqua held the halberd tightly and tried his best to keep his body from falling. On the day when the teacher comes out, there will be glory in death, but no disgrace in life. The famous general of the Star Empire will end in this way in this ruins. Ling Shao also didn't expect that the grudge between himself and Rong Yuqua will be resolved in this way in the ruins. However, it can be regarded as solving a serious problem for the Huangyuan Empire. Ling Shao had seen too many things about life and death. The long knife was raised. Wait. At this moment, a curtain of light covered Rong Yuqua, and a young man wearing a white robe and holding a staff also appeared next to Rong Yuqua. "Who are you?" The moment Ling Shao noticed the appearance of the light curtain, he took a few steps back and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared with a wary expression. "Down here, Song Yun." The young man bowed slightly and introduced his name. "It's you. The great priest in white even sent you into the ruins." Ling Zhao's eyes widened. Ling Shao had indeed never seen this young man who suddenly appeared, but the name, Song Yun, sounded like thunder to his ears. The personal disciple of the white-clothed high priest, one of the two heros of the Xingyao Empire. When it comes to military exploits, Song Yun is no less than Rong Yuqua. However, unlike Rong Yuqua, Song Yun is a figure who strategizes in the camp. However, when it comes to combat effectiveness, Song Yun is no less proud than Qua. Xingyao Empire is really willing to spend a lot of money. Ling Shao sneered. Rong Yuqua could barely be regarded as the descendant of the Holy Knight, and this Song Yun was the true descendant of the great priest in white. But Ling Shao didn't expect that the Xingyao Empire would be willing to send these two people into the ruins. Aren't they afraid that these two people will be damaged in the ruins? The third prince is overly worried. I am not here to fight with the third prince. The 10,000 years black turtle should be regarded as our apologito, the third prince. Song Yun said with a smile. However, Ling Shao knows very well that this guy, Song Yun, is a typical smile with hidden swords. In that case, please leave. Ling Shao tightly held the unparalleled spirit gun in his hand. As long as Song Yun made the slightest move, he would immediately take action and take it down. However, it is best if there is no conflict. Song Yun's class is a priest who is good at assisting and healing. If Song Yun was alone, or if he came a few minutes later, Ling Shao would definitely let him stay here forever. It's just a pity that Song Yun came at the perfect time. As long as Rong Yuqua didn't fall and the Spear Knight cooperated with the priest, Ling Shao really didn't have much confidence that he could win. Of course, I'll take my leave now. Song Yun smiled slightly, put his right hand on Rong Yuqua, and with a flash of white light, the two of them disappeared into the room. Ling Shao immediately spread his perception. The breath of those two people really disappeared completely. It seems that Song Yun kept his word and really left with Rong Yuqua. What a shame. Seeing this, Ling Shao couldn't help but sigh. The layer of light curtain covered by the blue clouds on Rong Yuqua's body is a magical protective barrier belonging to the priest class. It was enough to block one of Ling Zhao's attacks. That's why Ling Shao stopped immediately. Otherwise, even if he was attacked by Song Yun once, Ling Shao would still be left with Rong Yuqua. Forget it, this 10,000-year black turtle should be mine now. After Ling Shao sighed, he came to the edge of the pool again. In fact, if the person who comes this time is someone from Brilliant Academy, then the two parties may have negotiated and decided on the harvest. After all, Ling Shao is not a competitive person. Everyone is a regular customer of Qi Li's shop. If there is anything that we can't sit down and eat 2 buckets of instant noodles, we can discuss and solve it. If you have to fight and kill people, it will hurt your peace. But how can I bring this guy back? Ling Shao looked at the 10,000-year-old turtle in the pond and was troubled by this issue. The size of a 10,000-year-old tortoise, lying in the pond, its shell alone is more than tens of meters long and wide, let alone rescuing the 10,000-year-old tortoise from the pond. As for killing the 10,000-year-old black turtle, and then putting them separately into bronze storage rings. That's a joke. Ling Zhao's attack might not be able to break through the 10,000-year black turtle's defense. And looking at the stone pillars in the 4 corners of the pool, you can tell that a mere Grandmaster level 10,000-year-old black turtle will not receive this kind of treatment. It is obvious that this is definitely a heroic 10,000-year-old black turtle. If it weren't for the suppression of these 4 stone pillars, Ling Shao might not be thinking of attacking the 10,000 years black turtle now, but would be thinking of how to escape. Despite the records, the attack ability of the 10,000 years black turtle is extremely low. However, no matter how low the 10,000 years black turtle's attack power is, a grandmaster is definitely not qualified to provoke a hero. It's no wonder that Song Yun gave up on this 10,000-year-old black turtle so decisively. It seemed that he was also convinced that Ling Shao couldn't deal with this 1,000-year-old black turtle, so he left with peace of mind. Crash dash. Following the movements of the 10,000 years black turtle, the iron chain, which was 2 rings thicker than an average person's waist, made a dull sound. At first glance, it was clear that the extremely heavy iron chain was stretched straight in an instant, making a clattering sound. Roar. A suppressed beast roar came out from the pool, and the majestic momentum contained in it pushed Ling Shao back again and again. The Grandmaster level is so powerless when facing the hero level. The 10,000-year black turtle that had been lying in the pool stood up at this moment. Its thick limbs were like 4 sky-reaching pillars, and its huge body was like a moving mountain. This kind of pressure to directly face a hero is unimaginable for ordinary people. The momentum of the ancient beasts was even more terrifying. Under the pressure of this momentum, Ling Shao almost left the room and retreated into the underground passage. However, even if this heroic 10,000-year-old black turtle stood up, the stone pillars at the 4 corners of the pool were still standing tall and motionless. This is too exaggerated. What kind of sect is this that can be so generous and dare to lock a heroic 10,000-year-old turtle in a place like this? Ling Shao was even more shocked. It is not difficult to kill heroic monsters. As long as you don't get too crazy and look for those monsters with extremely strong combat capabilities, generally speaking, 2 human hero monsters are enough to kill a heroic monster. Those who can kill heroic monsters alone are considered to be the best among heroic monsters. Someone like Lu Jingya, who can kill 3 heroic monsters with 1 person and 1 sword in a row, and frighten them so much that no monster dares to stop within 1,000 miles, is already considered to be at the top. This level of hero level is only 1 piece of strong level trial crystal away from the strong level. And people like Qi Lu, who can tear bone dragons apart with their hands. That might be a monster that is rare to see in 10,000 years. At least among the powerful human beings recorded in the annals of history, there has never been one who can tear apart dragons alone at the same level. Of course, it is possible that it occurred but was not recorded. However, these are kills. As Ling Shao saw now, it was the only sect that dared to tame a heroic monster, a heroic monster. Little one, where do you come from? Just when Ling Shao was still immersed in shock, the eyes of the 10,000 years black turtle suddenly looked at him. An old voice came from the mouth of the 10,000-year black turtle. As soon as the sound came out, Ling Shao was so frightened that he almost jumped up, turned around and ran away. Fortunately, I managed to hold back in the end. It is not uncommon for heroic beasts to talk. Not to mention the 10,000-year black turtle, a strange beast with extremely long lifespan. Senior, I come from the Huangyuan Empire. Ling Shao replied respectfully. I didn't dare to think twice about this 10,000-year-old turtle. Just kidding, if I, a mere grandmaster, were to attack a heroic 10,000 years black turtle, I'm afraid that the 10,000 years black turtle would stand there and let me attack, exhausting myself to death, but I might not be able to hurt it at all. The offensive ability is extremely low, in exchange for extremely terrible defensive ability. The Huangyuan Empire? When did this force appear? The 10,000 years black turtle's words were not fast, and his tone was gentle, with some doubts and half regret. Ling Shao was even more shocked after hearing what the 10,000 years black turtle said. The history of the Huangyuan Empire can be said to be long or short, but it has existed for nearly 1,000 years. But for the 10,000 years black turtle, he had never even heard of it. Ling Shao did not think that this was because the Huangyuan Empire was not well known, which resulted in the 10,000 years black turtle never hearing the name Huangyuan Empire. Because no matter what, the Huangyuan Empire is still a famous power in the eastern wasteland. Otherwise, the Huangyuan Empire would never be able to keep the ruin token. So, since the 10,000 years black turtle has never heard of the Huangyuan Empire, this is enough to prove that the 10,000 years black turtle has existed for far longer than Ling Shao imagined. After a long pause, the 10,000 years black turtle continued to ask. Where is the Huangyuan Empire? Eastern Wasteland. Ling Shao quickly answered. I have never heard of the name Huangyuan Empire. After all, the Huangyuan Empire has only existed for less than 1,000 years, but the name Dong Huang has been circulated for tens of thousands of years. Sure enough, after Ling Shao answered Dong Huang, the 10,000 years black turtle also showed a look of reminiscence. After a long time, the 10,000 years black turtle slowly opened his mouth and said, Time has passed, years have changed, and the sea has changed. Today's Dong Huang is no longer the same Dong Huang it used to be. At this time, Ling Shao was able to determine that the years that this 10,000-year-old black turtle had lived must be calculated in millennia at least. Which race can live for such a long time? Which one is easy to mess with? Ling Shao thought for a while and finally shook his head. It seems that this trip to the ruins is still too unreliable to defeat the 10,000-year-old black turtle. If nothing else, this 10,000-year-old black turtle is definitely one of the most powerful beings in this ruins. Senior, I don't know how long you have lived here. However, Ling Shao also had doubts in his heart. Now that you have decided to give up on the 10,000 years black turtle, you might as well ask the questions in your heart. I can't remember exactly, it was about 3,000 years ago. The 10,000 years mysterious turtle raised his head and thought about it for a long time before he slowly answered. 3,000 years. Even if it were accumulated over time, this 10,000-year-old black turtle would almost become a monster. The name 10,000 years black turtle is only called this species because of its extremely long lifespan. A 10,000-year black turtle that can really live for 10,000 years can kill a hero with one slap. Go, senior, then I won't disturb your rest. Ling Shao felt that his legs were a little weak. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to leave first. Even though Ling Shao could claim to be invincible at the Grandmaster level. But when encountering this kind of monster, it is more practical to go as far as possible. Because this is no longer a matter of courage. This is entirely a matter of whether the brain works well or not. As long as there was no brain congestion on the spot, there should be no Grandmaster who would dare to challenge this 10,000-year-old mysterious turtle that has lived for at least 3,000 years. Don't worry, little guy, no one has come here to talk to me for a long time. The 10,000 years black turtle let out a thick laugh, and with a roll-off majestic energy, it dragged Ling Shao back to the edge of the pool. This is the peak strength of the hero level. Even if he is locked in the pool and cannot leave, it is easy to deal with a Grandmaster level. The moment Ling Shao was dragged back by the 10,000 years black turtle, Ling Shao was so frightened that his body became stiff. Just a random movement and the burst of energy can suppress the flow of fighting energy in Ling Xiao's body. If they really want to fight, I'm afraid this 10,000-year black turtle doesn't need to take action personally. His momentum alone can make Ling Shao unable to move. Senior, what else do you want to talk about? I'm listening. Ling Shao now has no idea of escape. This room was indeed very big for Ling Shao, but for the size of the 10,000-year black turtle, it was just that big. Before the 10,000 years black turtle didn't agree, it was as difficult for Ling Shao to get out of this room as it was to reach heaven. Little guy, don't be so nervous. I don't have the habit of being bloodthirsty. The 10,000 years black turtle smiled, and there was indeed no sense of oppression in his tone. In fact, the 10,000 years black turtle is a race with a very gentle temperament. They rarely take the initiative until they are not in danger. Senior, can you tell me where exactly this is? Ling Xiao waited for a long time before summoning the courage to ask. If you want to know, it doesn't hurt to tell you. This is where the beast taming sect is located. The 10,000 years black turtle said slowly. According to historical records, the beast taming sect is one of the very few sects that increases its own combat power by driving monsters and exotic beasts. There are many powerful people in the sect. In history, it is also one of the few sects that can flourish for a while. Although the things recorded in the history books are not entirely true. But a sect that can trap a 10,000-year-old black turtle is not that weak even if it is not strong. However, because of the arrogant and violent behavior of the beast taming sect, dozens of sects jointly suppressed it and were wiped out in the long river of history, turning into the dust of history. It seems that the numerous bones seen in the square before are the traces left by the war that year. However, it is hard to imagine that the war that year did not affect this place. You know, the body of the 10,000-year black turtle has always been called Baoshan. If those powerful men who joined forces to encircle and suppress the beast-taming sect discovered this place, they would not be able to keep the 10,000 years black turtle until now. Ling Xiao subconsciously looked around at the surrounding stone walls. No need to look, little guy. It's not that there are no people here, it's just that they have all been left behind by the old man. The 10,000-year black tortoise could live for such a long time and had already become a spirit. How could he not know what Ling Xiao was thinking? This sentence also made Ling Xiao feel chilled in his heart, and he quickly changed the subject. Senior, you are so strong, why are you trapped here by the people of the beast-taming sect? Ling Xiao finally asked the biggest doubt in his heart. With the strength of the 10,000 years black turtle, it is impossible to tame it with just one hero level. However, if the beast-taming sect possesses strong level power, it would not be possible for the sect to be destroyed so easily, leaving only the 10,000 years black turtle alive to this day without incident. Humph, with the skills of those thieves from the beast-mastering sect, of course they can't trap me. When this matter was mentioned, the 10,000 years black turtle changed his previous warm tone and suddenly became cold. Crash dash. The 10,000 years black turtle pulled the iron chains locked on its limbs, made a loud noise, and said angrily, "Do you know what the stone pillars fixed at the four corners are called?" "I don't know, kid." Ling Xiao told the truth. Dragon locking pillar. It was the dragon locking pillar that the thieves from the beast-taming sect took from the dragon clan, the 10,000 years black turtle said angrily. Thousands of years ago, the relationship between dragons and humans was not as hostile as it is now. Although it is not a good thing, dragons that have integrated into the human race will occasionally make deals with the human race. And this dragon-locking pillar was what the beast-taming sect had traded from the giant dragon. The dragon-locking pillar claims that not even the giant dragon can break free. The beast-taming sect was not at ease about this and directly used 4 dragon-locking pillars to lock the 10,000 years black turtle here. No wonder. After listening to the words of the 10,000 years black turtle, Ling Xiao once again carefully looked at the stone pillars at the 4 corners of the pool. It has to be said that the beast-taming sect back then was not only powerful, but also wealthy. The dragon-locking pillars claim that even giant dragons cannot break free. 4 dragon-locking pillars were used at once to lock the 10,000-year black turtle. This was undoubtedly a bit of a fuss. But this is also the main reason why even after 3,000 years, the 10,000-year black turtle cannot break free. There are spatial fluctuations. Just when Ling Xiao was carefully looking at the locking dragon pillar, the 10,000 years black turtle suddenly spoke up. What? Ling Xiao was reminded by the 10,000 years black turtle and felt something strange behind him. Looking back, under the illumination of the magic lamp, the space suddenly became distorted, and then, a figure emerged from the distorted space. Wow, this one is really bright inside. The figure seemed a little uncomfortable with the brightness in this room and covered his eyes with his hands. But when Ling Xiao saw this figure, his eyes almost popped out. Store manager. That's right, the figure that suddenly appeared was Qi Lu. Do you know him? The 10,000 years black turtle stared at the sudden appearance of Qi Lu and asked with some vigilance. Yes, I know him. Senior, please rest assured that the store manager is not a bad person. Ling Xiao nodded and said. How can I rest assured? There is enough power in this person to threaten Lao Chen. The 10,000 years black turtle will not let down his guard just because of Ling Xiao's words. What? Ling Xiao was really shocked when he heard this. To be able to threaten the power of the 10,000 years black turtle, wouldn't it mean that Qi Li's strength, starting from the lowest level, is also at the peak of the hero level? No wonder Ling Xiao was surprised. After all, when Qi Lu tore apart the bone dragon, Ling Xiao was still on standby in the Huangyuan Empire's imperial city. And most importantly, as for Qi Li's strength, the lowest starting point is the peak hero level, but the highest strength limit to enter this ruins is the Grandmaster level. Could it be that Manager Qi is so powerful that he can ignore the power of the ruins? Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's mind began to feel dizzy. Wow, why is there no difference between day and night in the ruins? Qi Lu finally got used to the light and immediately complained aloud. Qi Lu deliberately waited until the store was closed, then according to the system, locked the coordinates through the ruins token, and then used the empty boots to rush over to get it. But I never expected that it would be night outside. As a result, when we arrived inside the ruins, there was no distinction between day and night. Store manager, how did you get into the ruins? Ling Xiao suppressed the shock in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Of course I came in with the ruins token. Qi Lu answered without thinking, paused, and suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. It turns out it's you. This is really great. I was worried that I couldn't find anyone after entering the ruins. Of course I know that I came in with the ruins token, but the problem is. Ling Xiao was just about to say that the highest strength limit for this ruin was the Grandmaster level. But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Qi Lu. Wow, I didn't expect to see such a big turtle when I came in. It seems I'm quite lucky. Qi Lu saw the 10,000 years black turtle at a glance. The system's mission this time determines rewards based on the treasures found. If you can submit such a big turtle to the system, there should be a lotto for words. Who are you? The 10,000 years black turtle didn't like the way Qi Lu looked at it. But facing the last being that was powerful enough to kill it, the 10,000 years black turtle was not allowed to relax even a little bit. You can talk, so this will be a bit difficult. Qi Lu scratched his hair and said, My name is Qi Lu, and I am a store manager with no malicious intent. Qi Lu has always been tolerant towards species that can talk. After all, being able to talk means being able to communicate. Unless the other party actively seeks death. Store manager, my senior is a 10,000-year black turtle. Ling Xiao also came over to help Qi Lu popularize the knowledge about the 10,000 years black turtle. I see. Qi Lu slapped his palm with a look of sudden realization. Seeing that Qi Li's eyes returned to normal, the Wanyan Xiangui felt relieved. When locked by the dragon locking pillar, the 10,000 years black turtle would never want to encounter an enemy of the same level as itself. Because no matter how strong the defense of the 10,000 years black turtle is, when facing enemies of the same level, it can only hold on for a while, and it will never be able to completely avoid breaking its defense. System, if I only submit part of the treasure, will it affect the reward? Qi Lu asked in his mind. This is planned to be discussed with the 10,000 years black turtle. Let's see if we can get the 10,000 years black turtle to contribute some blood, or a small amount of meat. Anyway, the 10,000-year black turtle is so big, a little bit of flesh and blood shouldn't be a problem. System, the treasures submitted by the host are only counted by type, not quantity. With your words, I feel relieved. Qi Lu also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He was afraid that the system would tell him that he had to submit the whole thing, and then he would have to reluctantly give up on the 10,000 years black turtle. Can we discuss it? I may need some of your blood. Qi Lu has always been a very direct person, so when faced with the 10,000 years black turtle, he did not intend to make excuses, but spoke very directly. What did you say? The 10,000 years black turtle and Ling Shao looked at Qi Lu together. I said, I may need you to contribute a little blood. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm. Qi Lu had to repeat it. This is really the first time I've heard of your request. The 10,000 years black turtle let out a thick laugh that echoed in the room. After laughing for a long time, the 10,000 years black turtle stopped, looked at Qi Lu, and said, if it's just a small amount of blood, I can give it to you, but I also have a request. But it doesn't matter. Qi Lu nodded. Fair trade, normal. I hope you can try to destroy these 4 dragon-locking pillars. To be honest, I have been trapped for too long. The 10,000 years black turtle sighed before speaking out. Perhaps it was because this was the first time in the past 3,000 years that he had met someone of Qi Li's strength. That's why the 10,000 years black turtle would make such a request. Although the 10,000 years black turtle doesn't have high hopes, it's always good to give it a try. Of course, if you can't destroy the dragon-locking pillar, it doesn't matter, I will give you what you want. The 10,000 years black turtle thought for a while and added. Longsua lock pillar? Qi Lu looked at the 4 stone pillars at the 4 corners of the pool with interest. He didn't expect that these 4 unattractive stone pillars would have such a sounding name. System, does the dragon lock pillar count as a treasure? Qi Lu asked in his mind while looking at it. System, dragon locking pillar, a sealing treasure created by the dragon clan to trap dragons that violate clan rules. The system not only answered Qi Li's question, but also explained to him the origin of the dragon-locking pillar. And he has such a big name. Qi Li's eyes lit up and he immediately said, System, I want to submit 4 dragon-locking pillars. Although the system has said before, only the type of treasure is counted, not the quantity. However, in order to fulfill the request of the 10,000 years black turtle, Qi Lu decided to submit the 4 dragon-locking pillars at once. Anyway, this kind of thing has no effect on Qi Lu. He had no intention of catching the dragon for fun. System, received a request to submit a treasure. Please touch the treasure that needs to be submitted and select OK. After receiving the prompt, Qi Lu immediately walked towards one of the dragon-locking pillars. Just do your best. The 10,000 years black turtle does not have high expectations for destroying the dragon-locking pillar. Ling Shao looked at this scene and felt extremely nervous. Although Ling Shao knew that Qi Lu was very strong, things like the locking dragon pillar were specially created to trap the locking dragon. Once established, it cannot be destroyed even with the power of a dragon. This request from the 10,000 years black turtle inevitably seems to be a bit overwhelming. Looking closer, this dragon-locking pillar is quite spectacular. Qi Lu didn't know what this man or beast was thinking. He only knew that after walking in, he discovered that the dragon-locking pillar went down to the bottom of the pool and reached the ceiling. You can't tell how long it is from top to bottom. But based on the size of the bone dragon we had seen before, this dragon-locking pillar must be several hundred meters long at least. Moreover, it is engraved with mysterious magic array patterns and is inlaid with a large number of magic cores. The cost alone makes it a real treasure. Confirm submission. Qi Lu didn't look at it for long before he pressed his palm on the dragon-locking pillar. The power of the system is never unreasonable. So what if the dragon-locking pillar cannot be destroyed by the power of the dragon? In front of the system it can only be collected obediently. Following Qi Li's movements, 4 white lights flashed across the 4 corners of the pool. The 4 dragon-locking pillars also disappeared. This strange scene almost made Ling Xiao scream in shock. Fortunately, I endured it in the end. But the shock in my heart was not reduced by half. The 10,000 years black turtle also stared at Qi Lu in disbelief, with a pair of huge beast pupils. The 4 dragon-locking pillars that had trapped it for more than 3,000 years disappeared in this man's hands. It's incredible. In other words, the strength of the person in front of him was simply chilling to the bottom of his heart. Okay, I've fulfilled your request. Now it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Qi Lu clapped his hands and came to the front of the 10,000 years black turtle again. Manager Qi has such amazing strength, I admire him. The 10,000 years black tortoise was stunned for a long time before he regained his composure and sighed with some regret. Qi Li's title is also based on Qi Li's introduction to himself. It's a small effort, but it's not worth mentioning. Qi Lu waved his hand and said lightly. For Qi Lu, this is really just a matter of effort, and that's literally what it means. All Qi Lu did was to raise his hand and stick it on the dragon-locking pillar, the system did the rest. But to the ears of 10,000 years black turtle and Ling Xiao, it was the self-effacement of a strong man. Manager Qi is too humble. Since Manager Qi needs the old man's blood, just give that ball of blood to Manager Qi. The 10,000 years black turtle was not too pretentious, and directly forced out a ball of dark red blood essence about half the size of a fist from its body and sent it to Qi Lu. Even for a body as big as the 10,000 years black turtle mountain, Psalmic blood and essence is not too little. You are too polite. Qi Lu didn't expect that the 10,000 years black turtle would be so polite, so he quickly stretched out his hand to catch the ball of essence and blood. System, submit the essence and blood of the 10,000-year black turtle. System, the essence and blood of the 10,000 years black turtle was submitted successfully. I hope the host will continue to work hard. The shackles that have trapped the old man for so many years have finally disappeared. This long-lost freedom really makes the old man miss it. The 10,000 years black turtle moved its huge body, walked out of the pool, and then stood up suddenly. Boom! This underground room suddenly collapsed, with rubble falling down. At the same time, the 10,000 years black turtle was protecting Qi Lu and Ling Zhao's heads, blocking all these huge gravels and collapsed rocks. The everlasting magic lamp was smashed by gravel and rock, and the light from the ruins appeared in the room that was finally exposed to the light of day. 3,000 years have passed and the world has changed. The beast-taming sect is indeed dead. The 10,000 years black turtle couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he looked at the mountain gate of the beast-taming sect that had undergone tremendous changes. Even if the 10,000 years black turtle is trapped and locked up here by the beast-taming sect, facing this kind of thing, even if he feels happy, he will also feel sad. Senior, the beast-taming sect died out a long time ago. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say at this time. I know that the behavior of the beast-mastering sect has doomed their fate. The 10,000 years black turtle did not change his state of mind because of this kind of thing. For a race like them that can live for thousands of years, witnessing historical changes is common. Senior, now that the beast-taming sect has died, what are your plans now? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. To be honest, Ling Xiao really didn't dare to have any ideas before the 10,000 years black turtle was trapped by the dragon-locking pillar. After all, Ling Xiao had nothing to do with the dragon-lock pillar. However, now that the 10,000 years black turtle has been rescued by Qi Lu, Ling Xiao's little thoughts are active again. Go back to the Warcraft forest. The 10,000 years black turtle thought for a moment and spoke slowly. No matter how the big and small forces in the eastern wasteland change, only the Warcraft forest will not disappear. Can such a big body create ruins? Qi Lu couldn't help but curiously asked after hearing the words of the 10,000 years black turtle. Yes, but… Ling Xiao was reminded by Qi Li's words and suddenly remembered a very serious problem. Those are the 8 heroes who are guarding outside the ruins. If they see 8,000-year black turtle suddenly appear outside the ruins, they probably won't let it go. The 10,000 years black turtle can be called a treasure mountain, and its attraction to heroes is equally huge. Senior, if you go out like this, I'm afraid it won't be safe. Ling Xiao thought for a long time and finally decided to tell the matter directly. From the ruins to the major forces waiting outside the ruins. The ruins, it turns out that the beast-taming sect has become such a wasteland. The 10,000 years black turtle pondered for a moment, but did not doubt Ling Xiao's words. This kind of thing is not impossible to happen. The 10,000 years black turtle has seen too many things. Thank you for telling me this. However, even if you tell me this, given your status, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect me. The 10,000 years black turtle made it clear in one sentence. This? Ling Xiao smiled awkwardly. Because what the 10,000 years black turtle said is indeed the truth. And let alone Ling Xiao, even the 8 heroes waiting outside the ruins would be unable to protect the 10,000 years black turtle without the consent of more than 3 people. Wait a minute, Senior, there is actually someone who can protect you. After being silent for a long time, Ling Xiao suddenly said in surprise as if remembered something important. Based on the situation you mentioned, I can't think of anyone else who has this ability. The 10,000 years black turtle shook his head and said very calmly. Ling Xiao was not moved at all by his surprise. After all, according to what Ling Xiao said before, this is a dead end unless the 10,000 years black turtle stays in the ruins and never comes out. But the 10,000 years black turtle has been at the ruins of the beast-taming sect for 3,000 years. In other words, it has been trapped for 3,000 years. Rather than staying in this ruins that is almost the same as a dead zone, it is better to go out and have a try. Even if he dies, the 10,000 years black turtle will have no regrets. No, Senior, what I said is true, Store Manager Qi is okay. Ling Xiao said hurriedly. Store Manager Qi? The 10,000 years black turtle glanced at Qi Lu in surprise. Although before, when Qi Lu collected the dragon locking pillar, the 10,000 years black turtle was indeed shocked. However, if Qi Lu is really asked to face 8 heroes head-on, the 10,000 years black turtle doesn't think Qi Lu has the slightest chance of winning. Not to mention Qi Lu, even a giant dragon at the peak of hero level had tortured when faced with 8 human heroes. Don't come to me for this kind of thing. I don't like to fight. Qi Lu shrugged and directly rejected Ling Xiao's proposal. If it were in the store, then this matter would be easy to deal with. If there was a conflict, Qi Lu would not feel any pressure at all. But outside the ruins, after all, it is not within the coverage of the store. With Qi Li's current true strength, it is still very difficult to deal with the hero class. What's more, it's enough to have a civet-eating cat in the store. Qi Lu doesn't want to raise another 10,000-year black turtle. It's destined to be unable to stay in the store just because of its size. And the most important thing is that Qi Lu really doesn't want to waste spiritual crystals to raise such a huge 10,000-year-old black turtle. Sorry, store manager, I was in a hurry too. Ling Xiao also reacted to Qi Li's words. Who is he, Ling Xiao, and how can he let Qi Lu take such a big risk and possibly offend 8 forces at once? It won't happen again. Qi Lu did not dwell on this issue for too long, but returned to the topic. The problem now is that the size of the 10,000 years black turtle is too conspicuous. If you want to protect it openly, it may not be possible. Qi Lu pointed out the key point of the problem sharply. Everyone understands the principle of keeping wealth private. But when it comes to putting it on a 10,000-year black turtle, it seems that it can't be done. Ling Xiao looked at the mountain-like body of the 10,000 years black tortoise. After being silent for a long time, he said, "Senior, can you become smaller? I don't know how to change the body of a giant dragon, but if I have enough dragon blood, I can give it a try." The 10,000 years black turtle said directly. Dragon blood? When Ling Xiao heard this word, he was stunned again. Where would he find such a rare and valuable thing? The dragon clan lives in seclusion on Dragon Island and has long ceased to appear in the human race's territory. Dragon blood is something that can only be encountered but not sought. So that means we can only give up on the 10,000 years black turtle? System, do you have dragon blood there? Qi Lu asked again in his mind on a whim. System, yes. The system's concise answer gave Qi Lu a sense of surprise. Originally I just asked with the mentality of giving it a try, but I didn't expect it to actually happen. How much do you have and how do you calculate the price? Qi Lu vaguely sensed the huge business opportunities in this matter. System, dragon blood is not a precious item. If the host needs it, a certain share can be provided for free. System, dragon blood is not a precious item. If the host needs it, a certain share can be provided for free. Dragon blood is not a precious item? As expected, the system kept saying nothing, and it really choked Qi Lu. If other people heard this sentence, what would Bao Buqi think? And, if dragon blood is really not a precious item, why was the system in such urgent need of dragon blood in the last mission? However, Qi Lu just complained about this in his heart. If he really said it, the free dragon blood might be gone. What's more, Qi Lu is 80% sure that the fact that the system dared to say dragon blood is not a precious item must have something to do with the last mission. But what does this have to do with Qi Lu? He's just a store manager who chooses to eat and die. I do have dragon blood here, but I don't know how much you need. After Qi Lu was sure, he opened his mouth to break the silence that had been maintained for a long time. Really, store manager? Ling Xiao looked at Qi Lu in surprise. This feeling of twists and turns is really exciting. I don't like to lie to people, but dragon blood is not provided for free. Qi Lu instantly switched to businessman mode and answered expressionlessly. Spirit crystal is not a problem. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. Okay, then. Just as Qi Lu was about to price the dragon's blood, a voice rang in his mind. System, host, isn't it good for you to use the dragon blood I provided for free to do business? How come you always come out to find a sense of presence at critical moments? Qi Li's words came to his lips and he swallowed them back. In this Urbi system, don't you know it's very impolite to interrupt someone else's conversation? System, I just feel that I am at a loss. If the host is not satisfied, then the dragon blood will not be provided for free. You will share 30% of the total profit. Qi Li said through gritted teeth. I finally found an opportunity and prepared to take advantage of the system unexpectedly. I was caught by the system before I even started. The meager IQ of these two systems has all been used on this. System, 50%. Qi Lu, 40%. System, deal. TSK. Store manager, what's wrong? Ling Xiao saw that Qi Lu didn't speak for a long time, and couldn't see anything from his face that was almost paralyzed, so he could only ask aloud. It's nothing. There's no rush to discuss the issue of spiritual crystals. Let's see how much dragon blood is needed first. Qi Lu waved his hand and still said expressionlessly. I wanted to set a unit price before, but was disturbed by the system, so I decided to just make a one-time deal. Good. Ling Xiao was already prepared to be ripped off. Anyway, as long as the 10,000 years black turtle can be brought back in the end, no matter how many spiritual crystals are spent here, it will be reported directly to the Ministry of Revenue and the Treasury will naturally reimburse it. Senior, I don't know how much dragon blood you need. Ling Xiao looked at the 10,000 years black turtle. Not much, 100 drops of blood is enough. The 10,000 years black turtle said unceremoniously. 100 drops of blood essence, converted into ordinary dragon blood, is about a dozen tons. Although the 10,000 years black turtle could say it in an understatement, Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding. More than 10 tons of dragon blood is so precious. Not to mention, dragon essence blood, which is 100 times rarer than ordinary dragon blood. Store manager, do you have the dragon essence and blood? Ling Xiao covered his heart, resisting the pain in his body, and looked at Qi Lu. Have. Qi Lu understood the essence of the system's simplicity and conciseness. He paused and asked, how much do you want? Give it to senior. Ling Xiao patted his heart and said it, pretending to be heroic. Anyway, I'm already distressed to this point, so why not be more heroic and win some favor? Good. Qi Lu didn't have much reaction. For the system, ordinary dragon blood and dragon essence blood are actually similar in value. Dragon essence and blood are just condensed from dragon blood. A ball of dragon's essence and blood appeared in the palm of Qi Li's hand, and with a gentle push, it was sent to the 10,000 years black turtle, and was then swallowed by the 1,000 years black turtle. Boom! As soon as the dragon essence and blood entered his belly, a majestic breath burst out from the body of the 10,000 year black turtle. Under this breath, the 10,000 years black turtle slowly leaned down and lay on the ground, motionless, as if falling into a deep sleep. How is this going? Ling Xiao had obviously never seen this situation before, and looked at Qi Lu with a blank expression. It's just that it fell into dormancy to absorb the power of the dragon's blood. There's no need to make such a fuss. Qi Lu raised his eyebrows, liking Ling Xiao's appearance of having never seen the world. As expected. After Qi Lu said these words, the aura of the 10,000 years black turtle surged. On the tortoise shell, the lines that originally seemed soft gradually became ferocious and angular at this moment. Pieces of scales began to appear on the limbs outside the 10,000-year black tortoise's shell. And outside the scales, fine bone spurs began to appear. The short tail that originally looked a little funny now began to grow rapidly, like the tail of a giant dragon. The head of the 10,000-year black turtle also began to transform into the shape of the giant dragon's head. 2 sharp teeth extended from both sides of the lips. If the 10,000-year-old tortoise looked gentle in appearance before, at this moment, the 10,000-year-old tortoise looked increasingly domineering and majestic. Ouch! The power of the dragon's blood was quickly absorbed by the 10,000 years black turtle, and a deafening and soul-stirring roar spread to the surroundings along with another surge in momentum. The terrifying momentum directly lifted up huge rocks on the ground, raised into the sky and crushed to pieces. The depression in the ground originally caused by the collapse of the underground passage turned directly into a deep pit. Get behind me. Qi Lu could feel the aura of the 10,000-year black turtle, which was already infinitely close to the level of a strong person. With just a small opportunity, the 10,000 years black turtle can directly step into the strong level and be promoted to a whole new realm. This is where the accumulation of the 10,000 years black turtle has been trapped and locked in this ruins for 3,000 years. This is also the power of Warcraft and alien beasts. There is no need to test crystals to directly advance to the realm. This is also one of the reasons why monsters and alien beasts cannot disappear. This kind of aura is infinitely close to the strong level, even a hero level will feel oppressive. Not to mention Ling Xiao, a grandmaster. Dragon power protective body. Qi Lu will not underestimate the momentum of the 10,000 years black turtle. Directly sacrificing the dragon bone armor, the majestic dragon power burst out instantly, colliding with the momentum of the 10,000-year black turtle. Boom! The two majestic momentums collided together, making a sound like thunder. Boom! The two majestic momentums collided together, making a sound like thunder. Where they intersected, even the space became distorted because of this terrifying force. Wake up! Qi Lu shouted sharply, and the majestic dragon's power increased steadily. In just an instant, it overwhelmed the momentum of the 10,000-year black turtle. Roar! The 10,000 years black turtle suddenly opened its eyes and stood up from the ground. The originally huge body seemed to have grown in size again and became even larger. Moreover, what was originally a gentle appearance has now become majestic and domineering, making the oppression of the 10,000 years black turtle stronger by more than one level. Manager Qi, you are far more powerful than I imagined. The 10,000 years black turtle stared closely at Qi Lu. The majestic dragon power seemed extremely terrifying even before it was only one step away from being promoted to the strong level. You flatter me. Qi Lu is very self-aware. He knows that what the 10,000 years black turtle is talking about is actually the dragon's power that comes with the dragon bone armor. It's just that others don't know that Qi Lu has such a magical weapon. Store manager Qi is so humble. The 10,000 years black turtle seemed to understand Qi Lu very well, and did not mention this matter again. Instead, he restrained his momentum that was temporarily uncontrollable due to absorbing dragon blood. Senior, you are now. Ling Xiao asked anxiously. Actually, there is no need to worry about this problem now. I think, with the current strength of the 10,000 years black turtle, there should be none to worry about this kind of thing. Before the 10,000 years black turtle could speak, Qi Lu was the first to speak up. The strength of warcraft and alien beasts depends not only on level and realm, but also on bloodline and race. The bloodline level of the 10,000 years black turtle is actually no less than that of the dragon clan. It's just that the bloodline power of the 10,000 years black turtle focuses on defense. Now that after absorbing the dragon's blood, the 10,000-year black turtle's defense has not only been greatly strengthened, but it has also surpassed the dragon's resistance to magic. Almost most magic spells are unable to cause harm to the 10,000 years black turtle. Moreover, since the 10,000 years black turtle absorbs pure dragon essence and blood, its offensive capabilities have also been strengthened to a certain extent. To be honest, Qi Lu didn't think that with the strength of the 8 hero-level people waiting outside the ruins, they could leave behind the 10,000-year black turtles who were almost promoted to the strong level. Store manager Qi is right, but I don't want to cause such big trouble. The 10,000 years black turtle smiled. Even if its appearance became majestic and domineering, it was only a sign that its strength had been improved, and it would not change its personality. After all, the 10,000 years black turtle is a very kind race. So, under Ling Zhao's shocked eyes and Qi Li's interesting eyes, the body of the 10,000 years black turtle quickly shrank, and finally became these eyes of a millstone. But that majestic momentum has not weakened by half, because of the smaller size of the 10,000 years black turtle. On the contrary, because the 1,000 years black turtle has become smaller in size, it has become more condensed. Manager Qi, if you don't mind, please let me stay in your store for a while. After the 10,000-year black turtle shrank, he continued. As soon as Ling Xiao heard these words, his heart suddenly went cold. I spent an unknown amount of spiritual crystals to buy dragon blood, but ended up marrying someone else, and I got nothing. No, I have another place to recommend to you. However, Qi Lu decisively rejected the proposal of the 10,000 years black turtle. Just kidding, there is no shortage of such a housekeeper in my store. If IRL I want to raise him, I don't know how many spiritual crystals it will cost. That guy Yu Shuangxue can still support himself. After all, the spirit-eating cat is greedy for money, and it will be motivated to earn spiritual crystals. But the 10,000 years black turtle has a personality that likes to be quiet and lethargic, and doesn't care much about gains and losses. Otherwise, if it were any other race and left in a place like a dead zone like the ruins, they would have gone crazy long ago in 3,000 years. So Qilu really didn't have any ideas. Oh? What place does Manager Qi recommend? The 10,000 Years Black Turtle did not feel that Qi Li's rejection was disrespectful. In fact, it just mentioned it casually. If there are no accidents, this race that once appeared briefly in the long river of history may only have its last 10,000-year-old black turtle left now. It doesn't matter where you stay. Go to the imperial city of Huangyuan Empire. Qilu pushed the 10,000 Years Black Turtle to Ling Xiao without hesitation. With the national power of the Huangyuan Empire, there is no pressure at all to raise an additional 10,000-year black turtle. Store manager. When Ling Xiao heard Qi Li's words, he was stunned for a moment, thinking that I heard wrongly, but he quickly realized what he said and looked at Qilu in surprise. His face was full of emotion. Qilu didn't know much about the strength of the 10,000 Years Black Turtle compared to the Huangyuan Empire, but Ling Xiao knew it very well. It definitely belongs to the town-state level. Moreover, as long as the opportunity comes and the 10,000 Years Black Turtle breaks through and is successfully promoted to the strong level, the Huangyuan Empire will also rise with the tide and overwhelm the Xingyao Empire and the Goryeo Empire. But Qilu was able to reject such a powerful combat force without hesitation and gave it to him. What kind of spirit is this? This is a selfless and extremely open-minded spirit. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt from the bottom of his heart that meeting Qi Li was definitely the luckiest thing in his life. Don't look at me like this. Remember, you still owe me 300,000 spiritual crystals, which is considered the price of friendship for dragon blood. Qilu was not used to Ling Xiao's eyes. After saying these words, the skybreaking boot skill under his feet was activated, and the space next to his body was instantly distorted. A door to a dark space quickly opened. Qilu got directly into the door of space and disappeared into the ruins. This can't be possible. Ling Xiao was stunned by this scene. He finally understood why Qilu was able to enter this ruins with such strong strength. Because Qilu simply ignored the spatial barrier of the ruins. This method is simply appalling. Even a heroic space magician might not be able to break through space and travel through the void as easily as Qilu. What's more, this is a space shuttle between the ruins and the outside world. You know, these are two different spaces. Wanting to shuttle between two different spaces is not just as simple as breaking the barriers between two spaces. The difficulty is more than 10 times higher than traveling within the same space. Store manager Qi's methods are as superior as his strength, which makes me admire him endlessly. The 10,000 Years Black Turtle also felt sincerely. Such magical means were rare even in ancient times. The door to space disappeared immediately after Qilu entered. But the distortion of space disappeared, and the shock in the hearts of Ling Xiao and the 10,000 Years Black Turtle did not disappear so quickly. After a long while, Ling Xiao came back to his senses and respectfully said to 10,000 Years Black Turtle, "Senior, if you don't mind, please come to the imperial city of the Huangyuan Empire." Little guy, this must be what you had in mind from the beginning. The 10,000 Years Black Turtle smiled, but did not refuse. That's all. Since it's a place recommended by store manager Qi, I'd better got here. For the 10,000 Years Black Turtle race, it is common for them to protect a force and witness its rise and fall. But in most cases, after the force guarded by the 10,000 Years Black Turtle declines, the 1,000 Years Black Turtle will inevitably be hunted by other powerful people. Because, while this force is protected by the 10,000 Years Black Turtle, it will also frighten other people with evil intentions. The two are complementary to each other. Before, the 10,000 Years Black Turtle's proposal was to protect Qi Li's shop. And with Qi Li's strength, it would be easy to protect the 10,000 Years Black Turtle. It's just that the 10,000 years black turtle didn't expect that Qi Lu didn't want such a householding beast at all. After all, when Qi Lu was in the store, he was basically invincible. Now that Ling Xiao has sent out an invitation, it might as well be the next best thing to go to the Huanyuan Empire's imperial city. The Huanyuan Empire is within the eastern wasteland, and it can be considered a big and prestigious force. Yunwu City, Qila shop. On the second floor, in Qi Li's room, there was a sudden fluctuation in the space. Then, a figure was ejected from the space fluctuations and fell to the floor. Wow, these empty boots are really difficult to use. There are no spatial coordinates, so they just shuttle around like this. Qi Lu rubbed his head that hit the bed leg and said helplessly. The hollow boots are truly an artifact. But this artifact is different from artifacts like dragon bone armor. The defensive properties of defensive artifacts increase with the owner's strength. Even if the owner's own strength is not very good, the defensive properties of the artifact are there. However, the void-breaking boots, an artifact that requires active use, have certain requirements for the owner's strength. If it weren't for the clear spatial coordinates of the ruins, Qi Lu wouldn't be able to appear so handsomely. Forget it, space is really not easy to control. Qi Lu didn't hesitate for too long. Glancing outside the window, a bright white color began to appear on the horizon. The time in the ruins is calculated a little differently from the time in the outside world. And there is no distinction between day and night in the ruins. If Qi Lu hadn't been able to determine the outside time through the interrogation system, he might have stayed in the ruins for a while. Another all-nighter. Ever since Sheer came, I haven't stayed up all night for a long time. Qi Lu yawned. It's not because my body can't hold on. In fact, with Qi Li's current strength, let alone not sleeping for a whole night, even if he doesn't sleep for half a month, his body can fully support it. But the problem is, after getting used to sleeping at night, suddenly staying up all night will make you mentally very sleepy. However, although I am very sleepy, I still want to open a store. When going downstairs, Qi Lu also met Yu Xuanxue, who was running to the second floor. It seemed that she had just finished an all-nighter and was going back to Yu Shier's room to catch up on her sleep. As soon as the store door was opened, a small figure walked in. Zier, why are you here so early today? Qi Lu recognized the person just by looking at the figure. Big brother, sister Lan Yi, and the others have all gone to the ruins, so we didn't leave the city. Lan Zier told the truth. Several other members of Lanya's team also followed Lan Zier into the store. Lan Yi, Fei Xue, and Yojiao went to the ruins together, which had a great impact on the combat effectiveness of Lanya's team. Mainland Qingqi is the only person left with powerful attack methods. But the output ability of an ice elemental magician is really limited. So they probably won't go to the Cloud Forest until Lan Yi and others come back. Big brother, good morning. Xing Lian, who was following Lan Zier, greeted him politely. Good morning, Shao Lian. Qi Lu replied. The power of the two-soul contract is really not an exaggeration. When the contract was signed, Xing Lian was still very weak. The last time he showed up to express his gratitude, he was still barely able to condense the dragon's soul into a physical form. At this time, Xing Lian's strength had grown to the point where it was comparable to Lan Zier. I have to say, this is indeed the purest dragon soul I have ever seen. Lu Jingyao was not far behind Lanya's team and walked into the store while talking. He was probably asked by Fei Xue to take care of the people left behind in Cloud Mist City by Lanya's team. But Lu Jingyao really only found out about Xing Lian just now. Sister Ye. Lan Zier smiled and said hello to Lu Jingyao. In terms of seniority, Lu Jingyao is Fei Xue's master, and Lan Zier's name is Fei Xue, and she is called Sister Fei Xue, so logically, Lan Zier should be called Auntie. But Lu Jingyao didn't seem to like hearing the word aunt very much. So she asked the other members of Lan Ye's team to call her sister instead. However, in this case, there will inevitably be some confusion in terms of seniority. So, in the end, they all called themselves their own. Okay, don't pay too much attention to me. Lu Jingyao waved his hand. Although Lu Jingyao was surprised by Xing Lian's existence, everyone has a little secret. What's more, Lu Jingyao is not particularly interested in this kind of thing. Rather than exploring the existence and origin of Xing Lian, Lu Jingyao would rather go to the combat power enhancement arena to play 2 more battles. Shao Lian, do you still want to drink Sprite? Hey, where is Shao Lian? Lan Zier followed Lu Jingyao. After Lu Jingyao took the pure milk and bacon sandwich and walked to the combat power improvement training room area, she took a bottle of pure milk and a bottle of pure milk from the outlet of the beverage vending machine. The bottle of Sprite comes out. But when Lan Zier turned around, she didn't see Xing Lian. Shao Lian, why did you come here? Lan Zier took 2 drink bottles and walked around the store, and finally found Xing Lian in front of the newly opened half of the shelves in the shelf area. Sister Zier, I want to eat this. Xing Lian stared straight at a strange fruit with spiral patterns on its surface. Under the fruit, there is a small sign with the price written on it. 50,000 spiritual crystals. Wow, it's so expensive. Shao Lian, wait a minute. I'll ask Big Brother what this is. Lan Zier glanced at the price, let out a small exclamation, and then immediately ran towards Qi Lu. Brother, what is that strange-looking fruit? Strange fruit? Qi Lu was stunned by Lan Zier's adjective, and it took him a while to react. Strange fruit? Qi Lu was stunned by Lan Zier's adjective, and it took him a while to react. Looking in the direction Lan Zier came from, the strange fruit turned out Toba frozen fruit. After Qi Lu obtained the black market for special items, frozen fruit was the only treasure-level product that was refreshed so far, or in other words, it was the most valuable product in the store for the time being. Zier, do you want to eat it? Qi Lu stared at the frozen fruit for a while, before asking very carefully. Treasure-level items are certainly good. However, precisely because of this, the restrictions on using treasure-level items will be even greater. The frozen fruit has the power to change the user's talent and potential, allowing the user to gain the power of the ice element and perfectly fits the ice element. But this also means that the power of elements other than ice elements will not be accepted by users of frozen fruits. Because the human body is not strong enough to accommodate the power of 2 elements. Even the dragon clan, which is known for its physical strength, cannot accept the power of 2 elements at once. As for the user of the frozen fruit, it can be said that he himself has become an ice element, so it is even more impossible to accept the power of other elements. Doing so is tantamount to adding impurities to your own power. Therefore, Qi Lu strongly does not recommend Lan Zier to use frozen fruits. Because for a fighting spirit class, it is undoubtedly a very stupid move to replace fighting spirit with the power of ice element. Moreover, for Lan Zier, who has dragon blood, this is equivalent to giving up her unique physical body and powerful strength. If he really wanted to recommend it, Qi Lu would also choose to recommend the frozen fruit to the ice element magician. The second is those ice element type classes. Or they are simply ordinary people with no cultivation qualifications. As for other classes, to be honest, using frozen fruits is basically a waste of your talents and potential. It is even possible that the power of the frozen fruit is incompatible with the user's own power, thus cancelling out the power of the 2. No, it's not that I want to eat, it's Shao Lian who said she wanted to eat. Lan Zier answered truthfully. Xing Lian. Qi Lu really didn't expect this. But thinking about it carefully, it seems to make sense. The essence of frozen fruit is a pure energy body formed by condensation of ice elements. This pure energy body is indeed very attractive to Xing Lian in the Dragon Soul state. Because individuals in the soul state have an instinctive desire for pure energy. However, Qi didn't know whether the frozen fruit would have any side effects on Xing Lian, who was in the dragon soul state. After all, they are items from the black market of special items, and Qi isn't sure about the effects of these items. Hunting for special items on the black market is like panning for gold in the sand. The only thing that is certain is that the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. If it were in the store, even if something went wrong, I should be able to control it. Qi made up his mind and took the frozen fruit off the shelf. Lan Zier also took out 5 Grandmaster-level magic cores from her small purse. Qi raised his eyebrows. I can't tell at all that Lan Zier is actually a little rich woman, well, Arich Lolita. No wonder Lan Zier has never had any idea about prices. But really speaking, these should be regarded as Lan Zier's private money. Of course Lan Yi and the others would not be embarrassed to use Lan Zier's private money, so they would often go to the cloud forest to hunt monsters. Xiao Lian, come and eat quickly, Big Brother will tell you the problem. Lan Zier held the frozen fruit and said to Xing Lian. Thanks. Xing Lian thanked her gracefully, and then took a bite of the frozen fruit. Immediately afterwards, Xing Lian's face turned ugly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that the frozen fruit does not taste very good. Qi saw the change in Xing Lian's expression and suddenly understood. I've heard people in a world full of pirates say before that these fruits taste terrible. I didn't believe it before, but today I saw it for real. This 2-stroke system only improves the effect of frozen fruits and does not care about the taste at all. Maybe it's because the system has no sense of taste. Xiao Lian, what's wrong with you? Lan Zier saw Xing Lian's expression turning ugly and immediately asked. No, it's nothing. Xing Lian swallowed the pulp in his mouth with difficulty and forced a smile on Lan Zier's face. Then he took a deep breath and swallowed the remaining frozen fruit in one gulp, even skipping the step of chewing. Fortunately, Xing Lian is in dragon soul state. If it were a normal person, he would probably choke on the frozen fruit and lose half his life. When the frozen fruit was completely eaten by Xing Lian, a terrifying cold air suddenly burst out, rushing through Xing Lian's dragon soul body. The originally translucent dragon soul was soon dyed ice blue. It's like a lifelike ice sculpture. Bah! Waves of cold air began to spread after Xing Lian's dragon soul body was completely dyed ice blue. The temperature in the store, which was supposed to be warm in winter and cool in summer, began to drop sharply. That's not okay. Qi raised his eyebrows and snapped his fingers. An invisible force instantly gathered the cold air and confined it in a small area. The temperature in the store also recovered. Qi also took the time to pull Lan Zier away from Xing Lian to prevent Lan Zier from being invaded by the cold air. However, although Qi movements were very fast, he still alerted Lu Jingya, who was challenging his opponent in the combat power enhancement arena. What a pure power of ice element. Although this breath is not very strong, it is so sharp. This person's talent must be extraordinary. Lu Jingya quickly stood up and explored the source of this aura. She is still very interested in such talented people. However, when Lu Jingya discovered that the source of this aura was Xing Lianho had turned into an ice sculpture, his eyes suddenly widened. How is this going? Lu Jingya looked surprised. Everyone knows that the Dragon Clan is famous for its 3 major powers, Dragon Language Magic, Dragon Breath, and the powerful Dragon Body. However, in fact, although those giant dragons are highly resistant to magic, they are not very proficient in the use of magic. Dragon Language Magic is a type of magic created by the Dragon Clan that is different from elemental magic and general magic. It is also a magic unique to the Dragon Clan. However, the original intention of creating Dragon Language Magic was entirely because the dragons were not good at elemental magic and general magic, not because of how creative those dragons were. other races cannot use dragon language magic. But similarly, the dragon clan is also extremely low in talent for learning magic other than dragon language magic. Although other races cannot use dragon language magic. But similarly, the dragon clan is also extremely low in talent for learning magic other than dragon language magic. That's why Lu Jingya was so shocked and surprised when he saw that Xinglian's dragon soul body contained such strong ice element fluctuations. I have never heard of it. Dragon souls can also use magic. Lu Jingya doubted whether he was dreaming. Dragon souls are actually not a particularly rare thing. After all, the species bone dragon is composed of dragon souls and dragon bones. However, under normal circumstances, when the dragon soul is not attached to a target, it will quickly weaken until it disappears. It's already unbelievable that someone like Xinglian would run out so casually. But at this moment, the ice element aura erupted from Xinglian's dragon soul body had completely surpassed the unimaginable category. Really exaggerated. Really outrageous. Sister Ye, why are you here? Lan Zier noticed the somewhat lost Lu Zhenjie and asked, curiously. Zier, is that Xinglian? Lu Jingya asked, pointing to the ice sculpture wrapped in the cold air. Yes. Lan Zier nodded, confirming Lu Jingya's guess. Why is she like this? Lu Jingya still couldn't believe why a good dragon soul turned into an ice sculpture in the blink of an eye. Because Xiao Lian ate a strange fruit from Big Brother's shop. Lan Zier told the matter without any concealment. A fruit that can change your talent and potential. Lu Jingya finally concluded with this sentence. And looking at Xinglian's current state, the talent transformed through this fruit can definitely be regarded as the top talent. Look at the purity of the escaped ice elemental power. I am afraid that not only the talent and potential, this fruit may also strengthen the user's qualifications. What a miraculous fruit this is. Lu Jingya looked at Qi Lu with shock and said, Manager Qi, this fruit. No, this is the only one in the store, and I don't recommend it to you. Qi Lu glanced at Lu Jingya and said seriously. Frozen fruit is really not suitable for Lu Jingya. Moreover, it is probably impossible for Lu Jingya to give up his obsession with martial arts and instead practice magic. I don't want to eat this fruit. In fact, the ice element does not match myclis. Lu Jingya explained. Then who are you? Qi Lu asked next. I want to ask, Manager Qi, if you have any other fruits. Lu Zhenjie continued. No, this kind of thing can only be encountered but cannot be sought. Qi Le said with profound meaning. Because this thing is really beyond Qi Li's control. Whether another treasure-level product can be produced depends on whether the black market for special items will give it face. As for Lu Jingya's question, the scroll of class inheritance is actually more appropriate. Compared to the black market for special items, Qi Lu is more inclined to draw a suitable class inheritance scroll and sell it to Lu Jingya. That's right. Such a miraculous fruit must be a rare treasure in the world, it's only one of them, so it's normal. Lu Jingya didn't have much regret. If there are too many things like this that break common sense, something will happen. While the two were talking, the cold air trapped by Qi Lu was absorbed bit by bit by Xinglian. While the two were talking, the cold air trapped by Qi Lu was absorbed bit by bit by Xinglian. The body of the dragon soul that was dyed ice blue also began to slowly fade. In the end, only strands of extremely thin ice blue silk threads were left, like meridians, distributed in Xinglian's dragon soul body, adding a cold temperament to Xinglian. How are you feeling? Qi Lu was the first to ask. Part of the reason is caring about Xinglian, and part of the reason is to determine the effect of treasure-level products. I feel good, big brother. Xinglian flapped his wings and landed on Qi Li's arm. A trace of ice elemental power escaped from Xinglian's dragon soul body, and then was restrained back. Xiao Lian, try to see if you can become elemental. Qi Lu is still very interested in the ability of frozen fruit. Well, I'm ready, big brother, let's start. Xiao Lian felt her own strength for a while, before speaking out. As Qi Li's arm shook slightly, the burst of power instantly turned Xing Lian, who had been prepared for a long time, into a pile of fine ice crystals. Store Manager Qi. Big brother. When Le Jingya and Lan Zier saw this scene, they both looked at Qi Lu in disbelief. He couldn't think of any reason that would make Qi Lu suddenly take action and shatter Xing Lian's dragon soul. Shock, confusion, anger, disappointment, sadness, and other emotions appeared in Lan Zier's face. However, before the two of them could question Qi Lu, the ice crystals all over the sky condensed together in an instant and transformed back into Xing Lian's appearance. This time, Lu Jingya and Lan Zier were even more shocked. Sorry, Zier, I forgot to tell you. This is testing Xiao Lian's newly acquired abilities. Qi Lu squatted on the ground, rubbed Lan Zier's head, and said apologetically. Big brother. Lan Zier pursed her lips and looked at Qi Lu with aggrieved eyes, and there was still mist in her eyes. Sorry, not next time. Qi Lu had thought about testing the effects of treasure-level products before, but suddenly forgot about it. Elementalization is a very incredible thing for people who don't understand it. Manager Qi, you just said that this is Xing Lian's new ability? Lu Jingyao swallowed and asked in disbelief. Yes, this is one of the abilities of the frozen fruit. The user can elementalize himself. Qi Lu nodded and introduced the effect of this ability. Elementalization. Lu Jingyao looked at Xing Lian with burning eyes, not knowing what to say for a moment. If the frozen fruit could change the user's talent and potential and strengthen the user's qualifications before, it would only be shocking. Now, Lu Jingyao doesn't want to believe in this elementalization ability. Changing talents and potential, strengthening qualifications, the most that can be done is to create a powerful ice element magician. But the ability of elementalization, if used properly, can avoid almost all physical damage. This is simply a nightmare for the fighting class. The value between the two is not of the same magnitude at all. But looking at it now, I can only say that fortunately there is only one such fruit. Fortunately, the person who eats this fruit is not his enemy, but his disciple's best friend. Otherwise, just relying on the ability of elementalization can guarantee that no matter how powerful you face, you will be invincible. The results of the test are pretty good, but you must practice your elementalization ability frequently, especially your own perception. Remember it? Qi Lu didn't know what Lu Jingyao was thinking, he was just giving Xing Lian a routine warning. The ability to elementalize seems powerful. But in fact, the requirements for perception are extremely high. Because turning oneself into an element also requires energy, so it's impossible to be in an elemental state all the time during battle. Moreover, during the elementalization process, although the enemy cannot attack you. But similarly, you can't attack the enemy. The most important point is that elementalization is not a state of invincibility. Although in this plane, there is indeed no domineering force that is used to restrain elementalization as mentioned in a certain world. But as the system said, while improving the frozen fruit, it fixed the shortcoming of the user being unable to touch sea water, but also modified the fruit's ability to comply with the rules of this plane. The powerful pressure that can directly impact the elementalized form of the ability user can bring the ability user back from the elementalized state. But this also depends on the strength gap between the two. But in general, elementalization can only be used as an auxiliary ability and cannot be completely relied on. The most important thing is to improve your own strength. Yes, I remember it, big brother. Xing Lian nodded seriously. That's good. After Qi Lu finished his instructions, he went to find a long leather sofa and prepared to catch up on his sleep. Xing Lian and Lan Zier were left fighting around here, as well as a stunned Lu Jingya, who didn't come back to his senses for a long time. In the ruins, there is no distinction between day and night. There are nearly 100 people inside the gate of the beast-taming sect, which has been extinct for 3,000 years, looking for treasures. Because of the random drop location, not everyone comes in from the main entrance of the beast-taming sect. Behind this towering and steep mountain, far away from the main entrance, a fierce battle was taking place. Bang! A huge snake's tail swung over and hit the rock and soil. The violent force directly smashed the rock and soil into powder, raising dust all over the sky. Dao Lai stepped back continuously, hurriedly avoiding the snake tail's attack. The bloodstains on his body proved that he was not relaxed now. Hoo, what kind of magical beast is this? How could it appear in the ruins? Dao Lai held the sword in both hands and stared at the giant python in front of him. Hiss! This giant python is as thick as two people hugging each other, and its nearly 100-meter-long body is covered with golden red scales. People stand up and cover the sky and the sun. With the scarlet letter spitting out of his mouth, he looked particularly penetrating. Above the diamond-shaped pupils of this giant python and outside the eye sockets, there are golden horns, proving that it is extraordinary. Shuang and Wuji, who were standing behind Gao Lai, also looked a little tired due to the loss of magic power. As Shuang and Wuji were relatively the first batch of students to go to Chila's store for training, they were naturally selected by Brilliant Academy and received the relic token. Moreover, after entering the ruins, the locations where the two randomly fell were not far apart, so they quickly reunited. It's just that the luck after that was not so good. The treasure was not found. And he also met Gao Lai from the Guluo Empire. But the good thing is that there is no conflict between Brilliant Academy and the Guluo Empire, so neither party is ready to take action. However, just when the three of them were about to go their separate ways, this giant python suddenly appeared. The strength is beyond imagination. And in this barely obtained breathing opportunity, Kiriheim seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. If I remember correctly, this should be what is recorded in ancient books, the mountain-moving dragon python. What? Dao Lai heard Wuji's words and looked at the giant python in front of him in surprise. The mountain-moving dragon python is one of the ancient strange beasts. According to legend, it is the descendant of a giant dragon and an ancient python. It has hard scales and is extremely powerful. Once it sets its sights on its prey, it will fight to the death. This is going to be troublesome. Dao Lai saw the vertical pupils of the mountain-moving dragon python, which were shining with bloodthirsty light. The combat prowess of these ancient beasts cannot be measured by the combat prowess of today's monsters. Within the same level, there are only a handful of Warcraft races that can rival the ancient beasts. Not to mention, under normal circumstances, it is not as good as the human race of Warcraft. Hiss! The mountain-moving dragon python spit out a scarlet letter, stared at Gao Lai, and suddenly leaned down. Shwa! There was a flash of golden light, and the mountain-moving dragon python flew towards Gao Lai like a sharp arrow from its string, and appeared in front of Gao Lai in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Gao Lai was on his guard and struck the mountain-moving dragon python on the chin with his giant sword. Only a loud noise was heard, and Gao Lai was knocked out for more than 10 meters by the huge force before he could stop his retreat. But on the chin of the mountain-moving dragon python, there was only a white mark that was not very conspicuous. The defensive power of this scale armor is perfect for forging armor. Dao Lai shook the numbness of the tiger's mouth and noticed the white marks on the chin of the mountain-moving dragon python, and couldn't help but think to himself. The bodies of many ancient beasts and ancient monsters can be used as excellent forging materials. However, to this day, most of the ancient strange beasts and ancient magical beasts only exist in records in ancient books. Therefore, these ancient beasts actually belong to the ranks of treasures in the ruins. It's just that if you want to get these treasures, you need a lot of strength. Miss Shuang, Miss Kirihime, the mountain-moving dragon python is not very resistant to magic. The remaining magic power you have should be used to assist me. Gao Lai took a breath and raised the giant sword again. Good. Kirihime and Shuang nodded. They also knew that instead of wasting their magic power and using magic to cause painless damage to the mountain-moving dragon python, it would be better to add magic to Gao Lai. At least this way the chance of winning can be slightly higher. After all, if they want to deal with this master-level mountain-moving dragon python, the magic released by their two professional classes will not do enough damage. Soft water barrier. The surging tide. They both waved their staffs and blessed Gao Lai with two buffing spells. One is used to weaken possible physical attacks, and the other is used to increase attack power. Shuang's class is a water elemental magician. This is a class whose control and auxiliary properties are higher than its offensive capabilities. The development route of Shuang is to strengthen his control ability. After all, a person's energy is limited, and the amount of magic that can be learned by the same class may be so much that a person may not be able to learn it all in his lifetime. After all, a person's energy is limited, and the amount of magic that can be learned by the same class may be so much that a person may not be able to learn it all in his lifetime. So most of the time, you can only choose to practice some magic. Therefore, even within the same class, the type of magic performed may be completely different. Of course, choosing your own development path is different from changing to ascertain class. The development route is only defined based on the type of magic practiced by an individual. If you feel it is not suitable for you, you can change it at any time. As for the profession, unless you have great luck, you can get inheritance. Otherwise, it cannot be changed in your lifetime. Therefore, there are not many auxiliary magics in Shuang society. However, control magic has minimal effect on the mountain-moving dragon python, which is extremely powerful and has inherited part of the dragon's magic resistance. If I had known earlier, I would have gone back to the academy to redeem the master-level trial crystals. Shuang said with some regret. The magic that the Grandmaster level can learn is not comparable to that of the professional level. Moreover, the magic released by the Grandmaster level will be several levels stronger than that of the professional level. Do you have enough college points? Kirihime took a moment to ask while concentrating her magic power on the tip of the staff. Not even close. Both thought for a while and answered. In fact, the first batch of third-year students who went to Chila's shop for training are already at level 60 now. Just wait until you return to Brilliant Academy to accumulate enough academy points and exchange them for a Grandmaster level trial crystal, and you will be successfully promoted to the master level. However, the price of Grandmaster level trial crystals is really not cheap. Currently, among their group of students, the only one with enough college points is Jing Qingyun, an old senior who has worked hard for 3 years, but failed to graduate. Then it should be enough to go back from the ruins this time. Kirihime stared at the mountain-moving dragon python closely and said seriously. These good materials can be exchanged for a lot of college points in Brilliant Academy. Power increase. Speed increase. Explosive growth. The magic power gathered at the top of the staff turned into 3 rays of magic and poured into Gao Lai's body. Kirihime's class is a great magician. This can be regarded as a career with a very comprehensive development direction. For example, Gu Pingchuan is a great magician who takes the offensive route. Kirihime, on the other hand, chose the augmentation auxiliary route. However, to be precise, there is not much difference between the amplified auxiliary route and the offensive route. The two fighting methods are to add enough buff magic to oneself, and then use a small amount of powerful magic to determine the outcome. The other one is to determine the outcome through a large amount of attack magic. Fortunately, Kirihime chose the amplifying auxiliary route, and among the general magic she practiced, there were a large number of amplifying magics. I have to say that buff magic does have merit. Gao Lai can clearly feel that the buff magic blessed on him has greatly improved his attributes. This powerful feeling is unprecedented. Bring it on. Gao Lai no longer hesitated and rushed towards the mountain-moving dragon python. The various attributes that have been enhanced can allow Gao Lai and mountain-moving dragon python to compete without falling behind. The giant sword struck the golden-red scales of the mountain-moving dragon python, making a sound of gold and iron. The white mark on the place where it was struck gradually deepened. However, it is unrealistic to directly break through the scales of the mountain-moving dragon python with the blessing of the buffing magic. In any case, the mountain-moving dragon python is also an ancient alien beast. It is the descendant of a giant dragon and an ancient giant python. Its defense power is among the best among alien beasts and warcraft of the same level. Although Gao Lai's giant sword was indeed forged by a famous master, and it also used many precious materials, but compared to the mountain-moving dragon python's defense power, its attack power is obviously insufficient. If it can have a crushing effect or an armor-piercing effect, that wouldn't be a big problem. However, if you really want to calculate it, Gao Lai's giant sword, according to the grade in Qi Li's shop, is an excellent weapon, and it does not come with any good skills. After all, being able to add special effects to a series of equipment such as weapons, armor, and accessories has always been an exclusive benefit for products produced by the system. This is the only one, no other branches. Bang bang. There was a loud roar, and the mountain-moving dragon python and Gao Lai's giant sword continued to collide, bringing up phantoms in the air. The battle has already entered a fierce stage. But even if Gao Lai has the blessing of a large amount of buff magic, he can only be evenly matched with the mountain-moving dragon python. This is the power of the ancient beasts. Damn it, why can't I suppress the mountain-moving dragon python? Gao Lai slashed violently and began to gradually increase the speed of his attack, trying to pull the mountain-moving dragon python into his own fighting rhythm. Because Gao Lai knew that if the two remained in a stalemate, he would be the final loser. Because the effect of buff magic will disappear sooner or later. Moreover, it is also a very unwise choice for humans to compete with alien beasts for endurance. As long as they are not monster-level humans, they cannot be opponents of feline beasts in terms of endurance. What's more, the mountain-moving dragon python is an ancient beast known for its endurance and strength. As long as it targets the prey, it can definitely hunt it to the ends of the earth. If there is a stalemate, it can be fought for several months. And the mountain-moving dragon python seemed to be aware of this matter. With its strong defense, mountain-moving dragon python would rather take 2 more attacks from Gao Lai, but also forcefully destroy the rhythm of Gao Lai's attacks to prevent itself from being at a disadvantage. This is a game in battle. The terrifying defensive power makes the mountain-moving dragon python's offense extremely fault-tolerant. As long as Gao Lai makes a slight mistake and is hit by the mountain-moving dragon python, his combat effectiveness may be weakened by half. It can't be delayed any longer. Gao Lai knew that his physical strength was rapidly passing away. If he continues to be disrupted by the mountain-moving dragon python, he will die when his physical strength is not enough to support such a high-intensity battle. Thinking of this, Gao Lai's giant sword swung horizontally and struck away the mountain-moving dragon python's attack with a diagonal slash. Then he took a few steps back to put some distance between him and the mountain-moving dragon python. Release all your buff magic. Gao Lai roared, and the Grandmaster's seal appeared on his wrist, and his fighting spirit instantly wrapped around the giant sword. In an instant, a cold light flashed, which was breathtaking. Grandmaster level skill, mountain creation. Destructive power increased. Weak water blade. Kiriheim and Shuang also gathered their magic power and blessed Gao Lai with 2 attack buff magics. Strength and destructive power and armor-breaking ability. These are the two spells that require the most magic power between the two of them so far. Buzz. The giant sword in Gao Lai's hand buzzed, and the violent power made the giant's word excited. This is also the strongest blow that Gao Lai can use. Crush the mountain with a heavy slash. With one step, the ground suddenly cracked. The huge power condensed on the giant sword tore the air and distorted the space. The mountain-moving dragon python had no time to dodge and was struck head-on by the giant sword. Bang chi dash. In an instant, golden-red scales stained with blood flew. Blood with a hint of golden aura spurted out, splashed on the ground, and emitted billowing heat waves. A huge wound appeared on the abdomen of the mountain-moving dragon python, almost cutting off half of its body. Under the golden-red broken scales, the bright red flesh and blood could be seen. Even if it slashes at its abdomen, which has relatively low defense, it cannot cut off the body of the mountain-moving dragon python. Its defensive power can be imagined. The severe pain caused the mountain-moving dragon python to scream sharply, its huge body rolling on the ground, and its broken scales scattered on the ground. Is this considered a success? After Gao Lai swung this blow, the buffing magic also disappeared. The large amount of energy consumed made his body almost weak. If he hadn't been holding the giant sword, Gao Lai might have sat on the ground. Sure, was it successful? Shuang asked nervously. I don't know, but as long as the mountain-moving dragon python is still alive, we can't take it lightly. Kirihime said very vigilantly. The vitality of these powerful ancient beasts is extremely tenacious. It can be said that as long as their vital points are not damaged and they are given time, they can recover. As expected. After the mountain-moving dragon python writhed in pain, although the wound was still bleeding, the amount of blood had obviously become less. SSSS. Along with the sharp neighing, the mountain-moving dragon python's originally golden-red vertical pupils turned red due to anger. Without any sign of attack, the angrily moving mountain dragon python bit directly towards Gao Lai. Oops. Gao Lai didn't expect that the mountain-moving dragon python could attack again so quickly after suffering such a powerful attack. Because of the previous attack, his body was a little weak. At this critical moment, he only had time to raise the giant sword to protect himself. Soft water barrier. Body barrier. Shuang and Wu Ji immediately waved their staffs, and at the last moment they blessed Gao Lai with defensive magic. Bang! The angry blow of the mountain-moving dragon python is so terrifying. The soft water barrier and body protective barrier were instantly shattered, and the terrifying force impacted Gao Lai's body, knocking him away immediately. Like a piece of rag, it hit the ground. Puff! The terrifying power also impacted Gao Lai's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood uncontrollably. The body was covered with horrific scars. Ahem. Some dull coughing sounds came from Gao Lai's mouth, mixed with a little blood foam and dark red visceral blood. The bones in his body were creaking even more. The severe pain made Gao Lai understand that a lot of his bones were definitely broken because of the angry blow from the mountain-moving dragon python. Are you okay? Shuang asked anxiously. They knew very well that the key to defeating the mountain-moving dragon python lay in Gao Lai. If Gao Lai falls, they have absolutely no chance of winning. And not to mention winning, Kirihime and Shuang, two professional-level magicians, might not even be able to escape. You look at me, do I look like I'm fine? Gao Lai breathed out with difficulty and said weakly, I probably won't be able to hold on anymore. Internal organs shattered, bones broken. If not treated in time, it would be difficult for Gao Lai to survive, let alone continue to fight. But healing magic is basically only available to priests. Among general magic, there is no healing magic at all. What should I do now? Both of them panicked immediately and looked at Kirihime next to them at a loss. The current situation is that not only Gao Lai has lost all his fighting power, Shuang Shuang and Wu Ji's magic power has also been almost exhausted. Calm down, there is still a chance. Wu Ji just wanted to comfort Shuang Shuang, but the moving mountain dragon python had no intention of giving them this time. The huge snake tail swept towards Gao Lai, and the roaring wind proved the power of this blow. If it hits Gao Lai, there will be no way to survive. Damn it! When Kiriheim saw this scene, she knew she could no longer hesitate. Short flash. After the last trace of magic power was exhausted, Wu Ji appeared in front of Gao Lai in an instant, blocking the snake tail that was lashing over. It seems that he wants to use himself to protect Gao Lai. What do you want to do? Get out of the way. When Gao Lai saw the person who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was shocked and moved, and immediately shouted loudly. He would never allow a woman to die to protect herself. Sister Kiriheim, what are you doing? Both of them were also shocked. However, with the attack speed of the mountain-moving dragon python, there would be no buffering time for them at all. In a very short time after Kiriheim's short position flashed out, the huge snake tail roared over and hit Kiriheim hard. Boom! There was a loud, ear-piercing noise, like the sound of something exploding. In the almost dull eyes of Gao Lai and Shuang Shuang, blood mist filled the sky. No, it's impossible. Looking at this scene with dull eyes, he murmured to himself, completely unable to believe his eyes. He wanted to step forward to confirm, but his feet gave way, and he sat directly on the ground. Damn the mountain-moving dragon python! Gao Lai endured the severe pain that would make ordinary people faint, and stood up from the ground. The excessive movement caused the wounds on his body to burst again, and blood spilled out. But Gao Lai doesn't care, he just wants to kill the mountain-moving dragon python. However, at this moment, in the blood mist, an exquisite doll suddenly appeared, and then exploded into stone powder all over the sky. A figure also appeared beside Shuang Shuang at the same time. Misty, Sister Wu Ji. Both of them looked at Kiriheim, who suddenly appeared in disbelief, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. You forgot, we are bound to a stand-in doll. Kiriheim said it calmly, but her pale face could not be concealed. Even if there is a stand-in doll, the moment of dying is definitely not an easy thing to accept. After all, death in the New World mode is nothing more than the darkening of consciousness. This is a system adjustment. But in the outside world, the despair and helplessness in the face of death are real. Yes, we have stand-in dolls. Shuang Shuang also reacted. Because the doll maze limited time event in the New World mode started relatively early, Shuang Shuang and Kiriheim redeemed the stand-in dolls early and bound them with blood. But maybe it was because it had been a long time, so they had forgotten about it before. I didn't expect that the stand-in doll could not only heal all injuries, but also restore the magic power. Kiriheim felt the abundant magic power in her body, and then realized that after the effect of the stand-in doll came out, there was such an unexpected joy. In the attribute description, there is no mention that the stand-in doll has the function of restoring magic power and fighting spirit. In this way, our chances of winning are very high. Kiriheim looked at Shuang Shuang and asked, Shuang Shuang, do you have any extra stand-in dolls? Have. Both of them checked the bronze storage ring and immediately took out an exquisite stand-in doll. Because in the doll maze limited time event, the qualifications for redemption of stand-in dolls are rare. Under normal circumstances, each person only has one stand-in doll. But Shuang Shuang was very lucky and got the second one. Gao Lai. Kiriheim shouted. You're still alive. Gao Lai turned his head and glanced sideways, his face suddenly filled with astonishment. How can this be? He watched helplessly as the mountain-moving dragon python's attack hit Wu Ji's body. The blood mist that filled the sky has not cleared up yet. Then. Kiriheim didn't explain, but just threw the extra double dolls over. Now is not the time to explain these things, and as long as Gao Lai gets destined in Dal, there will be no need to explain. What's this? Gao Lai endured the severe pain and caught what Wu Ji threw. However, before Gao Lai could see clearly, the blood on his hands was immediately stained on the stand-in doll. The stand-in doll is bound successfully. A piece of information was immediately transmitted into Gao Lai's mind. Stand-in doll, a disposable item, bound with drops of blood. When the bound person encounters a fatal injury, the stand-in doll will bear the fatal injury in behalf of the bound person and fully restore the bound person's injuries. Note that the stand-in doll has a 24-hour cooldown time. Note that the same person can only bind one stand-in at the same time. What? After Gao Lai saw the information that appeared in his mind, he was extremely shocked. The function of this stand-in doll simply exceeded his imagination. It is completely a template for a quasi-artifact. No wonder, that's what it is. Gao Lai glanced at Wu Ji and immediately understood what was going on. But this way, Gao Lai's heart was even more shocked. It can be said that the stand-in doll is a quasi-artifact level treasure. It is incredible to have one. But after Kiriheim used one, she was able to give herself one without caring. What a terrible financial resource. In other words, there is such a huge power behind Kiriheim to find such a powerful treasure for her. And looking at Shuang's expression, she was not surprised, indicating that she also knew about the treasure of the stand-in doll. From this point of view, if it is not the force behind Kiriheim, then it is. Brilliant Academy. Gao Lai thought of this and already had a conclusion in his mind. Even with treasures of this level, the power of this glorious academy is so terrifying and huge. It seems that it is indeed an unwise choice to be an enemy of Brilliant Academy and the Huangyuan Empire. Gao Lai thought silently in his heart. It seems that it is indeed an unwise choice to be an enemy of Brilliant Academy and the Huangyuan Empire. Gao Lai thought silently in his heart. Because Brilliant Academy and Huangyuan Empire have always been in a state of unity. If Brilliant Academy possesses treasures of this level, then the Huangyuan Empire must also have them. If something like a stand-in doll is placed in the hands of those heroes, it can be said that it can directly enhance a hero's strength by more than 30%. Because he has a stand-in doll in his hand, he can safely exchange injuries with you. At the end of the battle, your physical strength, fighting spirit or magic power are almost exhausted. The opponent will make a deliberate mistake and suffer a fatal attack. Then when you are proud of yourself, you will be resurrected with full health in front of you. Just thinking about this kind of thing makes me feel extremely frightened. However, this kind of thing is not something Gao Lai should think about. Now, getting rid of the mountain-moving dragon python is the main business. Then let's fight again. Gao Lai, who was bound to the stand-in doll, also had a smile on his face that I hadn't seen for a long time. Gao Lai knew very well that the mountain-moving dragon python, which was seriously injured by his mountain-opening attack, was already at the end of its strength with the angry attack just now. If the previous attack could successfully capture Gao Lai's life, then Wu Ji and Shuang would not be able to escape the sharp teeth of the mountain-moving dragon python. Then the mountain-moving dragon python will have enough time to recover from his injuries. However, now, due to the appearance of the stand-in doll, the plan of moving the mountain dragon python has been defeated. This time, it was not Gao Lai's side who was afraid of delaying time, but the mountain-moving dragon and python that needed to be afraid. And this is also the power of stand-in dolls. As long as the strength gap between the two warring parties is not particularly large, using 2 blood points to beat the other party with 1 blood will be an advantage no matter what. If we say, the mountain-moving dragon python is like a 10,000-year black tortoise, it is a heroic beast. As for the 3 Gao Lai, not to mention 1 stand-in doll, even 10 of them would not be able to save them. However, there are not so many ifs. Although the mountain-moving dragon python is an ancient beast at the peak of the Grandmaster level, it is only the peak off the Grandmaster level. It is impossible to fight again with Gao Lai, who is full of buff magic. Unless the mountain-moving dragon python no longer attacks, but leaves directly. In this case, Gao Lai did not trigger the effect of the stand-in doll, and there was no way to prevent the mountain-moving dragon python from leaving. However, the mountain-moving dragon python's character of relentlessly hunting its targeted prey means that it is destined that the mountain-moving dragon python will not leave voluntarily. Therefore, after Gao Lai deliberately took the attack of the mountain-moving dragon python and triggered the stand-in doll, the mountain-moving dragon python was at the end of its fight and had no chance to escape. Laugh. The giant sword pierced the golden-red scales of the mountain-moving dragon python and pierced the heart of the mountain-moving dragon python. Mixed with some golden blood, it spurted out from the wound of the mountain-moving dragon python, emitting a billowing heat wave. The huge body nearly 100 meters long fell to the ground, making a dull noise, and the whole earth seemed to shake. The strength of the ancient beasts is truly terrifying. Gao Lai pulled out the giant sword from the mountain-moving dragon python and called help, but, sigh. Even if the mountain-moving dragon python is seriously injured, the fighting power it unleashes before it dies is extremely terrifying. Fortunately, in the end, Gao Lai was superior. The giant sword broke open the skull of the mountain-moving dragon python. Gao Lai took out a crystal-clear crystal and threw it to Wu Ji. The sharp giant sword broke open the skull of the mountain-moving dragon python. Gao Lai reached out and took out a crystal-clear crystal and threw it to Wu Ji. This is the trial crystal inside the mountain-moving dragon python. You can use it just right. Thank you. Kirihime nodded without being polite. The blood on the trial crystal can be completely wiped away with just a gentle wipe. Shuang, it seems we can save some college points. Kirihime wiped the trial crystal in her hand clean and put away the bronze storage ring. Using Grandmaster level trial crystals in the ruins is really not a wise choice. There is a time limit for opening the ruins. It is not worth it if you miss the treasures in the ruins due to promotion. There are also materials on the mountain-moving dragon python. If you need anything, I can help you break it down. Gao Lai said again. In this battle, the stand-in doll played the most important role. Wu Ji is willing to take out such a magical treasure, and Gao Lai is naturally not a stingy person. The scales, teeth, bones, flesh, gallbladder, and poison sacs of the mountain-moving dragon python are all rare and precious materials. These ancient beasts can be said to be full of treasures. The only difference is probably that the levels of these treasures are different. After the mountain-moving dragon python is killed, its body will no longer have the blessing of fighting spirit, and its defense will drop to an extreme. Gao Lai quickly used his giant sword to decompose all the parts of the mountain-moving dragon python's body that could be used as materials. Although the materials were precious, Gao Lai didn't take any of them. To be honest, Gao Lai had already prepared for nothing this time. After all, if you really want to calculate it based on value, the value of a stand-in doll must definitely exceed the materials all over the floor. And the higher the level of the powerful, the higher the value of the stand-in doll. On the contrary, for some people whose level is too low, the stand-in doll has almost no value at all. Let's choose first, okay. Kirihime and Shuang didn't know what Gao Lai was thinking, they just regarded this as Gao Lai's gentlemanly behavior. Ladies first. So Kirihime and Shuang didn't think too much. They just selected half of the materials with relatively high value and stopped. Because in the eyes of both of them, there is no doubt about Gao Lai's contribution in this battle. Without Gao Lai as the main attacker, Wu Ji and Shuang would be almost powerless to fight back against the moving mountain dragon python. As for the stand-in doll. To be honest, in the eyes of Wu Ji and Shuang, it is really not as good as a Grandmaster level trial crystal. Anyway, you can get the redemption qualification for the Doll Maze limited time event. Even if this event is over, you can just wait for the next one. But this move seemed different to Gao Lai. As expected of a descendant of a great force, his magnanimity is truly admirable. Gao Lai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The treasure, which can be called a quasi-artifact, can be taken care of casually without any worries. After finally killing the mountain-moving dragon python, only half of these precious materials were taken symbolically. This magnanimity, this courage, Gao Lai can only say that he is ashamed of himself. However, since they didn't want it anymore, Gao Lai didn't make any pretense. Instead of being respectful, he just obeyed and directly put the remaining materials into the storage ring. For a power as big as the ancient Luo Empire, it was easy to provide a storage ring for those who entered the ruins. However, since Wu Ji and Shuang Shuang no longer want each other, Gao Lai didn't show any pretense. Adhering to the principle that not wanting is also a waste, and being respectful is worse than obeying orders, Gao Lai directly put the remaining materials into the storage ring. For a power as big as the ancient Luo Empire, it was easy to provide a storage ring for those who entered the ruins. Miss Kiriheim, Miss Shuang Shuang, since the mountain-moving dragon python has been killed, let's separate here. After Gao Lai collected the materials, he spoke. Although there is no conflict between the ancient Roman Empire and Brilliant Academy. However, there was disagreement between the Goryeo Empire and the Huangyuan Empire. And the relationship between Brilliant Academy and Huangyuan Empire is the same. So although Gao Lai was very grateful to Wu Ji and Shuang Shuang, he couldn't continue to go together. That's fine, let's just say goodbye. Wu Ji thought for a moment and understood what Gao Lai meant. The relationship between the three empires is not just a purely competitive relationship like the three major colleges. As long as they can find an opportunity to stumble, they will never be merciful. However, there is generally no hostile relationship between the empire and the academy. Therefore, with the tacit understanding of both parties, Gao Lai, Wu Ji, and Shuang Shuang parted ways. At this moment, at the top of the mountain gate of the beast-taming sect, a building like a tall tower stands surrounded by various halls. Outside this high tower, there are complex magic lines engraved on it, and at points where the magic lines converge, there are shining magic cores inlaid. There is a plaque hanging on the gate of this tower. This may be the most complete plaque in the entire beast-taming sect's mountain gate. On this plaque, 4 characters are carved: Library Hall. A handsome man wearing soft gold armor and a long sword on his waist walked in quickly after taking a look at the plaque. This man is Zhuoziki, a disciple of Morong Song, one of the 3 elders of the Sword Control sect. The Library Hall, I don't know which sect's Library Hall this is. Zhuoziki strolled into the hall. What he saw was an extremely long wooden table with an armchair behind it. But because it has been so long, it has become a bit decayed. Continuing to walk inside, the ground is full of collapsed bookshelves and papers scattered on the ground. Most of the books have disappeared and no one knows where they went. Zhuoziki carefully picked up a piece of paper scattered on the ground. Hadn't used any force, but the breeze blew and the paper turned into countless crumbs. The writing on it has become blurry because of the passage of time. It's strange. In a sect's library hall, even if the sect is destroyed, it's impossible that not even a single volume can be left. Zhuoziki gave up the idea of picking up the paper from the ground and continued walking inside. At the end of the hall on the first floor, there is a staircase leading to the second floor. Zhuoziki stepped on it twice and tried his strength before continuing to walk up. The layout of the second floor is not far different from the first floor, and even the situation inside is very similar to the first floor. Bookshelf collapsed, paper scattered on the floor. But there is no half-complete book. Zhuoziki searched 5 floors in a row, but could not find a complete scroll. It's really weird. Shuizi looked forward to the stairs at the end of the 5th floor, and going up would be the attic on the top floor. This is really weird. Shuizi looked forward to the stairs at the end of the 5th floor, and going up would be the attic on the top floor. In fact, the battle that encircled and suppressed the beast-taming sect did not affect this library hall. It was only after the major sects encircled and suppressed the beast-taming sect that they suddenly realized how precious this method of driving monsters to fight was, so they emptied all the books in the library hall. Now that we've come this far, let's search further up. Shuizi thought this. Although there are many treasures in the ruins, these treasures are not put out there for anyone to choose from, so in most cases, it depends on personal chance and luck. Keep going up. Shuizi noticed the powder scattered on the ground at the entrance of the attic corridor. After careful identification, he found that these powders were all left after the magic core exhausted its energy. It seems that a magic circle was set up here before. Shuizi flicked the powder on his fingers, stood up, and whispered to himself, if this is really the case, then my trip is worthwhile. Treasures that can be protected by magic arrays will definitely not be bad. Where to go? There was no light in the attic. But after Shuizi walked in, 9 magic lamps suddenly lit up on the surrounding walls, illuminating the previously invisible attic into daylight. The first thing that caught Shuizi's eyes was an altar. On top of this altar, there is a roll of sheepskin that looks a little old. Nothing else. Huh? Did I look in the wrong place? Shuizi frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then picked up the parchment and opened it. The text above is a common text that has been passed down from ancient times to the present, and it does not appear to be very obscure. The beast-controlling sect, the general outline of the beast-controlling techniques. Shuizi used the light of the magic lamp to slowly read out the words on the parchment, and his eyes that were originally slightly narrowed became wider and wider. This parchment turns out to be the general outline of the beast-controlling techniques of the beast-controlling sect. As a disciple of the sect, Shuizi had naturally heard of the name of the beast-taming sect. It can even be said to be very familiar. That period of history is very clearly recorded in ancient books. It's just that the matter of emptying the library hall of the beast-taming sect was not written down. After all, as long as everyone is well aware of the matter of dividing the spoils, why should we record it for future generations to judge? But Shuizi could guess it when he saw the name. Where did the books on the 5 floors below the library hall go? However, those who surrounded and suppressed the beast-controlling sect never expected that in the end, the beast-controlling sect would still have a hand in their hands. It's the attic of this library hall. It can be said that the leader of the beast-taming sect back then was considered very smart. The attic used to store the general compendium of beast control techniques was not protected by an offensive magic circle, but was hidden by a psychedelic magic circle. This kind of psychedelic magic circle is not as easy to find as the attack magic circle. Because the psychedelic magic circle is not offensive, it will not emit magic fluctuations, and will not make those with keen senses aware of danger. Therefore, it is impossible to find it without knowing the location. And those sects that emptied their library halls, without a general outlining of beast control techniques, must have learned incomplete methods to control monsters. Because the psychedelic magic circle is not offensive, it will not emit magic power fluctuations. This will prevent those with keen senses from noticing the danger. Therefore, without knowing the location, it is impossible for ordinary people to find the location of the psychedelic magic circle. And those sects that emptied their library halls, without a general outlining of beast control techniques, must have learned incomplete methods to control monsters. Because there is no general outline, they will not know at all that it takes more than simple magic to tame a monster. Only the combination of potions and corresponding treasures is needed to achieve this. In the final analysis, this general outline of the beast control technique is just a method of using treasures and refining potions, whether it is fighting spirit or magic power, it can be done. This is something those people would never imagine. But now, the ruins have been opened, bringing the beast-taming sect up from the bottom of the dark river of history. Under the influence of time, the magic core used to arrange the psychedelic magic array has also exhausted its energy. It was precisely in this way that Shuiziki was able to enter the attic of the library hall. I see, this is the greatest treasure in this ruins. After Shuiziki read the general outline of beast control techniques, Harold up the parchment carefully and put it into the storage ring. Next, all you need to do is find the medicine refining hall and the treasure hall of the beast taming sect, and get the recipe for the potion and the refining method for the treasure. At this moment, in the medicine refining hall of the beast taming sect, Lan Yi has already joined Yojio and is looking for possible treasures in the medicine refining hall. When the two of them were outside the main hall, they saw the plaque hanging in the door and knew that this was the medicine refining hall. But neither of them had high expectations. Because alchemical potions are not like forged treasures. The energy contained in alchemy potions can easily escape. A place that can be pulled out of the long river of history by ruins must have experienced a lot of time. Therefore, even if you can find alchemy potions in this alchemy hall, I am afraid that all the energy contained in them will be lost. The medicine refining hall is a very large building. When you walk into the door, you are greeted by a square-like hall. On both sides of the hall, there are 2 rows of bronze stoves nearly 3 meters high, which look extremely solemn. In the middle of the bronze furnace, there is a small bronze door that can be opened. Opening the small bronze door, you can see burnt medicinal materials, powdered carbon stone, and some messy things inside. Around the bronze furnace, there are some broken containers. With Lanya and Yojio's knowledge, they can probably analyze it. This hall is not a place where alchemists refine medicine, but a place where medicine boys refine medicinal materials. Walking through the hall, inside is where the alchemists stay. This place is much better than the lobby, at least they are all single rooms. After all, the prescription is the foundation of an alchemist. It is not a single room and may be stolen by others. I've looked for everything, except for the broken containers, which are the dried potions. Yojio's class is an assassin, and gathering information is a basic skill. Hudson used it to search for the situation in these single rooms. And the medicine stove that was knocked over. Lan Yi exited from a single room and added. Around the bronze furnace, there were some broken containers and some spent medicine dregs. With Lanya and Yojio's knowledge, they can probably analyze it. This hall is not a place where alchemists refine medicine, but a place where medicine boys refine medicinal materials. Walking through the hall, inside is where the alchemists stay. This place is much better than the lobby, at least they are all single rooms. After all, the prescription is the foundation of an alchemist. It is not a single room and may be stolen by others. I've looked for them all, except for the broken containers and the dried potion. Yojio's class is an assassin, and gathering information is a basic skill. Hudson used it to search for the situation in these single rooms. And the medicine stove that was knocked over. Lan Yi exited from a single room and added. It seems that this place was dug over before it became a ruin. Because these traces do not seem to be new traces. Instead, they tend to become historical dust due to the wash of time. In this way, the situation in the medicine refining hall becomes clear. Why are the halls outside where the medicine boys refine medicinal materials so tidy? Because there is nothing of value. Those burned medicinal materials and those messy things may still be poisonous before they are refined into alchemical potions by alchemists. But it doesn't matter. It's rare for ordinary alchemy potions to still be effective after such a long time. Even if you don't find it, it's okay. Lan Yi comforted Yojio. Sister Lanya, I'm not so sorry that I need comfort. Yojiao smiled, and then took out a worn-out parchment stained with dust. However, I didn't gain anything at all. Yojiao carefully cleaned the dust off the parchment. After such a long time, it is not easy to keep this parchment. If there is a big move, the parchment may not be preserved. This is? Lan Yu was a little surprised and a little curious. The words on it are still barely legible. It looks like it should be a prescription. After Yojiao carefully cleaned up the dust, the parchment scroll was revealed to be simple and worn. The words on it are a little blurry, but if you look carefully, you can barely make them out. Let me take a look. This is a puppet potion. Yojiao looked carefully for a long time before identifying the writing on the front of the parchment. You didn't admit your mistake? Lan Yi asked cautiously, because she had been identifying the handwriting on the parchment. Should not. Lan Yi was also a little unsure. Don't worry, she didn't admit her mistake. That parchment is the recipe for the puppet potion. Just when both of them were a little unsure, a cold voice came from the entrance of the medicine refining hall. Lan Yi and Yojiao immediately put their hands on their weapons, turned around, and looked at the intruder with alert expressions. The person standing at the entrance of the alchemy hall, wearing soft gold silk armor, with a handsome face and holding a long sword, is Shuoziki, who came from the library hall. Who are you? Lan Yi held the spear with one hand and asked in a deep voice. You don't have to worry about who I am. You just need to give me the prescription. Shuoziki narrowed his eyes slightly and said aloud. Those who can enter the ruins are all affiliated with the big forces in the eastern wasteland. As for the friendly forces, the people who enter the ruins basically know each other. Even if you don't know him well, you can at least recognize him. After all, those who can be selected to enter the ruins must be elite disciples from various forces, and each of them must have made sufficient preparations. Especially the strongest people in each force. However, Lan Yi and Yojiao are exceptions. The two of them were Lu Jingyao's impromptu idea and sent out 2 relic tokens. If it was Fei Xue, she would definitely be able to recognize Shuoziki. But it is a pity that Lan Yi and Yojiao do not belong to these big forces at all, and they have not cared about these things. For Shuoziki, this can only be said to be a God-given opportunity. The general outline of the beast control technique, who wouldn't want such a good thing? If given the chance, Shuoziki would never hand it over to the sect, but would choose to stay by himself. But if others knew about this, it would be absolutely impossible for Shuoziki to keep the general outline of the beast control technique. This kind of treasure would be coveted by all the major sects in ancient times. Even if the sword-controlling sect is associated with swords, they will never refuse such a good thing that can greatly enhance the strength of the sect. The puppet potion is exactly the potion mentioned in the general outline of the beast control technique. It was impossible for Shuoziki not to want it. Now, there is really no place to look for after wearing iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. The prescription for the puppet potion was right in front of him. And most importantly, Shuoziki had no impression of the 2 people who found the recipe for the puppet potion. That means that these 2 people are definitely not among the strong ones among the people who entered the ruins. If you want someone to keep a secret, the best way is to make him unable to speak forever. Shuoziki knew exactly what he wanted to do. The fact that he obtained the general outline of the beast control technique must not be leaked. Since the 2 people in front of him didn't know him, Shuoziki wouldn't be stupid enough to declare his family status. It's not impossible to give you the prescription. Lan, you didn't think too much. Because the prescription of the puppet potion is indeed useless to Lan Yi and Yojiao. After all, if there is only a prescription but no alchemist, then no matter how good the prescription is, it is just a piece of waste paper. And Lan Yi and others really didn't know any alchemists. However, giving it to you for free does not comply with the principle of fair trade. Lan Yi added another sentence. Anyway, they entered the ruins for the treasure. It is actually not a loss to take something that is useless to you and replace it with something useful. Anyone who has to fight and kill to solve problems is just a fighting maniac. Shuaziki was stunned after hearing Lanya's words. He opened his mouth and was ready to take action with the long sword in his hand, but in the end he held back. To be honest, Shuaziki really didn't expect that he could meet such a person in the ruins. His first thought was not to fight to the death, but to make a direct transaction. But this also convinced Shuaziki that these two people really didn't know him. Maybe you haven't even heard of it. Have you considered? Lan Yi asked calmly. Okay, in that case, let's make a deal. Since Shuaziki is a shrewd person, he naturally knows that doing more is worse than doing less. Okay, let's swap. Since Shuaziki is a shrewd person, he naturally knows that doing more is worse than doing less. Since the two people in front of them didn't know anything about themselves, they naturally wouldn't be aware of anything about the general outline of the beast control technique. This fair transaction method actually made Shuaziki worry-free. Because mistakes are inevitable in battle. If the recipe for the puppet potion was destroyed, Shuaziki would have no place to cry. After all, no one knows whether there is a second prescription for the puppet potion in this beast control sect. If there really was no second prescription, then the general outline of beast control techniques in Shuaziki's hand would be nothing more than a roll-off waste paper. Without the cooperation of the puppet potion, it is simply impossible to control those powerful monsters with just the beast control technique. This is a Grandmaster level trial crystal I found in the ruins. If you are willing to exchange it, just put the prescription on the ground and I will go and get it myself. Shuaziki took out a clear crystal and threw it over. Make a deal. Lan Yi caught it and after confirming that the master level trial crystal was genuine, he glanced at Yojo. Yojo understood and carefully placed the parchment in her hand on the ground. Since it is a fair trade, the traded items cannot be damaged. After putting down the things, Lan Yi and Yojo quickly left the medicine refining hall. Yojo has already searched all the places here. There isn't much of value at all. The prescription for the puppet potion was found accidentally because Yuji searched carefully. In fact, if you think about it, you will know that after so many sects encircled and suppressed the beast-controlling sect, they must have moved away all the valuable things in the beast-controlling sect. What can be left is not a hidden treasure like the outline of the beast-taming technique. Just like the 10,000 years black turtle, a treasure that cannot be taken away even if it is known. One Grandmaster level trial crystal can be exchanged for the prescription for the puppet potion. It seems that the two of them are not knowledgeable people. Shuazi waited for Lan Yi and Yojo to leave before gently picking up the parchment scroll from the ground. Combining the general outline of the beast control technique, Shuaziki was able to confirm that this was indeed the recipe for the puppet potion. For Shuaziki's plan, a mere Grandmaster level trial crystal was not worth mentioning at all. Being able to exchange the prescription for the puppet potion was a huge profit for Shuaziki. And on the other side, after Lan Yi and Yojo left the medicine refining hall. Sister Lanya, is that prescription really that valuable? Yojo asked with some confusion. The function of the puppet potion is to reduce the mental power of the monster, impact the consciousness of the monster, and weaken the aggressiveness of the monster so that it can be used to control the beast. On the prescription, only the effects of the puppet potion were marked. There is no record of how to coordinate the beast control technique. That's why Yojo is so confused. Reduce the mental power of the monster, impact the consciousness of the monster, and weaken the aggressiveness of the monster. Does this potion really have any practical value? Who would have the time to feed a monster a potion when fighting it? I don't know if it is valuable, but what is certain is that the prescription has no value at all when it is placed in our hands. Lan Yi shrugged and smiled. That's right. Yojo nodded in agreement. What's more, you can exchange a prescription that has no value to you for a Grandmaster level trial crystal. I have to say that this transaction is really worth it. It just so happens that we also need the Grandmaster level trial crystal to advance to the Grandmaster level. Yojo, since you found the prescription, then this trial crystal is yours. Lan Yu put the Grandmaster level trial crystal into Yojo's hand. In fact, the 7 members of Lan Ye's team have been at the peak of their professional ranks for some time. However, Grandmaster level trial crystals are indeed relatively rare. Although there are Grandmaster level trial crystals that can be redeemed in the Mercenary Guild, the mercenary points required are really quite high. Therefore, no one in Lan Ye's team has been promoted to the Grandmaster level so far. Sister Lanya, Yojo wanted to push back the trial crystal in his hand. Because in the battle formation of Lan Ye's team, Lan Yi is the most important part. Okay, just take it first. Our team has almost accumulated enough mercenary points. Then we can redeem one. Lan Yi smiled and just clenched Yojo's fist. Although the beast taming sect was looted by the sects that jointly encircled and suppressed it. But there is still more or less left over. Even if it's not a lot, it's enough for those who enter the ruins to make a lot of money. In an Elder's Hall of the beast taming sect, Wang Yu was picking out the weapons and armor in the Elder's Hall. Weapons and armor are the most common things in this ruins. After all, the fighting method of the beast taming sect is mainly to drive the monsters, plus a small part of their own combat power. Therefore, in the eyes of those sects, the weapons and armors forged by the beast taming sect are not as good as their own, so they are too lazy to waste their efforts. However, those ancient sects looked down upon him. But it doesn't mean that people who entered the ruins this time don't like it. The weapons and armors forged by the beast taming sect were not considered top-notch in ancient times, but now, they are definitely first-rate and powerful. This is why, even if they are both hero level, the strength of the heroic class in ancient times was stronger than the current hero class. Because too many powerful classes, powerful magic and martial arts, and super blacksmithing and alchemy techniques have been lost. The disappearance of these inheritances has brought about a significant weakening in strength. Just like playing a game. Even if you are at the same level as others, you are equipped with rubbish equipment and have not learned all the skills, while others are equipped with magical weapons and have learned magical skills that can only be learned by paying money, or they are still hidden professions. Let me ask you, what do you use to fight others? These weapons are almost as strong as the 200 spiritual crystals in the store manager's store. This weapon seems to be different. It has the strength of 4,000 spiritual crystals, so I've made a profit. Wang Yu was picking and choosing while mumbling something. Excellent grade weapons, with a flat price of 200 spiritual crystals. Rare weapons cost 4,000 spiritual crystals. As for the treasure level, it corresponds to the weapon level used by the hero level. The minimum limit is, just guessing, it is at least the master level. It's just that Chila's store doesn't have it yet. Hey, isn't this Wang Yu? The ruins are so big, I didn't expect that I could actually meet you. Just as Wang Yu was mumbling something, a young man with red lips and white teeth suddenly walked in outside the Elder's Hall. That disgusting voice is indeed you. You have a good time. Wang Yu paused and stood up slowly. When he saw the young man coming in, he said expressionlessly. Yu Feng, a third-year student at Dadi College. In terms of identity, he is probably similar to Wang Yu, a talented student of Dadi Academy. But unlike Wang Yu, who is obsessed with martial arts, Yu Feng likes to mess with flowers outside. With his handsome appearance, he has managed to poke among thousands of flowers without letting a single leaf touch him. The feud between Wang Yu and Yu Feng happened 2 years ago. At that time, Wang Yu was young and energetic, and he was in love, so naturally, he would have someone he liked. However, at the time when Dadi College and Summit College were communicating, Wang Yu accidentally discovered that Jiu Yufang was walking with the person he liked. Wang Yu naturally heard about Jiu Yufang's reputation. So in the next college competition, Wang Yu knocked Jiu Yufang off the stage without mercy. It's a pity that the referee was quick at that time. Later, Wang Yu applied to the college for training abroad, probably for this reason. Don't look at me like that. In fact, I have always been confused. On the stage of the college competition, you seem to have a grudge against me. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be. Yu Yufang raised his eyebrows and spoke slowly. After losing that competition, Yu Yufang also changed his habit of flirting with women and started arduous special training. The reason is to ask Wang Yu for an explanation when he meets him again. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Wang Yu returned calmly. For a young man who has just begun to fall in love, the moment he sees the person he likes walking with someone else, his feelings have become silent. Maybe, but today, I will repay you double the shame you suffered 2 years ago. Yu Yufang took out the thin sword hanging on his waist. Yu Yufang's class is light swordsman. Oh, you lost to me 2 years ago, and you won't be able to win 2 years later. Wang Yu said, slowly. If you don't give it a try, you still know this. Yu Yufang raised the tip of his sword diagonally and pointed it at Wang Yu. After all, when it comes to combat talent, Yu Yufang is better than Wang Yu. It's just that Yu Yufang's naturally lazy personality was why he lost to Wang Yu in that academy competition. But for today, Yu Yufang used all his talents. 2 whole years of arduous training. Just to avenge today's shame. I'm also curious as to why I didn't see you in the previous academy competition. Wang Yu pulled out a spear from behind and said casually. Did you go to the previous college competition? Yu Yufang's expression suddenly became strange. What? You don't know? Wang Yu was also stunned for a moment. Logically speaking, students from the 3 major colleges should go to the college competition. Forget it, it's not important. Anyway, I met you here. I will definitely avenge my shame today. Yu Yufang opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't continue. Then come on. It has to be said that Wang Yu's mood has changed a lot since the last failure. Especially in Qi Li's shop and in the combat power enhancement arena, Wang Yu understood a truth. The strongest will have its own strong hand, and every mountain will be as shy as the other. Especially in Qi Li's shop and in the combat power enhancement arena, Wang Yu understood a truth. The strongest will have its own strong hand, and every mountain will be as shy as the other. A true master always has the heart of a disciple. Wang Yu was a talented student at Pinnacle Academy back then, and had not lost a single match for more than 10 years. However, he was defeated in the academy competition. This also made Wang Yu look down on many things. Take the move. Yu Yufang attacked directly, without saying a word. Light swordsman is a class that relies on keen perception and extremely fast speed to find and attack the enemy's weaknesses. The purpose of attacking first is to better find the enemy's weaknesses. Yu Yufang naturally understood this truth. When he was preparing to face Wang Yu and avenge his shame, he had already done enough homework. The fighting characteristics of the gun warrior are of a very domineering type. What matters is that within the gun circle, I am invincible. Therefore, Yu Yufang must seize the opportunity before Wang Yu makes a move. Because once Wang Yu is dragged into his fighting range, Yu Yufang will become very troublesome. You have become a lot stronger in the past 2 years. Wang Yu clenched his spear, parried Yu Yufang's attack with ease, and commented leisurely. I have suffered for 2 whole years just to get to this day. Yu Yufang suddenly accelerated the pace of his attack. After these 2 years of training, the instructors at Dadi Academy were all full of praise for Yu Yufang's talent. Even Banjing, the dean of Dadi College, personally guided Yu Yufang's training. Yu Yufang has full confidence and there is no way he will lose. Then you have suffered these 2 years in vain. After Wang Yu fought with Yu Yufang for dozens of moves, he had figured out Yu Yufang's fighting rhythm. This is much worse than facing those difficult opponents in the combat power enhancement arena. Especially compared to the swordsman, whose attack method is extremely cunning, it is even worse. You have been looking for the enemy's weaknesses, but have you ever thought that your weaknesses are also exposed to the enemy's eyes? If your attack rhythm can leave the enemy unable to fight back, then this may not be a shortcoming. But you are still far from this point. During the battle, Wang Yu did not forget to comment on Yu Yufang's fighting skills. This is also a habit left behind in the arena of combat power enhancement arena. No way. If you don't summarize your shortcomings in the last game after being killed, you will still be killed in the same way when you fight against the opponents in the ring again. Shut up. Yu Yufang was obviously upset by what Wang Yu said. The offensive rhythm also began to become impetuous. When Wang Yu saw this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Is this the trash talk tactic the store manager said? It really works well in actual combat. Trash talk tactics. Qilu also mentioned it casually once when explaining the skills in the previous instructional video of the single-player mode of the combat power enhancement arena. Because the opponents created by the system will not be affected by your trash talk. Instead, they will beat you up while you are distracted talking. In the New World mode, there is a way to block the communication system. So this tactic has no practical significance. But who knew that Wang Yu would remember it and use it here? You are upset, so there is no need to continue this battle. Wang Yu thrust his spear straight, swinging away Yu Yufang's rapier, and struck him in the heart.